Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hi, how are you? Thank you for being part of this lovely evening. Above all, thank you for making time to be with us this night. Thank you for those who are joining me live. Asante sana. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this live broadcast. This is Mtembei Show where we ask you to speak to us as we listen to you. We ask you also as well to come in, join us live, comment, share, let us know what you are saying about our country. A lot has been happening. Sorry, we haven't been in for live show, but today we are in ready to kick start and finish the week and actually the month in style and fashion. This is how we wrap it up. The month of April, we wrap it up with you tuning in, with you joining up live. So kama unatu join live, asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Let me know where you're catching me from. Let me know where you're watching me from. Tonight we have a very good show lined up for us. We invite you to come in. Let's have a good show. I'll tell you just in a short while how to join in live, or rather to join the podcast and be part of the panelist. Zaidi ya yote, wacha nisikie unatuwatch ukiwa wapi. For those who are joining in, asante sana. I can see over 200 of you already are in. Thank you for being part of this show. Mtembei TV cares for you and listens to you wherever you are from. Asante sana. Namwona Molly Faith, unasema uko Saudi Arabia. Namwona James Mutuku, karibu sana. Joseph Maindi, na kuona uko ndani. Fatma Nasimiwe, umekuwa mzalendo sana kwa hii show, asanti sana. Namwona Philip Musunkui, uko ndani, unasema okay, asante sana. Namwona Andrew Nyambare, uko ndani, asante sana. Join in the show, keep on commenting. Wacha nijue mnanitazama mkiwa wapi. Karibuni sana kwa show, karibuni sana kwa show. Karibuni sana kwa show. Namuona Dennis Kiama, unasema uko ndani from Karatina University, asante sana. Namuona Evans Lemayan, uko ndani, asante. KR Meka, uko ndani, asante. Vincent Chelimo, na kuona. Arab Chemez David, uko ndani, thank you for being part of the show. Continue coming in, continue coming in. Like hapo kwa kulike, hapo kwa kushare so that wengi waone hii show. Asante sana. Namuona nani hapa? Sera unasema good evening. Good evening to you Sera. Namuona Steven Mingui, uko ndani, asante. John Muuge, unasema uko Kiambu, karibu sana. Mokaya, unasema uko South B. Habari ya South B, karibu sana kwa show. Raison Adel, asante sana. 10K Disanko, uko ndani. Namuona huu Maureen Mpenda Amani, uko watching us from Saudi Arabia, karibu sana kwa show. David Bonuke, karibu sana kwa show. Joel Okeke from Qatar, karibu sana. Aticha Ondiek, unasema uko live from Huruma. Habari ya Huruma, thank you sir for being part of the show. Nani mwingine hapa? Edward Mutunga, uko ndani, karibu sana. Aha, nani mwingine? MC Brian Komboze, uko ndani, karibu kwa show. Let me know where you're tuning in from, and above all, let's make this show good. This is Kim Edward kutoka Mtungu, karibu sana. Kutoka Meru rather, unasema uko ndani, karibu sana. Hamed Junior, unasema tuko pamoja, karibu. Martha Ouma, unasema watching from London, karibu. Gandhi Wehu, karibu sana, unasema uko Kilifi County. Habari ya Kilifi, karibu sana. I see many people joining us live. Continue coming in, and now this is how you join in the show. To join in the show, there is a link that will be written Tembei TV, either in Facebook, YouTube, or from all Tembei social pages. There, that link sends you to StreamYard. StreamYard is where you click, and then when you click, it will make you create a page rather, and that page is where unaweka jina yako, unaweka jina tu actually, alafu una click enter. Ukiclick enter unajikuta unaingia kwa show, kama vile Roda tayari ashaingia kwa show. Roda, karibu sana, na kuona umejaja, karibu sana kwa show. Good to see you. Umepotea sana hii mtaa. Thank you for being part of this beautiful show. Thank you for coming in. Asanteni sana. I see you people coming in. Namuona mtu hapa anasema this is Azimio TV. No. This is your TV. This is the TV where you're allowed to say anything. Whoever you support. Karibu hapa ndani mwakilishe. Aha, namuona Jeffa Ndira unasema uko ndani, karibu. Evans Lemayan uko ndani, karibu. Eric Mtembei unasema niko ndani, Tharaka Nithi County, karibu sana. Shadrack Kemboi na kuona uko ndani, unasema unatuwatch from Basombe. Karibu sana. Nani mwingine? Jael Okeke na kuona uko ndani. Namuona nani hapa? Let me know where you're tuning from. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of the show. Tuingie leo show, show ya leo ni kali. We are discussing a lot of things. Topic hapo juu ni tu ya kutuongoza, lakini there is a lot to discuss. We have a lot that has happened over the week. Namuona nani amejaja hapa ndani? Namuona Penina Diana ashaingia kwa show. Ingia kwa show kwa kuclick hizo link umetumiwa na Mtembei TV. Click your StreamYard, itakutuma mahali uwashe kamera, alafu uunde jina, ujikute uko kwa show. Karibu sana kwa show. Welcome everybody. We have a great show lined up for you. Zaidi ya yote, share, like, wacha hii video ionekane na wengi. Sara Mbongo uko ndani, asanti sana. Namuona John amejaja. Karibu sana kwa show. Na Wall Meli na kuona umeingia, asanti. Abdi Fata na kuona unasema uko ndani. Unauliza Mtembei ni nani? Mtembei ni kampuni kubwa ya wazalendo kama wewe na mimi ambao watu nakutana hapa. We discuss issues that affect our country. William Kamore na kuona uko ndani, unasema where are we going as Kenyans? Swali nzuri unauliza, where are we going as Kenyans? Kabla sijawaleta wageni wangu ambao pia wamejaja hapa ndani, nikubalini tu kwa hisani yenu wa wonderful people, nicheze tu clip moja tu kwa sasa, alafu tutakick show. Is it okay, lovely panelists? Wacha tuendelee kidogo tu. Ninaanza na hii clip ambayo
in the history of this country. Because what the police have done was never even done during the darkest days of our political history as a nation. This really shows that actually we are degenerating into a kind of a colonial state where life did not really matter. Life of Africans did not matter at all. Because there's no reason why police should use this kind of force against unarmed citizens who are merely exercising their democratic right. And it must also be added that we were not even in the CBD. We were on the outskirts of the central business district of Nairobi. And we were just greeting the people. And you can see the people were very happy. And we just moved around, addressing them, talking to them, and leaving. In fact, we thought as we were reaching the highway, that's where we were actually intended to say goodbye to the people, then to drive to the city center. But then, completely unprovoked, there's this vicious attack. Tear gas being thrown left, right, and center.
That you and your deputy, Gachagua, you have intention to finish the life of Raila Muluding. I have that information. And I have it because even Gachagua himself announced it and said that we are going to now deal with Raila. Finally, we are going to deal with him conclusively. That the demonstrations will be the last of Raila again. When you say that this is going to be the last of him, what do you mean? You mean to say you want to take the life of Raila. But I want to warn you, Ruto, that if you attempt Ruto the life of Raila, I tell you that Kenya will be worse than Rwanda. I must warn you that Kenya will be worse than Rwanda. And I also know something else, that our so-called development partners, who are your friends, are privy to this information. They are privy to this information and they condone it. They condone it.
Wacha tuanze na hiyo part ya kwanza tu. Nitaanza na wewe John. Asante sana kwa kutujoin. Penina, Diana, asante sana kwa kujoin, na of course Roda kama kawa, karibu sana. Now John, do you think there's an attempt to kill Raila Odinga? And if so, who stands to benefit and why? Johnny, unanisikia? Johnny, washa mic yenye iko karibu na jina yako hapo, utaona mic hapo. Johnny amepotea. Penina, unaona kama kuna nia ya kumuua Raila Odinga, na nani atanufaika na mauaji yake? Karibu kwa endelea.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Mtembei.
Karibu kwa show.
Asante sana. Sasa my contribution to that topic, naona kama kuna chembe ya kwamba kuna an attempt to assassinate Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa sababu tunaona Mr. Jared Okech ambaye police officer anapiga risasi 7 kwa ambao ni upande wa Raila Amolo Odinga kwa zile na tukiangalia based on the current events that are undergoing during the demonstrations, kama jana ukiona wale wanahabari venye yule polisi alikuwa anavuta dirisha hata anapiga tear gas canisters ndani ya gari, hiyo ni thibitisho tosha kwamba kuna kitu wale wanahabari ni kama walikuwa wamekava related to the stated topic, ambayo at the long end ni attempts za kuangamiza Raila. Juzi tumeona kuna clips ambazo zinaelezea Mr. Gachagua, the deputy president, akiongea akisema ni wakati wa kumalizana na huyu mzee wa vitendawili, nikinukuu. Those statements hazifai kutoka kwa mdomo wa kiongozi, na wakati hizo statements zimetimia maybe kwa kimatendo, hiyo itakuwa ni thibitisho tosha. Hata sahi Raila akisema nataka kuuawa, kulingana na zile matamshi ya deputy president, hiyo ni thibitisho tosha kwamba wako na nia ya kuangamiza Raila Amolo Odinga. Na tamani pia kusikia kwa wenzangu, maana nitachangia mpaka hapo, kama kuna lingine nitaliongelezea baadaye.
Lakini nikuulize Penina, je, itakuwa kwa manufaa yapi kuua mtu awaye yote, aidha kiongozi?
Yes, hapo nikijibu, manufaa itakuwa kwa Deputy Gachagua, maybe ako na manifesto yake ambaye anataka kuyatekeleza. Wanajua Raila ni social democrat ambaye anapigania haki za wananchi.
Okay.
Tayari wakijua kwamba kuna vitu vingine hawezi fanya hapa nchini Raila akiwa hai, kama kuregesha Kenya kwa ile single party. Wanajaribu kuweka Kenya kwa ile hali ya kwamba chama iwe moja, kwa itakuwa ni Kenya kwanza, na Kenya iwe ya kwamba uwe kuongea kama sasa hivi venye tunatoa thoughts zetu hapa ama opinions, kuwa na hii haki hapo baadaye. Kenya itakuwa ni ya wale mabebe tunayowaitaje wa matajiri peke yao. Kama hao viongozi wanatuweka tuwatumikie, tukishawatumikia kwa ile hali wanatupa mapocho kidogo, hizi pesa ndogo ndogo. Ile harakati ya kutupatia pesa atukai independent, maana hao ndio sasa the real providers.
Okay.
Yes, so contribution manufaa, yule ambaye atapata manufaa zaidi ni ile serikali ambayo iliyoko hii ya Gachagua na Ruto. Yes, na asante.
Acha nicheze juu chini, so niko juu. Acha nishuke hapa kwa Felicia Mora. Unaonaje, nani anataka kumwangamiza? Felicia ametoroka mbio aje. Roda, itamfaidi nini kumwangamiza kiongozi Raila? Itamfaidi nani? Unmute.
One thing, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I live the country democracy and freedom expression and freedom to say how you feel. The power is, according to the constitution about this country I am, the power is belong to people. And if people, they want to demonstrate, they used to take the letter for the police and they do demonstration. They take their things, wanaenda town, wana demonstrate, na polisi wako nyuma yao. I remember one time we were demonstration when George Floyd killed in America. Everybody was doing demonstration, black and white. We were in the road and do demonstration. In fact, the police were begging us. They were kneeling down to us. Please, forgive us. You know, they feel pity for us. Because people, they were crying after the George Floyd kill, because I think that demonstration is all over the world. So when the police were doing demonstration, they were following us. And that's not the first time. When people, they do demonstrations, I remember when COVID came, it was very hard restriction. People, they went to the road. And I'm telling you, police, they were, of course, they could take people who are trying to do violence. I mean, not violence. I mean, people who are, you know, some people, they can come with the demonstration. You know, I remember one guy, actually it's a black man. He was one who was in charge of that demonstration. The police, they take him because he was working like abusing the police. So I think he was from Gambia. But the police here have never, ever put the tear gas or people who are leading the demonstration. As long as I say, this country is a real democracy. So Kenya, I believe Ruto have, you know, what is democracy? He know the 2010, the democracy which came 2010. People, they have right to demonstration to see how they feel. So I've been wondering why the police, they are chasing people, putting the tear gas. Why do they cross the road? You know, let us be honest each other and to be realistic. Why these police, they have been crossing the road when people are doing demonstrations? They don't give people the freedom, and we want them. Then when people are doing demonstration, they are the back. Wao wanachunga watu. Kuna watu wengine wanakuja kufanya demonstration, they are coming another business. Unaona? So I was very shocked. You know, actually, yesterday I was very shocked to see what happened yesterday in Nairobi. I was like, oh my God. Are people like Raila Odinga? In fact, if that police could kill Odinga, I'm telling you, yesterday could be a problem. Could be a problem. It is very dangerous for the police officer, the way they were doing. It's very, and Ruto, you need to respect our democracy and our constitution. They want to vote 2010 because people na respect iyo katiba. Iyo katiba tunapigania, iwe inalidwa na sisi wa Kenya wote. Unaweza katiba yetu nasema, unaweza demonstration, unaweza eka miguu yako chini, unaweza moto ikikuja kwako, unaweza everything. Unaweza kwa, you know, our country, you can do whatever you want. As long you're not killing, you're not raping, you're not doing stupid thing, you have right. So I was very shocked when When they were doing that for Raila Odinga, I was very surprised, and if they could do that, I'm telling you, they could see, they could face if they could kill him. They
We
could face. Mm.
nakwambia they could face. Where
Yes.
Vincent, Vincent, what do you think? Who stands to benefit from such heinous crimes? Unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you.
Endelea.
Sijapata the content. Kindly allow me to just relax for some few minutes.
Tunaongelelea nini? Jinsi Raila jana karibu auawe. Tulimwona akisema gari
Uh-huh.
lake lilisprayiwa over 7 bullets, na tuliona pia jinsi polisi alikuwa na shoot directly kwa gari. So maoni yako ni yapi? Wewe unaona kama inafaa kumwangamiza, na itamfaidi nini mtu kuua kiongozi kama Raila?
It is so unfortunate. I think Raila is also a very good leader. Hello? He's a very good leader. What he's doing actually, akona watu wengi sana. Hatuwezi tukashumu kwamba si mtu anaweza nini, because yesterday you could see what was happening. Lakini sasa ya kustajabisha ni kwamba ni nani ana organize haya mambo? That is where the confusion is, despite the fact that there is constitution. Now watu wana demonstrate peacefully, because I was watching from the word go, and I was seeing a very good demonstration up to ile wakati police waliingilia, lakini sasa waliingia highway na maneno yakabadilika. Now the issue is hao mapolizi, mi nimestajabishwa na huyu mwenye anawakoroka media, ameenda mpaka akakonga kabisa directly kwa media. So I think there is an intention anyway. Behind the curtains there is somebody directing somebody to do something, which is so awkward kwa viongozi kuorganize vitu kama hizo, because today Raila akiumizwa, this country, despite the fact that president is so bold, mambo ya hayatakuwa venye anafikiria. And my worry also is the development partners ambaye hawa watu wameclaim ya kwamba wana associate na serikali na wanasaidia serikali. I think Raila is also raising a very good issue ambaye lazima tena watu wengine waweze kuona vema kuyazungumzia hayo mambo, kwa sababu unapoona ya kwamba wanaungwa mkono, serikali inaungwa mkono na hawa watu, si kitu mzuri. I want the president actually address the issue at his capacity as the president, lakini si kuinfluenziwa na watu wengine. Number 2, you see the other side ya kina Ichung'wa, kina Gachagua, the deputy president, they are very bold na wanasema ya kwamba sisi hatutakubali handshake. Equally, hiyo ni mashindano ambayo hatujui destination tutafikia wapi. And if that is the fight, we are rest assured as Kenyans ya kwamba mahali tunaelekea si vizuri na si kitu mzuri, and the economy will still go down. My worry is actually with what is happening. Tunasikia kwamba on Monday we shall be having a mother of all the demonstrations. Watoto wameuliwa, mapolisi wanauliwa, unaona wanafika mpaka kwa UDA office, wanafika mojari and supermarkets. Hizo vitu zote, kina mama wanapiga magoti, wanasema tunataka amani. Now, anyway, maisha inaelekea wapi? Ni nani anayechukumika na haya yote? Who is responsible? So we as Kenyans, we are supposed to advise ourselves ya kwamba let us take the responsibility, let us avoid all this kind of menace, because it is us ambao tutasuffer. Ni sisi ambao tutaumia zaidi. So I beg our mothers, our brothers and our fathers to take a very bold step ya kwamba hata kama Raila anapigania haki, ni kweli anapigania. And I was looking at a clip before the elections, and he was speaking ya kwamba the economy is beyond the government. Every country, it is a global issue ambayo inasumbua each and every country. So today, I don't understand why Raila is so much obsessed with these demonstrations, and he understands the issues to do with economy. So what I pick our brothers and sisters, let us think beyond the box, and let us actually tuseme ya kwamba maisha ni yetu. Our brothers are being killed, the police are being killed, watoto wadogo 4 months atawajojua what are... Anyway, it is so bad for us. Lakini kwa mipangilio ya kuua Raila ama kutakuwa na mipangilio kama hiyo, I think it is taking us back na si kitu mzuri. So I pick all of us na viongozi wasimame imara kuchunga viongozi wenzao na kujua ya kwamba they also have a side or the responsibility to play. So let us respect one another, tusikie yale ya yote ambaye kila mtu ako nayo. Nimesikia Roda hapo akisema ya kwamba this country itakuwa mbaya. Mimi kwanza kama Vincent, I am seeing a very dangerous thing coming forth. So naomba ya kwamba tuongeleshe mandugu zetu, dada zetu, kina mama waweze kuchukua jukumu, kwa sababu their lives ni maisha yao peke yao. Haushii maisha yako na mtu yeyote. So it is your personal responsibility. Ukiona watu walikuwa wanalia Mathare, mtu unasikia anasema kwamba sisi wengine ambao tuendi tunaumia. Mtoto amepata tear gas anakufa. So this one is so terrible. Terrible. Anyway, wenye tuko hapa kwa panel, naomba tueneze injili ya kuambia watu, let us take care of our lives. Ni Mungu alitupatia, and it is God who will take it back. Tusikupali watu wachukue maisha yetu. Asante Jex.
Okay. Thomas, maoni yako ni yapi? Who wants to assassinate the Azimio leader? Thomas.
Yes.
Na ujaasha leo kamera ndugu bwana.
Kwangu najua tu tatizo ni stima inakuja, saa zingine inakuja, unajua kama kuna mvua na kupotea, kuna kurudi, kwa hivyo.
Sawa kaka, endelea.
Yeah.
Nani anafaidika na kumuua kiongozi wa Azimio? Itakuwa kwa manufaa gani?
Tatizo najua Gachagua kwa sura yake na kama sura ya Moi. Anataka kurudisha utawala ya mambo ya kizamani. Unajua saizi vijana za saizi, vijana 2002, 1998, 1996, vijana wengi sana hapa, ni wengi sana, unaona mbele, watu wa vijana wamesoma. Kuna watu wamesoma zaidi wanaona mbele. Sasa wanataka kurudisha kwa utawala ya kitambo. Ndio mtu atakuwa na sauti, ukiongea ni kuuawa. Ukisema hivi ni kuuawa. Sasa sasa hizi huyu mzee akisaya auawe. Tayari hapa Kenya hatuna Kenya nyingine. Tayari hiyo ni vita. Hata leo nimefuatilia kwa sijui amekuwa CIA amekuwa wapi. Nimekuwa kwa live ya Azimio Umoja. Kuna mjana mwingine anasema, mjaliwa akisema, huyu chochote kifanyike kwa huyu mzee, chochote kifanyike kwa huyu mzee, chochote, jua hakuna Kenya nyingine, hakuna. Kumaanisha Gachagua anapanga ama kumaliza huyu mzee. Wanajua kuchimba kaburi kuingia mwenyewe. Hii sidhani kama ukiua mtu ndio utafaidika na chochote. Hakuna chochote utafaidika nacho. Hakuna. Ile kitu nyepe, unajua sasa tatizo ni moja. Kama jana. Sasa jana kama kwa mfano ama hii kiti ipate huyo mzee jana hapo hivyo. Vene waandishi habari wakuja kuumizwa. Na unajua sasa hiyo ni order ya Gachagua. Hasa anatumia huyu Koome sana, anamwekea kabisa sije maasiri. Unajua kuna mauchunga, hata ukiangalia kwa kuongea kwa Gachagua anaongea kama amekasirika. Haiko sawa. Kumaanisha kuna kitu anataka kufanya kama huyu mzee hayuko uhai. Anataka kama ameaga. Ndio wafanya kitu anataka kufanya. Lakini akikuweka kama anaona hivi hawatafaulu kitu nataka kufanya.
Nakusikiza.
Sasa kama itakuwa hivyo, sasa kama ile kinasema tu kwa upande yangu, kuliko sijui mambo ya ama kufikiria kumuua, watafute mbinu moja tu. Hizo zote Raila kitamesema waifanye kama wanajiamini ni wanaume kamili, kuliko kupitia kuongea ukiwa kama wewe si mwanaume kamili. Hizo vitu Raila amesema ni kitu yani kitu haina uzito sana, lakini kwa upande ya kina Ruto iko na uzito, lakini kwao haina uzito.
Okay.
Wafungwe tu sava, wakishafungwa kijua kwa ukweli Ruto ameshinda ama ameshinda kwa ukweli kwa halali, hiyo tatizo yao itaishi hapo, na uchumi ama mambo za vitu za ingine zipunguze bei. Pigana kila kitu binadamu anafaa kuitumia kwa bei anafaa irudi kwa bei ya kawaida.
Okay.
Hiyo maandamano itakuwa imeisha tena, itakuwa imetupilia mbali. Sasa unapinga maandamano na huyu mzee anajua sheria, watanamuita ati ni criminal. Unajua sasa hii tatizo, shida ni moja, wakati Raila anapanga maandamano, watu wa UDA pia wamepanda kwenda kupora ndio wachafue maandamano ya mzee. Wachafue ati maandamano yake imekuwa kuna watu wezi. Nao wenyewe wamepanga kwa kwenda kuharibu kwa mali ya Uhuru pale hivyo. Kisumu pia ni hivyo tu. Wakati wanapanga kwenda maandamano wapi wanaingia kwa hiyo kikundi. Sababu utajua kama hawa Azimio ama UDA utajua.
Okay.
Mimi sina mingi ya kusema, kama huyu pia mwenzangu pia changie mada tuone itakuwaje.
Etale vipi habari ya saizi? Hapo kuna mic, endelea sasa. Jaribu ku unmute.
Amemute mic yake.
Okay, nime-unmute. Okay, inasema hivi, hii maandamano huyu mzee anafanya, anafuata sheria. Na hii maandamano tumekuwa tukifuatilia kwa muda sana. Wale watu wenye wanaanza fujo na maandamano ni polisi. So polisi anafaa afuate watu wenye wanaandamana, awasindikishe. Lakini sio kuanza kutupa live bullet na kutupa tear gas. Hiyo ana create inaitwa emotion. Na wakati anafika hapo unapata wananchi wanakasirika. Wakati wanakasirika ndio wanaanza kurusha mawe. Unaona?
Okay.
So kitu kingine nitasema hivi. Huyu mwenye anafikiria kuua Raila, huyu ana benefit. Mwenye ata benefit ni Rigathi Gachagua, Ndindi Nyoro, Kimani Ichung'wah. Kwa sababu tumewasikia kwa vyombo za habari wakisema huyu mzee anafaa aende akiendanga. So kuua mzee, hii Kenya itakuwa kama Kongo. Itakuwa kama Kongo kwa sababu wasifikirie ni kitu rahisi kuua huyu mzee. Ndio watamuua akufe, hata amuka kufight, lakini wale wananchi wataonyesha Ruto kivumbi. So mimi kitu naweza sema, waache hasira na kujipiga kifua. Kujipiga kifua hiyo si uongozi. At least kama we ni baba kwa nyumba, inafaa usikize, unazaa watoto hata kama ni watoto 10. Na kuna mtoto mmoja atakuwa kichwa ngumu. Hautasema hawa watoto wote ni kichwa ngumu. Itabidi ukae na hawa watoto wote chini. Na huyu kwanza kichwa ngumu utakaa na yeye chini. Umwambie, kijana wangu, naona hivi na hivi hauendi vizuri. So Ruto ndio kiongozi wa Kenya. Tumekubali alipewa uongozi, sasa yeye ndio president wa Kenya. Even although tunaelewa kwamba hakupita uchaguzi, lakini sasa yeye ndio president, amekalia kiti. Anafaa achukue watu wote equal. Hao opposition, hao wengine wote, na aite Raila. Raila ni mkubwa wake, na akae waongea, ambie Raila, bwana, waache kufanya hivi, tutengeleze nchi iende mbele. Kujipiga kifua haisaidii. Kujipiga kifua na kusema hatutaki handshake haisaidii chochote. Sisi wananchi ndio tunaumia na njaa. Ni hayo tu ndugu yangu.
Lakini hii kujipiga kifua ya Rigathi Gachagua na vile anaonekana kuwa na msimamo mkali, je, unaona inaleta faida yoyote ama tu anazidisha tu uchungu kwa Wakenya?
Anazidisha uchungu kwa sababu regarding from the start go. Okay, tumekuwa tukifuatilia hii maneno, unapata kwamba Ruto anaweza kuwa willing hata kuongea na huyo mzee, lakini Rigathi akona bag ile, wale watu wanamsukuma akina Kimani Ichung'wah, akina Ndindi Nyoro na wengine wote wenye wanamwambia tusikubali huyu mzee. Na wacha nikuashue, naomba sana 2027 tukue hapa live. Huyu Ruto atakuja geuka watu, atawageuka vizuri kabisa. Kwanza huyu Rigathi Gachagua atageuka.
Kwa nini umesema hivyo?
Halo? Nimesema hivyo kwa sababu unajua sasa, unaona Ruto juzi ameenda German akaacha tools of power kwa Rigathi Gachagua. Saa hii unajua kitu yote yenye happen, kama juzi nimeona Wakikuyu wakicomplain wakisema Gachagua anatumika kupiga Wakikuyu wenzake. So in case of anything chochote kitokee saa hii kwa Wakikuyu, Rigathi ndio atakuwa blames. Ruto atajitoa. Ruto atasema mimi hiyo siku hata sikukuwa, nilikuwa nimeacha uongozi kwa kijana . So mimi kitu ninajua, huyu jamaa Ruto atakuja geuka Rigathi Gachagua, Kimani Ichung'wah, Ndindi Nyoro, na awaambie nyinyi ndio mlienda kupiga mtu wenyu, si mimi niliwatuma. Yeah.
Na wewe unasema Rais anaonekana kana kwamba anaweza kubali mazungumzo, mwenye anakaa kuwa roho ngumu ni Gachagua. Labda Gachagua anakumbuka jinsi baada ya Uhuru na Raila kusalamiana, anakumbuka jinsi Ruto aliteswa. Maybe anaogopa yanaweza mtokea. Wewe unaona kama salamu za Ruto na Raila zinaweza mfanya Gachagua awe victimized kama vile Ruto alikuwa victimized?
Sasa hiyo ndio kitu Gachagua anaogopa, kwa sababu tunakumbuka kwamba wakati wa 2017 baada ya Handshake, Kenya ilirudi ikakuwa na peace na ikakuwa na amani kabisa, na kukuwa na fujo, watu wakaanza kuishi vizuri. Ndugu zetu wa Kikuyu na Wajaluo wakaanza kukaa pamoja kwa amani. So hii kitu Ruto hakufurahia, kwa sababu Ruto hakufurahia, yeye halikataa. Yeye aliona huyu mzee wakati anakuja kwa hii serikali atafanya mimi nikuwe slave. Nenyewe alikuwa slave kwa sababu yeye alikuwa alioppose, unaona? Yeye alioppose ile handshake. So saa hii Gachagua anapiga hesabu, anaona huyu mzee akiitwa saa hii kwa hii serikali, pia yeye atakuwa nini? Atakuwa victim, atatupwa nje. Na ni kweli huyu mzee akisalamiana na Ruto, Gachagua atakuwa nje. Kwa sababu kuna venye wanasema mwanaume na mwanamke wanajuanga nini iko kwa bedroom wawili. So utapata huyu Ruto ana coordinate na Raila. Raila anamwambia bwana, huyu mtu hivi na hivi. Na enyewe tukirudi nyuma, utapata Gachagua hata kwa mikutano mingi Gachagua amekuwa akienda. Huyu Gachagua ndio amekuwa akisema sisi hatutaki handshake. Sisi hatutaki mtu kutoka nje akuja ingie kwa serikali yetu na haribu. Huyu Gachagua mmoja. So anajua changamoto ya hiyo handshake. Lakini nimekuwa nikisikia baba akisema yeye hataki handshake. Enyewe inaweza kuwa hataki handshake, lakini kuna vitu zenye anataka. So mimi naweza advise mtu kama Ruto, kwa sababu yeye ndio leader wa nchi saa hizi. Hata ile wakati Uhuru aliweka handshake na Raila, aliinform Ruto, lakini Ruto ikaonekana ni kama anapinga. So Ruto anafaa achukue hiyo uongozi na asimame imara kwa sababu ya benefit ya Wakenya. Yule mwenye alimpigia kura na mwenye hakumpigia kura, sisi wote ni Wakenya na tunaumia sisi wote. So inafaa sasa Ruto take that opposition na aite Raila na wakae chini na wafanye nini? Waongee. Kwa sababu umeona huyo mtoto mwenye aliuliwa pale Mathare, wale wengine waliuliwa Kibira, yani tear gas inatupwa hadi kwa nyumba. So ikiendelea hivi na tumeambiwa next week sasa ndio itakuwa mbaya. Je, Kenya badala tuendelee kwenda mbele, sasa tunarudi wapi? Tunarudi nyuma. Na saa hii polisi kama Kome saa hii aonyeshi kama yeye ni mtumishi kwa wote. Anaonyesha yeye ni mtumishi kwa wachache. Mtumishi wa wachache. kwa sababu yeye ni mtumishi wa wale wakubwa, lakini yeye si mtumishi wa mwananchi wa kawaida. Sababu ile picha yenye tumeona askari akipiga media, akipiga paka akipoint live bullet kwa gari ya media, hiyo ni ugaidi, hiyo ni ujambazi. Na unakumbuka tuliambiwa wakati wa campaign kwamba kazi ni kazi. So wakati unaona vitu zingine zina happen hii Kenya, hata juzi wakati uliona shamba ya Uhuru ikivamiwa na askari hawakuwa pale, wanadhihirisha kwamba kazi ni kazi. Tuliambiwa kazi ni kazi.
Sasa hao majamaa wawili kama hawatasalamiana, basi mapatano yatakuja na njia vipi?
Kama hawatasalamiana, kitu mimi naona mwananchi atachoka. Na mwananchi akichoka, sasa itabaki wale viongozi wenyewe. Ulisikia kuna wakati Gachagua alisema wataandamana mchana na usiku waende wala, wakipenda waandamane mara 100 mara 1000, as long as siku itaisha na waende kwa So jamaa wanajaribu kuassume kwamba hata jana nimeona Gachagua akisema maandamano yenye imeisha Wakenya hawakutokea wengi. Amesema hivyo kwa mkutano fulani, sijui alikuwa wapi, ati Wakenya hawakutokea wengi. So wataendelea, akajaribu kusema wataendelea hivyo, wakiendelea hivyo mpaka sasa huyu mzee ajipate amebaki peke yake. Lakini wacha nikumbushe huyu Gachagua kwamba inchi si yake. Yeye ana kilema, anasema yeye ni mtoto wa Mau. But anafaa akumbuke inchi si yake. Kulikuweko wenye walikuwa zaidi ya yeye, yani wale wenye walikuwa wakali zaidi ya yeye, lakini walitoka kwa hiyo uongozi. So haache Ruto ajaribu kuweka peace na huyu mzee, kwa sababu saa hii sava ikifunguliwa saa hii, na hiyo ndio kitu yenye Ruto anaogopa. Hiyo sava ikafunguliwa saa hii, ukweli utadhirika. Na mimi ningekuwa Ruto, kama najua yenyewe hii kiti nilipata kihalali, niliipata kwa njia ya haki, ninaweza kubali hiyo sava ifunguliwe. Na ikipatikana baba alishinda, ni tukae chini niambie mzee yenyewe, basi wacha nichape hii miaka 5, then hiyo ingine sasa ujue venye utafanya nini, utasort. Lakini hii kujipiga kifua ya Gachagua, hii Kenya inaenda mahali pabaya. Mahali tunaelekea pabaya sana.
Na wewe kwa mtazamo wako, je, unaona kama kutatokea mgawanyiko katikati ya UDA? Maana juzi nilimwona Sabina Chege akisema si vyema kupiga kifua na kukataa mazungumzo ilhali nchi inaumia. Wewe unaona kama tatizo litaanza UDA ama tatizo litaanza wapi ili ikuwe na msambaratiko?
Sasa hiyo UDA ni jina, wale wenye wako pale ni watu, na UDA inaenda kugawanika, na mtu mwenye anaenda kufanya UDA igawanike si mtu mwingine, hata si Gachagua ama si nani, ni Cleophas Malala. Unaona, Cleophas Malala ndio anafanya UDA iende kuwa separate, kwa sababu ukiangalia sasa kama pande ya Western kuna vyama kama sijui ni 3 ziko kwa hiyo Kenya Kwanza. Na wakati Cleophas juzi amesema wavunje vyama zao, akaambia Mudavadi, akaambia Wetangula wavunje vyama zao wa join UDA. Usifikirie hiyo kitu sasa imenyamaza. Hiyo kitu hapo mbeleni itaenda kuchimbuka, na ikichipuka sasa hapo ndio watu wataanza kusema kumbe tuliambiwa huyu jamaa anataka hii Kenya ikuwe ya chama kimoja. So hii UDA hapa mbele tunaenda kutakuwa na mgawaniko. Na mgawaniko wakati utatokea ndio utaanza kuonea nyufa sasa zikichipuka. Na mimi ndaweza sema mimi ni mwana Azimio, na even though Azimio iko na changamoto kidogo, tunapigwa tear gas nini, lakini Azimio iko imara. Kwa saa hii Azimio iko imara, even though kuna wale wabunge wananunuliwa hapa na pale, wanapewa pesa, lakini Azimio iko imara. Na mimi naomba Mungu asaidie sana, apite kwa huyu Ruto, akae na mzee chini, si ati wagawane serikali, at least kwa manufaa ya mwananchi. At least kwa manufaa ya mwananchi.
Kaa tu hapo, nina maswali kadhaa kwako na pia kwa panelists wengine ambao wamejiunga nasi. Zaidi ya yote, wacha nitambue ambao wanatuma harafa hapa kwa messages. Ninamwona James Njuguna, asanti sana. Namuona Justin Morris, unatuma ujumbe na kuona pia hapa Jesse Kami na kuona pia Justus Omondi, namuona Justus Morris, namuona Rono Ian, Abel Ayati, unasema mtu anajoin aje? Ni rahisi sana. Hapo tu kwa comment utaona comment imepostiwa na Mtembei TV. Una click hiyo comment. Ukiklik hiyo comment inakutuma mahali panaitwa StreamYard. Hapo kwa StreamYard unaandika jina yako, si lazima iwe jina yako halisi, alafu unawasha kamera na unawasha mic, alafu na click enter. Ukiclick enter unajikuta umeingia kwa studio. Kwa studio ukiingia, mimi ninaku-add live. Rahisi sana. Karibuni nyote, wacha tuendelee kwa show. Namuona nani hapa? Gabrieli Elijah uko ndani. Ni Gabri Elijah uko ndani. Jen Isa Madhenge na kuona. Francis Makori uko ndani, asante sana. Na tafadhali wacha nijue unatutazama ukiwa maeneo gani, na zaidi ya yote tuma ujumbe wako ili tusikie maoni yako ni yapi. Mr. Chelimo, maoni yako ni yapi? Nani anataka kumwangamiza kiongozi wa Azimio? Unmute mic yako.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Kwanza ningependa kusema pole kwa wenye walipoteza maisha yao ama walipoteza wapendwa wao kwa maandamano ya jana na accident ya jana yenye ilifanyika. Nasema pole. Nafikiri I think it's really sad for this country at this moment or at this generation to see a leader being tried to. It's so sad, and I concur with my friends who have talked before, because assuming that yesterday Raila was killed, I don't think today Kenya could be the same again. It could be a different case, because even me, if I'm not supporting Raila, I think his life is very important, or anybody has a right to live and demonstrate. And personally, I'm not blaming our president for his own home, but remember when somewhere, for example, when Kenyatta farm was when was stolen, the ship was stolen, our president was out of the country, and we cannot say maybe the government really knows more about it, as they said. And so many things have been said by the politicians from UDA side concerning Azimio side on life and property. So I cannot blame. I think Gachagua is responsible for this. Let me be sincere on that. Gachagua is talking recklessly nowadays. The other time he talked in Mombasa, I thought he talked so softly the other time when he talked in Mombasa. But I don't know what happened to him again. Gachagua, I think Gachagua doesn't know that Kenya is bigger than the leadership of deputy president. We are the one who made him to be the way he is now. We Kenyans, we made him to be the way he is. And we are the one who can do anything to him. We can remove him from that seat as Kenyans. Because what he is saying is not really respecting the constitution of this country. So it's upon our president to talk to his deputy, because maybe, because I can say Moi was a good teacher, but not to teach such people like Gachagua. Gachagua, I think Ruto learned from Moi very well. So even Raila was with Moi, but never a day that Moi said somebody should be killed or should be stopped from doing anything in this Kenya. So I blame even the police. The police are not. They are taking their cross, the cross, but there's somebody who is really leading the police, but not the president.
Okay.
The president is so clean on it. It's only that he's not talking about it.
Richard, Chelimo anasema wao ndo walimweka Gachagua kuwa deputy president na wao wako na uwezo wa kumtoa. Je, unakubaliana na yeye na unaona kama shida ni Gachagua ama shida iko wapi, na mbona wanataka kumuangamiza Raila Odinga?
Nakubaliana na yeye kabisa 100%. Na lakini sioni kama kuna mtu anapanga kumuua mzee. Manake wangemuua kitambo. Ni ile tu labda pale kwa polisi kuna mtu mmoja mbili ambayo ameshindwa kujizuia, lakini hakuna mtu amepanga kumuua mzee. Wangetafuta wale machinery ambayo hawawezi wakashindwa. Kwa hivyo mimi sioni kama alafu tena unajua shilingi inafaa tuangalie upande zote mbili. Manake pale hata waandamanaji ingawa wanaruhusiwa, ukiangalia hata wao wanakosea, na inafaa hata pia wao tuongelee na tuwakashifu. Manake umesikia polisi kule Kisumu amekufa, umesikia Msomali ameporwa duka lake. Vitu kama hizo nazo inafaa tuongelee, tusikashifu serikali peke yake na tuache waandamanaji wakiwa kuna vitu ambayo ni ovyo wanafanya. Kwa hivyo upande wa Gachagua tangu siku ya kwanza sisi tulimkataa from the first day. Manake ni mtu wa kuropoka, anaongea mara tu muelewi. Kwa hivyo hata Ruto anajua saa hii Ruto mahali yuko anaongea, lazima anafikiria nitafanyaje kweli nipate deputy mwingine, manake huyu hakuna kiongozi hapa. Kwa hivyo wacha tusikize kwanza vile studio inaendelea.
Okay. Etale, Richard anasema ya kuwa hata kama tutalaumu serikali, waandamanaji pia wana makosa yao. Tumewaona wakipora mali, tumewaona wakifanya mambo mengine yanatishia usalama. Maoni yako ni yapi wewe kama mwanaazimio? Je, unakubaliana na matendo ya waandamanaji wengine ambao wanavunja mali, wanachoma, wanapora watu?
Okay. Upande wangu sikubaliani na Richard kwa sababu tumeona wakati Raila alitangaza maandamano kuanzia tarehe 20. Tuliona nchi ya Afrika Kusini ilitangaza maandamano tarehe 20 ya mwezi wa 3. Tuliona Tunisia ilikuwa kwenye maandamano. Tuliona Nigeria ilikuwa kwenye maandamano. Katika hizo nchi tuliona maafisa wa polisi wakisindikisha waandamanaji. hapa Kenya kwani kuna nini? Kuna nini hapa Kenya? Askari hawezi sindikisha wale watu wenye wanaandamana, wafanye maandamano yao in peace na maandamano wamalize. Askari wa Kenya wako na ile kasumba ya hawa watu lazima tuwafuruge ndio ionekane ya kwamba hao ndio wameanza vita. Wakati maandamano ya tarehe 20 ilianza town, mimi nilifuatilia kutoka asubuhi saa 12 mapema, na tuliona kwamba watu walikuwa wamefika town wakiwa wengine wamebeba sifuria, wengine mwiko, wakiwa wanaandamana vizuri, lakini polisi alipoanza tu kutupa tear gas, hata tuliona walitupia bwana Sifuna, wakamtupia tear gas. Sifuna hadi akafuata ule OCS kumuuliza, mbona unanitupia tear gas, nimefanya nini? So maandamano ya hapa Kenya mimi siungi mkono ile maandamano ya kuiba mali ya watu, siungi mkono kabisa. Mimi naunga mkono yale maandamano yenye iko peaceful, watu wafanye picketing vizuri, then wamalize waende nyumbani. Lakini hii Kenya yetu ni shida ni moja. Viongozi kama hao maaskari wanaabudu president. Unaona? Wanataka kufurahisha president. Na wakati wanataka kufurahisha president, lazima watume ile order, hao watu sambaratisha hiyo mkutano. Na hiyo ni kawaida ya mwananchi. Mwananchi yoyote, hata kama ni nje ya Kenya, wakati utaanza kumfuruga bwana, hata yeye ni mwanaume, anataka kuonyesha hata yeye ni mwanaume. So mimi ninashangaa sana na hii Kenya yetu, kwa sababu niliona South Africa even though kulitokea ghasia kidogo kidogo, lakini hatukushuhudia uwizi wa mali, hatukushuhudia watu wamekufa huko South Africa. Nigeria hatukusikia vitu kama hizo, hatukusikia vyombo za habari zimepigwa tear gas na live bullet, hatukushuhudia. Hapa Kenya kuna nini? Kuna nini yenye imejificha hii Kenya? Maandamano lazima ikuwe na violence. Maandamano lazima watu wakufe. Maandamano lazima mali iporu. So mimi sikubaliani na Mr. Richard kwa kuwa ukisema kwamba tuangalie pande yote, ndio tunafaa tuangalie pande yote. Na tukiangalia pande yote tunafaa tujiulize ni nani anaanza vita. Mi ukiniuliza, in my side, polisi ndiye anaanza vita. Yeye ndiye anaanza kufuruga wale watu, anawatupia tear gas. Na mwananchi akiona hivyo lazima atarudisha mkono. Kuhusu Raila akisema kwamba ati hakuna mtu mwenye amepanga kuua Raila, mimi nasema yeye hayuko Kenya. Kwa sababu hii ni kitu tumekuwa tukisikia. Hata jana tumeona gari ya mzee imepigwa nyuma, risasi ingepita hapo ingempata. Na tusidanganyane. Mimi nimeona comment zingine watu wanasema hata Raila akikufa si wa Kenya wote watakuwa wamekufa. Bwana, that is a leader. Ule ni kiongozi. Na ni kiongozi mwenye kesho mimi nitataka kuambia mjukuu wangu, hii Kenya kulikuweko na mtu mwenye alikuwa anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, mwenye alipigania demokrasia ya Kenya, mwenye alifanya tukawa na hii freedom of speech. Alikuwa anaitwa mzee Raila Amolo Odinga. Sasa akiuliwa alafu Kenya ichafuke, hii nchi yetu yenye tunapenda iharibike, tutaambia nini wajukuu wetu? Na hao watoto watakuweko kweli? Si Kenya itakuwa imeisha? So mimi kitu naweza sema ni serikali, wale afisa wa polisi wenye wanaonekana kwa vyombo za habari wakitumia nguvu kupita kiasi, wanafaa warudi mafundisho, waambiwe venye wanafaa kudina na wale watu wenye wanaandamana, kwa sababu wale waandamanaji hawajabeba silaha yoyote. Wanabeba silaha, na silaha yenye wanabeba wanaokota mawe. Saa ile umewatupia tear gas. Hiyo tu.
Lakini nikuulize, tukirudi kwa swali ambao nikuuliza, kabla mtu avunje duka la mwenyewe, kabla mtu apore mali, ni polisi atakuwa ameanza ama huyu jamaa akitoka nyumbani alikuwa tu na nia ya kufanya uhalifu, so anatumia hii hali ya polisi, ama anatumia hiyo siku iwe ni siku yake kutekeleza uhalifu. Kuna wauni ambao
Okay,
nia yao tu ni kuharibu, whether polisi watarusha tear gas ama hawatarusha tear gas.
yes, hapo ni kweli. Kuna ule mtu mwenyewe ako na hiyo damu, yani ako na hiyo spirit ya kudestroy, na ule mtu tu mwenye akikaa hivi yeye anatamani tu, yeye utamani tu ni wapi atasikia vita imeanza, akimbie pale afanye nini, afanye uhalifu wako. Na mimi nitasema hivi, kinachosemwa na mdomo ama kinachotamkwa na ulimi kwa kila kiongozi yoyote hufanyika nyuma. Tunakumbuka venye Gachagua hiyo grupu ya Kenya Kwanza walikuwa wamesema watatuma wale watu wavae uniform zenye wale watu wa Azimio wako nazo. Na hii Kenya chochote kinaweza fanyika kwa hii Kenya yenye tuko. Unaweza pata kuna watu wametumwa wajiunge na ile grupu yenye iko pale kwa maandamano. Nia yao ni kuharibu, kuvunja maduka za watu, ndio sasa ibaki isemekane, so unaona huyu mzee kazi yake ni kileta maandamano, ni watu wapigane, ni kuvunja mali za watu na kuipora mali za watu. So mimi kitu nitasema kama ile juzi tuliona ya Kibira, maandamano imeisha saa 12:30, lakini watu wamekuja saa 1:30 mpaka saa 5, wamekuja wamechoma kanisa, wamechoma msikiti. Wale si waandamanaji, wale watu hata si watu wa hiyo Kibera, si wakaazi wa hiyo Kibera, kwa sababu wale watu wa Kibera walifanya maandamano na hawakuenda kuchoma kanisa, hawakuenda kuchoma msikiti. Ikakuaje ikafika saa 1:30 ndio sasa wakageuka waende wachome ile msikiti na waende wachome kanisa. So hiyo inadhihirisha kwamba hii Kenya kiongozi anaweza fanya chochote Kenya anaweza, as long as ako na pesa na as long as ako upande wenye anajua huku hii side niko sawa, sitasumbuliwa na mtu yote.
Shadi, sijui kama huko Shadi Ranks, nilikuwa nimekuona ukapotea tena.
Niko.
Haya, washa kamera nikuone vizuri. Sasa kaka, maoni yako ni yapi? Tuna discuss jinsi tuliona matukio jana na tuliona ya kuwa kiongozi wa Azimio anadai kwamba, ama si madai, tuliona akionyesha gari lake vile lilimiminiwa risasi, na kweli ni kana kwamba kuna mtu anataka kumwangamiza. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Kwanza ningependa kuwasalimu hamjambo. Pili, inabidi kuna msemo huo ilikuwa imetokea inasema Kenya kuna upungufu wa wajinga. Hiyo ni kitu yenye kila mtu inabidi ujue. Kuna vitu yenye mimi ikifanyika na kubali ya kwamba hii ni ukweli, na kuna kitu ikifanyika unachuona hii ni uongo. Hiyo tuseme kwa ukweli, wakataka waue Raila, vile huwa anasimama kwa kari na serikali iko na silaha yote, iko na security. Wakataka waue Raila ni kitu ngumu yenye lazima waende wachape risasi tu kama mjinga kwa kari. Hiyo sio kitu yenye unaweza jaribu. So hapo hiyo tu ni kitu yenye wao peke yao walipanga. Hiyo anataka, unajua Raila anataka tu kucreate tension. Ndio inji sasa ikuwe na hiyo tension. Hiyo that is the real thing. Tusikuwe tunadanganyana ati nini ilifanyika ati nini. Anajaribu tu, na sijui mbona hao watu wake wa Azimio wanapenda tu, hata kama Raila anasema kitu yenye mtu unaona ni wrong, anataka tu kushangilia. Unajua kuna hata kama una msupport mtu, kuna vitu yenye akisema inabidi useme hii ni wrong, hii ni ukweli. Si kila kitu tu yenye anasema mnafuata. Twende maandamano unafuata bila hata kuelewa kwa nini. Mimi najua tu kama itu itafika siku yenye Ruto na Raila wataongea, sisi wengine wenye tuko huku chini tutasaulika, tutabaki tu hapa. Hata sisi wenye tunaongea hapa hakuna mahali kitu utasaidiwa. So ingawa una support mtu, usisupport tu na ile roho yako yote. Support kidogo, ukijua hapa ni ile tu unataka maybe bei ya unga ishuke nini, lakini si kwamba unaiweka roho mpaka unajiumiza unaenda unarusha mawe unaumiza. Unajua ukirusha mawe unaumiza mtu na ujui mtu mwenye utamuumiza ni nani, hata kama ni askari. Unajua shida moja yetu, tunaona askari asifu ni mtu tofauti, ni mtu wa serikali. Haujui huyo askari tena ako na watoto, yani binadamu. Na unajua shida moja sasa kwa kazi ya askari, kuna order na inabidi ufollow yenye umeambiwa. Wakisema askari mfanye hivi na uwezi kataa. So hiyo ni kitu moja yenye inakuanga kwa askari, hata kama wewe ni una support nani ama nani, unafuata chenye kinafanyika. So hiyo ya Raila kusema atikari yake ilichapa marisasi, hiyo tu ni uongo. Anataka kukreate tension atikayo ya kwamba anataka wawe, kwa sababu hakuna mtu hii Kenya atakupali Raila awawe, hata kama ni mtu mwenye anasupport wapi ama wapi. No day hakuna mtu atafurahia. Hiyo ni kitu yenye
wewe Shadi, wacha tu nikukate, lakini nikuulize swali. Kulingana na wewe, maoni yako ni kwamba ni attention anatafuta. So utatafuta aje attention na maisha yako bro?
Acha sasa na maisha yake, acha na hakuumizwa. Hawa tu walishuka kwa kari wakajichapa hizo marisasi kidogo ndio ionekane kuna marisasi. That is just like ni kitu tu wali-orchestrate, wali-plan. Na hiyo kitu inakuanga hii Kenya. It is not something new. Kila mahali una plan ndio ionekane iko hivi. Lakini kwa kweli sio hivyo.
So kulingana na wewe ilikuwa stage managed.
Hiyo tu ni stage managing. Hakuna kitu ati nini. Na hiyo kitu hata kila mtu anajua na inaonekana. Unataka useme ni ngumu huyo mtu Raila awawe. Kama kweli wanataka waue ni ngumu waende tu achape risasi na anaenda. So hiyo ya kusema that is stage managing, na chenye natakana tu ijulikane. Kuna vitu yenye kifanyika huwa anasema hii ni ukweli, hii ni uongo, na mimi naweza tambua kutofautisha. Unaona vile vitu inaenda.
Wacha nisikie jamaa wa Azimio kidogo tu kabla uende point next, sababu kuna jamaa hapa na sijui kama anakubaliana na wewe. Etale, Shadi anasema inaweza kuwa ilikuwa stage managed, ya kuwa anatafuta attention ndio maana ali-create ili probably ahurumio or something. Wewe unaona vipi? Shadi anaongea ukweli kweli?
Huyu Shadi yuko Kenya. Huyu Shadi pole kusema hivyo, lakini Shadi yuko Kenya kwa sababu yeye akisema nikuulize mimi naweza chukua hii nguo nimevaa. Nichukue hii nguo nimevaa niko kwa watu na nirarue niseme ni intentional ati na create what gari ilipigwa mpaka vioo zote zikamwagika. Anataka kuniambia ni watu wa Raila ndio walipiga hiyo gari? Haya, anataka kuniambia ile gari ya media yenye tuliona askari aki point ndani live bullet ni watu wa Azimio? Let us be honest here. Kuna vitu zinafanyika hii Kenya, inafaa saa zingine tuzikemea. Naona lazima tuzikashifu, kwa sababu tusipozikashifu saa hii itafanyika. Na ule mzee ako na intelligence yake, Raila ako na intelligence, na ukisikia intelligence hata president pia anakuwa na intelligence, deputy pia anakuwa na intelligence. Na wakati intelligence yako inakuja kukuambia kwamba kuna pangwa hivi na hivi na hivi, usipochukua hiyo kitu caution, then wewe mwenyewe unajitakia maisha yako. Ukikumbuka kifo ya Daktari Robert Ouko hakupanda juu ya gari ndio akauliwa, akassassinatiwa. Tumekuwa tukishuhudia ule MP wa ilikuwa wapi wa
Etale.
Yes.
Etale. Kama nimemuelewa Shadi vizuri, Shadi anasema kulingana na yeye haoni kana kwamba ni vigumu sana kumfikia Raila. Yaani kulingana na jinsi venye yeye upanda gari juu, na amesema vizuri serikali ya Kenya iko na taasisi ambazo na watu wanaitwa snipers if wanataka kweli kumwangamiza. Kulingana na Shadi anadai ya kuwa kama kweli hiyo ndio nia, hawezi kuona kama ni kazi ngumu. So Shadi yeye haoni kama ni polisi ama kama ni kweli ilikuwa ni assassination plan. Shadi anaona kama ilikuwa stage managed.
Okay, mimi siyesema ni stage managed kwa sababu venye amesema ni kweli, nakubaliana na yeye. Serikali iko na all of means. Ikitaka kuua Raila inaweza muua, unaona. Lakini kumbuka kwamba ule mtu mwenye anatumwa kuua Raila si yako kwa serikali, labda ni sniper, labda whatever, but kumbuka ako kwa serikali. Na wakati anatumwa na ule mwenye hako hapo pia anajua fulani ametumwa aende auwe nani? Raila. So hii kitu si ati kuwa Raila ni ngumu, lakini unaangalia interest ya Kenyans. Hii kitu wakati una plan kufanya hivyo, sawa, wamepanga kumuua, alafu mtu mwingine atoke amuue, itasemekana ni serikali. Blame itakuwa serikali imeua nani? Raila. So nakubaliana na yeye, serikali ina nguvu ya kuua, lakini hata huyo Ruto mwenyewe haezi ua huyo mzee, unaona. Na ni vizuri wakati maisha yako iko in danger, lazima u raise alarm, kwa sababu usipo raise alarm pia itasemekana mbona hukusema, mbona hukusema maisha yako iko in danger, ujue wewe ulinyamaza, sasa venye ilikuwa imekuwa. So mimi naweza sema hivi, hii Kenya chochote kinaweza fanyika, hakuna kitu yenye haiwezi fanyika hii Kenya. Na ukisikia mtu akisema ati wana plan kuniua, sio kitu ya kuchukulia hivyo rahisi, sio kitu ya kuchukulia hivyo rahisi, kwa sababu kama ingekuwa ni kitu ya kuchukulia hivyo rahisi, hizi vifo zenye tumekuwa tukishuhudia za wabunge hatungekuwa tunaziona.
Okay. Kabla sijarudi kwako Itale na Shadi. Kenya Revolutionary. Sijui kama uko sawa, umepotea. Wacha nirudi kwako Itale kidogo tu kabla nirudi kwa Shadi. Ni maoni ya Shadi ya kuwa baada ya kustage manage. Sema let's imagine Shadi is correct. Itamfaisha nini Raila kustage manage kitu kama hiyo? Itakuwa kwa manufaa gani? Itasaidia ku attract more people to speak the issue, ama what will be the benefit of stage managing such an issue?
Okay, kama ni stage managing ya Raila which is mimi sikubaliani nayo. Kama ni hivyo inaweza kuwa hivyo stage managed, anatafuta ile sympathy ya mwananchi. Unaona? Wacha sasa nisiongee kama mwanaazimio, wacha sasa niongee kama Mkenya. Hata mimi sasa acha niseme si mwanaazimio, lakini wakati nitasikia hiyo sauti ya Raila akisema wamejaribu kuniua, nitakuwa na ile roho. Unaona? Ile roho, mbona wanataka kuua huyu mzee? Kwa nini? Kwa hivyo kuna venye wanajua, ndio maana wanataka kumuua. So hiyo ni ile njia ya mobilize wafuasi wakuje kwa wingi, wakuwe nyuma yake, kwa sababu atawaambia sasa, mmeona wanataka kufanya nini? Kuniua. So wafuasi wataendelea kuwa, hata ule mwenye wako anamsupport atamsupport, atasema hapana, wacha tukufe sasa na nani? Na mzee.
Okay. Shadi, nilikukata ukiendelea, hebu endelea kabla sijaita mwingine aongee kwa hiyo mada. Washa mic yako Shadi.
Sawa, nasema nimependa vile huyu jamaa mwenye anaitwa Esale ameongea. Sasa ni nzuri tuongee hivyo, ile free, si ile yenye unaongea na roho ya mtu yenye hata mimi nakubaliana na hivyo, au wewe jua. Unajua siku yenye nilijifunza watu stage manage ni siku yenye huyu anaitwa Dennis Tumbi. Kuna siku ilisemekana aliumizwa, lakini wanasema tena huyo ali stage manage. Hakuna siku yenye Dennis Tumbi alikuswa. Alikuwa anataka tu aweke ile security yake ikuwe high, kwa sababu kulikuwa, unajua sasa zingine kuna plan. So kabla hiyo kitu ifanyike, una stage manage kwanza, ndio hiyo sasa alert, watu wakuwe alert. So hiyo ni point yangu ya kwanza kuhusiana na maandamano. Alafu kuhusu maandamano tena, nimesikia mtu hapa anasema ati ni askari ndio huwa wanaanza, lakini mimi sikubaliana hiyo, kwa sababu kazi ya askari ni kuchunga security, na kuna mahali penye imesemekana usipite hapa. Mbona mtu anakuja na anataka apite hapo? Sasa unataka sasa askari afanye kitu gani kama si kujaribu kukurudisha? Na unajua ni ngumu sasa. Hata this time round askari wamejaribu, kwa sababu unaona hata watumii, ingawa kuna inafika extent wanatumia live bullet, ni ile wanajaribu, kwa unaona mpaka kuna askari ameuawa mahali. Kitu yenye huwa si rahisi ifanyike zamani. Hata huwa anasema hao askari wetu ni kama siku hizi ile training wanapitia ni kama iko chini kidogo. Juu zamani huwa naona askari walikuwa askari mtu mwenye ametrain, hata ukishika mtu hakuna kutembea na mtu ati unaona siku hizi wanashika mtu wanatembea na yeye. Zamani ulikuwa unashikwa mnaenda mbio mpaka kwa kare, lakini sasa hii wamerudi chini, wanafanya wana try their best. Na sijui kama kuna law inalinda askari, kwa sababu naona siku hizi wanalinda sana sisi wa Kenya kushinda hata vile askari peke yake analindwa. Hata askari akiuawa hakuna ile kitu inafanyika sana, na ujue askari ni mtu wa familia fulani, ni papa, ni mtoto wa mtu fulani, hata ni mandugu zetu. Lakini saa hii tu hutaki askari, unaongea vibaya, na unaongea vibaya na unajua uko na askari mmoja huko. So kazi ya askari ni kuchunga security. Kuna mahali penye wakisema usipite hapa, usipite hapo. Hii maandamano, kama unaenda maandamano, mimi niliona maandamano ya South Africa, walikuwa wanaenda tu wakiclap mkono. Na uliza mbona utembee ukibeba taya na unasema watu unaenda maandamano safe? Hiyo taya ni nini? Hizo silaha zote zenye mnaenda nayo, kama hii yenye walitumia kuua askari huko, hii catapult, mbona uende na hiyo? Kama ni safe, najua hakuna askari ataumiza mtu kama hamna silaha. Hata itaonekana kila mahali ya kwamba mbona askari wanaumiza hawa watu na wana silaha. Niliona mpaka Kipra kuna wenye waliweza kuongea, waliweka mkono juu na wakaambia askari sisi hatuna chambo, na askari hawakuwaumiza. So askari wao inabidi wachunge mali yenye ni kazi yao, na inabidi tena wachunge maisha yao. So mkikuja na silaha inabidi hata wao watumie force, na mimi ikiwezekana ningependa askari waongeze force, kwa sababu inakuwa haikai vizuri uone askari akifukuzwa na watu. Hiyo kitu huwa naona ni kama tu, mbona mshinde na watu mpaka mnaanza kukimbia? Mbona askari unauawa na uko na kitu yenye inakusaidia ujichunge? So watumie silaha vizuri, wasiumize watu, lakini kama kuna mahali imefika si nzuri ati askari anakimbia na wewe ndio inabidi uchunge mtu. Na kama kuna mtu anauawa hapo na watu, nani atasaidia hao watu kama si wewe, na uko na silaha na unakimbia? So askari wanabidi wa improve, na inabidi tena watafute tena kitu ya kulinda askari. Kuna hiyo ulinzi wa askari imeenda chini sana mpaka wanaumizwa. Hiyo ni kitu yenye niliona. Alafu chenye naomba tu, mimi na support maandamano, kwa sababu sisi wote tunanunua unga, tunanunua kila kitu kwa bei ya juu, lakini ikuwe ya amani. Maandamano ikuwe ya amani, utembee tu na matawi ama tu na mikono peke yake. Hata askari watakaa tu kando, hakuna kitu watafanywa. So kitu yenye serikali inaokopa na ni kitu yenye Azimio wanataka wafanye, wanataka waingie CBD, waende waanzishe furuku huko, na hapo sasa itabidi sasa security wakuje by force na watu watauawa, alafu the international countries wataanza kuona, waanze kuingilia serikali. Lakini kama ingekuwa peaceful, sidhani kama wangekatazwa hata waende CBD. Na wakienda CBD itaharibu biashara nyingi, na vile unaona wanaiba vitu. Unaona vile inafanyika hata huko Kisumu. Wanaingia duka ya mtu wanaiba vitu, which is wrong. Alafu kitu ya pili, na kuna maswali yenye niliwahi uliza hapa na sikuwahi jibiwa. Bei ya hizi vitu vyote ziliongezeka mwaka uliopita before election. Na Raila alikuwa kwa serikali, hakuwahi ongea. Ingawa watu wanasema hata Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali, nani hajui chenye ilifanyika kwa serikali? Nani hajui ya kwamba Ruto aliwekwa kando na Raila akaingizwa ndani? Raila ndiye kila mtu anajua Raila alikuwa na force. Mbona hakufanya maandamano? Hiyo ni swali yenye ningependa kuulizia. Alafu ya pili, hii serikali yenye this new regime yenye imeingia sasa hivi, it is too early ati mtu anafanya maandamano because ya bei ya juu. Na washaelezea vizuri ya kwamba kwa muda watakao wanapunguza, tuwapatie nafasi. So within 6 months unataka utoe mtu, hata kama ni nani, 6 months ni kitu yenye imetosha changes ifanyike. Mbona sasa unaona ni kama hata hii kitu walikuwa washapanga zamani ya kwamba tuwaachie, alafu wakiwa ndani tuwasumbue, washindwe, tuharibu economy kila mtu. So, na naona watu wengi wameingia hapo, wameona ya kwamba economy imeharibika, ni kama sasa hii serikali kweli imeshindwa, lakini ni kwa sababu ya vitu yenye wanafanya. vile wanawasukuma ndio inafanya sasa ikae as if economy imekuwa mbaya. So ni
Okay.
kwa hiyo nitaongeza mengine baadaye.
Ni sawa, kaa tu hapo jina maswali mengi sana, lakini acha
Sawa.
nikuche kwako. Kenya Rebel, hi, how are you sir?
Namna gani? Sema Jex.
Poa sana,
Na,
karibu kwa show.
asante. Nataka uweke link ukimaliza, lakini nikimaliza.
Aha.
Haya. Mimi nataka kuambia leo, sijui kama uliangalia interview Spice Hot Spice FM huko nani Duale akiongea. Mulisikia? Duale alisema kama yeye ni aha,
nitaiweka hapa tu saa hizi.
Okay, the important part alisema ati yeye kama CS cabinet minister, cabinet secretary of defense, yeye ukaa kwa ninio intelligence briefing, na anaweza kusema kwamba familia ya Kenyatta iko na inahusiana na hii maandamano, it's like wana finance. Basically that's what he was saying. Sasa mimi nasema hivi, na nimetengeneza nilisema kwa video yangu hivi, hii vita, hii maandamano ni vita ya Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta. Hao wawili watu hawapendani. Hawapendani. Vile Ruto vile walishikana wakaenda Hague, mambo ikaisha, wakakubaliana, walikubaliana waseme waache tuende Hague kwa sababu hapa mambo ni mabaya. Wakasikizana na Kibaki akawasaidia wakapata ushindi. Sasa last term ya Uhuru Uhuru aliona mimi sitakimbia tena, sawa, acha nimuonyeshe mimi ndio mwenyewe. Akaanza kumuonyesha Ruto madharau. Si mnakumbuka vile walikuwa na sumbua hata akaweka nani, akapatia nani mamlaka kumshinda. Huyo mjamaa huyo anaitwa nani kutoka Kisii. Anyway. Na pia kwa upande wa Ruto pia alikuwa anaonyesha Kenyatta madharau. Maana unakumbuka vile Ruto alikuwa anasema huko kwa lugha yake, anasema huyu jamaa mlevi ningemchapa kofi. Unaona? It is a sign that they don't respect each other. So akasumbua nani naye akanyenyekea. Ruto akapata ushindi, akaanza kusema ati Kenyatta, hii wewe uko na mali mingi, mwanze kulipa ushuru bwana. Ile ushuru hamjalipa tangu 19 sijui ngapi, mlipe. Wakaanza kulalamika. Vile walianza hivyo, hapo ndio mambo ya maandamano ikaanza. Sasa Raila naye akaanza ati bei nini. Haya. Sasa unasikia Duale anasema ati ninio. Basically what I'm saying, my point, na nitamalizia, sitaki nikae sana. What I'm saying is this. Hii ni proxy war between these two. Nani Uhuru anaambia Ruto hivi, ukikujia shamba yangu na mali ya familia yangu the Kenyatas, ukianza hii mambo ya sijui tax na sijui mambo mengine, I will destabilize your government and I will use Raila Odinga na protesters to do this. Because the whole point ya hii maandamano ni wafanye serikali siwezi kufanya kazi yao. Unaona? Na Ruto naye anamwambia ukizidi na hii maandamano I will come for you, na wale watu wanakusaidia. So ndio mnaona hizi vurugo, lakini Raila anatumio kwa hizi vurugo. Unakumbuka Miguna alisema ati hii handshake ilifanyika, akasema nini? Ati nani alilipwa na the Uhurus. Huyu Kenyatta Raila alilipwa. Na kama ingekuwa uongo, Raila angepeleka Miguna kwa kotini na msuu, kwa sababu kusema ati nililipwa, mimi nikisema ati je kama nilipwa 50 million, Jeka akisema ati nilipwa 50 million, I can take him to court kama ni urongo, but he never took him to court. So hii vita ni vita between Ruto na Uhuru, but anatumia Raila kufanya hii kazi, na pia Amerikani wanamsaidia pia kusaidia nini. Ndio maana unaona that's the only reason why Raila anaendelea na hii maandamano. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Jeka, tafadhali weke hiyo link, watu wa subscribe. Niko na channel, hata nitakuwa na Miguna, nitaleta Miguna 2 weeks from now, nitaleta Miguna kwa channel yangu na interview. Weka hiyo maneno. Shukran.
Nitaweka tu saizi. You can follow Kenya Revolutionary kwa channel yake ambayo ninaweka link hapo chini. Utamfuata, anasema atakuwa live na Miguna na maybe tutaona jinsi tutacheza kama sisi hapa Mtembei TV. Lakini before we do that, Ashley, what do you say about what we are discussing?
I actually support Shady when he says that the attempt to assassinate Raila was planned, but it was managed to prevent a possible plan to assassinate him. So that's what I will say, because it's just like when his plane was sprayed with bullets. We never saw someone's plane. We just saw the plane after having been sprayed with bullets. So that's supposed to provide a safeguard for him, because the government, if they have any secret plans to assassinate him, then they will not attempt, because he has already said that, and he has shown his car being sprayed. Because if the government sends someone to spray, they would be the most foolish government, because it will be obvious that it's them, and you know what would happen if he was killed. So there is no way, even though they may be foolish, there is no way they can do that. They will kill, if they were to kill him, they will kill him in a way that it will be not obvious. And since he knows that, that's why he's saying that and doing this, because he knows people will believe him. Now, I will say that the government is setting itself up. When they came into power, they came as the Ruto and Gachagua both claim to be Christians, but their actions do not show a Christ-like lifestyle, because they don't live like now. Why was Eric Omondi arrested by the police when he didn't have anything? He was just with his mokokoteni, and he was heading to State House. They just came. They didn't tell him not to go, or there was no, he didn't cross a certain boundary. They just came from nowhere, took him and threw him in the car. It's like he doesn't have a right to walk on the streets. So when we see them glaring abuse of power like that, they set themselves for people to believe when Raila's car is sprayed with bullets, that they can actually do that. When they send people to Uhuru's farm, then they're also setting themselves up, because that was government. That's how government is strong. That's why we are saying, if he wanted to kill Raila, he would be dead. They don't even have to try. They would succeed at the first attempt. If they wanted that place where the River Road, his business, if they wanted that thing down, it would have been down that day, because they can tell everybody to leave and go, and they blow it. So they don't want to do that. So that's something, but even the government, Ruto's government, is setting themselves up, and they are disappointing us. They say there will be a law and order government. They say they will not weaponize their forces, and they are doing it. So I'm disappointed with them. And I also heard Ruto talk about bringing GMO. I don't know why Ruto is refusing to listen to the people. If the people say they do not want GMO, you said hakuna wajinga waliisha Kenya. Sasa wewe tumekuweka hapo president to govern us, to protect us. So if we tell you we don't want GMO na sisi si watoto, wezi tuletea by force. You come back to the table, you explain to us why you want to bring it, and then we tell you we don't want it, and then we sit with you and discuss what else we can do to grow food. Si kutuletea by force. A GMO food that you cannot eat in your own house. It is unfair. And also, he's not listening to people on the high cost of living. I know someone said the government is so young. This young government said they were left with Akina Uhuru stole money. Now, let me go back to Uhuru. If Uhuru is financing the demonstration, what's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with him financing. It's his money. He can do it with it what he wants to do with it. Now, my question is, if the aim of these demonstrations is to cripple the government, and we are saying the demonstrations are protected by constitution, I think to catch Raila at his game, Ruto should agree to talk to him on camera. Let them talk before people. Let him say what his grievances are, and let Ruto tell him which ones he can and which ones he cannot do. One of them, the server, is a hot air. It's like a wild goose chase, because Ruto doesn't keep the server. What Ruto can do, Uhuru could have done. So if he wants Ruto to open the server, you can ask, why didn't he ask Uhuru? Uhuru could have opened it. So you are asking him an impossibility. So you're causing trouble you're just saying that to cause trouble. For that reason, if that is the reason for the demonstration, then that demonstration is frivolous, and I don't think the government should agree to safeguard as people walk just so that they can cripple the economy. So he needs to call him so he can exactly know, or whoever he wants to send. Like he said he wants to send people. I think Ruto should be open to meeting those people so that they can hear what their complaints are. And then if it's the high cost of living, Ruto can explain how he's been able to hire 50 CASs, this money for his cars, and all these sub-spouses office, that Mudavadi office, which is not constitutional, and all these other things that they are doing, and not be able to reduce the cost of living. If they are telling us to tighten our stomachs, can we at least see them attempting to do that? They are billionaires themselves. Why can't they go for 6 months without salary, without any perks? Why can't they talk to Uhuru? Uhuru is very rich. Why should his home be protected with taxpayers' money? Why can't he pay the government to protect him? Like he has a right, but as a patriot, he can offer. Why should Ruto himself also say, for the next 6 months, I will pay them instead of the taxpayer paying? That's money we can release to put into the economy. They have money they can never finish. Trillions is a lot of money. If Bill Gates is giving out his money, what is making these African greedy leaders of ours not be able to part even with 1% of their money? My last request to Uhuru, I don't know whether he listens, but if he does, or someone can tell him, he needs to leave those people who went with the goats and follow the people who told them to go, because there is no ordinary citizen who is sitting in their house and can just walk to Uhuru. Somebody made them pawns. So I don't think they should arrest that small person who took a goat. That was long overdue. They took them. Those are not the real people. They should be following that small person. They need to follow whoever told the security guards to leave, his security to leave. All those people who refused to answer when they were called, those are the people who needs to be held answerable. The people who came to get the goats, I think he should just let them go and tell them, next time if you're told to come to my farm to steal, if you do it, I'm giving you a warning. This time, next time you'll be arrested. But this time they should just let them go and enjoy those goats. I mean, that is nothing to him, but it should not be done next time. And people, please, let us not allow our leaders to use us. That is my closing statement.
I'll be coming to you with serious questions, but allow me to go to Italy. Italy, you left, and I had this one question. Around 20 minutes from now, actually 20 minutes from now here in Kenya, gharama ya stima itaenda juu. Kulingana na wewe, what does it mean to you as mwananchi?
Yes.
Especially now that we are saying, Shadi said that to a pay time, but the more we give them time, the more things are not headed probably in the right way. But in the next 19 minutes, gharama ya stima itaongezeka. Je, what do you make of such? Mike yako iko sawa, endelea.
Kwanza mimi nitaambia Shadi, kuna mahali Shadi alisema ati uchumi vitu zilipanda before election. Nakumbuka wakati Ruto aliingia kwa uongozi kwa 149. Wakati aliingia ikashoot ikapanda na 20 bob 179. So akianza kusema Raila alikuwa kwa serikali, first thing wacha ni mcorrect, Raila alifanya handshake, na handshake yenye Raila alifanya hakupewa ofisi ya kusema sasa anamiliki kiti.
Huyu amepotea. Can I have Melchizedek? Oh, Sam. Yes, Sam.
You know, the things that people need to be very realistic, because For someone to say that Raila hakupewa ofisi and we could see the influence yenye alikuwa naye mpaka he was walking with the GK cars, Raila could call any minister. He never needed to make any appointment. Raila could make some declaration. Hata alikuwa anafika mahali anasema kesho bei ya vitu itashuka, and we saw that one. So we don't need a rocket science to know the influence that Raila had in in Uhuru's government and all the things that they were doing with the Handshake brothers. So he had that influence. Let us not deny from that. Kama kuna vitu yenye hangeweza kufanya, we can know that, but there's some influence he had in that. That one will not take it away. Thank you.
We Simon, kabla nikuje kwa Melchizedek, unakubaliana na Sami ya kuwa Raila alikuwa na influence hata kama hakuwa na cheo katika serikali, lakini alikuwa na usemi, na hata kuna wakati rais mstaafu nikimnukuu alisema yeye ndio mshauri wake wa karibu. Je, unaona kana kwamba angetumia ushauri wake kumshauri rais wapunguze gharama ya maisha wakati huo, ama ilipanda na Ruto? Simon, itabidi endelea.
Nakwambia, unajua hiyo gharama vile ilitokelezea ilitokelezea wakati yenye handshake ilikuja, wazee watu wakaanza kusema gharama ilipanda. Nasikia sasa vile gharama ilipanda, walisema handshake ndio ilifanya gharama ikapanda. Sasa ikakuja wakasema sasa tunataka kufanya nini? Gharama ishuke, tuweke asola ndio gharama ishuke. Nasikia sasa asola ikatoka kwa huyu Ruto, akatoka kwa Uhuru, akasema yeye ndiye atarudisha gharama chini. Sasa chini vile alisema atarudisha gharama chini tu, akapewa serikali. Serikali si sahi ako nao kwa mkono. Kwa nini sasa tena serikali ako nao kwa mkono na gharama ndio ipande zaidi kuliko tena vile alisema wakati hakuwa na serikali ndio gharama ilikuwa inafaa ishuke?
Lakini alisema hakukuta pesa jamaa.
Nani?
Gachagua alisema hakukuwa na pesa.
Pesa yenye yeye alikuwa Gachagua yeye alikuwa anasema hakuwa na pesa. Kwa nini yeye alikuwa anasema hakuna pesa, na yeye aliingia tu kwa ofisi hata jamaliza hata wiki mbili anaanza kusema hakuna pesa? Na hakuna siku mimi tangu nizaliwe serikali yoyote akiingia anasema hakuna pesa. Yeye kwani kuna kitu alikuwa anataka kukulia hizo pesa, ama kuna kitu alikuwa anataka kwa hiyo pesa? Ndio akuja ingia akisema pesa hakuna. Haya, pesa sawa, hatujakataa pesa kwa, si ndio? Sasa hivi wamenunua gari ya 8 million watu 3. So wamejibagua, wao ndio wananchi na wao ndio wa Kenya. Sisi si wa Kenya. Na walisema mzuri sana unge itabaki 70. Mafuta itarudi chini ikuwe sijui tunanunua 100. Na alisema kuweka Biblia chini, watu wa nini? Naitwa aje? Hao wenye wana nini? Yani hao wenye wana hiyo naitwa aje?
Cartels.
Cartels zote atawatoa. Sasa sisi tunashangaa tena, cartels aliwatoa ndio wakapangisha mafuta, ama cartels aliwatoa ndio mafuta ikapanda?
Alisema hivi kidogo tu, na si ati naongea kwa niaba ya serikali. Alisema ya kuwa ilipanda sababu alitoa subsidy, na alisema ni vigumu kusubsidize consumption. Yeye aliamua kusubsidize production. Sijui kama ninaeleweka nisema hivyo.
Alisema, lakini sasa shida ni moja, mtu akisema kitu sijakataa, hatujakata, lakini yeye sasa kila siku anatuambia sisi kama wananchi tumpe siku mwezi, alisema 100 days. 100 days wananchi wakangojea, tukaona hakuna kitu inaendelea. Sasa yeye akasema bati kiangazi ni mingi, atuongoje mvua hata tuoni ikinyesha. Sasa tukuulize swali moja, mvua ikikosa kunyesha hii miaka 5 tutazidi tu kwa hivi? Na hao wananunua magari ya 800 million watu 3. Hao watu wamejibagua ama hao watu wanapenda Wakenya? Hao watu mimi naona hao watu wanafaa waandamaniwe mpaka siku nyotoka kwa hizo maofisi zao wenye wanakalia. Kwa sababu kuna mtu anaweza toka kwa nyumba, mwananchi anaumia huku, na yeye anatoka kwa nyumba aenda kunywa chai kwa ofisi, na anatoka kwa ofisi na mshahara yake inaingia na wananchi, alafu wakindamana anakuja kusema 2 bilioni imepotea. Yeye anakuanga aje Gachagua, huyo anakuanga kila siku yeye mambo ya pesa na anakuanga nao kwa akili kuliko hata wananchi wenye walimchagua. Na anasema si angesema hata wananchi sawa, yeye mlindamana, sasa mlipata nini? Sasa yeye anasemanga tu pesa imepotea. Juzi ameenda Mombasa, alisema watu wa Mombasa walikujana, watu wa Mombasa alifanya kazi, sijui watu wa Nairobi walifanya. Yeye alikuwa wapi watu wakifanya kazi? Si yeye pia kwange kwa hiyo ofisi yake hapo mahali hapo town. Wakati juzi alienda hapo saa 11, wakati Uhuru alienda nje, akaenda hapo saa 11. Si Tiagas ndio limtoa hapa akatoka mbio. Jana wakizuia baba huko pipeline jana. Wakimzuia huko pipeline, wanataka kuwa Raila. Sasa wanataka kuwa Raila. Raila amekosea nini? Raila anatetea wananchi, wanataka kuwa. Hao wawili wenye wako kwa serikali, hao wenyewe hakuna kitu wanafanya. Kazi yao tu, mwingine akikuja anasema yake. Mwingine akikuja anasema hii. Sasa sisi tutafuata kina nani? Hao watu wa serikali hawa kama wawezi fanya kazi, wawache serikali wananchi wa deal nayo. Kila mtu akitoka kwa nyumba yake anajua kuna serikali, aenda atafute unga yake arudi kwa nyumba. Hivyo tu, kwa sababu sasa hata serikali yenye wako wote sahi hata nani tangu nani maandamano yanze, huyu anaitwa nani, huyu governor wa Nairobi hajaongea au kila kitu anaongea. Hao kazi yao ni kubishana. Sasa sisi wananchi wanataka tufanye nini? Kama Ruto anatusikiza, yeye afanye vile aliambiwa na Raila. Afungue sava, arudishe unga chini, stima ndio hiyo unasema almost 15 minutes tena stima pande juu. Sasa hizi vitu haya, hii nini bank tulikuwa ukitoa pesa kwa bank kurudisha kwa M-Pesa ilikuwa bure. Sasa hii inakatwa. Hii nini ukiandikwa na kwa kampuni hii NHIF sasa inakatwa 2,000. Sasa hii kazi sisi tutakufa ama sisi tufufuke? Kama ni mbaya wachi kuwe mbaya, waandamani kuwe mpaka siku yenye itakuwa. Kwa sababu sasa hatuwezi fanya. Wacha hata watu wawili walisemanga kitambo wabaki, wacha wabaki. Kwa sababu hakuna haja. Kama mimi ni kijana mdogo na sina kazi na nateseka hivi na mama yangu anateseka aje, ama shosho mwenye hata hawezi tembea, hata hawezi tafuta. Yes, anateseka kuniliko. Kama mimi siwezi lilisha mamangu, lilishe familia yangu. Hata familia yangu saa hii inanishinda kulisha saa hii. Saa hii mali niko hata wajui nimekula nini. Hao kazi yao ni kutoa malori kwenda kurura roadblock. Jana wakati Raila alitoka hapa akienda hapo Maradaima, ilikuwa tu sawa. Maandamano ikaingia Maradaima, ikaingia pipeline. Ilikuwa tu sawa. Wakati walienda polisi wakaenda kublock huko Kware huko chini huko wakitaka kutokea huko Embakasi huko kienda na huko Jakaranda. Wakati walitupa tear gas ndio maneno inaanza kukua. Kwa nini kwa moja tupa tear gas maneno isikue? Maandamano ni ya peaceful, lakini sasa kama polisi pia wanatakanga kucheza na wanaraia, wacha tucheze mpaka siku nyenda. Unajua watu ni kuzaliwa siku moja na kufa siku moja. Wacha wabaki wawili.
Yeah. Simon. Yes. Si polisi tu wanapenda kucheza na raia, hata Raila mwenyewe anapenda kucheza na raia because ukisema Ruto afungue sava, kama president anaweza fungua sava, kwa nini Uhuru akufungua hiyo sava? Second, kwa nini Raila when alikuwa in handshake government, kwa nini huko Capitol Hill alikuwa nakutana na wakubwa, na sasa akitaka maandamano, kwa nini haendi Runda, kwa nini haendi Muthaiga, kwa nini haendi Karen, anakuja Eastlands? Ni mara ngapi umeona watu wa Eastlands wakienda Capitol Hill? Hata yeye anacheza na wananchi. What we need to refuse as the people ni kuchezewa. Alafu akipewa kile anataka anawasahau mpaka the next time anawaneed mumpiganie. Alafu mkimpigania anarudi Capitol Hill anaanza kuentertain wakubwa, ni mumwangaliange kwa TV. That is what I don't like about him. His hypocrisy is to the highest level. And the second thing, before washike watu wale waliba hizo goats, tutaitikia washikwe, but they will come in order. We need the COVID billionaires arrested first, and they return the money, and then because the goat is the last one to happen, itakuja, lakini it should come after COVID billionaires wameshikwa. Hao watu wakubwa wanatuchezea sisi raia, tunapigana bure. Wakiiba pesa na wanaiba pesa nyingi, Hakuna mtu analeta hiyo issue kuwe issue, alafu goats za Uhuru zikiibia, which was nothing to him, inakuwa story. Sasa mnataka kwenda kuchukua mtu, na maybe hiyo goat ndio the first time ameonja hii nyama in 1 year. Kwa hivyo achiliwe akule hiyo goat vile waliachilia billionaires wakule hizo COVID money.
That's right. Melchizedek, naona unainua mkono kidogo tu sasa. Mmoja nisikie Melchizedek ana yapi. Melchizedek, umeinua mkono, endelea. Melchizedek huyu amefreeze. Sami, nakusikia unadai.
No, it's right vile Ashley anasema, because if really Baba was anataka kuongoza maandamano, si hao washuke kwa hizo magari yao pia watembee kama wananchi. Why do you expose other people wanasafa na tear gas na nyinyi mmejifungia kwa gari? Kama you really care for them, why do they walk on the street like other people? I think this maandamano is for these guys to get their own political mileage. They're just using that. Mbona wakati ya COVID billionaires Baba hakutembea kwa street na hiyo pesa ilikuwa ni ya Wakenya? In fact at a critical point where people were dying of COVID.
Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea kuhusu
ngoja kwanza nimalize. Mbona wakati walibomolea watu manyumba those days,
nilikuwa nataka kuongea kuhusu nilikuwa nataka Hello?
Makila nakupa nafasi, ngoja tu kidogo, acha Sama maliza alafu nikupe nafasi.
Nasema mbona watu wakati walikuwa nabomolewa, Baba siku hiyo hakutembea kwa streets na hakuongea. Haya, hizi bei ya hizi vitu zilikuwa juu. Baba alikuwa na Uhuru friend wake. Mbona hakuwahi sema kitu yote kuhusu hii mambo? So we see like hii mambo ya demonstration, it is not all about, they're just using, ni kama politician opportunities, they just see a bridge for them to gain their political mileage, wanatumia because of how to gain the political mileage. I would say this, when the issue of tax ilianza kuguza hao watu wakubwa, now they are there because they want to protect their business, and the only thing they can do ni kuzunguka kwa hii mitaa ya watu wenye hawajiwezi kwa peleka, and they're just using them, they're just using them, wanakufa. Hata unaangalia wengine, hata in fact after maandamano you realize even some of them they don't have even fare kurudi nyumbani. I don't know what they eat, but them wanasema wewe wananchi power, they're dying. I mean, like, if you really care for these people, you cannot do those things. I believe if God will give Kenya a leader mwenye atakuwa anasaidia watu kwa roho yake, lakini si atakuwa anajifungia kwa gari kubwa, alafu watu wana expose watu kwa tear gas, atembee pia na akule tear gas kama anaona yeye ni ana fight real.
Okay. Simon, umesikia Ashley na umemsikia Sami, sijui utajitetea vipi? Unmute. Endelea.
Sami, wewe unasema unataka au watu wakubwa washuke kwa magari. Wakati unaenda kupiga kura unatembea chini ama unapewanga gari ya kwenda kupiga nao kura?
Sijakuelewa.
Ukisema watu
sijaelewa swali lako.
Anasemaje? Sami anasema au watu kama kina Raila jana vile walikuwa wanapigwa watu wanapigwa matia gasoko kwa magari. Unaelewa? Sasa wakati huyu sasa sisi hawa kina Ruto, kina Gachagua hawa, kuna siku tumaienda hata kufika kwao tuwaambie kama si hata hii live TV, kama hii si live hii, kuna siku tutawafikia tuwaongelesha, tuwaambie hata sisi tunaumia huko chini, na wako huko kwa ofisi, na inasemekana walichaguliwa na wakapelekwa na wananchi, hata wao wenyewe wanasema. Kuna siku utafika hata kwa hiyo ofisi. Kwa nini wanaziba State House? Na State House inafaa wananchi ndio waingie huko, wakienda huko wakitembea.
You don't understand how we need to get a leader here. Our member of parliament is your representative. So Ruto you should not be going to Ruto. You should be going to your MCA. You should be going to the member of parliament. He is your representative and your senator and your governor before you get to Ruto. That's the answer.
Na sasa governor sijui nini hizo ma MCA kama hao ndio wanaogopa Ruto. Sasa Ruto nani ataongelesha Ruto? Raila akikufa hata saa hii tuseme Raila akikufa saa hii Raila akikufa saa hii hata kuna maandamano itafanyika na vitu zitafanyika vile natakikana, hata katiba itachenjiwa.
So the problem is us. We are electing people who are going there wanakula pesa zetu.
Mnalect watu, mnasema kesho mtapiga kura, ikifika kesho mnapiga kura. Sumukae kwa nyumba nyi wote wajipigie kura wenyewe, watembee na magari zao. Wakienda kupiga kura na watoto zao.
Unajua Jex, kuna kitu moja Simon haelewi ya kwamba in Kenya we've got government offices which are being protected, and in any other setup of life, society, there is always an order. So you can't say that ati hao wananchi kwa nini wanazuia wasiende. There is always a representation of the people, and that one comes from the leaders. And if you want something, si kuna wakati hata baba alikuwa anasema kwamba they will select a panel of people wenye watapeleka hiyo petition kwa State House. We have not seen that. Only what we can see ni wale watu wanaenda kwa barabara wanapiga hizo makelele. I mean, like, that's not the right. Even if hata baba angekuwa president, he would not like to have an opposition leader mwenye ana behave kama Raila. Of all those years, you will not have that one. People dialogue, talk. What is the point of people dying on the street because someone wants to get a mileage? What is the point of people going on the street and not using the right channels? Is it going to help us? It is just creating chaotic every day.
Sammy, they may ask you, how do you expect Raila to behave when the deputy president says there is no talk? In any case, in fact, the statement was, if there will be any talk, they'll be talking of how he retires. How do you communicate to a government that does not or is not willing to discuss? So Raila chose to go to the people, chose to use maybe the means that he knows the government will listen to him, because he has someone in the name of the deputy president who has insisted time without number that the president will not and cannot talk to Raila Odinga.
But then what he should have done, he should have sent the representatives of the people that are in parliament and tell them what to go and tell the president. I'm sure if Akina Sifuma asked for a meeting with an appointment with Ruto, they would get one. So what we say is that
you see, the problem is as well, what Raila said yesterday, he has been poaching leaders from Azimio. So how will he send leaders to Ruto? Yet again, he's poaching them and they're shifting allegiance once they march to State House. Yes, Kenya Rebel.
Jake, number one, these people are saying they should sit down and talk. Talk to Raila as who? Raila lost the election. When we were voting, the voters, Kenyan people, you gave Ruto the mandate to take care of all these issues we are facing. So if Raila loses the election, he becomes a regular Raia, okay? He's a common person. So why should they sit down and talk? Talk as who? Kama ni economy, anataka kuongea about economy. We have Devin D, who has been appointed by the person who we voted for to take care of the election. Now, those people talking about servers, Ruto has no power lawfully. He has no power to open the servers. The servers belongs to Smartmatic, the company. Na hiyo kampuni ilisema hivi, we will not open the server because you'll be violating our intellectual property rights. So hata kama Ruto akienda akaseme Smartmatic, fungueni. Smartmatic ikikataa, there's nothing he can do legally to open the server. So for Raila to say ati Ruto open the server, Ruto has no power. Kama wanataka kwenda waende wakaulize Smartmatic, and Smartmatic already walisha release ninio that statement that they say they will not open it. It's there. It's in the ninio. It's in my channel too. You can go watch that. So to answer your question, hii story ya sijui ulikuwa unasema namna gani? Ruto should sit with Raila. Raila has no. Gachagua is right. The only thing they can discuss ni vile na retire. Now Raila is a regular. Now, one more thing, one last thing. Raila also say that if the people can either choose the representatives to represent them, okay, or they can exercise their power directly. Now, if they choose to use their power directly, the people that means our MPs, the people who they've represented, should relinquish their powers. Our MP, they're no longer representing us because the people now they were going to represent themselves. So our MP were azimio ambao wanasema ati we are exercising our power directly. They should resign and stop receiving payments as MPs and let the people exercise their power directly. Now join maandamano now relinquish their power as our representatives. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
But Kenya Kwanza, respectfully, sir, Raila has all the rights in this sense. One, Ruto, in his own words, claimed that I need a vibrant opposition. Number two,
yes,
it is in his place to keep the government in tow. Number three, he has the ability to ask those pertinent questions. Maybe I might not disagree or agree with how he's doing it, but the question is this: if for instance, it is not Raila, someone else will still raise the concerns he's raising. So my question to you would be, these two people got almost equal votes. The difference between them is only 200,000. So the two, in a way, they control some certain numbers. And if either side feel aggrieved, the two should have a way of talking to one another. But if you have a deputy president who says this cannot and will not happen, don't you think it is creating a barrier in uniting the nation, knowing very well that the president is a symbol of national unity?
That's a good question. Raila has the right to raise up the questions. The question is, the reason why Gachagua and act the way he's acting is because of how Raila is going about addressing this issue. For example, Mayor Unga, is the resolution to bringing down the Mayor Unga Mandamano, is that helping bringing down the cost of living? No, it's not. So what what essentially Gachagua and the Ruto government is saying is this: stop the mandamano. If you want us to talk about these issues, you are the opposition because you lost. Help galvanize the opposition. Bring these issues by the right channels under the legal framework, which will be the legislative body, which comprises of the senators, now my representatives, okay? And you bring the issue of Unga so we can make laws to help bring this stuff down. Waki complain that they're not doing anything. Bring these things. I even say this. Raila, he can galvanize his opposition where they can talk about the way Ruto government is spending money in Vibaya, and even bring a motion of no confidence on him. They can impeach him if they find him guilty of doing things that we did not vote for him to do. So there's ways you can take out Ruto, but Mandamano is simply bringing chaos and making the situation worse. So how can you talk with somebody who wants to go to the streets and even destroy the country and unaddable stability? I don't know if I answered your question, but yes, you're right. He has all the right to ask the question. Just do it within the legal framework where we can talk and resolve the issue.
Okay. I want to bring in Melchizedek. I don't know if you can hear me and if you're back, because ulikuwa umepotea the other. You are okay now? Okay, good. Now, there's a lot that has been happening. And Kenya Rebel says that Raila has options, right? He can use the members of parliament to pass or rather bring to the house the issues that he feels are aggrieving him. But Raila feels as well the president is stubborn, and in any case, if anyone goes to him, somehow they end up siding with the president and fails to perform the role they are supposed to be performing, that is to be the oversight. So according to you, what do you think Raila really should do? Because eventually this mandamano as well will need to have a solution to it, because we cannot undermine for life. What do you think, sir?
Okay, first of all, I want to thank and say hi to everyone. I don't have much to say because when people are talking in the forum, there are those who are against and there are those who are supporting. That's the first thing that we should all people understand. In the government, we also government and the opposition.
Correct.
And this opposition and the people to push the government to do what is necessary, which we know from the beginning. That one is the constitution. When we are talking about the government and the opposition, these are the people that we are the people who elected them. We line and elect them, we vote for them. So when things are not going right, we as wananchi, we have to ask a question. Why are they not doing what we select them to do? Because they're in everywhere, we need a leader. Even in the house, we have the father and the mother. These are the people that lead the house. So when I'm coming back to what people are saying here, sometimes we can talk, and the way we are talking, we are the people suffering. 100%. You can talk, you can do anything, but we're the people suffering because once you support the devil, you are the one who is going to suffer. When you go to a place where people are going, you have to ask yourself, are you going because people are going, or you are going because you want something? I used to say that I'm not ready to support government, neither to support opposition. I used to say I'm a one-man squad. One-man squad means I'm the one to make my own decision because life is has reached a point whereby even those who are in a position to help, they cannot help you. I'm working out of Africa, in Kenya. I'm working out of Africa. But what I'm seeing where I am is different with Africa where we are coming from. It's starting from our leaders. Because what they are doing is against of what they are saying. Because if someone who is a leader can stand and say that tutakumaliza, you know the power of word. If you are here, you know the power of word. Anything you say in front of people, that one can make you to die or to be alive. If I'm wrong, someone can correct me. When we are talking about the Raila and Ruto and call them, those who are in government, these are the people that we elected so that can assist wananchi wale ambao wako chini, sio wale ambao wako juu. Mtu alisema maneno ya Runda na Islam. Kuna kitu ambayo wamujui. Wale ambao wanaishi Runda ama wanaishi hizo estates, wale ambao tayari wameshatengeneza pesa zao. Raila hawezi toka hapa aende amwambie mtu mwenye ako na pesa yake atikuja tuende maandamano. Hawezi enda kwa sababu yeye tayari ametengeneza pesa yake, anakula vizuri, ananunua hiyo unga yenye nyinyi mnalea ni bei juu. Raila anajaribu kutetea wananchi wale ambao wako chini ili at least wapate kidogo, sio wale ambao tayari washafanya nini, washapata. Kuna wale ambao wanasema kwamba government is going in a right place, we give them time. We are going with their words when they start the government. Walisema give us 100 days, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Watu walipeana 100 days, that one is 3 months and some month, 2 months, one month like that. Hakuna kitu ilienda vile, kila kitu ilienda juu, which means everything that these people are saying, they are lying to us. They don't want to fulfill what the wananchi wa chini wanataka. Hii maandamano ukiangalia vizuri 100% ilianzwa na bunge la wananchi, sio Raila aliletwa kama hii kitu ilikuwa inaendelea, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunasikia hiyo uzito. I'm in a group of bunge la wananchi. I understand what they are saying there, even if I'm not contributing, but I understand what they are saying. So I'm talking about something that I know. I'm not talking about something that I just cooked from somewhere and I bring. These are the youths that need job. These are the youths that they need food. These are the youths that are they're in need of shelter and everything. Tunaelewana? So by the time Raila aliletwa ndani, kwa sababu Raila in opposition na wale ambayo tulichagua na ODM inaitwa Azimio. The majority ni Azimio. Sindio? Ama sindio, hata ukiwa hapa unajua vizuri majority ni Azimio. So wale ambayo waliona kwamba hatuwezi enda kwa minority, we want to go to majority so that we can raise our point, our problem, so that we can get help. But we people, we are here talking about wale ambaye Raila mwenyewe yeye ndiye alileta kila kitu ambayo tunaenjoy sasa. Hata sasa atungekuwa na kitu inaitwa devolution sasa, atungekuwa hapa tunaongea. Hiyo ni right ambayo kila mtu anajua, mwenye anapinga ama mtu mwenye apingi unajua vizuri, unless you are not living in Kenya. If you are in Kenya and you understand who brought all this freedom that we are talking about is Raila plus other people. When we are talking about Gachagua and Ruto, these are our people. I'm not against them, but we need to say the ukweli. Tuseme ukweli. These people, they are not ready to help, or they are not ready to listen to wananchi, because wale vitu ambazo wanasema wakienda kwa mkutano, they are talking about Raila, but they have not sat down and say, wow, Raila mwenye tunaongea juu yake, huyu ni jamaa mwenye akona kila kitu. Why can't we tushughulikie wananchi ambao walituchagua tukue leaders? Maneno ya sava, I'm going bit by bit, so nisichukue muda sana. Tukiongea maneno ya sava, ukweli iko ndani ya sava. Wale ambayo wanapinga maneno ya sava, unless you don't understand the meaning of sava, then you can talk here, you say that ati sava ifunguliwe. 2017 maandamano ilikuwa Ken Uhuru na Raila walikuwa na handshake. Ile wakati Raila hakusema fungua sava, ama alisema? Hakusema. Alisema alinyang'anywa. Si ndio? Na sahi amesema fungua sava. There is two different things here. Ile wakati alisema alinyang'anywa, kuongea maneno ya sava. This time around anaongea maneno ya sava kwa sababu washajua ya kwamba hii sava kuna mambo ndani ambaye hata wale ambayo wamesimamia hiyo maneno ya sava wanajua ukweli yenye iko ndani. Kama nyinyi mko hapa mnajua vizuri, President Ruto is the legitimate president. He has got the power to command so that server can be opened, if I'm not wrong. And if he cannot command that server to be open, then there is something that is hidden there that even us, we youth and other people, we don't understand. So we are fighting for nothing. If we cannot understand what is inside the server, then we don't need to talk here, yelling, talking something that, oh, we want to assassinate, oh, we want this one. We want Kenya to be Kenya. Here we are working there. If I can go to any office right now and no one can stop me. In Kenya, try to go. Wewe uko hapo. Hebu jaribu kuenda kwa ofisi yoyote Kenya, kwamba unaenda kusema mtu amenipiga. Wewe ndio utapigwa ya kwanza. That one is a government we have in Kenya. Or not even in Kenya, as Africa as a whole. So everything that people are saying here, mutembee nje, wale ambao wako nje can give the testimony of how the government of the countries are doing things. I mean, Middle East, we find that even nikiwa mgonjwa na kampuni imekataa kunipea dawa, I've got right to go to labor, the labor will give me everything that I want. Ukienda Kenya, jaribu kusema kampuni ilininyima hata siku ya kuenda nini, utafukuzwa na utapigwa. Sasa wale ambao wanaongea, ongeeni mkijua ya kwamba we are in a bad situation in Kenya whereby we cannot go out of poverty when we do not change our mind. We will continue being there.
Okay. Melchizedek, I would want to engage you kidogo, and I would want to ask you a question. And I would start from 2017. One of the reasons why the elections was nullified is because Maraga felt that it couldn't be proved in terms of he felt it had illegalities, and he felt that the servers were not opened, or the IBC then were not willing to disclose some of the information. Now, my question would be, then we didn't see Raila Odinga protest and ask Uhuru to open the servers. In any case, what he did, he refused to participate in the repeat election. One of the reasons he cited was that Chebukati cannot run an election that would be credible. But the same Chebukati comes along and runs the elections in 2022. This time around, Raila didn't boycott. Actually, he was on the ballot. He had a running mate. Now, I don't know if the challenges then were addressed. Number two, he didn't seem to ask Uhuru what he's asking of Ruto now, to open the servers and issuing mass protest in regards to the same. So, do you find him to be a man of doublespeak? When it doesn't suit him, he acts outside from what we know of him, because maybe Ruto is not playing as Uhuru played.
Okay, when we remember very well, when this thing has happened, we had Mandamano in 2017. It reached a point where Uhuru mwenyewe alisema kwamba I don't want to lose a lot of life again. We have to sit down, then we talk. But according to Ruto, what Ruto is saying is not ready to sit down and talk with Raila.
But what's the need of sitting down and talking about the problem? Why didn't they sit down and talk?
Sorry?
Problem down.
Can you come again?
Ashley, your mic has an echo.
No. I just paused because I wanted him to answer. What's the need of sitting down and talking everything? So every time they'll be sitting down and talk. When they sat down and talked with Uhuru, why did they not then fix that problem so that in the 2022 it would not have been their second? You are saying that Ruto can open the server. So if there was that problem of the server, when they were in good terms with Uhuru before Uhuru handed over power to Ruto, why did he not, him and Uhuru, open that server? If Ruto has those rights, those are the same rights Uhuru had before he transferred power to Ruto. So why is he requiring of Ruto what he would have easily got from Uhuru? Number three, everybody says, okay, if Raila doesn't think that there is something in the server, there is the court. Okay, they finished in the Supreme Court, they can go to the South African court, they can subpoena the server. And you're saying that those people, someone said about those people, the owner of the server said that server cannot be opened. I fought Uhuru and Raila again in the Handshake government, allowing Chebukati to go outside in a country that we do not have a treaty, a country that is at war, and do a contract with them. Raila should have kept his eyes very keen on what Chebukati was doing first. He should have had Chebukati taken out. Like Jake said, what changed? If he refused to go back into the election in 2017 with Chebukati, why did he agree to go with the same Chebukati in 2020?
Okay. So
Actually,
which
the answer
question?
to
Which
that,
question are you asking? Because you are asking three questions at a time. At the same time, you are saying
I
something that
think I think
we
I
already
think
discussed.
I think it's not good we focus election 2017. Let us focus for 2022. We cannot go back
Dorcas,
because
the problem is the
Ruto
same.
was in that government.
The problem is the
Jubilee
same.
government. Ruto was in that government, and we know very well the election was not free, fair, and credible election. We know
Let
that.
me answer.
And
Let
they
me
went
answer
to
that
the court,
question.
and they went to the court, and the result so that it did. Let us forget. I forget about 27. Now we are 2022. We want Sabah to be open. Raila was win that election, and we want the Sabah to be open. That's what we want. Nothing else, because we can be happy ourselves. Some people even they kill themselves because of this election. Some people they went to the grave. This is something very serious. This is not something small. The way people they take it small. This is
Excuse me,
something
Rhoda.
very very serious. Watu walijua wenyewe kwa sababu ya election. Watu
Can
wakaenda
I
kwa
say
grave because of
something?
election. We need to we need to open our eyes as a Kenyans, and we stop this tribalism.
Rhoda.
We save our country.
Kidogo tu sasa
Okay,
Roda.
okay. I'm the one
Go
who
ahead.
I was the one who was asked a question. So everyone should keep quiet and listen to me because we are going on each and every one. So can you please keep and listen to me because I'm the one who
Continue.
was asked the question. When
Continue.
we are talking, Jack said that first 2017 was nullified and it was said that there is irregularity, which you understand. And this one was people alienda tena wakapiga kura. This time hakukuenda tukapiga kura tena, which means walikuwa wamesemwa ameshinda. Raila akasema ya kwamba haikushinda. Vitu ambazo zikaletwa vizuri mpaka kila mtu aliona kwamba these are the things that were brought as the evidence. So according to 2017, we are talking about the past. Now we are talking about the future, which we have to realize that everything that is taking place right now, we have the problem. We, the people here, we are the problem because we don't want to say the truth. Each and every person has come here, they have to say that, oh, Raila, no, we cannot do this. We have to say the truth. The truth is we are going bad in Kenya, and what is the solution? That's what we are supposed to say. We are not supposed to come here and say, oh, Raila, oh, Ruto, oh, Nini. We have to say the reality. The reality is what is the solution so that we can come to Kenya the way Kenya was before. Not we are talking about police ilifanywa, sijui Ruto ilifanywa nini. Those are the nonsense that we are talking about here. And if someone is arguing about the life of Kenya, then you have to sit down and think where you are coming from and what do you gain when you are doing this all vitu zenye tunapigana. We here to set the solution and come up with a solution which will help us. Not here to argue, not here to say 2017, 2019, tunangoja 2027. No, this is the time. And we are the people that are suffering. So if you are supporting the devil, you are supporting the devil because you know that there is something that you are hiding somewhere. Let us not support the devil. Let us say the truth that this is what is happening and this is what we are supposed to do so that we can come up with a good solution to help Kenyan because our generation is coming. So I don't have anything to say about the election rigging, whatever. What is the solution that we should have?
Okay. I'm coming back to you, Melchizedek, in just a short while. Allow me to have Messi, then I'll have Shadi ask the question. But Messi, go ahead.
I think I like. Good evening, everyone. Good morning,
Good evening.
wherever you are from. I think I like what this gentleman is advocating. If we focus on what is the solution vis-a-vis what happened or what is going on, I think it would be better than discussing individuals, like he rightfully said, that these individuals have everything in their life. All they want is power and protection of their property and their status in their society. So you and me and Rhoda, me and Jax, and the rest of us here are foot soldiers of people who have what is called social capital that you and me can never break into it. So I want to agree first of all with that. But again, allow me also to think that if we have to discuss about election and the future election or electoral system, we must know that this election or electoral system is anchored on a legal framework. So that legal framework requires honesty from our honesty and commitment from our lawmakers, who are the members of parliament, senators, county assemblies, women rep, and even lawyers who have the fiduciary duties to tell us the truth as citizens of the country. So we have seen that they have failed us, and that is where I feel that there is lack of honesty when it comes to matters of democracy and progress in our country. But let me say something about the server. You said something about the server, and people are blaming, more often they blame Supreme Court. We have to remember one thing. When you go to Supreme Court, you don't go there on a fishing expedition. You go there, meaning you don't go to tell them, can you please tell us where the problem is? You go there with some prayers. In law, they call it prayers. In a legal, in a layman language, it's called a request. You ask the Supreme Court to answer some questions for you. Then they will set up the questions and say, the first respondent or the first petitioner aliuliza hili swali. And then they look for out of, they set two questions, two tests. Moja inaitwa a balance of probabilities na ingine inaitwa beyond reasonable doubt. So wanaangalia what is the let me start with beyond reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt ni kwamba uko na Jex, tulikupata ukiiba na ndio hii evidence tumekushika na uwezi ukaepuka. Ndio hii picha, ndio hii video, ndio hii mkono yako ilikuwa ndani ya sukari, kikombe ya sukari. Kwa hivyo uwezi kataa ati huyu si wewe. Hiyo inaitwa beyond reasonable doubt. On a balance of probabilities inamaanisha kwamba kulingana na ushahidi iko hapa ambayo umetupatia, kuna uwezekano kwamba, kuna uwezekano na zaidi ya uwezekano kwamba ilifanyika, lakini sio ati ilifanyika. Kuna uwezekano kwamba ilifanyika. Sasa tukiongea maneno ya server, I think server ni kitu moja imetukanganya sana, na Jax umeuliza vizuri sana, na ndio maana tunasema viongozi wetu lazima wakuwe waaminifu na wakusema ukweli, kutuambia ukweli sisi kama wananchi. Maneno ya server, if you look at the election electoral election act ya 2016, wakati Raila alileta pingamizi kwa uchaguzi wa hapo mwanzo, koti kuna mabadiliko ilifanyika na IBC. IBC kaeka mikakati kwamba uchaguzi utashindwa at the polling station, utatangazwa na utashindwa, utatangazwa na utakuwa declared at the polling station. How? The returning officers kuanzia kwa polling station watajaza form fulani, na ikatoa safeguard kwamba kila party iko na haki ya kuweka agent. Kama imeweka agent, wewe agent wa party utahakikisha kwamba yale matokeo ambayo yamejazwa kwa form ni ya kweli na unaweka kidole. Wakishamaliza, alafu wanapiga picha, inatumwa, alafu inaingia kwa portal, na hiyo portal iko hosted hosted or housed by the server. Na hiyo ni ya kwanza, lakini kama ikitumwa, kwa hivyo mbona nini basi wale watu wa ambao wanapinga mbona hawajaleta makaratasi yale, the hard copies, waseme kwa mfano this is Nairobi constituency kwa karatasi, the hard copies election ambayo imefanywa kwa hard copies, election ambayo ilitangazwa, kura ilitangazwa ni 75,000, okay, 1 million votes, alafu ile yenye inaonyesha kwa poto ni 500,000. Kwa sababu now you should compare the two, kwa sababu tunasema server, whereas tuko na mahali the original source ambapo hii nini the source the material electoral materials ilitoka. So if we compare the two, tutasema kwamba this information iko at the constituency level is not the same as the one that is uploaded at the server. Then we can say, now open the server so that we can say, we can see where the manipulation is. So we are not comparing the two. We are dragging wananchi, tunawaambia kwamba fungua server. Hii maneno ya kuambiana tufungue server ni ya kutupiganisha. Wacha turudi kwa ile nini, ile manual register, manual ballot boxes, tutoe tuhesabu 1, 2, 3. Tukipata ina tofauti na ile iko kwa server, then tutasema kwamba kuna manipulation. So for me, what I would say, I would support this guy going forward. Kwanza ikuwe ni jukumu la kila mmoja wetu kulinda nchi yetu, kuhakikisha kwamba tusipigane, tusiuane, tusiharibu mali. Hata kama wewe ni wa Azimio, hata kama wewe ni wa UDA,
Mise, umepotea.
Viongozi waacha kutupiganisha. Wacha nisimamia hapo, mambo ni mengi, masaa ndio machache. Lakini mimi nafurahia mjadala ambao uko hapa, sio wa kupigana, ni wa kuelezana, kwa sababu wanasema 9-10, sisi tutabaki kuwa mandugu na tutabaki kadri ya kiwango cha chini ambacho sio kiwango cha juu. Asante sana.
Asante sana Mise. Shadi Ranks, na kuona unainua mkono.
Sawa. First of all, I am very much happy with most of us here. They are keeping very accurate arguments. There is a question that was being asked to Melchizedek and probably with Rhoda about maybe why did Raila, why did Uhuru, whom was supporting Raila, did not open the servers and he had those powers? And I noticed both of them were not able to answer because they felt because they were arguing that Ruto now has got powers, he has got that ability of opening the server, but now Uhuru, why didn't Uhuru didn't attempt that one and he was in power? But let me not discuss about that one. I have got very many issues that I have been following up here. First of all, there is an issue. Let me start with GMO and the CAS. I want to explain something about GMO. GMO, if it is really to come to Kenya, it is not about it is not about that we are being forced to consume GMO. It is about that it is optional. For example, I noticed that in USA, it is up to you to choose. If you go to the supermarket, there is a way you can identify this is GMO, this is the normal food. So GMO is not, it is supposed to be optional, and it will really help because it is better if someone does not have enough money, you will have to go to the option that you can do with it. And then about CSS, it is wrong for the government to have around 50 CSS at this juncture where we are having economic crisis. But how we can explain that one is, in Kenya, for you to win an election, you need supporters, you need people to finance you, and at the end, how are you going to award them? And that is how this current government tried to award the CSS. That's the reason why we had more than 50 CSS. And then now the point where now I am very much against the government, which I cannot explain personally, is now about the electricity bill. I am against the electricity bill going high. What I really want to also to request the government is to create enough jobs. We have got a very huge shortage of jobs, and I could really request the government to give us to try to create jobs for our fellow youth, so that it will be very much easy for us to run the government. And then there is also an issue of police. I am very much aware during the previous elections, the police and the media were with the past government, the previous government. The police was supporting, the police were being used, the police vehicles were being used, all those things. But now, why did these people now from Masimio didn't complain at that time when the police were being used to support the government, and now it is being used to support the current government? So you don't have an option now of trying to use the police in two ways. You want to support the other government, but not in this government. A government, we should accept that we have a president. And I really want to request all the people from the Asimio that they should all respect the constitution. From Ruto's win, it was 100% sure that he was able to win. It was being proved by election that he won. He was being also proved by the court that he won election, which is constitutional. There is no shortcut. I don't find anywhere why Raila should start having this mandamano saying that election was not free, it was not fair, and yet everyone knows that election was free and fair. In fact, it was the most peaceful election we have ever had in Kenya. I don't see a point where we can now come and say this election was not free and fair, and yet. And then lastly, about we have about how election was done. All that it was being announced at the polling station, the original one was being used to announce the president. So there is no point that you will come and say you need the servers to be opened. That one is just like you are trying to create attention. And then I remember in 2017, I want to talk about Raila. Someone said that Raila have brought us very many things. For example, the new constitution, the devolution one. I just want to say this one. Raila like stealing ideas, but because he has got followers, he steals someone's idea and then he pushes. The person who tried to bring this change in constitution first of all was Kibaki, and then Raila fell. Raila just needs to get to be taken as if to win the interest of people. So anytime he sees someone doing something good, he wants to be part of it. In 2005, Kibaki wanted to bring the new constitution, but Raila was against it during the ODM. Okay, and then later he came to the government and he stole Kibaki's idea, and then now he made it to be successful because maybe he has got very many followers. Also on the issue of Jacaranda, someone has stated clearly here that this issue of Mandamano started in Jacaranda, and that's also where Raila stole people's idea. He went to Jacaranda.
Not Jacaranda,
Yeah.
Bunge la Wananchi.
I am very much sorry that I am very much sorry for that one. It was Bunge la Wananchi, okay? So he went there also and he stole people's idea, and because he has got a mass, he started now pushing. So Raila has got nothing to say he came about. It is about just pushing someone's idea. And then lastly now, about these dynasties, I am always against the dynasties, and I wish Ruto was going to punish all these dynasties with taxes, everything, and also to return everything that they have stolen since independence. But I see Ruto also fears those people because he came from the hands of them. He came from the hands of Moi, he came from the hands of the Kenyatta family, and also he came from the hands of Raila Odinga. So my prayer is, I wish one day as Kenya, we have a leader whom have not come along from the hands of these people, whom you will be able to balance. There is a msemo yenye huwa wanasema kuna hadithi inahusiana na shamba la wanyama, lakini ukichunguza kweli kama mwananchi yenye unachunguza, hii Kenya ni kama tuko kwa shamba la wanyama. Sisi ni wanyama tunachungwa, kuna sasa watu wa kuchua na wanatuchunga. Ndio ombi yangu ni kwamba siku moja tupate a leader. I was expecting itatoka from Ruto vile huwa alikuwa anakaa, lakini naona siku hizi ameanza kuokopa. Tungekuwa na a leader mwenye akikuta hivi hakuna kuhurumia mtu. Kama umewahi makosa ufungwe ndani. Sio hata mbona wao wanasema hawawezi arrest Raila. Mbona isemekana ati Raila is not arrestable? Na kama amefanya makosa, why not? Hata kama ni president ama nani, hata kama ni huyo president mwenye ameenda ameretire, huyo akusuppose kama alifanya makosa, he should be arrested. Kitu yenye naona Ruto anaogopa. Angearrest siku yenye Ruto anaenda retire, kama kuna makosa amefanya hata yeye ashikwe aende jela kama vile alifanywa wa South Africa. Kama umefanya makosa ingia ndani, hakuna kusema ati nani ati huyu mtu ni mkubwa. So it is like in Kenya we are like sisi ni wanyama, kuna wenye wanatukona, so inabidi tu tunyamaze. Ombi yangu tu ni one day we have a very good leader mwenye atakuja kusema enough is enough for real, and then it all balances and we all become the same. So thank you for nayo kwa sasa, asante.
I have a question to Shadi.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you 3 questions that I would like you to answer me because we're talking. I understand where you are heading to. You know, the intelligent people say that you have to listen for someone what, then analyze what they say or what she say. You said about the GMO, which means is not optional, right? For example, mamangu hakuenda shule na ana watoto wake ambao anaweza wasaidia ili ajue ya kwamba this is not GMO and this is the real food. Hata anaweza kujua aje, kwa sababu wewe umesema ya kwamba italetwa but itakuwa optional, si ndio? How sure are you that those who are, mtu akiwa na njaa na ameingia kwa supermarket for example, na kishaingia kwa for example, wacha nikue kama yangu, nimeingia tu kwa example, nilikuwa na njaa nikaingia huko, na hii kitu ni kitu ambayo imetengenezwa the same thing, au haitaandikwa GMO, si ndio? Kama itaandikwa GMO,
naona itaandikwa, inabidi waonyeshe kitu inaonyesha hii ni GMO, hii ni
tell you we will do like the government will do that. No, they will write it as normal thing so that people can buy it, because we need, my friend, what you are saying, it's somehow like you are confusing so many people. You cannot write something GMO then people understand this is GMO. No one will go there. So about that one, I think you are wrong by saying that. We have to find a solution of that, because you have to understand when you want to frame something, you need to understand it, that this is what I'm saying. There are those who doesn't understand it well. For example, even me, if I come to Kenya right now and you tell me this is GMO, what is this? I will say, oh, let me test this one, because maybe it becomes sweeter than the unga yenye nakula. Here we are eating what is called samolena. That one is an example for that GMO that we are talking about. Here we call it samolena. This samolena, it's a food that is made with the different types of crops. Wamechanganya na wameleta ni kama unga sasa. When you eat that one and you eat unga ya Kenya, there is different. Ungesema ya kwamba they will give it a name but not write as a GMO. A point of correction. So that one is somehow a question, but it's also a correction that you have to understand. Another thing that you said, that we want we are longing to get someone or is a leader that will lead Kenya in a good way. We are in Africa, remember, everything can be cooked. Even hiyo hata simu yenye unatumia imetengenezwa China, but za zingine imeandikwa US. We have to be realistic and say that what will only make Kenya to be Kenya when those who are in government and those who are in opposition, we stop electing them so that we can get people that can stand firm and say the truth. Because if we continue selecting these people, we are continue doing the same mistake that we have been doing. Because ukichagua, for example, anaitwa nani? James Orengo. Mimi James Orengo, unajua nilisoma kitabu kama nilikuwa sijui class 4. Nilisikia kitu anaitwa James Orengo. Until now, we are still selecting the person. We are continue repeating the same mistake. The mistake is just a mistake until it bursts. And this is what we are seeing now. Mistake yenye tuko nayo sahi imeburst. So sisi ambayo this generation ambayo tuko nayo, we are talking about something that is hidden. No one will understand it. It's deeply hidden. Those who are in government, those who are in opposition, these are the people. Ikifika wanapigana huku wanasema jana bunduki ilipigwa Raila. Ikifika jioni wanaitana chai. Wewe huko, wewe uko kwa nyumba yako. You don't know what they are doing there. So the solution is we stop selecting those who have been in this position since we were born until now. This will help. But if we continue voting for these people, giving them that priority, wao ndio wanaweza. Even us, we can be leaders. Usidharau mtu mwenye ako hapa panel. Huyo anaweza kuwa the best leader. But if you mimi na support Raila, sasa Raila ndio wangu. That's the wrong thing that we are doing. Mimi na support Ruto, Ruto ndio wangu. Na huyu mwenye una support na yeye ndiye analeta hizi shida zote. Watu wangapi washakufa juu ya maandamano? Hiyo hatuwezi angalia. Ujui nani anafanya hivyo? Unasema sijui crooks. Unasema nini? But you don't know someone who is behind all this. Maybe government, maybe the opposition. But all this are happening because we are all blind. We don't see. Youth are going with current. Raila anakuja. Labda ataleta unga ama labda ataongea kitu kingine ama naenda kuona Raila. Unaona? Let us not be happy with the crowd, but we are suffering. Let us not be proud of words that someone is saying, but we are suffering. Ruto akisimama anasema ya kwamba tomorrow lazima nilete unga. Alienda Kisii akasema akaleta laptop 100. Nani aliona hizo laptops? Kama ni ukweli. Mtu anasema ukweli, anakuja kwa kamera anasema these are the laptops nimeletea shule. These are chukweni. Ndio maana media iko. Na alisema kwa mdomo, watu wameshangilia, imeenda hivyo. Haya, Raila amesimama akasema fungueni sawa, watu wanashangilia. Nani ameshaona hiyo sawa? Hata wengine wenye wanaandamana ajui hata sawa ni nini. Unaelewa? So me, I'm against everyone and I'm supporting everyone because when we are doing things, you should be someone that think about your future before you talk about someone else. Because you can be a leader. Rhoda can be a leader. Jack can be a leader. But when you stand the truth and say, okay, now nataka kukomboa inchi. I have to stop voting for these people. I want to sit down and say, this is what I want to do. But if you cannot do this, we are saying, GMO, nini. It's boring, my friend. We will talk. Miaka nenda, miaka rudi, unabaki tu Rhoda, unabaki tu Jem, unabaki tu Melkizedek, mwingine anabaki tu hivyo. Maisha inaendelea. mnakula, kesho mnaamuka asubuhi tunaenda maandamano. By the time mtamaliza hiyo maandamano, mtu amekufa. That's the painful part of it. Mtu ameuliwa, wewe una celebrate. Can you feel how that pain, kama ingekuwa babako, mamako, mtoto wako? We need to think. We need to think, my friend. We have to see this is what is this government or this opposition is bringing. So that when we start here, we sit down, then we say, oh, Jacks, leo tunaongea juu ya nini? Oh, we want to make a good leader. How can we go about it? Rhoda, we want you to stand firm and say enough is enough. By doing 1, 2, 3. By not yelling and saying, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No. Don't yell. Think. Say no. Mimi, kitu yenye na hate kwa maisha, mtu you react in something before you think. Wale ambao wana react hizi vitu ni wale ambao in their family. If you look background of Raila, if you look the background of Ruto, if you look the background of all these politicians, they are doing well. What about you here in the forum? Hata saa zingine watu wengine wajakula. Hawajui chakula. When you are thinking about this one, you should say no. How can I make myself life better? By doing something. So if we are fighting, let us fight for ourselves and our family and our country. Not we are fighting for people who already make their life. If I come and beat Rhoda because Raila alikuwa amepigwa risasi, nani amelose? Sisi wawili na familia yetu. Raila yeye amepigwa bunduki tap. Amepigwa tu gari. Yeye huwezi afford hiyo gari na tunapigana Ruto. Ruto. Hapana, serikali yeye wanajua vile wanacheza vizuri. Kwa sababu gani? Wanaweza hata tuma mtu ili Raila aseme mimi nilipigwa. Ama Raila atenge, huwezi jua. These are the games. Mtu alisema politics is a game. And this is the truth. Politics is a game. Na yesa sema Rhoda, mimi na Shadi leo tunaenda Kisumu. Tunaenda kupigana huku Kisumu. Lakini mimi siendi. Leo tunaenda kupigana wapi? Kisumu. Nimesema mobilize people, nimesema Melkizedek anakuja kupigana. Sasa zingine nimepeana pesa kidogo ya kununua hii chang'aa na nini, watu wanapigana. Then utasema, hey, Melkizedek alikuja hapa, watu walipigana. Jina yangu iko juu, but wewe wale ambao wamepigana bado wako tu hapo. So we have to think about this and make our country to be country by stopping this. This is the only solution that will make us Kenya to be Kenya. But if we continue voting for these people, wale ni wale tu, nyinyi ni nyinyi tu. So I'm very happy because when I'm seeing people are fighting for what they don't know, and they are the people suffering, then you sit somewhere, then you laugh. You say, oh, hao watu wanapigana juu ya nini? Na wajui kitu wanapigana. So we have to think about that, right? Jack, kitu yenye umeleta mimi nimependa sana. I'm not in a politics, but I like say things that make people to understand what life is. When we stand, when we sit, when we eat, we have to think about our life and our family and country as a whole, so that we can make what make us to be in this world. Because nobody understand. Tomorrow na kuona hapa, kesho sikuoni. So ukiuliwa kwa sababu ulikuwa unapigana na Raila ama ulikuwa unapigana na Ruto, si umepoteza familia ndio imebaki. Hey, Jack, hata ufanye nini Jack, sasa siku hizi Jack, sasa Jack na sasa ushaenda. So we have to think about that one. Thank you very much.
Sawa.
Nilikuwa nasikia alikuwa amesema anataka niulize maswali 3. Ameuliza 2, but I want to thank him because in most of the questions ameni support na akani correct. And for the corrections, especially about GMO, maybe waandike jina ngine ya maybe kampuni. That is one I concur. Also about these leaders, our prayer that we have a very rightful leader to watch out wenye tumesoea hapa watolewe. I concur with that one. Thank you.
Ashley, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I really liked what Melchizedek, is it Melchizedek? Yeah, I really like what you said. I almost don't have anything to add. Now, what I see people in the comments commenting about the media, and they're only covering, they're in Azimio cars. You know, the media is a free enterprise. They can choose to support Azimio, they can choose to support Kenya Kwanza, they can choose to be neutral. Though their ethics tells them to be neutral, but they can also be affiliated with a certain political group. So it is not a crime that they should now be stopped because they are supporting Azimio. So those people in the comment section, and they're really arguing all about it, it's okay if they support Azimio. So you, Kenya Kwanza, look for your own people to also support you and cover you. So I don't see, and those are the little mistakes that the Kenya Kwanza government is making. They say they will come, they'll obey the constitution. We have seen them trying to stop and silence the media. We've seen them trying to silence someone like Eric Omondi, who is going without, he's not a threat, yet he's also being silenced. And he can be handled differently. So when they do those things, they make us lose trust in them. Okay, and then someone talked about GMO. Most products have, I don't know what Kenya's law is, but in most countries in the West that use GMO, you have to put on the label that it's a GMO product. You can't just sell it without letting people know it is a GMO product. That is a crime, or it's against the food, the permission for you to sell that food. You have to say that it's a GMO food. Now, in those Western countries, most people who buy those GMO are poor people. The only good thing is they can access the hospital, which we have a problem with in Kenya. So yes, they are going to come and eat that food, and they will buy it even though they don't want it, because it will be cheap, it will be affordable. But what will come with that food is a lot of new sickness that wasn't there before, health issues. Already right now, our government, our infrastructure in medical services is not there. So when they bring the food to feed, it's like we are animals. They just want to tick that there is enough food in the country, but they're not worried about the after effects and what happens. And that's what I have a problem with Ruto about. It's like he doesn't care. As long as people eat, they'll say now there is food. Whether they get sick or not, whether they die, it's like he doesn't care. Because they won't, when they start having these health problems, then they will not be able to access medical care. And that is what GMO does. So when the citizens say they don't want GMO, we can look for other ways to have that food production. And I was thinking about Raila. They are saying they have tried everything and Ruto is not listening. We elected, Ruto can't do everything. That's why they are senators, that's why they are MCAs, that's why they are human rep, that's why we have senators and governor and deputy governor and all these CSS he's put in there. So our members of parliament, if all the Azimio members of parliament or all elected and nominated leaders from the Azimio can say, this is what we are going to do. What are they saying that they can do to lower the cost of living? We are going to take a pay cut, 50%. And we are also going to forfeit benefits and tax, those allowances. They table it in parliament as a motion to table it and say for the next 18 months or 1 year, we want to receive 50% and we don't want any benefits. We want to use that money instead for food security. And they come up with a way to do that. Let us see the Kenya Kwanza MPs and elected leaders refuse to support them. Then they go to the street. Even the Kenya Kwanza people who believe in Kenya Kwanza will also go to the street with them. But they can't combine that with this thing about the server. And someone in the comment section was saying that that server is in Venezuela and it's different from the Poro. Now come to ask yourself, when Chebukati was going to Venezuela, they didn't, I think in Kenya, the president has a power to say, no, you will not contract with the Venezuela because it is not secure right now. Because it wasn't secure then. Their elections also were marred by inconsistencies. They have sanctions against them because of that reason. So why did Chebukati go to Venezuela? So I can say he already had intentions to do what he did. I don't think the election was fair, but I hold Uhuru and Raila accountable because they should have been more watchful, but they were busy doing whatever else they were doing, that they forgot to pay attention to what was happening in the IEBC. When they shook hands in 2018, having both agreed that there was problems in the election, they should have sat down, instead of doing BBI, do something valuable to make sure the 2022 election is not going to have any problems. Now they are wasting time again. Instead of doing something valuable, they are wasting time by going to the streets to bring, like, start saying that we want the server open. Who is opening? Why are they? Who do they want to open the server? Ruto is not a custodian of the server. If it is in Venezuela, if Uhuru wasn't able to go to Venezuela to get the server, how is Ruto going to be able to go to? He's asking something impossible. And for that reason, that maandamano is just a disturbance, because you can't ask for an impossibility and say you will stay on the street until that impossibility is accomplished. You cannot have the state give you police protection for you to disrupt them so that the economy gets even worse than it already is. It can't happen. So even those Azimio, Kenya Kwanza elected MPs should actually go and pass a law that you cannot have a frivolous demonstration, because that is frivolous. Starting to say that you want the four reinstated when Babu Owino has already said they put them there to work for them. Already they were partisan. They can't be reinstated. So those are two things that are not possible. So if they are going to the streets for that, then they are disturbing Kenyans. They are purposely disrupting the economy. Those are the things that they are talking about. I wish they were going to the streets to say we need to reform the IEBC so that the way the commissioners and the chairman is selected is in a way that is inclusive, or by a different body that is non-partisan. That is something we can talk about, so that 2027 can be fixed, so that by 2027 the IEBC will be fair and transparent and non-partisan. That if that is what they were talking about now, how to fix it, then there would be no problem. Because supposing it was evident that the election was, I mean, at this point in time, how do you change the governments? Does Ruto pass over to, I mean, like how? You know, it's just so messy. It's not possible. And who is opening the server? The first thing Uhuru did together with Raila, when Chebukati went, I'm going to go back there, they should never have agreed. Now, this is something now they can pass in law, that they should never go to a country that we don't have a treaty with. Because if they had gone to America, if they had gone to UK, if they had gone to Canada, if they have gone to Germany to contract there, they can ask the government to help them, ask that company to give them the document. And when the document was signed, if the document say that they cannot release some intellectual information, they should have walked away. Because if you're asking someone to do business for you, then they cannot limit you on what you can and cannot have. That was done in the administration of Uhuru. So if Raila has any complaint, he should be complaining about the inefficiency, incompetency of Uhuru, which made it possible, if it is true, for Ruto to steal. So that's my submission for now.
Okay. In the comment section, I can see Sylvia Esike is on. I see Gitash na kuona uko ndani, Stella Daniel uko ndani, Mudheu wa Muyu na kuona, naona nani mwingine hapa, Rotich uko ndani. Aha, namuona nani ako ndani, who else is in? Minyi Shi Juma uko ndani, Kelvin Oduor na kuona, namuona nani hapa kwa comment section, Nyabondo Hills na kuona, James Kipiego na kuona, namuona Kiprotich ako ndani, Chumba uko ndani, Jesse Kamei na kuona, namuona Mwinyi Shijuma uko ndani, Nyabondo Hills uko ndani, na wengine wengi ambao mnatoa ujumbe wenyu. Even as we near to wrap up the show now, but we'll be having the show quite often. We had a challenge kidogo the last 2 days we were not on, but we will be having more shows from Tembei TV. You can count on that, good people. I also wish.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
I also wish, on behalf of Tembei, I should have started with this. I forgot, or rather, it's kind of slipped me. We wish to pass our condolences and our sad words to the many lives that were lost yesterday in the tragic accident that happened in Kayole, Naivasha, that involved a matatu and the bus ferrying students from Pwani University. We lost quite a number, and we wish to say sorry to the family. It's not easy. We may not know what you're going through, but we wish you all God's mercy upon you. May He comfort you in these trying moments. It's not easy. We may not pretend to understand, but we know it's not an easy deal. We ask that may God see you through, and may you have peace even in these hard times. Okay.
I forgot. I left a point or two. Is it okay if I complete just 1 or 2 points?
It's okay.
So someone said that the government needs to create jobs. What I wanted to let them know, the government can only create so many jobs. So what we need from the government is a good environment, like a peaceful environment, and good policies in order for those jobs to be created by private citizens. And then another thing, someone was saying we need to count, I think Misa was saying we need to do the counting of the individual physical voter ballots. But the thing is this, the Kenya Constitution has a time dispute as to when election disputes can be held. It's like, I think a month, there is a timeline. And that stature of limitation has passed. That time has passed. That constitution, as Raila keeps wanting to say, he was among them that created it. So if that time is too short, what they should be doing now is changing it so that going forward, this time to dispute and to get a judgment can be increased so that in future these things can be resolved once and for all. But as of now, constitutional wise, the time to dispute and take any action has passed. It's completely gone. So for Raila to start saying we count them, even if we counted today, there is nothing he can do, because in law, and our country is a country that should be or is supposed to be governed by the rules of law, that time is gone. So Raila, Ruto was declared after that time passed, and the Supreme Court pronounced itself that his win was valid. So there is nothing legally that the government can do, and the constitution, Ruto, I think, was there. Raila was one of the people who wrote it, and if he doesn't like it, he can change it for the next time, but it cannot be retroactive. That's the 2 points I had left.
Okay. Melchizedek?
I just want to say something there, which Madam said, it's good, but I want to talk about the media and IEBC. That's the only point I will say, then I will leave because time is now running, is almost too fast. So I just want to say media ni kitu ambaye ililetwa ili tujue vitu ambazo zinafanyika kwa nchi, kwa kila nchi in the world. So I'm not saying that media is bad or media is good, but media is going where there is something that will make it to be interested so that people can go, because this is the way of making money. So ukiona watu walikuwa 5 na Azimio watu walikuwa 100, hata wewe mwenyewe utakimbia uende usikie watu wale wa 100 wanasema nini, wale ambao walikuwa 50, kwa sababu wale wa 50 labda walikuwa wamesema maneno 2 maneno 3, but wale wa 100 watasema maneno more. So according to media, we should not blame them. We should not give them pressure about this issue that is taking place. These are the people that make us to know what is happening, whether they are supporting Azimio or whether they are supporting Kenya Kwanza. These are the people that are giving us the light, what is happening. Hata kitu ambayo imekuwa hidden wanaleta ile Wakenya wajue this is what is happening. So there we cannot blame them 100%. We should support them so that we have more details and know what is happening in Kenya. The next thing that I want to say about the IEBC, these are things that have been going on since we start election. According to me, I can suggest, even kama tulikuwa tunafanya mtihani, unapata ya kwamba walimu wengine wanatoka shule ingine wanakuja kwa shule ili wafanye nini, wafanye invigilate ili hii nini ikue. Unajua ukileta sura mgeni kwa mtu lazima ikuwe na uoga, but ukileta yule sura ambayo unaona kama ni Jax leo Jack alisimamia hii nini exam, nimezoea na Jack. Sasa Jack, hata wewe ukikuja tunasema hapa ni kaliweli, ni kitu ambayo we don't care, naelewa. So mimi ningependa kusema kama tunataka uchaguzi ambayo iko na ukweli na haki, we can avoid those who are working in Kenya. We can give another IBC to another country, which nobody will come and give you a hint what is taking place in Kenya. So these things we can put it beyond, not even in Africa, because Africa kila mtu pesa imeshinda kila mtu. So we can, hata uende Ulaya wapi, mtu akikupea pesa you can change anything. So mimi ningependa kusema hivi, the only thing that we can do about the IBC, we should stop this, because 2027 is coming. We can go, when we are approaching the election, we can go and recruit other people from other countries to come and do the counting. When their people are looking what is happening, then we can get a solution there. But if we continue doing this, Wakenya ndio watafanya nini na nini, they are the same people. We are not the tricks of giving the opposition, we know the trick of giving the government. So these people ni 50-50. So mimi ningependa kusema kama ingekuwa kitu mzuri ambao tunataka kitu ambayo iko, hata sisi tunasema kama wale ambao walitoa nje walisema Raila ndio alishinda, haya alishinda. Kama wale ambao walitoa nje walisema Ruto alishinda, ndio walishinda. But kama tuko na wale ambao bado wako kwa hiyo nini, hata 2027 ikikuja na hiyo new IBC wenye wanachukua, the same thing will happen. So there is nothing will change. So we have to think about this.
Okay. Order.
Yep. You have something question you have to ask me?
Nimemaliza loda leo, hata ya kuongea imeisha.
Umeongea. Lakini sawa tu mtu anaongea. You know, hii katiba hii freedom tunaongea ni Raila alipigania hii katiba. So we are really actually Raila is somebody we need to respect him. He's a man I've done amazing na wakati. You know, to fight a democracy is not easy. He's a man I really respect him. In fact, the way you guys are talking, you're calling Raila opposition. It's not in our constitution. So I don't know why you call Raila opposition. It's not our constitution. It's illegal. It's a Ruto who have put Raila is an opposition. He's not opposition. Not yet. It's not. If you read the constitution, it's not. Is it Ruto want to put him? Me, I'm the one who opposition because I check this government. Mimi nakuanga opposition. Government ikifanya kibaya, mimi naangalia vile wanafanya. Mimi na wa correct. Niko check. Vile wanafanya vibaya nawaambia kwa sababu mimi, by the way, unajua mimi niko diaspora. Sisi diaspora we are very angry with the Ruto. Hatufurahi na Ruto regime. We have been very sad because things, the way it's going is not going the same we want. Unaona kama demonstration, unaona vitu tu kwa tuna expect kama zinaweza fanyika, erection stuff, you know, many things. We are not happy, to be honest. People are not happy with Ruto regime. People are very, very, very angry. But what I want to say in our country, I think you know, I'm always say nobody perfect in this world. I'm a Christian, born again Christian. I'm born again and I'm a gospel. I used to preach the gospel. We are nobody perfect in this world. Only Jesus. Jesus is only one perfect. Nobody perfect. I think in our country, the way things are going, I support this demonstration a lot. A lot, because that is our right. Because people, those guys that are doing demonstration, they are the most affected. Wako na njaa. Hao kijana unawaona, they are very hungry with food. People are very hungry with the food. Watu wako na njaa kabisa. Do you know how many people they sleep without food in Kenya? Many children. They sleep without, and that's why we are angry, because all the time we get a call. Oh, we don't have money. We don't have money to pay for the rent. We don't have money for the food. People, they don't have food. People, they are struggling. People, please, talk. Can you give me? Are you talking?
No, I'm asking you what you're talking about right now. There was high cost of living. What did Raila do then? And why didn't he demonstrate? And why didn't he tell Uhuru to reduce the cost of living? Because it was still high.
So what are you asking? You want me to tell? You know, I remember Ruto, he said that when he come to the government, he will feed 300 people. He said that he'll feed 300 people. You remember? He said that. He have not feed 300 people. He said that he'll feed people when he come to the government. His manifesto, he said that he'll say nobody will sleep without food. That's what he said. And people, they have been waiting for him, especially people from Mount Kenya region, because he promised them that they'll never ever sleep without food. How many people from Mount Kenya region they sleep without food? Many. Watoto wanaenda kitanda kama wajakula. 3 million children, they have not attended school in Mount Kenya region. 3 million hawajaenda shule kwa sababu ya nini? Wazazi waweze afford. Watu wako na njaa ina. Unajua, I always tell people, when your stomach is full, everything is impossible. You can able to work, you can able to set, but when you're hungry with food, you can eat. Watu wanafanya hizo barua hizi gumu za kuchimba machima. Unaona kama watu wanadai kufanya kazi ya kuchimba machuma nini hizi machuma, na it's very high job na they don't have food. Watu wanalala njaa. People, they are very hungry. You know me, I always put the food in the central. Mimi naona watu kama mimi naenda Gachagua vile na that guy, he is so stupid. I really hate Gachagua. He's a Kikuyu like me, but that guy, as Kikuyu, we hate that guy. Uyo, I don't know. Gavisa, I really hate him. The way he talk, his arrogance. That guy, he's nanatupiganisha sisi wa Kikuyu. He have been fighting against. Let me tell you, there is a time it will come. You think Kikuyu and Kikuyu are fighting. Kikuyu from Muranga, Kikuyu from Kiabu. There's a time will come like that because this guy anatupiganisha. He really hates Kikuyu. You know, like my community, the way we've grown up together, to be together. You know, we are like a family. We used to be together. You know what? Come, I remember my grandfather used to have a 3 wives. You know, mnakulia kijiji moja, my neighbors, mnakula nyinyi wote. You know, that's the way we've grown up. But this guy, he tried to separate us and to remove our culture. Vile naongea. Sijui kabisa kama hii gari Kikuyu. I don't
Rhoda,
think so.
Madam
This
Rhoda,
one,
I want to I want to say something. Sorry to say that because sometimes I respect the leader, a leader, because a leader is someone who is led people, many people. Maandamano ni kitu ambayo kila mtu ni right yetu, hatujakataa. But there is something that is happening which is not right, that you have to concur with people, because even maandamano is not 100%, right? Because you find people are dying for their, maybe imepigwa, watu wamepigwa, vitu kama hizo. So maandamano is right, we have not refused, but the way they are doing it and the police how they are attacking is what tunasema ni vibaya, ambayo tuko hapa tuseme ya kwamba if hii kitu bado itaendelea, we will continue losing life of our beloved one. You understand? So me am a Luo, I could have support Raila 100%. Tunasemanga hivi, kama unataka kujua Mjaluo, guza Raila, na ni kitu ambayo ni ukweli. Kama ukienda Kisumu kwetu ujaribu kugusa Raila, wewe utaenda. But there are some things that pia Raila tunafaa tuangalie, yeye atatusaidia kufanya hivi, but kuna makosa ambayo inaendelea, yeye pia hafaa waende. Watu wangapi washakufa kwa hii maandamano, unaelewa? So we have to see, as much as we go on with this maandamano, people will continue dying. So what is the solution? We should say this one, maandamano tutaenda, but what is the outcome? Lazima tupate polisi amekufa ama mwananchi amekufa. For how long will this happen? And kama ni kukomboa nchi, is this the way we should komboa nchi, by killing other people? If you shed a blood, for example, wewe mtoto wako ndiye ameenda maandamano na umesikia amekufa, how do you feel? So this issue maandamano hatujakata, but the way it's happening, the government and the opposition side, ambaye ni wale ambao wanatutetea wananchi, wanafaa waangalie what is the solution so that this thing happening should stop. Because ukipoteza mtu mmoja, umepoteza kitu kubwa sana kwa familia na Kenya as a whole, because we need these lives. You don't know the person that you kill today is the president of tomorrow. You don't know the person that you kill today is the person that will lead another country. So according to us, we are diaspora, as you said, tunasikia hiyo uchungu bila maisha inaendelea Kenya, but we have to see a solution how we can go about it by giving a good idea. Unajua, mtu alisema vitu ambayo mimi naipenda sana. Mtu alisema mtu mwenye ana support Raila uweze muadvise. Mtu mwenye anataka kuenda anataka kuenda Saudi Arabia is very difficult to advise. Na yule mtu ambaye ana support unaitwa Dr. Owuor. Hao watatu ukijaribu kuadvise baba wewe umeenda, hii imeenda. So we have to see this one. Okay, hiyo kitu inaleta maana, by the way. Ni kitu ambayo kila mtu ukikaa chini unafikiria vile huyu jamaa
Just a
alisema hiyo kitu,
moment.
hiyo ni
Just a moment.
ukweli. So
Everybody ati
I will pardon it so that many people to understand. The person who is supporting Raila Amolo Odinga, you can never advise.
okay. Number 2.
Another person that want to go to Saudi Arabia, msichana mwenye anataka kwenda Saudi Arabia kufanyia muhindi nini, uweze muadvise. Ukimwambia huko utauliwa, atasema uacha mimi niende. Na yule mtu ana support Dr. Uhuru, hata Uhuru amesema leo mtu alikuwa amekuwa kiwete, nimemweka anatembea sahihi, hata support. So let us think, these things are logic. We have to see these things that are happening, my friend. These things mtu anasema, but it has a lesson. Kwa sababu gani? Labda Raila alifanya kitu, jambo ingine ambayo yeye aliona kwa macho na sisi hatukuona. Sasa yeye anamsupport. Yule msichana mwenye alikuwa anataka kwenda Saudi Arabia aliona pesa yenye iko huko, watu wanakuja tu wakibeba na gunia, ikienda maybe Nigeria, anasema ile pesa hata kama unaniambia siwezi kawacha. Haya, ukienda kwa Dr. Uhuru utapata kwamba ametibu mtu mwenye alikuwa kiwete. Ukimwambia bwana, wacha kusupport huyu, kama kiwete alitembea, mimi ni nani? Sinaenda kwa yule. So we have to think about this. We think about our life. We think about our life of family and you yourself, because tunaweza support Raila, tunaweza support government, but tuna lose life. There is nothing we are gaining. We are losing. So ndio nilikuwa nataka kukuambia, I know we are lose. We are after Raila. Na uwezi kuniambia nisiwache kusupport Raila, but tunaona ya kwamba kuna vitu inafika wakati ambapo unasema no, we cannot lose life because of one person. Watu wanaenda kwa sababu yeye. Kama yeye hakuwa kuenda, unapata. But usiseme ati ni I'm against Raila. Hapana, I'm a supporter of Raila. But what is happening is what I'm against.
You know, Raila is very powerful. Unasema angetumia hiyo, yuko na following diehards and he doesn't need to pay them. If you were saying the cost of food is high, this is what I am proposing. Alafu aende nao leaders wake elected waiweke as a bill and try to ask that it be passed. Alafu ikikataa waende kwa streets. You know, you can for the demonstration, but may it be for a worthy cause, not for something that doesn't make sense. That's the part that is even disappointing, because it's like mostly it's about the opening the server, and he knows it won't be opened. Okay, if Ruto shakes Raila's hand, alafu ingie government, umebenefitaje? That cost of living will not go down, because now Raila comes with a whole, he will have to get some money, and the money is not a lot. We haven't generated any revenue. So waki create opposition office, that will come with money. But how do you down there benefit?
Okay. Just one moment before I come to you, Kenya. Kenya Rebel, I want to bring a very new person. Mohisin, are you there? Mohisin, I can see you kidogo, but yes, I can see you. Can you hear me? Unaona hapo next kwa jina yako uko na mic. Try to unmute. Touch, iguze tu hapo wamekuandikia mute. Upaguze itaji unmute. Go ahead.
Yes, first things on this issue of demonstration, hii ni mchezo mingi sana because now the things these people who are now claiming of demonstration are on high cost of living, opening of server, on all sorts. But Raila was in government in previous. He has not even claimed on hiyo siku hajasema high price of food. Saa hii ndio sasa amekosa kura, ako opposition, ndio anasema price iko juu. This is first hypocrisy. And on this demonstration wao wanakuja wanaenda hapa vijijini hizi za Nairobi, Mkuru, Mathare, wanachochea wa Kenya. Sasa ile mtu anakosa uhai, ile mtu anasikia vibaya ni mamake na babake. Wale wengine wanarudi kwao Karen kuoga hizo shawa. Wale maskini siku mzima wamepiga kelele na wanakaa na njaa. So Raila akitaka kusaidia hawa watu, he has parliament, he has a lot of followers.
Hussein amepotea. Sam, I see you. Sammy, are you there? Sammy, can you hear me? Sam. Okay, Kenya Rebel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Manifia. Okay.
Go ahead.
I will repeat this. I had this Melchizedek say this. Ati Ruto can just order the server to be open and it will be open. And he said that in 2017, Raila didn't ask for the server to be open. He actually asked, he actually did. Kama mnasahau. Nakumbuka Muguna when Muguna said, hey, I found we mined some information and we found the real results. But they were telling the government, open the server so we can compare those results and the results we have. So that's number one. Number two, again, I can't say this enough. It is not up to Ruto. Ruto has no power to open the server. It's mathematic. And there's nothing we can do. It's mathematic wakisema hatuwezi kufungua server. There's nothing you can do because those are their machines. Okay? We should go back and read that. They say this is our machine and we cannot open it because of security issues and we reserve the rights for intellectual property rights. So the courts cannot even force them because that's their right. They cannot open it. So watu wa kina Raila waache kusema ati Ruto open the server. Number two, again, mambo ya prices, the economy cannot turn in one day. You cannot bring the price of unga for at leo iko 170 ama 200 kesho mnaifanya ni 5. It doesn't work that way. It takes time. Now, with that said, Ruto's administration, ndio wako na shida zao and they have their own area. Personally, I don't think Ruto will, make that meaningful change. But since he won the elections, and there's evidence that he won the election, it's verified. Let's give him a chance. Let's see what he's going to do. Yes, Raila should speak and criticize his government if he does wrong, if he does something that's not in the interest of Wananchi. But going to the Mandamano, you're making the issue worse. Watu wanapigana, people are getting robbed, business are being disrupted. Stop it. Strengthen your opposition, then bring that in the parliament. And if Ruto does something wrong, bring a motion, vote, impeach him. You can take him out still, but you can do it within the legal framework. That's what I'm saying. So, hii mambo ya maandamano, it's not, I'm against it. Yes, they have the right, but it's not legit. Anyway, that's all I want to say.
Jex. Unasikia?
Nakusikia, sorry, nakusikia.
Sasa just to add on Kenya whatever huyu jamaa amekuwa akisema, I don't also support maandamano because I see, the things that it brings like in a raise emotions in the country, because let's say for example, it wants to take us in that trajectory tribal clashes, because you can imagine uh, that UD office which was banned in Kisumu. So again, if people in Eldoret ban ODM offices or start doing the same, because if people in those areas they're just keeping quiet, if it goes to that mileage, because as this demonstration continues, then bado inainua hisia katika sehemu mbali ya nchi. Where are we taking Kenya? Is this see, like this demonstration is now bringing in hisia tofauti tofauti, mpaka kuchoma, kufanya nini watu and then unajua sasa wananchi wanafika mahali wanasema ati wacha tukufe leo, tuone leo tunakufa ngapi. It's the same thing that we read in history during the spirit of Maji rebellion. Watu walikuwa wanadanganywa, wanasema ukijipaka maji twende tupigane vita, ati hiyo maji ikikuja ati risasi haiwezi kukupata. How many people died because of that brainwashing kind of thing? So unaona the same thing yenye inafanyika Jakaranda, ati twende tukufe. Imagine, those are the things. Don't say that those people wako angry. Wengine wao ni wakora, wezi, idlers. They just find time to get on the streets na kuiba na kufanya nini. So let us just get things right. We cannot solve. There are people who cannot. Mwananchi mwenye anatoka huko akikimbia akifanya nini. I saw the guy on a camera akiwa robbed, akiibwa pesa na hao demonstrators. I saw guy almost cried in Kisumu because of a lot of money yenye aliibiwa in the sense of demonstration. Why are we making two wrongs here? Watu wanafanya makosa even if the government is doing a wrong, but also let's see what are these wrong things that are coming with this demonstration, and and try to cap them down and stop this demonstration, and let people talk as a country, man. Because I feel like we need just to talk, not this demonstration of Vujo. And I am very sure that only the politicians are using this platform of demonstration to gain their mileage. There's a lot of cases that are underlying, let's say, COVID things na yenye iliibiwa during the last regime, and now they must be fearing that this government might want to come, so wanataka kubumbaza serikali na mambo ya demonstration so that such a things might not be brought up. So I would think that this, in a good way, the politicians should not mislead the country in the terms of demonstration ati kuokoa mwananchi kwa sababu ya high cost of living. Yet some months back the cost of living was very high. The same politician never did anything, you know. Even the issue of server ile wanasema sijui ati server hii kufunguliwa sijui nini ati nani Raila hakuongelea kuhusu mambo ya server wakati election ilikuwa almost close to, and he knows that Chepkati was there because he knew it very well that his Handshake brother angemuinstall in power, but because it failed terribly, sasa ndio unasikia that's how we are taking the country to. I feel like the country has to come to a talk, watu waongee, waache mambo mingi, and I call for the president also na Rigathi to stop all the things ya kusema kwamba we are not going to involve for a talk. Kenya is bigger than all of us and we need to talk, na kila mtu ni Mkenya, so they need to have that talk. And also kuna vitu ile Raila anajaribu kudemand zile, unaona kweli hapa hizi zingine haziekani, unaona. So it's really, you need to be realistic with the people and come and sema kama ni kutetea kuangalia bei ya vitu kuja, what are these things we need to do. Subsidize products zenye zilikuwa zile, Jeff amesema kwamba zile zilikuwa consumed zilitolewa, alafu let us focus on production. When we produce nini chakula tutapata nini, then we'll be able to bring down the cost of living. So why do we want to put the cart before the horse? It's not gonna make for us. Thank you, Jeff.
Wow, beautiful Sam. Aha, Geoffrey, habari ya leo? Good to see you. You look good ukiwa umeshave. Geoffrey Mboro, are you there ama umenifrizisha? Hi, can you hear me?
Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia unapendeza ukiwa umenyoa.
Nashukuru sana, habari zenu?
Unafaa upe hiyo tip Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel amepotea. Maybe anaweza kukulink na baba shop mwenye alimnyoa.
I had to do it by myself.
What? You should, unafaa utumie huyo jamaa. Umtumie tutorial Kenya
Yes,
Rebel, huyo
yes.
jamaa utumie tutorial. Go ahead.
Sawa.
Yes, nashukuru sana Jakes. Unataka nichangie?
Endelea
na sijui venye tutafanya ili uwe unanitumia wakati mnaanza show. Nimeona mmekuwa kwa show kwa masaa matatu hivi.
Hapo kwa private chat tutanitumia namba nikuweke mahali watu tuna update watu.
Very important. Huwa ninafurahia wakati tunaweza kuchangia mambo kama vile yanaendelea.
Hapo tu chini utanitumia tu, nitaku-add mahali.
I will definitely do that.
Haya.
Nitaendelea tu nikishika momentum. Kwa mimi ningetaka, kwa sababu hata sijafuatilia vizuri tu, nimeingia tu saa hii, uniambie tu mada ya leo ilikuwa nini?
Acha kwanza nichokoze mzalendo, naona hata yeye amenyoa kabisa.
Sasa revolutionary. Sasa yeye ndiye tutaenda kubomoa yake.
Muunde video clips mumtumie, akona YouTube channel.
Wow.
Mzalendo vipi?
Poa sana manze, pole.
Good to see you.
Tumekumiss sana kwa show bana. Wewe umetuweka hapo pending kuanzia jana.
Ni kama alipotea, kama alikuwa ameenda maandamano.
Nice to see. Alienda maandamano. Jamaa alienda maandamano manze.
Akakunywa tear gas.
Ashley alikuwa amenipea ka break kidogo. Nikaamua kuka-utilize.
Wow.
Okay.
Leo tunaongelelea nini?
Vitu mingi. One, tuna discuss attempt on Raila's life. Kuna mtu aliraise point kwa show hapo earlier. Akasema probably what we saw inaweza kuwa ilikuwa stage managed. Kuna wengine akasema it is possible alikuwa there was an attempt on his life. And then leo pia Ruto amesema kama umefika miaka 60 ni poa kama unaweza retire. And then Gachagua says no handshake, hakuna kuongea. If tutaongea we'll only discuss how you will retire.
Kwa hiyo mambo ya the attempt to the life, what I can say is that in African politics everything is possible. Na kama mtu anataka kukuua, haswa watu wenye wako kwa siasa, hawezi akakuambia atakuua. Ataenda akuue na hakuna mtu atajua. Na kitu ingine yenye ningesema ni kwamba mahali Raila Odinga amefikia kiwango cha kisiasa, amepita kiwango cha kuuawa ovyo ovyo, na sioni kiongozi yeyote ambaye amemakinika kisiasa anaweza kujaribu kumwangamiza Raila Odinga openly. Haiwezekani, hiyo ni uongo. Serikali kama inataka kukuangamiza haiwezi kuja kupiga marisasi, hapana. Haifanyiki hivyo, maana kiwango chake amefikia kiwango cha mtu kama huyo, ni mtu maarufu. Akiweza uawa, dunia mzima itataka kujua aliuawa namna gani. And I don't think the president that we have is an academic dwarf or somebody who does not understand the world politics, ati anaweza tuma polisi wakuje wapige Raila marisasi. Hiyo haiwezekani. Asijasema Raila hawezi akauawa kwa sababu kwa siasa, wanasiasa especially Africa huwa wanauana. Hata William Ruto anaweza uawa. Msifikiria tu ati ni Raila anaweza uawa. Hata yeye anaweza kuwa hata yeye anaweza uwa yule mwingine ama wafuasi wao. Lakini kuangalia kuona kwangu hakuna mtu anaweza enda kupiga the opponent marisasi in public. Doesn't happen like that. Kama ni kuuawa, mtu anaweza uawa kama kina Tomboya na wale wengine ambao wamewahi kufa Kenya, lakini sio ukuje upige Raila marisasi in public. Sasa ile kitu ambacho ningetaka pia Wakenya wajue, wakati unasikia story kama hizo, haja yake ni kuattract the international community to speak. Na diposa unaona hata wao wenyewe wanaweza piga magari zao marisasi na waseme tunataka kuuawa jamani, na nyinyi mumenyamaza. Na ili international community ikaweze kuingilia kati na iseme Kenya inaenda kuharibika, sasa tukaweze kusaidia so that these people may sit down and have a dialogue. Kama vile mumesikia na Wakenya wengi sijui kama wanajua, lengo la Azimio sio kumtoa Ruto kwa kiti. Lengo lao ni tulete fujo, washindwe kufanya kazi ili watuite, tuketi chini, wakubali, tukue na mkataba wa vile tutaendelea katika uongozi wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo stories za watu wenye wamechoma magari imechomeka, biashara zimechomwa, sijui kuna watu wameuawa, hiyo story haisaidii serikali. Story kama hizo zinasaidia Azimio, kwa sababu hiyo ndio wanataka to attract the attention of the international community. Na diposa kama ulisikiza katika the conference, wanasema kwa nini nyinyi international community mumetuachilia? Kwa nini tumejaribu hivi vyote maandamano na hamuongei? Kwa sababu wanataka kusikia Marekani ikisema no, these people must sit down. The more people die in Kenya, the more Raila is likely to enter into government. That is my analysis. Mukikufa sana, ndivyo international community ndio wataanza kusema hey, tutume watu waende wakashikanishe Kenya maana kumeharibika. Kwa hivyo story kama hivyo, na ndivyo unaona wanasiasa wanakuja pale kwa media wanaanza kusema hata kama hakuna mtu amekufa, wanasema kuna watu wameuawa. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu wanataka international community isikie hivyo kuna maafa mengi yanatendeka. Kuna magari zimechomwa. So ile kitu ningesema ni kwamba wanasiasa ni wanafiki wakubwa sana. Wanafiki. Na ni gumu sana kuwaamini, maana tena ni waongo. Ni waongo. Mtu anaweza fanya jambo lolote. Imagine sasa kukisikika ya kwamba gari ya Raila Odinga ilipigwa risasi kama 7 na mambo mengine mengi. Unadhani hao watu kama walikuwa wanataka kukuua? When does Raila require 7 bullets to be killed? Risasi moja. Risasi moja tu hivi inaua ndovu. Do you require 7 of them? Kwani hawa watu hawajui kushoot kama walikuwa wanataka kumuua? Ati wanapiga na huko. I mean, stop this drama. Tuache drama tafadhali. If once a sub shooter is sent to you, atakuondoa kwa risasi moja tu hivi. Kwa hivyo tuache hizo drama, ni drama mbaya, lakini hii huwa ina attract the international community. Na diposa ukasikia wakisema the international community hawaongei. Lakini ningetaka kuambia hata nyinyi wafuasi wa Raila Odinga, mkumbuke ya kwamba wakati wa uchaguzi observers across the world walituma watu tunaita observers. All over the world. Marekani ilituma wengi. They had a delegate of almost 200 people, observers. Some of them are experts. UK, Australia, Africa, all the nations, tulikuwa na watu maelfu Kenya wakiangalia uchaguzi vile unaendelea. Na kabla ya matangazo kutangazwa, walitoa maoni yao. Wakasema ya kwamba tumekuwa hapa, tumeangalia vile uchaguzi umekuwa ukiendelea na uchaguzi uko sawa, na msikubali kupotoshwa by disinformation. Hivyo ndivyo walisema. Sasa waliposema hivyo, Azimio walipoongea walisema Kenya is a sovereign state na hatuhitaji outsiders kuingilia. So nyinyi mnawahitaji wakati wataongea kwa niaba yenu, wakati wanawafavor, lakini wakati wanaongea kwa niaba ya IEBC ni wabaya, mnasema hamuwataki waende wakaongea kwa nchi zao. Wakiwaambia wacheni maandamano ni wabaya, lakini mnataka waongee waseme basi Ruto na Raila waende wakae chini. Hiyo ni unafiki. Kama unaniambia mimi ni mbaya na sifai kuja kwako, sasa niende kwangu na mnapigana huko na watu wako, ati sasa nikisikia duru na uliniambia nisikuje na nisikirie tena, uende muweze kupiga duru, muweze kuuliza ati bona sikuji. That is how they are doing it. Mnaambia international community Kenya is a sovereign state, we don't need you, stay away. Halafu tena mnasema tunawahitaji. Hata kama wewe ndiwe international community, ungefanya nini kwa mambo kama hayo? So tafadhali tuache hiyo drama ya kusema Raila anataka kuuawa, sijui walishuti risasi 7, hata kama mimi na sijui kupiga bunduki na mtu wako hapa mbele yangu na nipewe bunduki si ninaweza shoot. Hawa tunaambiwa ni polisi walikuwa wanataka kumuua na wakapiga hizo risasi zote. Yaani unataka kuniambia hawajui kwani walikuwa wanapiga risasi namna gani? So please, hiyo mambo mchezo baya ya kuincite the public. Maana ukisikia kiongozi wako ati sasa wafuasi wa Ruto wasikie Raila alikuwa anataka kuua Ruto, hata amempiga marisasi, unawachemsha. Haja ya such information ni kuchemsha watu, na ili Kenya iendelee kuharibika. Na nikawaambia hapa na ninaomba sana kuwe na amani Kenya, lakini nikawaambia mjue wanasiasa hawaangalii bali sana, wanaangalia tu uongozi wao. Wananchi ndio nataka niwaongeleshe, niwaambie hawa wanasiasa wetu tumewalipa pesa nyingi na wamewekeza katika dunia kila mahali. Kenya ikiharibika, Raila anaweza akakaa mahali popote. Uhuru ako na properties dunia mzima, na hawa wengine wakubwa. Sisi nyinyi ambao mko huko kwa ground, kukiharibika nyinyi ndio mnaumia. So tafadhali msidanganywe. Nchi zingine zote wenye wanasiasa wanaakisha moto, kukiharibika wanapotea. Hata Idi Amin wakati Uganda kiliumana alichukua ndege na akaishi nje mpaka wakati alikufa. And it happens like that. Raila anaweza akisha moto Kenya. Wakati wafuasi wa Ruto watasema enough is enough. Na mkumbuke watu ambao usimamisha Kenya stand still. Na Fara Maalim waliwaambia wanaitwa the Kalenjin community and the Kikuyu community. Wakati wanaweza fika mwisho waseme hey, biashara zetu zimeharibiwa sana. Hey, Ruto ameteswa sana na hawa watu. Waseme sasa tumefika mwisho. Wacha nikuambia hautaona Raila Kenya atatoroka. Hawa wote kina Martha Karua watatoroka maana wako na uwezo. Ujiulize wewe, mtu wajiwe, unarusha mawe. Ujiulize wewe, bulletproof uko nayo. Ujiulize wewe, uko na mahali pengine pa kuenda isipokuwa hapo. Hata fare ya kuenda nyumbani, watu wengine wanaenda maandamano miguu na jioni wanatembea wakienda kwa nyumba. Hata fare hauna ya gari ama dudhi ama tuktuk. So tafadhali tusibebwe ufara na hawa viongozi wetu. Wanaweza choma nchi yetu, watuchoche, halafu sisi wenyewe tubaki tukiumia. Na sisemi ati kuna mtu mwanasiasa mzuri. Kenya wanatafuta tu ni uongozi. Kwa nini? Nikimalizia tu, maana labda tutapata nafasi ya kuongea tena. Naona hivi, sababu gani Raila Odinga, sababu gani wanataka kuingia kwa serikali? Kitu cha kwanza niseme, then hakuna haja ya uchaguzi katika Kenya. Tunatumia mabilioni ya pesa, hadi tunakompa pesa ili tufanye uchaguzi. Tunafanya watu maelfu wakuje kutoka nchi za nje, wakuje kwa nchi yetu waangalie uchaguzi ukifanywa. Baada ya hiyo, tunasema hiyo kazi yote ilifanywa ni ya bure, ile kitu itawak ni handshake. Then kwa nini tuenda kwa uchaguzi? Badala ya kufanya hiyo kazi yote na kupoteza muda na pesa ya nchi, si mkesema hakutakuwa na uchaguzi Kenya, mimi na Ruto, maana ndio tunashindana, tuende tuongee kwa boardroom, halafu tutoke tuseme tumeamua huyu ndiye atakuwa rais, halafu tutakaa hivi. Democracy does not work like that. Na ninajua defeat ni chugu sana. Hata mkienda mchezo wa mpira, mkifungwa bao, hata kama inauma namna gani, lazima ukubali bao imeingia. In any competition, kushindwa ni uchugu. Lakini kuna precedents to reset, na ilisetiwa na wakati wa 2007 ya kwamba kumbe Kenya tunaweza toa fujo. Tukitoa fujo, watu wakae chini waelewane, tuingie kwa serikali tugawane. Na hiyo precedents ndio tunasema sasa sio 2007, muda na nyakati zimebadilika. Tuko 2023. Turudi kwa katiba na tuongozwe na katiba na tukue an organized society. Everything should be done within the law. Obama aliongea hiyo mambo. Malema mwenye wanasema South Africa kulikuwa na maandamano, pia ameongea hayo mambo. Dunia mzima inasema whatever will be done, let it be done within the constitution. President akivuja constitution tunamwambia. Raila akivuja constitution tunamwambia. That is the only way we can have an organized, civilized society that is admirable to the whole world. Asante.
Watu wengine vile wanaongea tu ni ukabila tu. Just tribalism, hatred. Why do you hate Raila? He's not a human being like you. Just hatred. He's human like being like you. Why do you hate him? Tribalism is the one who have been making our country not to move forward.
Haiti tribalism.
Ukabila.
Haiti tribalism.
Unajua kitu moja yenye anasahau ni kwamba ule mrengo wa Raila anaongoza ndio inaonesha na ukabila kabisa. Yani ile typical. Yani huwezi enda Kisumu na ukasema UDA. There's no that freedom like Kenya is Kenya. So if the genesis of ukabila, why don't you see that?
Hebu sema ninachukia Raila namna gani? Uelezee katika speech yangu. Ni wapi umesikia
vile
chuki?
Unaongea uko na vile unaongea uko na chuki sana.
Katika mtembei chenye tunafanya.
You don't care watu wale wanakufa na njaa. You don't care that children they go sleep without food. How many children sleep without food in Kenya? How many? Even in Kikuyu community. I know you are Kikuyu like me. How many? How many they sleep? Ni wagapu wa too less, 3 million kids in Kikuyu community. They have not attended school. Now they're in the street.
Haujanijibu. Nakuuliza. Mimi hata sina haja na hiyo yote. Nakuuliza kwa speech yangu kwa sababu umesema kuna chuki. Nataka uelezee. Kwa sababu hapa tukikuja kwa TV, hapa tunakujaga ku-exchange, not emotions. Tunakuja kuongea, unaongea yako sitakuuliza. Sema kwa speech ya Joyfrey, umesikia wapi amesema anachukia Raila?
Anapenda nini? Na sisi tunafanya demonstration ya amani.
Hakuna kitu umesema bado.
Unasema umesema ati anapenda nini? Ati kupiganisha sijui nini, something like that.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo nimesema.
Umesema hivyo. Mimi nikashindwaje? Ruto amepiganisha Raila amepiganisha nani? Yeye anafanya demonstration ya amani. Sisi ni watu wa amani. Sisi tupendagi vitina na fujo. Sisi ni watu wa amani.
But you are so emotional.
Roda, Roda, I think Roda hajajibu swali ambaye ameulizwa kwa
Hajajibu swali
Geoffrey.
langu, nimesema
Aseme tu kwa hiyo context ile Mburu ameongea.
Maana ukisema mtu ameongea chuki ama ameongea hate, lazima useme amesema hii na amesema hii.
You guys, I know you hate me.
Umesema kuna chuki na usemi ni gani? Maana tukikuja hapa kwa Mutembei TV huwa tunakuja tuna exchange views, ideas, not emotions. We don't love. Ati tukipenda tunapenda watu emotionally, hapana. We reason together.
Niko na swali. Roda, hebu nieleze hiyo maandamano itasaidia kuleta bei ya unga chini, hiyo mkiandamana, lengo yenu ni nini haswa?
Sisi tunataka maisha iende chini na sava ifunguliwe. That's what we deny, and our voice to be heard. Sauti yetu inasikikika kama vile watu wako na njaa, kwa sababu tumbo ikishiba everything is impossible. Tukishiba tumbo hatutaenda maandamano. Watu wanaenda kufanya maandamano ni watu wako na njaa, they don't have job, they are jobless, hawana nini, ndio maana tunaenda kwa barabara.
Na sasa haswa tunataka asikie,
tunachukua vitu zile, tunachukua vile vitu zina, kwa sababu our democracy is say that we have freedom expression, freedom to say how we feel, freedom to say how we think. Kwa sababu tunaenda kwa barabara tunasema tuko na njaa. Okay, tuko na njaa. Let me tell you something. Unaona kama watu wanajua they cannot afford money for rent. Watu wanajua kama na school fees. Watu wengi hapana wamejua hata huko nini, huko Ukikuyuni. Baba wengi wamejua sana na mama. Wanashinda sina school fees, sina mambo ya kulipa rent, sina na chakula. Wanajua, watu wengi wamejua sana. Wanaenda huko, wanafanya biashara kikoba, wapati nini? Sasa wanajua. Let me tell you, Roda. Because of the hunger. Okay, let me tell you the remedy. Let me tell you how we can fix that. If Uhuru gets his 30 trillion that he has hidden in foreign countries, azilete kwa economy hivi, watu wote, yani ita vibrate, hata tutalipa debt zetu zote. The remedy, hata Uhuru by himself without anybody else akirudisha hizo 30 trillion Kenya leo, zinaweza fanya fix everything. Hiyo unatetea saa hii.
Nyinyi watu wa ODM mko na shida, kwa sababu hata sasa hatuelewi ni nini unasema. Kusema ukweli na sio kwa ubaya. Sielewi, najaribu ku get exactly what you are saying.
Just one moment. With all fairness to Roda, Roda is saying, and I think allow me to help Roda kidogo. Roda is saying a lot of people are suffering. Yes. A lot of people are going out there because they feel probably is the last thing they can resort to, given that all they were promised. Because in any case, Ruto ran on a platform of promises and a plan. They feel that probably they're not receiving what Ruto said. So the reason for them protesting, and according to Roda, some are even dying, is because they feel they are suffering. So I request humbly, let's try to treat Roda well and also understand her.
We are trying.
I ask, niliuliza kwa unyenyekevu, mimi sikupiga makelele, nimjibu ni rebuttal.
So I okay, let me do this. Allow me first to acknowledge the people commenting. Kidogo tu Mburu, I'm coming to you. Someone by Calvin's, you're asking how can you be added. This is what you do. Just right now, I'm sending a link. Itakuja in the name of Mtembei TV. You click that link. That link will send you to StreamYard. Once you're in StreamYard, StreamYard will allow you to put in a name. Really, it doesn't have to be your name, but if you want us to know your name, it can be very good for the show. And then you activate a camera and and a mic. Then you click enter or enter studio, and voila, you'll be here with us live. Nancy, good to see you. Umepotea hii mtaa.
Hi.
Hi. Now, Mboro, I don't know if you are through, but ninaona Kenya Rebel uko na kitu nataka kusema. Na Roda, I hope umemaliza swali ama umemaliza kujibu ni swali ama ni jibu.
Mimi sijamaliza. For me I'm opposition. Mimi na correct this government. Wakifanya vibaya mimi nawaambia. Hata Ruto kwa sababu I must. Siwezi na vitu zinafanyika vibaya alafu na nini. I cannot support evil. No way, I can't. One thing, Ruto, he's a liar. He's a con man. The government he was before, everything Uhuru was doing in his administration, walikuwa nafanya kazi sahi. Lakini ukiuliza Ruto, he can't. You remember what Mother Karwa said to us when they were doing this new katiba, wakaenda Naivasha. Na Ruto alikuwa hapo. Na sasa ukiuliza Ruto, hakuwa hapo, he's a con man. Those people who support Ruto is evil. Me cannot support evil. No way. I hope God can open your eyes and you see the truth. Amen. Eyes and heart.
Can I counter that? If I'm allowed.
Please. The only challenge is I don't know how you'll counter God because she has made a prayer. But anyway.
Can only say amen.
And Moro has already said amen. I don't know how you're going to counter that. But anyway, please try.
Let's say amen then.
Roda, siko umemaliza?
Unajua mimi hakuna mtu anaweza nititisha hii dunia. Hata Ruto anaweza face to face. I don't fear anybody in this world. Only God who created heaven and earth. I don't fear anybody. I can face Ruto face to face and I tell him the truth. And something Ruto hate is the truth. Ruto, for me, Ruto is like a kavigiriri. He's a small boy for me.
No, come
on. Mimi namuitaga Zakayo. So mimi nasema Ruto must go. Zakayo urushe chini. Zakayo must go. Na mimi nimeenda kulala, kwaherini.
Umepotea na I'm sure all these beautiful and great guys have questions for you.
Okay, ask me.
Rhoda, where are you? Are you in Kenya? Me, I would love to make an appointment for us to go and see Ruto.
Mimi nikipata Ruto, mimi ni kumchapa. Mimi nikipata Ruto ni kuchapa. Mimi naweza kuchapa Ruto kwa nini? Nimpige kabisa. Mimi napigaga wanaume. Mimi namchapa.
Unapigaga wanaume?
Mimi.
Sasa Roda.
Nidora meulume.
Sasa Roda.
Nidikahule. Nimchape. Niko na hasira na yeye. Nimchape kabisa na nimfukuza hiyo State House.
Sasa Roda, kwa sababu nimesikia unaongea swali moja tu ya uzuri na sina ubaya. Nimesikia unaegemea sana upande wa Biblia.
Boro chunga anachapa wanaume.
Na nitachunga, niko bali hawezi nifikia. Sasa hiyo ndio bahati yenye niko nayo. Roda akiongea nasikia anataja sana mambo ya Biblia na mambo ya Mungu. Sasa Roda, umewahi soma Biblia kuhusu jinsi ya kuheshimu wale ambao wako juu yetu? Kwa sababu mambo ambayo nasikia ukiongea kuhusu rais ambaye ameapishwa wa nchi ya Kenya, na hata kama sio rais, angekuwa tu kiongozi, amekuwa member of parliament, amekuwa minister, amekuwa mkubwa katika nchi. Mtu ambaye anasema ya kwamba unaegemea mambo ya Mungu na hata unatufanyia maombi, unaweza ongea hivyo kuhusu kiongozi ambaye amechaguliwa na akaapishwa akuwe kiongozi wa nchi? Biblia inakubalia hiyo Roda? Labda unaweza tuambia, maana nimesikia umesema ni kitu kidogo sana.
Mimi nimeokoka na mimi najua Biblia inasema the first commandment, love one another. Ni mapenzi gani Ruto ako nayo? Which love Ruto you have for real, sincerely? umejificha kwa Mungu. Mimi na Ruto, I can ask you, fight, utafute Mungu, tafuta ule Yesu wa ukweli, ule alisema mimi na tafuta ule Yesu wa ukweli, ule alisema mimi ni wa ukweli, I'm the way, only way, true and life. Lakini the God I serve. Lakini Mungu wa Ruto ni conman, just lie.
Hebu nisikize kidogo.
Turn your weakness we Ruto. Tafuta Mungu na utamuona. Tafuta na uone roho wa Mungu vita kusaidia.
Roda, tafadhali. Hebu sikiza kidogo Roda, dakika moja.
One moment.
Yes.
Just a request. I see if you go on to that trajectory, we will almost make Roda pray. So
nilikuwa nataka kuambia Roda kitu ili tusaidiane. Sitampush. Roda ni dada yetu na najaribu sasa, sikuwa ni mara ya kwanza kukua kwa debate tukiwa na Roda. Roda kwa debate najua tumetoka katika background tofauti. Kwa debate ni vizuri nikiulizwa swali najibu hiyo swali, halafu kama kuna kitu kingine mtu mwingine anauliza, ili at least kukue na ile flow, usikuwe emotional. Sababu mimi nimeuliza tu swali, nikauliza kama inakubalika sisi wenye tumeokoka kubirito ama kuogea ama kutusi wale wanaotuongoza kulingana na Biblia. Ungenijibu tu niambie nimefanya hivyo ama nimesema hivyo kwa sababu hii. Lakini unaruka sasa, unaogeresha Ruto na mimi ndiye nimeuliza swali. Unajibu swali, unangojea mwingine aulize.
Okay, hiyo swali umeniuliza. Kama mimi, I have never recognized Ruto as my president. I don't call him president. I don't recognize him. So why do I obey him? I don't value him like my president, and I'll never recognize him. He is not my president. Never. If you are waiting for me to be Ruto to be my president, sahau kabisa, forget.
One thing I respect Roda for ni msimamo wake, which is her constitutional right, and it's, kuna mtu amesema kwa show ni ngumu ku Kenya Rebel, you are here with me, alisema vitu tatu. Ni ngumu kuambia nini, kubadilisha mawazo ya mtu anaenda Saudi Arabia,
msichana anaenda Saudi Arabia ama mfuasi wa Raila, na ya tatu wafuasi wa Owuor, Prophet Owuor.
Exactly.
but
it's
but there is
anyway,
so it's difficult to
1 minute. I've had those 3 comments because I was in the background. But one thing that I always ask myself, when does common sense prevail? And I'm not insulting anyone. I'm just asking. I always ask myself this question because psychophancy is a kind of a disease. Because you can't tell me, like I had someone today said that Raila is our God, and I would put my life on the line to die for Raila. And I was asking myself, why would, if that person still live in a mud thatched house, Raila would pass outside there, continue with his business. The life of that person does not change. So sometimes I think people need to stop going over for these people, because my life or your life will not change because we are sycophants of these people. We just need to kind of apply some common sense. And today I was actually shocked because many people were interviewed and they said if they arrest Raila or they kill Raila, Kenya bans. Is Kenya Raila? I asked myself that. And it's sad because nobody is above the law. And if he is violating our constitution, why should he not be arrested? And why should not Martha Karua be arrested? Anybody, if you violate the law of the land, I don't see why you shouldn't be arrested. So to me, Rhoda, I respect your political views and alienation, but it calls for a bit of I question, there's a lot there to question about some of the views that he read tonight.
I just wanted to say this in response, Nancy. I think that's a good view, but Kenya, it's all about identity politics. And these politicians exploit that. Okay? Raila, wafuasi wake, like we know, ni wale is what we call him like the Lord of Poverty. Ukiona watu wa his Kibera constituents, there are people who hawana uwezo, but they look at him as, you know, he's representing us. Huyu ni king wetu, mjaluo mwenzetu. Look at Kisumu. It's always, I mean, this maandamano, I'm not in Kenya, so maybe you people in Kenya can help me. Kulikuwa na maandamano outside of Nyanza province and in outside Nairobi, where the Luo strongholds are, you know, ODM strongholds. Let me just say that, because even Waluya wako huko. I know Nakuru, there was a small protest there, but it was twaddled. They twatted it walimaliza. So I think hiyo ndio kitu na, so someone like Rhoda, in her defense, you know, maybe she's a strong Uhuru supporter, or, you know, anyone associated with Uhuru at this point, who Raila is one of them. So, and on, you know, anything against that is attacking Uhuru. So, let me say this. It's like they hear me, but they can't accept the truth, because they feel that that's attacks who they are. Ukiattack Raila, you're attacking me in essence. Not all Luos, to be fair. There are a lot of Luos who are not agreeing with what Raila is saying. So I think that's the problem. Education, exposure, and also, you know, if kama una pesa, you're suffering, and you don't have exposure, you're not, you know, you're not educated, you stick to what you think represents you, which is Raila. Since you're born on Raila Odinga. So I think that's what's the. I hope I'm making sense. Maybe I'm just not mumbling, but that's what I see. So I don't bring long Rhoda, and I'll siwezi engage in a debate. That's why I asked the simple question: will the maandamano bring the unga down? But she went on tangents about something else. But that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, Jack, take over.
Thank you so much. Let me also welcome the people who have joined in. Born again. I see you. I hope Rhoda is happy. Rhoda, there's someone who is born again. Ameingia kwa show. Black is in. Sorry, I'm making fun. I'm making fun. No pun intended. Wow. Okay. Sijui nianze na Black. Black had some request, or okay, Nancy is raising her hand.
You know, at times I want to cry, and at times I want to go on a tangent. Sometimes I don't know what to say to my fellow brothers and sisters in Kenya, because at times I ask myself, when are we going to stop identity politics? Because this is like, I was watching the media and what was going on yesterday and today. And I sat down and I was trying to think, we have two good things that happened in Kenya that brought a lot of money to our economy yesterday and today. But the media in Kenya decided to black that out and show us the catastrophic. In fact, there is this lady who does the morning show on NTV. I can't remember her name. And also Citizen TV. And I normally love the Balainer. And yesterday I thought, what kind of society is Kenya going to? If we cannot have a media that is objective, I think Kenya is going to the dogs, whether we like it or not. And to me, we had Amazon bringing one of the biggest investment in Kenya. We had Moderna, billions of shillings, and none of that aired last night. And I sat here in my living room wondering, what kind of Kenya are we creating? We want to show the negative, and not counter any of the negativity with the positive, what the government is doing. And yet we have people lamenting Ruto government is doing nothing. Come on. We had 80 billion Kenya shillings ejected into our economy last night, which will create over 5 million jobs to young men in Kenya. Amazon is creating the local hub in Kenya. And yet our media did not see the need to air that. Come on, even I was hoping that Mutembei would be the first person to show that, because if the mainstream media is not willing to tell us what the positive things the government is doing to try and bring hope and optimism to our people, it's a sad state of affair. And I might be naive, but I think that, and also when I watched Raila was interviewed just before the election and he was asked about the cost of living, he said he defended Uhuru government and he said it's not anything to do with this government, it's everything to do with Ukraine war. It's got everything to do with I don't know what. 6 months he was quiet, but all of a sudden Ruto has made economy change. The selfishness, the audacity of these leaders trying to mislead the poor person, taking advantage of a poor man. I listened to them in Kisumu today and I was shocked. And I'm thinking, in fact, I blame the Kenya society. We are a reflection of our own leaders. I watched Anyang' Nyong'o today. He did not have words. He told people in Kisumu, no maandamano on Thursday. Click of finger, he comes back and says there is maandamano. Honestly, come on, guys. My fellow brothers, Kenyans, let's see this for what it is. There's nothing to do with cost of living. It's all selfish. And
To
if
be fair, to be fair kidogo to Mtembei, you have brought Anyang' Nyong'o. He launched can I call it a mortuary? And 3 days later, no, wait, just a moment. After he launched it, three days later, it was vandalized and actually destroyed. Probably, maybe the media was protecting what Ruto launched. Isiharibiwe as what happened to Anyang' Nyong'o's funeral home. Yes.
But
A quick response.
But can you see the contradiction in the whole thing for me? It's a contradiction because you launched such a good facility. You can't tell people we're not going to do maandamano. It's affected the businesses in Kisumu. Then you're you're the governor of a city. You should stand your ground because there is a reason why he was saying that in the first place. And when he
but there's a man above him.
But this is a sycophancy that is driving our country down. I'm sorry.
Nancy, you have to remember that these politicians are also selfish. They are tumbocrats. If Anyang' Nyong'o was principled, he would have stood his ground and say, you know what, mimi azimio lakini maandamano is going to destroy business. So since he cares about himself and his position, he's not going to risk that and maintain that position. So vile alipata simu kutoka kwa Raila akaambiwa, hey, straighten up. He had to do that. And also in response, yes, we cannot depend on the mainstream media. That's why I thank God for Mutembei and Jakes for this kind of forum where we can exchange ideas, talk about these things, because in the future, we are going to move away from the mainstream media. This is what media will be. In a few years, Mutembei will have 5 million, hopefully. And then hopefully bring that traffic to my channel too, so we can have 5 million and have this discussion. So Jakes, I'm plugging in myself in there. Like that's where we're heading. The people will make the media. Now we have all these cameras and stuff. We can make stuff happen and we can exchange ideas. That's all I wanted to say about that.
But Nancy, before you go, or rather before utoke kwa camera kabisa, there's this thing that happened. Immediately I raised your statement, we saw like kulikuwa na kabif kanataka kuanza kuinuka between him and Sakaja. And Sakaja was like, oh, please don't bring your guys to my city. And it's like all these governors, hakuna mwenye akona muscle, because you see, already our country is devolved. but hakuna governor anakaa ni kama anaweza jitokeza akae kama kona punch akisema it's a no. None.
But you see, for me, I think there is someone who called out Sakaja last night or the night before I can't remember who he was, and told him it's a certain MP in a certain function the deputy president had attended somewhere in Nyeri or somewhere, Madeira, and told him, you need to come out clear, stop being a mole. And for me, I feel Johnson Sakaja is one of those leaders that as young people were looking up to, because I actually at one point thought this would make a really good president of Kenya. Him and is it Mutula Kilonzo Jr.?
Yeah.
They are sober-minded politicians, and I look up to them. And whenever they've always gone on JKL, they debate soberly. They are issue-based. But when he's torn the rock and the hard place, which to me is a wrong thing to do, because like when I looked at the demonstrations yesterday, the police secured Nairobi, the CBD. I saw some businesses going on, and although people were scared to open, but he's still scared to antagonize the Azimio people, maybe because his MCAs are more Azimio, so he doesn't want to rock the boat. But as a leader who is focused, who has a mantra, he should come out and say, look, I don't support Mandamano, I support dialogue. There's nothing wrong with that. But he is either supporting Mandamano or lukewarm. He's either, nobody understands what politics he's playing at the moment. So to me, he's a disappointment. And I'm going to call him out tonight and say, come on, Sakaja, you're the governor of the capital city of Nairobi. He was in London and many people asked him, what are you doing? You need to change this. You need to come out and say, no maandamano in Nairobi. You're spoiling people's business opportunities and the growth of our capital city. Come, let's sit down, let's talk, let's liaise. But don't come with any demands, because we can't start a dialogue when you have demands. It's like a husband and wife. I can't give you demands and expect you to meet halfway. Let's start on a clean piece of paper. Where do we go? If it's cost of living, let's address it. We are not going to open servers. It will never happen. I'm sorry. That's done. IEBC, we can talk about IEBC and we can talk about the cost of living, but servers is nonsensical. So to me, Sakaja is letting us, the young people, down. We are looking up to your leadership. We need you to get up and wake up and stop the blowing hot and cold. We need to see you standing for Nairobi. That's why you were elected.
Beautiful. Mzalenda, I saw you wanting to come in.
Yeah. Yes, Nancy. Thank you very much, Jex. I can and Nancy and the rest of the panelists. Ashley, I can see you in the background. Rhoda, Kenyan revolution. Revolution is a
Revolutionary.
revolution.
Onyesha
Okay.
kipara, nataka kuona huyo kinyozi wenu anafanya nini jamani, kabla sijamvisit.
Anyway, now let me just start off with and Blake on the background. Blake is in the studio. Let me just start off with Nancy. I think Sakaja is playing politics, and being a politician, you have to play the politics of the day. At the same time, when you say Sakaja Ajakua has not had any firm stand on any issue on the issue, I think you are wrong. Sakaja is one person who has been calling for the dialogue of the two leaders, and on many occasions, he has called for dialogue between Raila Odinga and Ruto and William. Yep.
Can I request turudi kwa studio? Tumejificha, tuna cartoon mimi na Kenya Revolutionary ndio tunaji.
All right, ni sawa. On many occasions, and ndio nilikuwa nasema Sakaja has called for dialogue between the two leaders. So I think it's going to happen very, very soon. But let us go to the issue of the maandamano that happened, and so many lives were lost, including a policeman lost his life in Kisumu, which is very, very, very sad. The most unfortunate part of it is that we don't smell the coffee we don't realize that these leaders are only looking for what they can get from this maandamano thing. For example, when Uhuru lost his sheep at his farm in Northland, I don't know what it's called, Northland or what, he lost some sheep there. Raila ran there very, very fast to condole his brother Uhuru. When we lost a student in Maseno, there was no politician. We couldn't even go to their homes to condole these people. And this is a young supporter of the Azimio leader. So you can see what is very important for them. This is just a typical scenario of what is important for our leaders and why they are fighting. Now, on the cost of living, I would have loved to address somebody like Rhoda, who seems not to understand all these things. There's no legislator in parliament who has brought a bill that will reduce the price of commodities in the shops. There's no legislator who has introduced a bill that will scrap up secondary school fees education, whether it is in Azimio side or in UDA side. What they have is their millions. And it is sad, even when the president was in Nyanza the other day, a leader just stood up and said, my salary is going to come in. Even with these demonstrations, as you lose your shops, you lose your daily income, even those in the informal sector, watu wale wanafanya kazi ya mjengo, wanafanya kazi za mkono, they are not earning anything right now. No investor is putting up structures right now and they depend on those people who, watu wale wa mkono, watu wa jua kali, na most of them wanatoka kwa informal settlements like Kibra, mahali kuna hizo maslums, ndio wanatoka huko. Saa hii hiyo iendelei, so there's no business going on there at the moment. Very soon, and I said, Nairobi CBD, there are some areas we have seen in the news that there are some gangsters that operate in the Nairobi area, Nairobi County. There are others that operate in Kisumu and so many places in the country. Now they are having a field day with this maandamano. There is no way Azimio leader will say that maandamanos are going to be peaceful. And Jex, I wish you could play a clip where Raila was saying that maandamano, they will use hizi vitambaa nyeupe kwa maandamano. Tangu hizi maandamano zianze, nionyeshe kwa hizo clips zile uko nazo za maandamano, kama kuna kitambaa nyeupe hata moja. Kama umeona kama 2-3, ndakupatia shukrani sana kuwa kiongozi wa Azimio alitimiza ahadi yake. But let us be very, very careful. The country, if you are born, if you saw what happened in 2007, you would not be enjoying and posting the things I'm seeing people posting on the background, supporting the maandamano thing. You would not be there. For some of us, we were in the middle of it. I was probably a youth like so those who are excited on the background that they are running battles with the police then. But today, if you ask me whether the shops that we were looting then ilisaidia tukapata uhuru, tukapata any kind of freedom, maybe yes, but the lives we lost will never be recovered. The families that are hurting today because of those maandamanos, they will never recover a soul. When you point, when you throw a stone at a police officer, what are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? You saw the policemen running for their dear life. And I'm telling you, the government of William Ruto has really tried to restrain. I really congratulate. They have restrained a lot. And at some point in Outer Ring Road, I saw demonstrators running after the cops. In other areas, I saw them hijack a Land Cruiser for a policeman. Can you imagine if the police had got the guns, and of which they had the guns, but they let the wananchi take the Land Cruiser? Which, I mean, this kind of resistance, we've never seen them before. But on Monday, we have not seen the GSU come into this maandamano. We have been just seeing regular policemen. GSU might be unleashed on Monday in maandamano. And the thugs who are still having a field day, they'll still come back. Yes, they are genuine protesters who want to protest. But I ask our leaders, how viongozi wote, where are they protesting from? Inside a VX, bulletproof, armored. And wewe mwananchi hauna hata vest, umevaa ndani, and you are running hapo protecting your leader. Ukipigwa risasi mambo yako imeisha hapo. Yeye akipigwa, hiyo gari yake hata ikipigwa risasi hata iwezi mfikia. And they are running up and down the slum areas where they can get the people wale wanajua wenyewe hao wataungana na sisi. And criminals will take advantage of this. But this thing is headed in the wrong direction. Very soon, hata itapita maybe hii weekend, people in Rift Valley might start demonstrating. Thika, that is very, very close to Nairobi, might start coming into the CBD to protect their own businesses, because there are people who today will not be putting food on the table because the demonstrations are going on. But there are people out there who are enjoying the demonstration because they looted a supermarket in Kisumu and they have hunger na wako na kila kitu because of the loot they had. So they need, tomorrow they'll be coming to another shop. They have already marked the shop that they will be going to. So this is very, very sad. And as somebody has put it, as Mburu put it very, very clearly, what will happen is the leaders will start taking off. When this thing becomes very, very big, you will have fallen into the trap of the narrative like bottoms up. Unaona wao wananchi wa chini watakujia sasa mali yako. Umekuwa ukiwadhulumu kwa muda mrefu, wewe ndio una mali, and you have been they will see like you are the one who has caused all these problems all these years. So watu wa chini, like it happened in Zimbabwe, that is what is coming in Kenya. But now we are not fighting the white man, we are fighting one of our own. That is a sad scenario. Thank you.
Okay, Black.
Yeah, amjambo bwana.
Salama bwana.
We want to see your face, Black.
You see it in a short.
He's actually white. He's actually white.
Is ameka nini ya white.
Nieke ya black, sio? Anyway. Taniona tu in a short while.
Najua anaitwa Black.
Okay, first of all, amjambo.
Warushe nje, because we can't have discussion with round thing stuff. People need to we know Ashley, but we've never even seen Ashley. Who has ever seen Ashley's face?
Yeah, we have never. By the way, Ashley only comments on the background. She doesn't even give an excuse why she doesn't appear in the show. She's so hata picha awekagi.
Tumurumie kwa leo.
It's okay.
Black, go ahead.
Dakika moja. Jex, nilikuambia kitu moja. As a moderator, we are in a very, very sensitive time in politics. Hao watu wanaweka sura zao wanajificha hivi. They can say something that is very, very sensitive. Hapa wanaweza sema kitu ingine na kuanza kuwaka moto kesho. So please encourage them waweke sura zao tuone and next time utajua ni huyu ndiye alisema hii maneno. Lakini mtu akikuwekea black hivi because they don't want to be identified at some point, but for black we know who he is, and we will need them to put their cameras on, please.
Okay.
With defense to Sam and Ashley, I know them, and I have confidence in them. Hawezi choma picha,
Lakini
but in
So
the
the point is, at least maybe if
mimi
if
niko
they
hivyo
can
kwa mob.
face their cameras, hata kama kamera yao itaface kabati, but at least square black, yani square blank. It's better
sasa
that
hii
way.
yako imeface wapi? Kuna siko ubaya.
Hii imeface meza. Sasa pengine Ashley anaweza kuweka yake face kikombe ama kijiko. I mean, at least
Sawa.
something. I mean, let something be visible.
Hey,
You know? But at least last time Ashley yake ilikuwa na face mfereji. That was okay. It was better than nothing.
no, but have you
Okay.
Ashley,
Yes.
Sorry.
Ashley, or it's just the voice?
Are you asking me or are you
Hiyo
speaking
tuongea
to
nyuma ya
Ashley?
tent.
Okay. Anyway, that aside, that was a good short break. Tuseme ilikuwa commercial break. So, hello everyone else katika panel and everyone else that is watching us from wherever they are. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida,
Na kuko na breaking
nawapenda
news
nyote.
before I forget.
Yes,
Black, kuko na
tell us.
breaking news.
Tell me.
Geoffrey na Mburu wanafungua YouTube channel ya kutuonyesha vile huwa wana shave.
Vile
Wana shave.
Okay.
Kichwa.
To shave nini?
So
To shave kichwa.
so
Yeah,
vile wana shave. Unaona vile wana shine bwana.
to shave nini?
So
Yeah,
Be more specific.
Awali vile wameshave kichwa.
it's another
Kichwa.
rule. Ni sheria imetolewa kwa Mutebei. Wanaume wakikuja
Hapana,
wananyoa.
Hapana. Nataka hiyo channel muunde. Mtaipromote.
By the way.
Okay. So,
Okay.
yeah, can I go on?
Endelea Black.
Yeah. So I'm Jambo nyote. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida nawapenda nyote. Na kazi ni kazi. First off, I think we've had a very eventful week. It's not been great. Actually, it's been more of sadness that came along with it. First of all, rest in peace for the students and staffs that passed away from a tragic road accident of the Pwan University bus that was heading to Naivasha. May the family find solace, and for those that are still in hospital, I wish them quick recovery. This maandamano, as much as we want to believe that it is for good reasons, the outcome is not so good as we would want to believe. Now, the worst part is wadhuru zaidi wale ambao hawakuhusika ama hawahusiki pakubwa in these maandamanos themselves. I'd call that collateral damage. I mean, the collateral damage is far much bigger. Now, I have sent you some videos, Bwana Jakes, perhaps if you could do the honors of trying to play them so that I could paint the picture of what I'm trying to talk about, because they have seen them. But it would be great that
after
if
the
also
death
the
of
viewers
their
would see what I'm
newborn,
trying to
who
say.
allegedly succumbed after tear gas was lobbed into their home. Meanwhile, women who were Thursday captured on camera walking towards policemen, their arms raised in surrender, have told Citizen TV the effects of tear gas lobbed into their homes was too much to bear, forcing them to call a truce between the police and demonstrators. Mashirima Kapombe was in Mathare and Kibera and now reports.
Joyce Kemunto is a woman in agony. Her newborn is no more and the body is lying at City Mortuary. Before the protest started, Precious was full of life. Then, when police locked tear gas in the air,
sasa ndio watoto walianza kulia. Nilichukua maji nikaweka kitambaa nikaanza kupangusa mtoto uso. Nilipangusa mtoto uso nikaona mtoto amekuwa poa lakini bado alikuwa analia.
Joyce was hopeful that her first aid efforts managed the effects of the tear gas, but her baby's health deteriorated in the evening.
Sasa ndio tumelala, mtoto amefika usiku anatoa bofu kwa mabua. Kutoa bofu kwa mabua. Ndio nikaona mtoto bado anasikia vibaya. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nataka nimpeleke usiku kumsaidia ndio mtoto ameaga hivyo.
Friday in Mathare, the area is peaceful. A far cry from Thursday's scenes that forced women to come out of their homes, their arms raised in surrender after the effects of tear gas forced them out.
Mtoto alikuwa amelala hapa na mimi nimelala hapa juu niko mgonjwa, siwezi tembea ama kukimbia. Kwanza nikaona moshi. Nikasema na huyu mama mtoto ametoka mbio. Sasa akakuja mkatuende. Dakika kidogo wamepiga hapa mbele, wamepiga mpaka hapa yani. Sasa atasema tutafanya namna gani? Na tuko na watoto wadogo.
Niliona kama inaniuma. Niko na mtoto mwenye ako na wiki moja na huyu. Na nilisema kama wata basi mimi ndio watoto.
Rose's granddaughter is one in many caught up in a political duel they know nothing about. Tear gas intended to quell protesters hitting the wrong target.
Mwanaume mwingine tulikuwa naye hapa ndani ya nyumba alijaribu kuishika lakini iliteza kwenda kushika akasikia na mchoma. Kimelipuka.
Soot on the floor and on a partially burnt basin and bandaged wounds of the children who sought safety in this home is a painful reminder that the ongoing political chest thumping will only end in tears if not dealt with decisively.
Kuna mtoto mmoja aliumia, alipigwa tu kwa mguu, na wengine tukastukia wanatoka nje wakiliati mguu.
For many of the residents in Mathare, the protests are a way to express themselves. But now the effects on their children has made them call on those involved to rethink their strategy.
Kiandamani tuko amani. Juu sisi wenye tuandamani tuko
Fanya. Watu wa Kisumu uko na shida gani na mimi? Shida gani wako na mimi? Watu wa Kisumu uko na shida gani? Hii ni property yangu, private property yangu. Hata hakuna piece moja imebaki hapo ndani. Zote ndio hiyo. Ndio hiyo imeenda. Inaenda wapi? Mimi naenda wapi sasa? Ninaenda wapi? Naenda wapi mimi? Nitaenda wapi? Niko na watoto, niko na family, nitaenda wapi mimi sasa? Nitaenda wapi? Nini Bosi zinampigia mara milioni moja simu, achukui simu, anasema nakuja mpaka inafika hivi. Wale wako hapa wanatoroka. Gari ya polisi wanakuja pale wanaona magoti. Wanaibia huyo mzee. Gari nasimama hapa wanaenda na wanaona mtu anavunja. One by one na polisi.
Nairobi were left counting losses after looters raided their shops during anti-government protests on Thursday. The goons vandalized a number of business premises, leaving a trail of destruction. 2 cars were also torched during the night of mayhem at B Center area of Kayole. The story was produced by Ben Kirui.
Devastation caused by the acts of savagery by tens of goons who invaded business premises during the Azimio la Umoja anti-government protests in Tasia area of Embakasi and Kayole on Thursday evening were clear in the daylight Friday. This is a fashion boutique along Muindi Mweusi in Tasia area of Embakasi being looted to its knees by goons. Amateur and CCTV footage shows how the looters broke the locks and stole shoes, clothes, among other things. In this footage obtained by Citizen TV, looters are seen using all means to break in, at some point destroying the CCTV cameras after realizing the existence of it. In no time, they were inside scrambling for goods.
Kama kawaida venye tunasikia kuna maandamano, ilibidi tukaenda manyumbani. Lakini sasa ikifika wakati wa saa 11 hivi, nikapigiwa simu nikaambiwa duka imefuja.
When the looters left, the owners of VL Family Designs were left with more than a 3.5 million shilling hole in their financial books. The owner, James Njuguna, says he set up the business in October last year with borrowed money.
Tulianza na 3.5 million. So na sasa tukiangalia tunaona ni kama walichukua kila kitu.
Hapa tulikuwa tunarauka kila asubuhi tunaenda na chako nyumbani. Hivi sasa tumekuja hakuna lolote.
Njiguna's shop is one of the many businesses that were affected by demonstrations that took place in Nairobi and different parts of the country on Thursday. At B Center in Kayole area of Nairobi, vandalized shops, bar and restaurants are evidence of the mayhem caused by looters.
Wale watu walikuja wakaanza kutupa meloni huko kwa barabara. Zingine wakaharibu vitunguu, nyanya, na hiyo stoko yote nilikuwa nimemwaga hivi karibuni, hata siku mbili hazikuwa zimeisha.
The loot destroyed his 12 tons of watermelons, 5,000 pieces of mangoes, 10 boxes of tomatoes, and 5 tons of onions, all worth a total of close to 1 million shillings.
Ile kitu tumeweza kuokoa ni meloni kiwango ya tani moja. Hiyo ndio tu tumeweza kuokoa. Hizo zingine zote zimeharibiwa, miavuli imebebwa.
2 vehicles were also torched while another one was vandalized.
Hiyo line yote hiyo Bicenta mpaka Jacaranda, magari zimechomwa. Gavana imerushwa mawe kila mahali, hakuna amani. So tunashindwa. Duka zetu tutakuwa tunabeba tunaenda nao kwa nyumba. Tutakuwa tunafanya nini?
Tumevunjwa makonteina, vibanda zimevunjwa, na sisi ni wamama na wanaume wenye tunatafutia watoto. Hao wanakuja kuiba saa 1 usiku wakati makarao wameenda. Tunahitaji security hapa, na hakuna security.
Kware police station was not spared either. Protesters hurling stones at the station located along in Kasim were demonstrating on business persons across the country are a concerned lot, as shutting businesses during the protests seems not to guarantee safety.
Okay. Black, you are saying something now?
No. Yeah, Nancy was complaining. Anyway, as we have all seen, there's some noise coming in the background. I don't know if it's just my earphones or it's everyone else that they're hearing the same noise.
Yeah, it's now okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we have all seen and witnessed the distractions, the chaos, and the losses that these alleged maandamanos has brought along with it. We have seen people lose their livelihoods, and the worst case scenario, we have seen people lose the lives of their loved ones. And in this case, as per the video that was played earlier, a mother lost her child. Can someone please convince me if someone has to lose their child so that a server can be opened? Can someone please convince me that someone's supermarket needs to be looted and broken into for a server to be opened? Can someone please convince me for a mortuary to be broken into and all the equipments looted just for a server to be opened? Can someone please convince me that the lives of many Kenyans get to be at risk as a result of these mandamanos at the hands of goons just for a server to be opened? Someone please convince me on that. I'm really requesting that, because up to this point, I don't see the need of that happening. I mean, even economic wise, Kenya, we work Monday to Friday as the most productive days of the week, and then on Saturday, we work half days, and Sunday it's a holiday or a rest day. Now, out of the 5 most productive days, Monday and Thursday being a mandamano day, that takes out 2 days out of the 5 productive days of the week. So we are remaining with 3 productive days of the week and a half, which is on Saturday. How does Kenya progress that way? Can someone please again convince me that it is necessary for Kenya to go through that, for the server just to be opened? Because up to this point, I would call that rubbish. And it's utter selfishness from the person or the persons that still believe that it is necessary for us to go through that route. Earlier on, I had one of the panelists here talk about how the Azimio group had decided or had planned to take their petition to the responsible offices or authorities as to what they want to be done. And I ask myself, why can they not use that route? Select 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 people, take their petition to whatever relevant office they want their petition to be taken to, and they go home. And they wait for a day, maybe they can request for a day to sit down, for a sit down, and they discuss all that without having to do all these things. How necessary is all this? If you ask me, I would say it's unnecessary. So I ask myself, why is it that we Kenyans are so blind to see that we are the ones at a loss? The people that we are trying to fight for in the name of electoral injustices, allegedly, they have their lives all sorted out. We are trying to sort ours out right now. For the cost of living, yes, that's a valid argument. That's a valid request to try and ask for someone to address that. But that's not the way to do it. So I would urge my fellow Kenyans, each time they think of the maandamano, to think of those videos that have just been played there and many more that have not been played, and ask themselves if it is really necessary to go that route. So I'll just leave it there and allow my fellow panelists to submit. I'm still around. Thank you.
Can I say something? Please?
Go ahead.
Black, you're actually right, and your questions are very valid. And thank you for the videos. There is no justification for anything that is going on in Kenya at the moment. Anybody with the right mind would know this is all. It doesn't make sense. And to me, people need. I pray for my country every day, and especially for the young people and for the young men that I see on the streets every single day following this guy. It's a sad state of affair, and there is no justification for it. The mother who has lost her child, I'm a mom, and I look at my boys and think, would I want someone to come and lie to me and lose the life of my son? Hell no. Look how we've lost a police officer. For what reason? Even when I look at Mother Karua, she was a justice minister. She understands the law, but she's violating the same law. Honestly, I think we're at a point of insanity, and we all need to wake up to our own sanity, and especially our young people. And I know because they don't have jobs, but cost of living is not only affecting Kenya. And as I said last time, today is on a Friday. I'm home. I'm never at home on a Friday. I'm out there gallivanting, but I can't afford it. I have to stick home. So cost of living is affecting everybody across the board. This is not a Kenyan issue. It's a global issue, and it's not a Ruto issue. If Raila was genuine and he genuinely cared, he would come and he would send his MPs in Bunge for them to sit down with the Kenya Kwanza MPs and discuss real policy that would transform cost of living, school issues. But at the moment, I was watching Senate yesterday, they were saying there is no Azimio senator in the Senate when they were discussing. So to me, this is economic terrorism, is economic sabotage. There's nothing else I can describe it. And I'm sorry. Kenyans, let's wake up. Let's tell this guy, if he doesn't support a proper dialogue, we shouldn't see people on the streets anymore.
Hey. Go
Can
ahead.
Can I go on? Okay. I just wanted to say this. I hear people say sit down, they should sit down. And I also see people like Haman Manura say these two leaders should sit down and talk. But I feel like what should they sit down and talk about? What's there to talk about? Like Ruto is the president. He's been elected as the president. Who is Raila to sit down with Ruto? As who? That's number one question. Now, we've seen these horrible videos of both police and the Mandamano people dying. How do we balance that? Do we let because okay, according to the constitution, Raila has all the rights to Mandamano. Okay, whether he wants to talk about his and Mandamano because the weather is bad, he has, as long as he's unarmed, he has all the right to go there with his supporters. Okay, so if you're Ruto, I just want to, since everyone is here and I believe you people are very intelligent people, what's the best solution? If you're Ruto, should you let him undermine and let people see that how violent his supporters might be, or the horror that comes with it without police intervention? Or do you try to squash the whole thing and be like, hey, there's no Mandamano? Because that's what I think, that's what Raila wants. He wants Ruto and Gachagua to be like, you know what, there'll be no Mandamano. So they can have these clashes, we can see these horrible pictures, and everyone will be like, watch our kaichini waongee. And guess what? If they do that, what's the end result? A handshake. So it bothers me that in one hand, I feel like Ruto should not be sitting down with Raila. Like Nancy rightfully said, these issues can be addressed at the right place. The parliament, his MPs. So I'd be curious to hear each one of you, including you, Jakes. What's the best way if you are Ruto sitting down there? How do you tackle this? You have the police force and army and everything.
As
How do you deal with this,
a
Mandamano?
moderator, I'll only aggravate your question with another question. To Mzalendo, before I come to mine, who will try to give us more on what you have asked. Mzalendo, from what Kenya rebel, let me call him just that. From what he's asking, how would Raila go about it when Gachagua is firm in his decision that no talks at all, literally no talks. The only talks that will happen talks the retirement. So how do even if Raila wanted, how would he go about it?
Thank you, Jax. And once again, I want to tell you that deep down in Raila's heart, he wants the talks. But just like Gachagua is pushing Ruto not to go for the talks, Raila is also being pushed by the likes of Nuru Okanga and Kinagaucho not to go for the handshake. Again, look at this demonstration this way. It is for political relevance. So suppose Raila was not demonstrating today, what would he be doing? Ask yourself that question. If there were no demonstration, and then Ruto did a mistake. The only job that Raila had in AU, pia kamnyang'anya hiyo kazi. Yeah. He was the chairman of infrastructure in Africa. And the president is the one who appoints somebody. So I think Ruto pia alimnyang'anya hiyo kazi. So basically, Raila Odinga is jobless at the moment. And his political lifeline is being guarded by by his supporters. There are those who also depend on him. Like Nancy was asking, why did Nyang' Nyong'o change his decision very, very fast? Everybody in ODM depends on Raila's support. Just like Donald Trump, there are people who have to hang around the MAGA and his ideologies so that they can win seats in Republican strongholds. So in Azimio strongholds, you have to be inclined to Baba, or you will lose your seat. You will not get it. That is why you see they're threatening people like Jalango, who have got an independent thought and said, I'm going to have a discussion with the president. And remember, the president of the Republic of Kenya, the Azimio leader, the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, all these people reside in Lang'ata, Jalango's constituency. Wakitaka barabara wanaenda kwa Jalash, anaambia bwana mheshimiwa, tunataka barabara. Hao wote ni constituents wake na ni voters wake. So you see the threats are like, Baba gave you the ticket, toe the line. So you no longer represent your people, but you represent the ideologies of your party leader. Even if he doesn't want development, if he doesn't want you to shake anybody's hands, including your mother, hautamsalimia. Akitaka uhame hata kwenye akwambia hama, leo hatutaki kuona mzalendo hapa, nakwambia utahamishwa. You either toe the line, and that is the irony of a democratic a leader who pretends to be very, very democratic, yet in his own backyard, there's no democracy. So we must scrutinize these leaders and look at their interest deeply and see what is this that they want. Me, I can tell you, Raila Amolo Odinga has achieved a lot politically. You cannot match him with any other politicians who is still alive. We could probably match him with the late Martin Shikuku, the late Masinde Muliro, Kijana Wamalo a bit, but his peers are no longer in the scene, in the political scene or the political arena. So he has achieved. Yeye ni mzee, tunamheshimu na tunampenda na tunamwenzi. But right now, where Kenya is at the crossroads, he needs to come na hiyo hekima ya wazee, aangalie this country is bigger than him. It's bigger than him, and there is a generation. Today, historians are already writing stories about Raila Odinga, his achievements. But in one of the pages of Raila Odinga, there'll be the story of the deaths of how many people died in 2007, how many people are now dead in 2023, and how many people died in 2017. That is his legacy. That will always taint his legacy. Even if he retires in politics, he will be remembered by those who hate him, and those who love him will also remember that during his time, we got these benefits of political seats. So people like Orengo, they need him to hang around. People like Anyang' Nyong'o, they need him so much. All those MPs around him, they need him so much. Raila cannot call it a day in politics and they survive in the political arena. Thank you.
But
Okay.
Mzalek, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Someone like Anyang' Nyong'o cannot be the governor of, is it where is it what is the governor of
Kisumu.
He can't be anymore. This is his second term. So why can't he have the balls to stand on, because history will remember you if you stand on the right side of history. So why is it that he's
Okay.
an MP, his time is done in politics and actually want to exit in the right way?
All right. Now you see the reason why he can't do that. Huh? Even if a governor exits the political scene, there is this issue that is coming up in Nyanza, the Luo Nyanza especially. Who is the next kingpin of Luo Nyanza? All right. So he will be deemed as a traitor and not apparent heir of the throne if he goes against Raila Odinga. And remember this, if suppose suppose we had election and Raila wins the election, we have the elections coming in 2027 and Raila wins the election. And these people who are former governors will be still appointed as ministers. So if you don't toe the line, I can assure you will not be appointed if you are Anyang' Nyong'o. Just like people like Jalango. If Raila becomes the president of the Republic of Kenya, do you think they can get a seat? They can't get a seat.
But don't you think what the president said today holds water, that if you're 60 years going on, you should exit? And I think I think Kenyans need to pass a constitution that says, because Kenya is, and I'm sorry, I might be wrong, but for me, I think we tend to recycle the same people who are older. When will we give the young people the opportunity to rule our country? So if Anyang' Nyong'o is like the way I see Kidero being a CAS, it's wrong. You shouldn't be there. That should be a position of a young person who has not been in politics. So if you're telling me that in the next dispensation, I see Anyang' Nyong'o as a CS or a PS or a cabinet secretary, then our country is doomed. The young people have no jobs. So we need to review our constitution.
Yes, Nancy. There are things called political appointment. Political appointments are you appoint somebody in the civil service who is a politician. This used to happen in Moi days when he would appoint you for political gain in whatever area that you're coming from. Now, Jack Raguma has been appointed, Kidero has been appointed. These fellows, despite losing their constituencies, they are still come with people who follow them, people who really look up to them. And why they are given this appointment is for simple reason. Employ your people, give them opportunities. That is why the president, when he comes to your area, he tells you, I have given you the Minister for Internal Security. I have given you the Minister for roads. Do you think that road, the minister is going to build a road going to his house? No, he is supposed to assist his people. Yeah, his people. That is where our politics is at the moment. But is it in the right trajectory? No. Are we looking up to William Ruto to change a few things? Yes, because I see a bit of young, vibrant leaders in KK, although I don't share all their views. People like Kimani Chungo, I find them very, very radical. I don't share his opinions sometimes. They are very, very good leaders from Eastern. There are other very, very young people who have come into parliament. Some are in Azimio, but most of the leaders in Azimio, especially the ODM side, they are gagged. You can never get their potential. You know, they behave like lapdogs. They don't have a voice, you know. That is the saddest part about it. They are intelligent, but they don't have a voice. When did you hear the last time people like Otiende Amolo saying anything that is really, really sensible? Yet he's a very intelligent guy. So there are so many bright people there. They are playing psychophancy politics. They cannot speak their mind. And these are not help Raila Odinga politics. It doesn't help him. He needs somebody to correct him at some point. That is what leadership requires. You cannot be correct all the time. You understand? Thank you very much.
Very quickly, I wanted to say this. Age is not the problem. You can, I mean, if we were to appoint Oscar Sudi to be the president of Kenya, will it solve anything? I mean, he's younger. So age is not the issue here. I think is our politicians run for public office for all the wrong reasons. Running for a political position in Kenya is the fastest way of getting rich. So we do that. So if it means towing the line like Mzalendo said, najua nikipata hiyo tikiti Raila akisema apeshwa utapata and I'll become rich. And when you get there, you don't know what to do, or you just look at it as an opportunity. Na mimi wacha nikule. But you forget why people should run for public office. You're supposed to serve the people, but we don't. And to Zalendo's point, he made an excellent point. Molo, whatever his name is, he's a lawyer, very well educated. But what is he doing? Why should you listen to somebody like Raila or Rengo too? You know, so age is not the problem. It is how we view this public position. We look at it as a position of power where tunaweza kupata kitu tukule. We have a bunch of tumbocrats who are going for public office to make money. Now what we need is people who are principled. What do they stand for? The Constitution, rule of law, they have integrity. People like that is what you need, regardless of age. Age is not the problem. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'm out of here, Mr. Jake, Zalendo, Jeffrey, Black, Marina, Nancy. Thank you very much. Please subscribe. So in the future, if Jake decides to leave Mtembea, you can always come to my channel and discuss. Peace and blessing, everyone. And Black, bye. Blessing.
What channel?
Jake, uko na hiyo video bado?
Send the link, bro. Send the link. Unajua,
send the link. Chat.
Iko kwa private chat, eh?
Tuma. Unajua, each time we come to a show, private chat inajiformat.
Oh, yeah. Ubaya niko kwa ninio, niko kwa iPad, so nikitoka hii page nitatoka nje, alafu I have to come back and it's all. What you do, just hit on my, enda kwa hiyo jina yangu hiyo, ukiona hiyo jina kwa YouTube hapo, just on my profile, add me. Na inaendelea, niko na watu 300, kesho itakuwa 400. Tunapanda. But bless it. Thank you very much, guys.
That's the spirit. We'll be there.
And hey, Jake, I want to know when you are live. Are you Zalendo? I think somebody asked you that. earlier. How do I know you're in? You mean Leona tu leo mko live?
From 10 every weekend and every week. We'll try to have it daily, but we'll plan.
Kenyan time?
10 p.m. Kenyan time.
Okay, so all right, listen.
Mine, I don't know if you're there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Very loud and clear. Shida yako tu ni moja, bro.
Yeah, you know, I'm a civil servant. They don't want to be seen, you know, like you have to also play it cool, you know? Play it cool, you know what I mean?
My challenge tu ni moja before uta complain kuna issue na net. Usipotee.
Oh, okay. I'll be there. I'll be there, bro. I got you, bro.
Unatuachanga na maswali alafu unachomoka tu.
No, Nico Sasa, I'm here now. Ask me any question. But anyway, can I continue?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, you know, I've listened to all of you, and I wondered whether you people look at these issues with one angle, because it is very interesting when you suppress the voice of the people, and then you blame the dead to Raila Odinga. Why is the government stopping Kenyans from doing peaceful demonstrations? I got the, I mean, I wish the police did not go there. They are not stopping them. They are guarding them. And we see these distractions, whether they will be there. They are only there because the police have turned rogue. These are the people killing Kenyans. And you know, unless you read a different constitution than the one of Kenya, Article 1 of the constitution says that the people of Kenya, the sovereignty of the people of Kenya belongs to the people, and they can exercise their sovereignty with through the elected representative or their delegated, that is the judiciary, or they can exercise it directly. What happens when the institutions don't work? For example, Ruto has bought everybody in parliament. He has destroyed democracy as it is. And there's nothing that is making sense in parliament. They can only raise their salaries, and everything is wrong there. I mean, look at the appointment of the CASs, 50 of them, with a country that has no, the economy is dead. You see? So when the parliament does not work, when judicially is in is what we call captive, state captivity, and the police are in captivity, my friends, the only thing that is left for the people of Kenya is demonstration, exercising their rights directly. It is constitutional. And therefore, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Example
We
of
are
why
listening.
the judiciary is captured by the executive.
What are you saying?
Can you give us an example that makes you believe the executive has captured the judiciary? Because I think that's
When Ruto came to power, one of the things he did that baffled the world and the people who love democracy and the rule of law and integrity, he appointed judges that were thugs, people who are mentioned in the CASA cases. After that, we have always seen that everything that the courts, like for example, all the thieves, the people who are governors and they're in UDA, the money that was stolen by Gachagua, for example, the 200 million shillings, 200 million, I think it's 200 million shillings. I mean, all these people have been pardoned. Unless you people are not in Kenya, people are dismayed and people are, I mean, they have never seen such a thing. The leadership is displaying a lot of, for lack of a better word, recklessness, you know. And therefore,
Can I ask you?
Anyway, let me just correct this guy.
One second. Minor.
It's really misleading people that that the
Uhuru,
president appoints judges.
Uhuru was asked to tell Kenyans why he was unable to, because the president's role is ceremonial when it comes to judiciary. The JSC appoints, vets, the president swears them in. So Uhuru was asked to give us a reason why he was unable to swear these judges in. He never gave us a reason. He never said what crimes these judges had committed and what intelligence was there. So when Ruto came in, he said, look, I am going to appoint these judges because there is a process to be followed. So stop misleading Kenyans.
We are not misleading. This
You
is
are misleading
it
us.
is
And
it
Mosi
is it,
said, no, this is why our country will burn, because we do not look at the facts. The role of the president is to swear them in. The JSC has the mandate to vet, appoint, do everything. It's just a ceremonial part the president plays. The president has nothing to do with whoever becomes a judge of appeal, high court or court of
And
appeal.
Nancy, let me just add to that. It is subject to approval by Parliament. Parliament is also plays a role in the name. So let people not be misled by such statements.
can I finish my submission, because I think you're not also having facts, because if the position of the president is ceremonial, then why doesn't the JSC appoint directly? I mean, this is a cat and mouse game. It is what we call potato,
Only a sense.
and therefore, so let us not get to that messy debate, because I don't think anybody can. I mean, the president has the power to appoint and has the power to disappoint. That's a fact.
No,
It's a constitution.
that's a lie.
So the point is, and this is my point. This is my point, and you're not getting it. It is in the public knowledge that some of the judges appointed by Ruto were mentioned by the FBI of the United States of America of aiding Akasha's drug trafficking. Everybody knows that. Even in kids,
Question is, if they were mentioned and the Akashas were taken with the FBI, why are the judges still in Kenya? Why
yeah, because they are protected by the system that is so corrupt. It's so corrupt. So, guys, I mean, why are we talking as if we are not in Kenya? Like we don't understand that the country is broken into pieces, and therefore, we are dismayed by the sentiments of some people here, telling Kenyans that they cannot exercise their sovereignty directly because the institutions of the servers are, you see, the thing is, the constitution says the elections must be transparent and must be verifiable. What does the word verifiable mean? That we can go anytime I want to go to the IBC and ask them what happened in the real time.
Were the MPs, the governors, the senators, and the women reps transparent, verifiable, and all that?
I don't know, but if how can I know? The servers,
the same day, the same mechanism, the same polling station, the same equipment. So you cannot point out, my brother.
Somebody should mute. Let me put it this way: we have 6 elections. We have 6 elections. We have 6 elections in one day. 6 elections, not one election. These elections are different.
The server
In
is at
fact,
the local polling station. Go
no,
to the local polling station of every
there's no server there. There's no server there. The server.
Nancy, kindly let Maina finish
you
his
guys,
submission, then we can rebut. Let
you
Maina
guys.
Okay. To be fair, Maina, just continue.
Yeah, we are saying this. There are 6 elections or 6 ballots in one day, and their transmission is different. The president one is different. The MP one is different, and it is because if you are the governor, for example, the returning officer of a county is the one to declare your results. When it comes to the president, it is the returning officer is Chebukati, and that is how it is, and therefore Chebukati can declare anything, and that is why we suspect that he was
My
paid
brother,
by Ruto to declare Ruto as the president
I have to.
until we see the actual sequence of events of exactly what happened in real time
My
when
brother,
people voted.
we have
So
6 elections, as you rightly say.
that server must be opened if there will be any peace in Kenya. That's a
Mine,
fact. Number
mine.
two, we are talking about cost of living, and the cost of living is affecting Kenya because of a corruption in government. Yeah, there's a lot of corruption. For example, the Hustler Fund. It is not transparent. Who offers this? Who offers this fund? Yeah, so it has destroyed the inflation, destroyed the businesses. So this talk that there should be no demonstrations, sijui, kwanza when I saw those videos you're putting there, sijui people are stealing, it's because there's unemployment. People are not employed. Over 7 million
So they
youths
were
are
there
not
to get
employed. Yeah, it is
minor.
either these guys are employed by the government, or they are the creation of employment is made so that they cannot be employed
Come on.
by
I
hello.
want us to have. Let's have an objective argument here or debate. Huh? I myself, I know sometimes I may be wrong, and I accept corrections right here.
Yeah,
Equally, I also like to point out a few things here and there wherever possible. Just as much, I also admit whenever a few things are pointed out in my submissions. Now, I had a question. These elections were held on the same day, same polling stations, and I want to believe they were counted by the same people that counted, for example, the presidential vote, the people at the polling stations that counted the MPs' votes, the women reps' votes, and all these other seats' votes were the same that counted the presidential votes. Is it not true?
yeah, it is true.
Very good. Now, if we have the same people counting the votes for all these 6 elective seats, correct? That's the
Hmm.
same 6 people that declare the final results or the final tally of these 6 seats, correct?
What?
Uh, and they're the same people that eventually declare their tally from that polling station or polling center
Yes,
for the 6 seats as per that polling center,
yes.
correct? We are together to that point.
Mm.
Now, there are party agents that do sign those, that the forms. Now, if they're in disagreement of whatever numbers have been posted there is a complaint form which is usually written and signed and attached to these forms 34As as they are sent or forwarded to the next phase before they reach to bombers. So by the time they reach there, if there are any complaints in regards to the numbers, the way they were counted, maybe these agents believed that the numbers were not correct or they were incorrect. These complaint forms that were attached to these 34As now would serve as a basis for them now to be looked at the Supreme Court. Now, I do not recall, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, I do not recall seeing any that was attached to a complaint that was being brought forward by Azimio at the Supreme Court, because that would have brought about a foundation or a starting point from which they would argue from. For example, polling center A, rais wetu ama mtu wetu alipata kura hizi na huyu mwingine alipata kura hizi, lakini kulingana na ile imekuwa posted hapa, kuna agent wetu kwa hiyo polling center ambao as per this report here that he or she disputed the vote count. This is the number that our agent said or claimed to be the actual ones. Can we please reconfirm that whether whatever the IBC's numbers were, that polling center is actually the same or different from huyu mtu wetu ambao amekuwa amelalamikia. Sijui kama paka hapo tumeelewana. I did not see any of those being presented at the Supreme Court. Nevertheless, if wote wamepitia the same system, same place, all the 6 elective seats, you cannot say that one was all the other 5 were good, but this one was bad. I would disagree with you. Hello, mine, are you still there? Mine is gone.
No, these are guys who cannot answer those questions. They come here to be a distraction. So you can see even in the comment section, they know the truth. The question that you asked was just very straightforward. In the 290 constituencies, where did you see any Azimio agent coming out and saying that the votes that were announced at Bomas by the Cherera 4, this one came from my constituency, and the Azimio leader did not get this?
Yeah, because there's a form that is usually signed if there's any disagreement in the vote tallying, which is usually assigned and attached to the 34As, but none of that existed. So I mean, that aside, that is what under the bridge. So I don't think it is best for us to even discuss that at this point. I think we are past that. We have far much bigger things and important things to discuss, like the cost of living, which, yes, if that's the argument of which is the cause of reason for talking about protests, then at least we can start from there as a foundation of our discussion, our nationwide discussion on that. Tunaweza ongelea hilo. That will be a great starting point, the cost of living, and how best can it be done. And this, I would also advise my fellow Kenyans, despite their partisan affiliations, whether you're in KKK or Azimio, to try and think objectively, because I think our problems goes far much wider and bigger than just the presidency. Because like Maina at some point rightfully said, that the parliament and the Senate is sort of rotten, you know? And I mentioned this before. And if we are truly objective as Kenyans into trying to reduce the wage bill, so as to also ipunguze mzigo kwetu, because we are the ones actually as Kenyans paying their bills. So each time they increase their bills, it means we have to get deeper into our pockets to pay those bills, right? Now, the SRC earlier on, again, I keep on repeating this, had recommended that all the sitting allowances for the MPs and the senators be removed, because you cannot have an MP, a member of parliament, being paid to go to parliament. That's where he's supposed to be, or she's supposed to be. Where else are they supposed to be? So if you are paying them for each time they get to sit on that chair in parliament, around 30,000 Kenya shillings, that's madness, when already they are receiving salaries and allowances, house allowances, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's ludicrous. That's absurd. It's crazy. So, I mean, if we are we want to have a constructive and objective argument in regards to the cost of living, I think we ought to start looking far deeper than the server issues. Let's also talk about the MPs. Let's insist that all the MPs, hiyo mambo ya allowances zao za sitting allowances kwa parliament na committees zikutolewe. Hii issue tulikuwa tukisema eti kwamba each and every representative has to be giving a CDF so that they can give bursaries to their constituents, should also be removed for this reason that I'm going to say, because I know watu watasema okay, ikitolewa watu watapata bursary wapi? Hii pesa ikitolewa inaweza kutumika kujenga mashule, because they get millions and millions of shillings. If you can build schools whereby students can be going free of charge to those schools, I don't think we'll need bursaries if the schools are free. So I think we should have an objective-minded debate or argument for that matter that would be beneficial to us. Saizi ma MP wamenyamaza, and you see none of them wants to be involved in these maandamanos as you can see, because they know they are set, they are sorted. Wao wanakula pesa yao. Wewe mwananchi unaenda kurusha mawe. You are being mobilized by your fellow the MPs. That's madness. Ambia MP yako hiyo sitting allowances aachane nayo, asikuwa akipokea. That is the starting point we should be talking about. Kisema kama Wakenya tunaamua leo hii hakuna MP should be receiving a sitting allowances just to go sit in parliament, and that is why they are called members of parliament in capital letters, parliament, because that's where they ought to be, in parliament. They should not be paying sitting allowances for that. That's a conversation that we should be talking about. So let me just leave it there. Ndo nisikue naongea peke yangu, itakuwa unfair, nipatiane wengine pia chance ya kuongea. Thanks.
I had left Minor. What happened? And they had questions for him. I hope hakutoroka. But anyway, Black, I have a question for you. We have this issue of the servers. Now, if I go back to the constitution, or rather to our electoral process, it's in public domain that the person who presides over and kind of announces the results for the president is the chairman of the IBC, or rather he is the national returning officer for
Sorry,
that
you just
one.
come again. Sorry, I did not hear. Sorry. Sorry.
We know that the chairman of IBC is the returning officer for the presidential election, right? We know also very well that at the moment we have no can I call them the heads of IEBC? We don't have the 7 commissioners. We don't have even one. Now, if for instance, case in point, what Raila is trying to bring home of the servers, legally, how would we go about it, given that Ruto was equally a contestant in this election?
Ruto
As
has
much as
no
he won,
authority
as much as he's the president and all, I don't know if he has any mandate. The
He
constitution
has
is
no
silent.
authority.
He's
He has
silent
no
of
authority.
consent. Number
Yeah,
2,
what?
the person who
Okay,
we
sorry.
know can speak about an election for that of a president is the chairman of IEBC. And I think it's clear that Chebukati's term ended. So the courts as well, I don't know from what channel will they be asking it to be opened, given that we know the electoral process. We know even how you dispute and how you channel your grievances and how they are resolved. So if just trying to play the devil's advocate, who would open the servers and what law would they be using?
And that's a good question. But I think it is obvious that IBC is an independent institution. That being said, it has its own rules and the persons that are authorized to perform some certain tasks and authorize some certain things to be done, i.e., or the server, that is, if, for instance, in regards to your question. Now, what they're requesting the president to do is actually trying to encourage impunity, because you cannot ask the president to break the law by telling him to go and open a server, knowing very well that that is not his jurisdiction, and he has no authority to do that. So I think they're asking an impossible question, unless maybe wajua walikuwa wamezoea ile the impunity ambao the previous regime led by their chairman used to do things kifua kifua. Now they're assuming that they want our president who's very democratic, and he likes to respect the independence of institutions, to try and break the very promise that he said that he's gonna respect the independence of the institutions and not interfere with them. Kumwambia aende aidhinishe server ifunguliwe. I mean, that's madness. Secondly, I think the issue of server was also well addressed, that it does not belong to us, that there is a third party that actually owns it. We had only hired. So either way, I think it's an impossible thing that they're requesting. It shouldn't have. As to which channel they should, during the court case at the Supreme Court, I think among the issues they raised was they wanted the server to be opened, of which they had their own IT specialists, because there are specialists from IBC, the IT specialists from KKA, and the IT specialists from the Azimio that went to have a view or a look at the contents of the server. Correct me if I'm wrong. That being the case, what else do they want to look at? I think that's water under the bridge, and it does not in any way make our lives better. If anything, it just wastes our time, which we could have been using it productively to make our lives better. So I think Kenyans hapa tunahadaiwa tuangalie mbele, tupate mambo ambayo yana umuhimu na ni kujenga nchi yetu. Sasa mvua inanyesha, we should be talking about if the fertilizer that was given to the farmers by the government was ilikuwa ni ya kutosha, and as to this point upandaji umefikia wapi, and what best can we do moving forward in matters food security, vitu kama hivyo bana. Asante.
Now, just to add on what you said, dakika tu moja, moderator. There is somebody I feel like answering him, because this is some of the rumors that the people are peddling out there, that how come the results has not been gazetted till now. Mr. Tony, you live in Utopia. The Gazette on August 15th, when the Chebukati announced the result, it was gazetted immediately. So these are some of the lies that are being peddled up and down by Azimio supporters. Go and check the Gazette notice. It is there in the public domain. We can download it here for you to read, so that next time usiseme kitu kama hiyo mbele ya umati. Asante bana.
Okay. Mburu alipotea na nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza some questions, but anyway. Messi, how are you? I see you driving. I don't know if you're able to communicate.
Yeah, I'm here. How are you? Good to see Mzalendo Jex. Thank you for sparing your time. That shows your patriotism and how you love our country. Mzalendo Black and the other gentleman there that I cannot read from a distance his name. Thank you for holding on the show up to now that we can come and give our contribution. Jake, so I don't know if you had a specific question or you.
Yeah. The question I've asked about who will open the servers now that we don't even have a chairman, who is the one that oversees the elections of the presidential election rather.
Which server are we opening?
You tell me. That's what we ask. That's what you need to know.
Because Jax, everyone can ask a question or has a right to ask a question. Now the bigger question is the question they are asking relevant, or is just a redundant question, or are we using that as a bait of gaining more? People will believe that there is injustice against the contenders. Before I left earlier on, you asked very good questions. You asked a question to one gentleman about the server. You said that in 2017, or rather prior to 2017, Raila had the same issues and knew very well there were issues with IBC. But when he got to, when they got to have a handshake with Uhuru, he then kept quiet about the whole issue. Why didn't he bring this as one of the issues, to be discussed before they get into handshake and resolve these issues that are surrounding IBC? Why did he keep quiet to allow Chebukati, whom he had said earlier on that is not credible or is not doesn't have a local standard, local stand to preside over an election? Why didn't he resolve these issues prior to the 2022 elections? If the answer is that he kept quiet, hoping that Chebukati will work to his advantage, then he doesn't have credible or credibility or good standing. He's not in good standing to question Chebukati, because all of them wote ni wezi, walitarajia kwamba Chebukati atawasaidia, lakini Chebukati ended up kusaidia mwizi mkubwa kuliko yeye hakuwa mwizi mkubwa, ama hakuchangia ama hakutumia umaarufu wa Chebukati to his benefit. So both of these people are thieves. Now that the greater thief ama mmoja ameiba, ametumia vizuri Chebukati, then we shouldn't even talk about the credibility of the issue. Credibility of the elections and all these shenanigans of opening the server. Now, when I left, I asked this question: do we understand what is the server? We've been discussing these issues of the server. And then we asked yesterday, I think on the same discussion, or the day before yesterday, or last time when you left, we talked about how does a server work? In this case, which server do they want to be open? Is a server like a spin wheel, whereby ukispin hivi from a constituency in a trickle in votes, number of votes, or a server is just an avenue, or a rather vehicle that will carry the results that have been confirmed and have been counted, confirmed at the polling station. And Mzalendo has been very vocal in this, and Black as well, that the elections are won and declared at the polling station, not at the server. Why is it so difficult for people to understand that once you upload the document you upload that is that has been sent to be transmitted at the portal is not it's confirmed at the polling station? Why are people being redundant, asking the government to open the server when in actual sense they are not saying wacha tuende turudi kwa constituency tulete the physical ballot papers and boxes to hesabu. If there is a discrepancy in the number that is displayed at the portal, then now we can say open the server because there is manipulation at the server level. If we understand that and agree that, then we will have a blank slate or a good starting point, as opposed to speculation, which actually is termed as hot air, because what Azmio is doing, they are fishing for evidence, thinking that the server has some evidence that they do not have access to. On the other hand, Azmio have told us they have hacked the server, so they are criminals already in admission. They have hacked the server and they have on alternative results that they can prove that it was contrary to what is displayed at the portal. We need to arrest Azmio first to tell us why they are committing a crime, while they want us to use their criminal acts in resolving another illegality. So that is where we need to begin from. Another thing is that when Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is actually a brother to Raila Amolo Odinga, was there, who signed a contract at the time during his tenure, he presided over the regime that signed a contract with a company, a foreign company that is hosting and holding our information out there, that now the company says we can't access the information because we do not have jurisdiction. Number two, the contract that we signed does not give us access to our very own information, the citizens of Kenya, the the information that is supposed to be for the government of Kenya. Now huwezi pata access to it. Why did Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, a brother to Raila Amolo Odinga, who believes that his only leader is Raila Amolo Odinga, why did he allow this illegality or this loophole for the evil William Ruto to use it against his own brother? So these are some of the questions that we need to answer before we open our mouth, asking for us to open the server. When Black left, he said that we have turned our blind eye to the lawmakers, who are the senators, the members of parliament, the county assemblies, who are actually joining the the demonstrators, telling them that they have a right to come to demonstrate and protest under section 30, under article 37. At the same time, the same lawmakers are telling the protesters that we are going to take what is rightfully ours. Why are the lawmakers breaking the very own laws that they made? You know, why are we not protesting to the doorsteps of the lawmakers, the senators, the county assemblies, and the women rep, and the parliamentarians? Why is it that we are focusing only on one arm, which is the executive, leaving the other two arms of the government, just because Raila Amolo Odinga is only interested in the executive arm, in one arm of the government, which is the executive? These are some of the questions that we need, if we are honest and patriotic and we want to resolve the impending issues in our country, that we need to start asking ourselves. I think I need to stop there because and we need to close this chapter of the server. Like I've said, the server has three elements. One element is the application security or hosting. The other one is computer or device management, both security and its management. The other one is user management or user IDs. So how was this compromised? When you log into the server, if you have access to the server, the server creates logs that are either successful or are not successful. Does Azmio have devices that are not allowed to log into IBC server that were actually an intrusion that shows that there were attempts to intrude or to penetrate to the server and the security was compromised? And if they do, they need to show us so that we stop having what is called hot hair evidence. And that is why there are trailers and trucks of evidence was returned, because it did not meet the threshold of evidence. So the Azmio should stop polarizing the country, destroying property. People have lost their lives, but in actual sense, nothing is being resolved. We just need to be honest with our quest to become or getting into parliament through backdoor. Let me stop there, Jex.
Maybe before we even begin to think of wrapping up, yesterday I'm trying to get that clip when being interviewed and when he was trying to explain the assassination attempt. Raila said that probably it's time we think of changing the constitution, and even he talked about rather the bringing back of BBI. After all this, could it be that probably the secret mission underlying all this, probably he bring BBI? Mzalenda, I'll begin with you.
Oh, you are talking about. I didn't get your question, but I had the last bit of the sentence BBI. So maybe you can repeat your question.
Yesterday, as he was trying to explain the assassination plot, he said that probably we need to relook at our constitution. And as we are looking at it, he said rather that BBI was an option that needs to be relooked at. He said it was only kicked out because of a technicality. After all this, do you think probably the underlying card, the card below the table, is constitutional change? That's what he wants. That is truly what he wants.
I told you before that politicians look for political relevancy. Political parties are formed to grab power. When you have had a political party for more than a decade and you've not had power, then the political party is regarded redundant. You, as a political leader, you have not gotten power. So how do you get power? How do you get the
Let's try to
power?
listen in. I don't know if I found the key.
A very sad day in the history of this country.
I hope it's this one.
Because what the police have done was never even done during the darkest days of our political history as a nation. This really shows that actually we are degenerating into a kind of a colonial state where life did not really matter. Life of Africans did not matter at all. Because there's no reason why police should use this kind of force against unarmed citizens who are merely exercising their democratic right. And it must also be added that we were not even in the CBD. We were on the outskirts of the central business district of Nairobi. And we were just greeting the people. And you can see the people were very happy. And we just moved around, addressing them, talking to them, and leaving. In fact, we thought as we were reaching the highway, that's where we were actually intended to say goodbye to the people, then to drive to the city center. But then, completely unprovoked, there's this vicious attack. Tear gas being thrown left, right, and center. And it continued raining for a very long time. Got then live bullets. My own car was hit 7 times with live bullets. And you could see to the direction of the bullet were all aimed at me. Okay? So we want to say that, look, this is terrible. These people have, because, been threatening us, and they've been friends of this country are not helping. If you look at the statement released by some ambassadors based here, you think that they live in a different country. They're not living in Kenya. They're actually trying to inflame this conflict instead of being independent and neutral arbiters. We've been told elections are over. Kenya had the most democratic elections last time. We live here in this country. And they themselves know that an election where there's a division among electoral commissioners, 4 against 3, cannot be said to, by any standards, to be a free and fair elections. It cannot be a transparent elections. Either the 3 are right or the 4 are right.
I'm trying to look for that. None of that. Your press briefing. I'm trying to look for the whole clip.
What?
Ni kama haijakuwa posted, where he was talking of BBI, and it hit. Probably this is the end game, because after all this mandaman, what is his end game?
You see, I really sympathize I don't know, with Baba, and I read the statement, and this is a man who wishes that he would have done things the right way. This is somebody who is saying that, we didn't do the right thing. And if four commissioners are differing with the results, then that confuses the whole scenario. But remember, what he's saying is that we appointed these commissioners to do our job, but the other commissioners refused to heed, because going by the submissions and the hearing of what happened in the just concluded elections, they refused to come out to defend their positions. The Cherera Force, they refused. It's only one who came out. So Kenyans needed to hear their side of story, but they had nothing. I believe they had nothing to talk about. That is why they opted not to be interrogated, because we would have known where the elections were being stolen from the other three commissioners who refused to testify before the parliamentarians. So it is sad, and we said it. We've been saying it over and over again that the end game is the introduction of more seats in parliament to accommodate Raila and his team. That is the end game. But his supporters are urging him to go on. But now the biggest challenge is that this is a different scenario. This is William Ruto in power, and bless you, and Gachagua. This is a very, very different ball game. This is a very, very different ball game. So that is the biggest challenge Baba is having. His supporters are telling him not to negotiate with any government, with the current government. He's at the same time calling the foreign missions to come on board indirectly and bring them on the table. That is what I read from his statement. Because when the ambassadors are saying that the elections were free and fair, it's really annoying him. And he's saying they should be neutral. They should be neutral. They should not be leaning towards the government. They should represent what the people are saying, his supporters. So it is unfortunate. It's an unfortunate scenario that whatever Azimio are demonstrating for is actually to have a negotiation with the current regime. That is the end game. There is nothing else that they want. And I need to the issue of the server. We have addressed this issue of the server 1,000,001 times. For the last time, and for your records, nobody can have opened the server. As Mathematic addressed this issue, the software that is embedded or created that server is their property, is not the property of the Kenyan government. And they told you they cannot open that server. Not even, I think maybe God can open the server, but not them. They cannot give you access to their technology. They should think in your head. The technology that created that server cannot be given to anybody. It is a property guarded by the Property Corporate Act. Nobody can open it, not even Chibukati, not even somebody wrote there, another comment wrote, another lady wrote there, the military can open it. They can open it to go where with it? To go where with it? So server si kabati, ile drawer utafungua utoe chumvi, utoe sukari, ni mali ya mtu. I want to give you the last analysis of what a server is, because so many people don't understand it. Na nataka kusema na Kiswahili kwa mara ya mwisho. Server ni kama vile wewe uko na nyumba yako. Kwa nyumba yako kuna bedroom, kuna sitting room, kuna jikoni na kuna choo. Bedroom ni mahali baba na mama wanafanya mambo yao. Wageni waruhusiwi kuingia ndani ya bedroom. Wageni waruhusiwi kuingia ndani ya bedroom. Ukiwa mgeni kwa nyumba ya wenyewe, unafikishwa mahali mulisign contract. Hivyo ndio Wakenya IBC imefikishwa hapo. Bedroom amwezi ruhusiwa kuingia. Hiyo ni mali yao, si mali ya Wakenya. Please understand that na mwache kusumbua watu na mambo ya server. It will never be opened. Hey.
Okay. Aha. Geoffrey, are you ready? Miss, are you ready?
Yeah, what is the question? I think there's a little bit, now I'm a little bit settled, and what is the question?
The question, it's a new one now. Raila said these words. Let me play the clip mbio so that unisaidie. But do you agree with him that those who kind of defected from Azimio? Yes?
Go ahead.
Baba said those who defected should seek fresh mandate. Listen in and then please contribute on this.
Acheni vyama vibaki. Kama watu walipiga kura kwa wewe kama mwanachama wa Azimio, baki ndani ya Azimio. Ukitoka kwa Azimio unaingia pande ya Kenya Kwanza, toka kwa bunge urudi tena kwa wananchi uchaguliwe upya. Kwa hiyo naomba Bwana Ruto, hapana, wacha hii mambo ya kununua wabunge hapa kama nini, kama kondoo au mbuzi kwa mnada. Kama unataka wabunge wengi, wacha warudi kwa wananchi, warudi kwa debe. Wakishinda sawa. Hawa ukibira wanajua mimi nilipokozana na chama changu, nilijiuzulu, nikarudi kwa debe na nani, kwa wananchi, na tukashindana, nikachaguliwa tena. Hao wote wabunge ambao wanapiga kelele mingi, wanapweka kama umbwa, tokeni kwa bunge, rudini kwa wananchi, tuonane na nyinyi.
Wanabweka kama umbwa, wanafaa watoke kwa bunge waende kwa wananchi. What do you think? What do you say about that?
I think Raila is right on that. I think Raila is actually, I think the party has the mandate. Let's go back outside the democracy. Let's go outside Kenya. So I think when the way, let's say for example, if Joe Biden today decides to decamp and go to become a Republican, then he should seek the mandate of the Republicans as their of the Republican. I think there is I don't remember that, but there is a party act that they have some leeway that they can recall you or reprimand you or discipline you. And this really happened a time, I remember when one of the governors died in Nyamira. The governor was ODM, and then the deputy governor wanted to actually went with another party, but there was a serious legal suit that was saying that when when the governor and the deputy governor had sought the mandate through ODM, and they had gotten into an understanding or a party signing. I don't remember it clearly. So I think Raila, if he advances this narrative, I think I want to support that people also, leaders are also taking advantage of the situation. Wanaona mahali kuna chakula, wanaruka huko. So we should have people who are consistent with if they come with the party, what the party stands for, the ideals and all that, I think they should stick to that. And if not, if they change their mind, I think they should go back to the people and seek fresh mandate from the other end. But more importantly, because I don't remember it very clearly, and I cannot authoritatively speak about it. Let me say something that you asked before. I think Raila amesema last year, and I think Mzalendo, you saw there was a clip that we shared today. Ilikuwa nasema Raila alisema watu wawache kupweka kama umbwa, ati uchumi imekuwa ngumu. Uchumi haijakuwa ngumu Kenya peke yake, imekuwa worldwide, na akatoa sababu ambazo zimefanya uchumi ikawa ngumu worldwide. That was just 2022. So what has changed in 2023 before March, that now sasa amechange the tune ya kusema kwamba Ruto amefanya uchumi ikawa ngumu. So I think to your question, Jack, what is the end game of Raila? I think the end game, Raila has been very consistent in his end game. His end game has always been getting to the government through backdoor, coercing the current government through intimidation and threats, and getting to the government through backdoor. That if you don't listen to him, he will call the mass, and the mass will force you to listen to him. I think that is highest conmanship, and we need to ask, when will people like you and me get the opportunity to lead this country without any intimidation or coercion or microaggression from our leaders, especially those leaders that we have recycled? We do appreciate and acknowledge the contributions that our leaders have put in and have given to our country to where it is now. But again, we can't be doing the same things, same way, expecting different results. We must get to a certain point and say, now we thank you for this far that you brought us, but we need to retire you now and bring in a fresh mandate. Think about it, even technology. There comes a time you retire technology, right? Even if it was great, you retire it and you bring in another one. You remember BlackBerry. When BlackBerry came, it was the greatest thing on earth that we ever had in terms of mails, email, sending emails through mobile devices. But a time came when Androids came and they retired the Blackberries. I don't know, Mzalendo, if you were able to use Blackberries then. It was the biggest thing, the coolest thing that we ever had. But time overcame it, and now we need to retire the old leadership and usher in new and different thinking. That's why we have different evolution through science, mathematics, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. There are evolutions. We know the old principles worked, but now also we have to usher in the new technologies, the new innovation, to allow us move to another level of leadership. And I think Raila has done his bit, but it is only unfortunate that we are asking people who are poor to come to the streets. They die. They are probably the breadwinners of the family. And we have not seen any politician thereafter Maandamano who goes back to those families that have been hurt or injured, who have lost properties, to try and look for a way that they can compensate them. And I think we need to have a legislation in place, if our parliamentarians, our lawmakers are genuine, that will say, if you call for demonstrations, if there is loss of property, loss of life, then you are held culpable of that kind of losses. I think that will help or bring the members or those who are calling for maandamano to sobriety, ndio walete maandamano iko fresh, ambayo ina amani, ambayo sio ya kupigana na kuharibu mali. Asante.
Asante sana Mwise. The question that regarding the video that we've just played about where Mr. is saying Raila has got a right. Yes, he has got a right, but at the same time, the MP who was elected on an Azimio ticket has also a right of association, and he can associate with anybody that that they want. The political party that sponsored him to parliament has got also a right to expel him, or if they feel threatened by, or demeaned by this particular legislator, they have got a right to expel him from the party. But it stops there. You can only expel them, but when you expel them, they will run to court and get an injunction that there are procedures, the procedures out there for you to resign from a political party. And you cannot prove otherwise that he has resigned from any of these political movement. That is the only way. The party leader can only threaten them. They can only be expelled. But when they're expelled immediately, they'll run to the court and they'll get an injunction and they'll continue serving until they finish their term. Because there are things that you cannot prove unless they resign through parliament. And you have to write a written letter to the speaker that I'm now leaving this coalition and joining coalition B or C. That is the only way that a member of parliament is allowed to quit or to resign legally. But by association or by demeaning his political party, the farthest the political organs in that particular party can go is to expel them from the party. And that's it.
Unfortunately, Mboro has been driving the last 6 hours on the show. I've been seeing him driving. So I don't know, probably naweza mtukia na drive nimsikia kwa Kenya. Mboro, where are you driving to?
Ingie dereni, nitaongea baadaye kiasi tu.
Naona tu ukidrive tu. I hope ukuji Kenya na gari. Anyway, I think nimepata hiyo clip yenye anaongelea, lakini ni mrefu, ni 10 minutes yenye anasema mambo ya BBI. But then again, Mzalendo, if all the clips I've played, especially those ones that were showing mothers crying because of a lost baby, because of the challenges they are going through, especially the effect of tear gas to them and their babies. Honestly, what needs to happen for either Rigathi to tone down his hard stand, or for Raila to call off the maandamano, or for Ruto to say, hey brother, now let's come and talk? What needs to happen? Do we need to still lose more life? What is that one thing that needs to happen? Because honestly, I think one life lost is one life too many.
See, Raila can call his house to order. He can stop the maandamanos if he wants. He can stop them. Now, the government can also stop the demonstrations if they want, but it will be illegal for the government to stop demonstration. So each and every side is protected by a law. But do they really want to, does Azimio really want to stop the demonstration? Baba maybe wants to stop the demonstration, but his supporters, they don't want him to stop the demonstration. You saw what happened in Jacaranda earlier yesterday. You saw what happened after the maandamano. People are having a field day. This is the only time for people to loot. So criminals are taking advantage of the situation. And that is what we had said even before the 20th March first demonstration. There is no way you will say that this is an Azimio supporter and this is a criminal. You can't differentiate between the two when they are all singing the same slogan. and probably the other group is raiding houses. But it's unfortunate. I've said it and I will say it. We will condemn the killings of police officers. We will condemn the killing of protesters. A baby just died in Madare. That is very, very unfortunate. I don't know whether to term it police killing or it is reckless lobbying of tear gas into people's houses. So many of these things we can attribute them to the police, and others we can attribute them to Azimio protesters. If you are threatening a policeman with a stone, like in Kisumu, they had made this sling, and you saw it making round in social media. There's a sling where they are putting a stone and lobbying it to the police. Where would you do that in the world apart from Kenya? That is a state where there's anarchy. There's no rule of law. There's anarchy in that state. You will never do something like that. You saw protesters taking over a police Land Cruiser. Where would you do that? Where would you do that? In which country can you do something like that? You take a police vehicle, you hijack it, you drive it around the town. I mean, this is all nonsense. This is now not protest. What is that? Hmm?
Go ahead, ninacheza tu ukiongeanga.
Yeah, so unaona hiyo vitu yote unaona zinafanyika katika strongholds za Azimio in places where people are not even interested in the poor. Like I was being told that people were killed in a market in a rural area where people were just busy selling cows. Then Azimio supporters stormed there and told them, why are you selling these things and you are supposed to be in the protest? Can you stop whatever you're doing? And it was said clearly the night before the protest that if you open your hotel, we will come and eat for free. If you open your shop, we will serve ourselves. And that is exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. There's a clip going around, guys telling people that is exactly what people should do. So some of these things are some media is very, very sensitive. So we should guard what we are saying again in social media. And the fourth estate has failed terribly. The Kenyan fourth estate has failed terribly. They are highlighting more of the violence. They are not really doing investigative journalism into what is really happening. And they are not informing people adequately of what these political parties want. Apart from the political talk shows that we are having each and every morning on TV and on radio, there is no like going to this mother who has lost the baby like last night. There is no revisiting that mortuary that was raided in Kisumu. There is no going to talk to Anyang' Nyong'o why he changed his stand the last minute in Kisumu. Some of these things are very, very important. The fourth estate is not playing its role. And I believe they have taken side just like the previous election. They are not really passionate about the current government, because what the current government also did also is to deny the local media business. So the businesses that are going to local media houses have been taken to the national broadcaster. So that is again something that is playing on the background, and so many media personalities have been laid off in various media houses. So that could be also an area why we are not getting very comprehensive news and coverage on this Mandamano. We are getting kind of a one-sided look of the story. Look at all the headlines that are streaming in. So that is where we are as a country, and what we need to tell people is that we are just minutes or seconds away from a possible genocide and or a possible tribal clashes in the country, and we can ignite it anytime. So let us be very, very, very careful. You have seen Ruto has got also a support base, just like Baba. Not that Ruto does not have a support base. He has a support base just like Baba, probably even bigger than what Raila has in Luo Nyanza. He has a bigger support base. So let us be very, very, very careful when we are talking here or when we
Mzalendo.
are inciting our
Hello?
supporters.
Mzalendo. Naweza nikaongea kidogo wakati niko kwa traffic kama saa hii.
Ongea ndugu yangu.
Kidogo tu. Poleni sana, sijaweza kuchangia sana kwa sababu niko kwa barabara. Niko na masaa mengi ya kudrive. Kwa hivyo mnanisaidia nisipate usingizi. Niko na kama safari ya masaa kama nimebakisha kama 6 hivi. Nifike kwenye naenda. Tumeongea mambo mengi na ni mambo mazuri sana, na nimekuwa nikifikiria sana vile kunaendelea Kenya. Kuna mambo mengine muhimu yanatendeka, sio tu hizo siasa za maandamano, maana lazima maisha yaendelee, lakini unakuta media hawataki kuongea kuhusu hayo mambo, na sijui kama mnajiuliza ni kwa nini hawataki kuongea kuhusu hayo mambo, na ninataka niwapatie jibu. Mkumbuke ya kwamba media ya Kenya iko na wenyewe. Kuna wale ambao wako na shareholders, iko na wenyewe, na mtu mmoja mkubwa ambaye ako na uwezo wa media ni aliyekuwa rais aliyetoka. Naongea Kiswahili kwa sababu kadhaa. Rais aliyetoka ako na share nyingi sana kwa media, wakifuatiwa na huyu anaitwa Gideon Moi na wengine ambao wako katika mlengo uliokuwa kwa serikali. Sasa wewe unategemea unaweza tumia chombo chako kupigia debe watu wale ambao mnapingana na wao? Ni vigumu sana. Sasa nimekuwa nikijiuliza ni nini kinaweza fanyika Kenya ili tukaweze kupata faida kwa wananchi, kwa sababu sio tu media ambayo hawa watu wameshikilia, na nikawaambia juzi ile kitu inafanya wakuwe na shida kubwa sana ni kwa sababu wao ndio wako na shareholders nyingi katika every sector ya nchi ya Kenya. Kienda kwa mabiashara, mabenki ni zao. Kampuni yenye inafanya mambo ya maziwa karibu yote ni ya rais aliyetoka. Kama ni gesi, karibu yote ni ya Raila Odinga, na biashara zingine zote ambazo zina kama biashara za mafuta. So kama tunataka mambo yabadilike katika nchi ya Kenya, ni lazima sisi kama Wakenya tujue ni nani ambao wanatudhulumu. Ni hawa watu, maana wamekuwa wakizuia watu wengine wasiingie katika market ili kusikue na competition. Competition ikikosa, unakuwa na ile kitu tunaita monopoly. Monopoly ikiingia, watu wanauza vitu vyenye wanataka. Wananunulia watu maziwa vibaya, wanauza kwa bei ya juu. The same case na mambo ya gas na hizo vitu zingine, kama ni loan tunachukua kwa bei ya juu. So lazima tukubali ya kwamba serikali ifanye kitu ili hiyo monopoly iishe, na nitaongea baadaye. Saa hii jamu imeisha. Asante.
Sawa, brother Benson, karibu sana, good to see you.
Habari ya siku mingi.
Karibu sana bwana. Niko salama.
Nilikuwa niko huko background, nilikuwa niwaona tu, hata nilikuwa busy kidogo, lakini nilikuwa nimekaa tu naona venye watu wanachangia. Lakini saa zingine nashindwa hata nichangie nini kulingana na venye saa zingine vitu zinaenda. Vijana ambao wanafanya kazi vitu zao zinachukuliwa, watu wanakufa, unaona. Nimesikia Geoffrey Mbaru ameongea kuhusu biashara ya media. Unajua, angalia, kuna vitu uangalie hii dunia. Ukiangalia dunia yote, media kuna watu wao ambao wana support. For instance, ukikuja kama US utapata kama Fox News, Fox especially like Fox, media, Fox and some they are for Republican, so they will always focus on what will benefit Republican. And like when you come back to CNN, SMNBC, you know, sometimes they do the Democrat. So I don't think that one can be issue. Media is usually like that in every part of the country. They will always focus on who they align themselves to. Hiyo ni moja. Alafu imekuja palipa biashara. I don't know. Jex utani differentiate here between, I know Raila deals in the cylinder. Does it deals in the gas too or only the cylinder?
I'm not sure, but I know he does the cylinder. About
It's
the gas,
cylinder.
I'm
He's
not
not
sure.
doing, yeah, he does the cylinder. That's what I know. So I don't think he's doing the gas. So there also is a correction. Anyway, to me, Jex, unanijua, I usually take the point of statesmanship. I'm not for maandamano. I said it earlier, because it doesn't only affect the support, the UDA or the government. It also affects the people of Azimio. And if you were here last time, I told you that the only thing that will make us as a country not to go in a bad state, what we need is wisdom, hekima na busara. Kwa sababu tusipokuwa na hekima na busara, Kenya, yani sijui nchi yetu itakuwa wapi. Yeah? Na hii hekima na busara inatakikana ikuwe kutoka kwa the Azimio, itoke kwa gava, itoke hata kwa polisi. Unaona? Kwa sababu hii mambo ya kibabe, hii ya kila mtu anaona ametosha. Jex ni mbaya. Unaona? Yeah? Because itaenda maandamano after maandamano, kwa sababu let me tell you what will happen. People will go on the street, and immediately people go on the street, then even them, they will start lacking food. And what will happen? They will start to attack anybody. Utakuwa unatoka kazi, unapata na vijana wamesimama mahali wanakuambia bana, wewe nipatie zetu uende. Na inchi kishafika hapo, wewe unajua tutakuwa wapi. So I think, I don't know even like what to say, the best solution that that could come. But to me, I just pray that if we can be wise enough, if that wisdom, we can have it, and at least let's speak or let's reason with a lot of wisdom so that we can reach an agreement that that will be beneficial for both the opposition and the government, and also will benefit the common man, the citizen. Because we can give all the analysis of what Tomorrow somebody is going to do, tomorrow somebody is going to do, or who is superpower than who. But at the end of the day, are we going to have our country the same? You know. So I think like even like the religious leaders, they also should also ask for that wisdom and find a way, because I think like everybody here, this panel, people have given their views, and some of the views have been good, some of them have been negative, it impacted in every way, but I think people have given it their all. But what is left? What is left? No, you know, we just only have one country, Kenya. There's no any other country that we have. So I think like our leaders need to do something. It's not good, it is bad, you know. That is only what I can say.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I think what you're saying, but tell me, why why do we why do we have election every 4 or 5 years? If by any chance every after other election, we can come and force the government to come to the table, and so that we can have a discussion, if it's not our way. So is there a need for us to have election, or we can just wait after 5 years, say uwanja ndio huo, tuende maandamano, alafu baadaye turumbane, baadaye tukuje tukae chini ndio tuongee? What
Yeah,
do you think?
you see, election can be there, but like what we agree, both me and you, you know, electoral system in Kenya is not just, not only to even the presidential or any other person, but even like the entire system of electoral system of Kenya is not just. And those are the things that ails us, and those are the things that if we as a country, we can solve them, we cannot be where we are today. And I'm telling you this, message, even if there will be a, if which I don't anticipate to have, even if there will be a handshake, or like there will be agreement that is written down between the government and the opposition, if they don't solve the issues that really affect us, because remember when Honorable Raila Odinga and former president, they shook hands, they did not like, they did not even try to do something about the IBC in general. You know, the focus was the IBC was not the focus. Yeah, it was left there. And if you look at the history of the electoral system from 2007, from ever since we started to have like multi-party, it has not been just, you know, until it came a time when people started to discuss like the winner takes it all is a big issue for our country, you know. And that's why, like when the BBI came, they were trying to introduce even the opposition leader, you know. And all these things were being introduced, but like people did not talk about the body that governed the election, you know.
But
That's where the problem is.
um, then do you think Raila has the integrity or the audacity of questioning the electoral or the IBC commission or reforms?
Um, 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 I, um, I, I think to me, I would not say even if Raila or any other person has the audacity or all that thing to question the IBC. But I just want to reason like a Kenyan, that where I feel as a person, like where the problem is this is not about individual right now where we are. If we are like people who cares about our nation, our country, it is not about individual, or it's not about a certain group, it is not about tribe, it is not about anybody, but it is about what just what kind of just society can we have, you know. And this is about the election, because each and every 5 years we usually go the same thing, and it happens. After it happening, it cools down and we forget to do something about it, then immediately we go to for election, it happens, you know. Even like during election, there are some of the things that we were seeing, um, like voting papers were seen all over the places, you know, on how even like some officers were intimidated, you know. So those are the things that we should talk about, you know. And if you want to bring to talk about kind of like um, the individual, you know, this now right now is past individual, you know, you know. And I think if we, even the younger leaders, could be wise enough, you know, they be very transparent and be very truthful and fix this IBC once and for all, you know. And then people who are going to be employed in such institution, they should not take sides, because the history has portrayed it, and evidence is there to show that in IBC is that everybody who is in IBC do not serve the interest of the voters. They serve the interest of their masters, you know. And that is what happened. You see, we had this Cherera 4 and this other side, because none of them were protecting the rights of the voters. That is where the problem is. Because because like right now, if I've employed you, you are there as a commissioner, and you go there, and one thing you do is to look what is the other party doing, and like take the information from the commissioner, from the entire commission, and tell your masters this is what is going to happen, so and so is doing this, then the other person is doing that. You see, like that integrity is not there. And that's why like you find this confusion is coming in, because the master will know that since this person is working inside the commission, what he has told me or what she has told me is the truth, you know. Yeah. And that's why the agreement is not coming, you know. People cannot agree. Yeah. But if we could have been having the very independent kind of mind citizen of Kenya who cares about the vote of a Kenyan, you know. And if you look, um, if they were like, I mean, if they were very independent, nobody could even like bring the agent. Like, why should we bring the agents? Yeah. If all our commissioners or everybody who is employed in IBC has taken oath to protect the constitution of the country, but not to serve the master, you know, everything could have been fine by now, because losing is as best as winning. If you lose genuinely, is good. You can celebrate the loss and say we gave it our all, but we were defeated. And you say, as a country, we need to move forward. The same as if you win, genuinely, you say, we did it, we've won, but the winning is not for a section of people, but the winning is for the country. Our country has won, you know. That can be good. But the situation where we are right now is the electoral system. If we can solve that,
Yeah.
we will be good.
But so back to my question, because now I feel like there comes, you can't win all the time, right?
Yeah.
You know, you can't win all the time, and if you keep doing the same thing different times, expecting different results, then you are unfair even to yourself. You know, then this is what I've heard people talk about leaders who know how to mobilize, but their finishing is bad. You know, and I can tell you, I have been a victim. I was good in mobilizing, and my finishing was poor. Because why? I didn't know how to steal the election. Okay.
Yes.
So now, when we talk about the electoral system, let us also appreciate that our electoral system has evolved over a period of time. You know, that to the extent that they gave us a period when they went around the world to try and say, look, this is a demo of how results will be transmitted, right? Now, there are many people who are aligned, who are experts, who are IT experts, who are aligned to Azimio, for instance. Did they criticize this system and say, here is the loophole? You know, as an expert, you know, system developers, system administrators, developers, you know, who know more about codes, did they come up, if they are patriotic and they are loyal to their master, and say, this system has a loophole and this is going to work against us? Nobody probably put a little bit of effort to question the integrity of the system, because they knew they had what is called the deep state with them. And Benson, if we are honest, you remember Babu Wino talking about how he had invested in his emotions, resources, his life in that election, and how he was disappointed to see that the deep state that they had relied on did not play their role as agreed. I don't know if you have had a chance to see that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but we have not seen, and they say that's one area that I wanted to mention. You've also heard there's Neo saying that they hacked, and they have alternative results, and they can prove that there was hacking and results were manipulated at the server level. Am I correct in those sentiments? But on the other hand, the government, which is UDA, for example, have not come out and said the elections were there was any intrusion or attempt to rig the elections from the Azimio part, right? They have not said the system was compromised, neither have they complained that or admitted that they stole the election. Now, who should we hold accountable here? Because there is one who has come and admitted publicly that they hacked the server. Number one. Number two, they also had a system, which is the deep state, that was helping them to win the election. In fact, Babu Wino says that he had his own people, like you have said, he had his own people who he was relying, who were giving him the live results. So there were spies within the IBC Commission. Who are these spies, right, to begin with? Why can't these spies be held accountable? And so that when Baba is coming to the table, he will come with his hands clean, right? And saying that, look, you know what? I think my elections were stolen, and maybe the evidence Baba is presenting, would this evidence be credible? Would they be allowed, to be used in a court of law if they hacked the server through, other means that are not legal? Will they be allowed in court so that they can be used against those who have stolen from them? And if they cannot, why don't we look at the bigger picture of our country and say, well, we lost this time, but at least we know how you stole. We are giving you 4 years, which goes very quickly. But before 4 years goes, we're going to use Parliament, we're going to use the Senate, we're going to use the judiciary and part of the executive to rectify the electoral system. Why aren't we going this route?
Okay, Mise, and that one still brings me to the same thing, and it's this issue that you are asking, and everything that you see saying, all these things are very truthful. But like we also have to admit about the environment that we have in Kenya. For instance, if what Babu Owino said is true, then it still brings me to what I said earlier. We have what we call the electoral injustice. And until we solve the issue whereby everybody feels like we have our person at the electrical the election, or at the commission, or at this body, somebody who spies on other people, then we will not move as a country. You are also talking of how can we can solve it through Parliament or through the Senate, and what is happening in the political landscape of Kenya, especially when it comes to Parliament. Parliament has been a place whereby like there's a buyout and sellout. Yeah, we've seen so many MPs who will always not stand for what is right, or not stand for something that is good for the common man or the common mwananchi. They will always go for something that is for them. The only time that the MPs will speak in one voice when it comes to their increment of their salaries, or increment of their allowance, or they are going to trip maybe somewhere to do their benchmarking. That one, they will speak in with one voice. There will be no opposition, and there will not be government. But when it comes to very, very things that really touches on us, for the country, they will always not speak with the same voice. So, to me, what is required of us, or what is required of us, the Kenyans of goodwill, is that let us not focus on who is the president, or who is in the opposition, but let us focus on things that might make our country better. There are things that we might not agree on, and there are things that we can agree on. The things that we can agree on, let's work on them, and to give Kenya satisfactory services. And the things that we disagree on, let us find a way of making it work. Especially, me say, what will not end? Yeah, what will not end? Yeah, is
Hello.
yes.
If I can be added, I also want to put my
Okay, let me finish, then you can come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
but Ben, before you go, Minor, I don't see you in the studio. Can you get to the studio?
I have to be added.
Can you leave and come back, rejoin again? Go ahead, Ben, as we wait for Minor. You are on mute, Ben.
So, to me, let us just put politics aside, because politics will always be there. But let us now focus on what can we work on that can really make us not to be where we are today, you know. And if we can work on, especially on the IBC, or like the body that conducts election, you know, and work on everything and ask ourselves, where do we go wrong as a people, you know? And you find a counter accusation whereby it was said that Chebukati, I don't know, went for so and so to give them what kind of money and what. All these accusations, you know, it tells us that it's kind of like something you buy. There's a price tag for it. And like, look, another thing also you have to look at, I think that our leaders should check something to do with the presidency, you know. Yeah, let's check something to do with the presidency, because I don't know why when it comes to presidency, it is the only area during election that is too much focus is given on. And if my suggestion would be, if they can work out a legislation whereby we can have presidential election to be like only one, like when we are doing presidential election, it's just only for presidency. So these other ones can be done later. I think sometimes it might help. That might be my suggestion, because like this presidency in Kenya, like it's like very sensitive, you know, very, very much sensitive. So it's something that we should think on ways on how we can do something about it as a country.
Thank you, Ben. I think Minor, if you turn on your camera, I think it will bring you to the studio, I think. Minor, go ahead. For some reason today, if you are not on camera, it doesn't bring you to the studio. So Minor, unmute yourself and come to the studio. And Zalendo, I need you also to come back, because I need your input here as well.
Mr. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you try, Mzalenda? I want to try something. Can you try to put on your camera?
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, you come to the studio. I think this is something different today. Minor, if you turn on your camera, I think it will bring you to the studio.
Yeah. It's but even if he turns on his audio, you can still hear him. Anyway, let me just contribute a bit about what Benson has just concluded.
Zalendo, before you continue, is Minor, are you there? Would you like to say something before Mzalendo goes ahead with his contribution?
Yeah. Hello, Habari. Can you hear me?
Mzuri, karibu
Yes,
sana.
we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, this issue, Mr. Benson is talking about, I agree with him totally. Because until everybody is satisfied with the election process, they will not have solved anything. I think this is the bottom line. Sometimes I think even the issues of economy, the issues of governance, they'll be sorted once we sort. Because even I usually ask myself, where on earth do you have an IEBC that needs agents? I mean, why do we pay you people? Yeah, and you tell us that because there was no agent, now it is upon you. Whatever happened, happened. You know, it's scary and weird. And therefore, from where I sit, I think it is important to understand that we have very dishonest people in our institutions. And an institution is as good as the individual itself. Because I'm sure, I'm sure, I'm sure Chebukati and the three commissioners or the two commissioners are in Bahamas or Rio de Janeiro, enjoying the loot and enjoying the money that they were paid. So therefore, I would like to support that until we make it right at the polling station, at for every vote to be to count, then as a country we are lost, because we will never have a good elections in Kenya. And it's not even about separating the election ballots or the election positions, voting on different times. It's about the integrity of the officers in charge of these institutions. Because institutions are as good as the individuals themselves. That's what I wanted to add.
Uh, Minor, are you saying that electoral IBC has not made some progress in the manner which they conduct their elections?
Yes, the more things have changed, the more things have remained the same. You see, if I want to steal in your place, for example, there are two ways to steal in your place. One, I can come full throttle with some maybe machine guns and break your door and come in and take your utensils and your TV set and stuff like that. But I can also have a soft way of stealing in your place. If I corroborate maybe with your wife or maybe with your watchman. But what has happened in Kenya is that meticulously the Kenya Kwanza government, led by Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, understood this, and they knew we don't need to break into IEBC. Or what we need to do is manage it from outside. In other words, have employees that are on our payroll, that are working in IEBC with their cards, print different or the original from that for A's and B's, so that even when you go to the courts, it is impossible to prove that actually actually there was stealing, because you stole with a watchman. That's what Ruto did. He stole elections with a watchman. But still, there are traces of evidence that can be found. And according to the whistleblower, there is what we call the real-time events, the sequence of events, what really happened in the morning till 5. Because the whistleblower says that there were forms that are original that were filled later and transmitted through the servers. And that can be traced if the servers are open, because if indeed one machine or for example, BVL machine, biometric machine could transmit information or data from different locations, then that is stealing we're talking about. Therefore, I think for there to be peace in Kenya, for there to be a country that we are proud of, they have to open the server. And when you open the server, then we'll understand what exactly happened. Because Raila Amolo Odinga, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, won this election with a lot of votes. In fact, I believe he won with 3 or 2 million, 2 million votes. So for me, I believe that the stealing of this election was meticulously done by by stealing with the watchmen. Yes.
So, Mina, let me ask you a question. I mean, you bring a different, a very good perspective that would like to ask you. You give us an analogy of someone stealing from your own house using through proxy by using your wife, right?
Yeah.
Now, let us go by your example. If this person has done that before, again and again and again, and you are aware of that, and you are privy to the reports that there is always, your wife is always used to steal from you, or there are people who come always and break into your houses. Why, when you get a chance during the day, why can't you, make sure that you've blocked all those avenues that your wife is using to steal from you? Or why don't you even, when you get a chance, why don't you send away your wife and deny her access? Why are you not doing that? Let me put that to perspective.
You're in a
Question.
you're in a fix. I know because
let me
when you talk.
Give me 1 second, Minor. Let me put it to perspective. Raila Molo had a chance in the handshake. You know, he was in the government. He had the chance to bring those reforms to make sure that nobody uses anyone within the electoral system to steal from him. Because elections were not very far when Raila Amolo Odinga got into the handshake. Why didn't he put mitigation measures to make sure that nobody steals from him? Now, that is the first question. The second question I want to ask you is about the server. And I think, Mzalendo, I will need you to come and explain this better. We have asked here again and again. We gave an example at the constituency level, and I want you to, you rubbished something that the IBC argued. If you look at Electoral Election Act 2016, it says that the party has the right to have agents, their agents at the polling station as a safeguard to make sure that there is no manipulation at the polling level. Now, if you remember, the process is that once the elections have been have finished, they have counted, they sign and say, we agree on this form that the votes that are from here is either 1 million or 500 or this amount of votes. Then that form, they take a photo and then they upload it. Why didn't Raila make sure that his agents truly guarded at the polling center and at the polling level? Let me stop there as you answer that, and actually we ask a question to you as well.
I actually have two questions on that option of the agents. If you have the option of bringing an agent to make sure that nobody messes with your votes and you don't do so, do you really have the right to come back and complain that you suspect that you are rigged when you took the option of not using that safeguard that is available to you? Number two, when you say open the server, it has been explained by the programmer
that is their intellectual property. This is a country that is not a Kenyan company. It is another country. And that other country is not a government agency of that country. It is a private company. If they have said that they cannot give you that information, then you're telling Ruto, you have to give us that information. Don't you think at that time you're asking for something that is impossible? Because the person who did this transaction to get the contract was IEBC. The sitting president was Uhuru. And Raila had a very big say in what goes. Because at one time, Uhuru said that his advisor is Raila. So at that time, he had the option of saying, let's not go to Venezuela because their 2019 or 2020 election was marred with inconsistencies. And it is not a stable country right now. Let us look, they could have refused that contract, but they were not keen. So that's what I'm asking. Why is Raila holding Ruto accountable for providing the server when he knows it is not within Ruto's ability or jurisdiction to force the company to open the server?
Maina, maswali ndio hayo.
You know, the debates in Kenya are very interesting because it's like a ping pong thing. Why this? Why that? You know, from where I stand and from where many Kenyans stand, Raila Amolo Odinga was not in government. Between Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto, if you ask that question to a Standard 2 kid, they will tell you that the deputy president for the 10 years.
I think you're deflecting. I did not say you heard me very well because it is my question you're answering. So answer it accurately. I did not say anything about Raila being in government. I was very careful. I asked you. Uhuru said that he consults with Raila in the running of the government since the handshake. And because Raila had a big say or the ear of the president, when they saw that Chebukati was going to Venezuela, this country that is not stable, an unstable country that is under sanctions for mismanagement of their own election, why did he not advise or ask Uhuru to stop Chebukati from going to contract with them? That's what I asked. So I never talked about Raila being in government. So just answer it as I asked it, please.
Okay. The reason why Raila did not advise Uhuru Kenyatta to interfere with the IBC is because Raila is not a dictator. He's not a. He's not. He does not believe in interference of independent institutions, and that is why we love him.
I don't even want to hear it because the reason was a valid reason. It is a better reason than saying open because I gave a good reason. They were not.
Actually, 1 minute. Just give him time to answer the question. Let him conclude that to answer your question before you respond. That way, we will make sense out of what he says, or you can debunk what he says. So go ahead, Maina.
Yeah. I'll start saying that when you are a Pan-African, when you believe in the rule of law, and when the institution says or the constitution says that the constitution bodies are independent, you allow them to do things independently, and that is why we love Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga, because he does not want to interfere with the institutions. So what we are doing now, because the institutions seems to be infiltrated by some uncouth government officials, now we have decided as a people that we can exercise our sovereignty directly. The issue you asked about, if your wife has been used for 5 times to be stolen or to aid in stealing, what you should have thrown away your wife. Everything in Kenya today has a price. Everybody has a price. And so even if you bring another wife, there is a possibility still he will be bought and be used to steal an election. And therefore, for me, I think our country is in a mess,
Minor.
and I don't know what will happen, because we will not have we will not have an election 2027, because it is predetermined. And when you say that someone talked about, I think the lady talked about that there is a property, intellectual property of who, of why, and when, because this is a public exercise, and the Constitution guarantees that elections must be transparent and verifiable. So anybody coming to Kenya to conduct a public exercise should know that it is not his property. We are paying him good check, so he should give us. We are giving him a clean check. He should give us a clean job. And let me put it this way, so that you understand: if you contracted any job, even if it's a road, it should be subjected to public scrutiny, because the people using that road, it are not your people. You're just a person to deliver services. You should bring those services and tell us what exactly happened.
You're double speaking. Because you say that Raila respects.
Actually, I need to moderate so that I give you time, so that you can respond. Before you respond, and actually, I want to respond. I want you to respond after this. Minor, you've made two conclusions. One, you have said there is no election. Every woman you marry in Kenya is compromised. Then why are you asking Ruto to do the impossible that you or any other person cannot do? The other thing you've talked about, we give you a clean job, you do a clean job. We give you a clean check and you do a clean job. Why aren't you answering the question Ashley asked you? Why didn't your brother Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta or Raila, through his brother Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, force and make sure that the people that we paid for the services must or had to give us a clean job? Why are you not answering that question? Ashley, go ahead and answer that question.
I think he answered. He said because Raila respects institutions, so he let IBC do their work. So he's saying it has to be subjected to public scrutiny. We don't have access to that information until they come and tell us. So what I was saying, when the contract was made, why didn't even Raila want to see what the contract says? Because he could have seen where they say they reserve the right to, some information, that information that he's saying he cannot provide. But you cannot come after the fact and say, no, they shouldn't have done that. How is Ruto involved in that? Ruto isn't. It is that company that you said Raila respects institutions. So Raila should be asking IEBC. And when he asked IBC contracted with a company that has said they cannot open the server because of the contract. So since he respects institutions, he should learn from that, and going forward, ask his leaders that are in parliament that can make laws to change that, so that there can be stipulations as to who IEBC contracts with in future for our election. So that was a wrong he did, and that is something he should not learn from, but not go back and start saying we need the server open. The server, as they are saying, is in a foreign country. We do not have any agreements with that country for extradition. So there's no way, if they say they won't bring it, they won't open it, whether they mess with the election or not, we have nothing we can do. That's a dead end. And when there's a dead end, and he's saying he will keep demonstrating until that dead end, when nobody in Kenya has a way, any way possible, unless God, to make those people open this. Even their own government cannot do it. So that is why we are saying he needs to not keep saying open the server, because the person who is supposed to open the server is in a different country, and he respects the institution. And the IBC, he let the IBC do work without any supervision from the president, which by the president supervising that contract to make sure it is valid and has no monkey business, would have been good due diligence. So they didn't do that. It is their fault that they were sleeping. And if Chebukati knew that they are lousy and he took advantage of that, they have themselves to blame, but they can learn from it and make those changes now, so that in the next election, that loophole has been sealed. That is moving the country forward. That is what a patriot does now. What a terrorist does is hold the country captive, knowing very well that there is nothing that Ruto can do to open the server. And once you tolerate a terrorist, once you agree what they are saying, they will learn that in future, if they want something, they will just close down business. So like America says, we do not negotiate with terrorists. When people are wanting to blackmail the economy so you can listen to them, I think Ruto should say the same thing, that you will not negotiate with terrorists.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah,
And Black, I'm bringing you in as I also Minor, you didn't answer my questions, but I also want to ask you.
Yeah,
Now that Raila respects institutions, so if we found a police stealing from the public, will he respect the institution and not hold him accountable? So think about it as Black comes in, and then I will bring you back here.
Hello once again.
Black, can you turn on your camera at least to come to the studio? I don't want people to speak from the backstage.
Okay, just a minute. I'm making some movements.
Yeah, you can turn on the
So
camera and
after maybe 5-10 minutes, if I'll be somewhere where I'll be seated.
Yeah, keep
because
going.
I'm working as I'm speaking.
All right,
so
great.
then once I reach the spot where I'll be seated, then
Great,
I can.
great. And
Because I was on camera just a while ago. I'll just get back to camera. But just before that, as I walk, I want to say one thing. I think it is about time our dear brothers and sisters from the other end should either now visit a therapist or something of that sort, because now I think they're starting to sound like mad people. Hii ni kama wazimu sasa. They are requesting for the things which they know it's impossible. And if you hear the way they talk, it's like there are people that they're not mentally correct. Sorry to say. I'm sorry to say this, but that's how I view it. It's like somehow, I mean, there are far much bigger things katika hii Kenya yetu ambayo inatusumbua. I mean, you can sit down, wake up in the morning, and the only thing that can come out of your mouth is servers. I mean, I would rather hear someone telling me about the cost of living, and then we can discuss that. I said that a million times. We can talk about how cost of electricity has gone up and what can be done. I mean, those are the kind of things we can discuss, because that affects and cut across everyone, despite whichever side of the political affiliation you are in. But when I hear, grown-up people talking about server, I mean, when we already know it's impossible, we already have a sitting president, and there's nothing you can do. You can do at this point of time. It matters elections that have already been declared, and he has been sworn in. So issue, come on. So for once, tujaribu kusonga mbele, tuache vitu vingine ambavyo havitusaidii bana. That is an issue ambayo ilikuwa inahusu mzee wetu na mambo iko kuendea vizuri. So be it, sorry, next time. Just like Madam Ashley just said, the president should not negotiate with terrorists. Thank you.
And of course the terrorists, the so-called terrorists will not negotiate with bandits.
Minor, bringing you in. Let me read something here, and then you next. Wait, Black. Someone has written something very important here. He says that intellectual property rights does not allow for access to servers. Do you people understand how servers work really? You can access the server through your phone, but how do you implement CIA policy when you have many actuators who are proxies of threats? Opening servers means anyone can tamper and manipulating information there. Who will be accountable, even if audit trail and non-repudiation is considered?
Thank you.
This is someone who understands how servers work. But
Thank you.
I also want to either agree or disagree with him that you can only open the servers from your phone if you do have access to eh, to 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 that server, or if the CIA policies are applied. So that's why we are saying that the servers are not physically. It doesn't mean that we have to go to Venezuela to open the servers. We are virtual servers. You can log into, you can sit on your computer or your phone and log into a virtual server where all this information is stored. But the question is, why are you asking us to open the server when election is won and declared at the polling station? Nobody's answering this black. Can someone help us understand this black? Do you understand? Where is Mzalendo? And Mina, you wanted to respond. And then Ben, you come back.
Everything in Kenya is wrong, and it starts with the server. Until we open the server, nothing else will make sense in this country. And that is where we are saying, in simple terms, call us terrorists, bandits, whatever name you call us, the Azimio people, we shall not relent. We shall undermine forever until that server is brought and it is opened, and we see exactly what. Why are you so scared?
I'm
Why is
laughing
Ruto
because
so,
you don't know to understand
why
about.
why is Ruto so scared of opening the server? Funny, how many votes did this man
Ruto
get?
has no access. Ruto has.
He has. He has. He is the
Thank you very
president.
much for your time to respond, please.
So if you have,
Let us be,
why did you open the server?
hang on, Ashley. Let us be fair. Let's give Maina time to respond. Then you have all the time to question him. Please go ahead,
The
Maina.
the backbone of a country in terms of politics, economics, governance, it is political. Until we solve the political equation, the political question, we shall never move on as this country. And that is why we are saying, because we cannot use the institutions that are there because they are corrupted, we are going to use the streets. We are going to bring down we are going to make sure that there is nothing that is going to operate in this country until we solve the political question. And the
Maina,
political question in Kenya today is, without the server, then there is no relenting. We shall be in the street, we shall move and cry, and we shall make sure that the world knows there is a problem in Kenya. And that problem has to be solved politically. That is why we are saying, open the server. If Ruto won squarely, we are going to salute him and say, Rais mtukufu, rais endelea kuongoza Kenya. But if he stole elections, then it will be good for Kenyans to know, so that the next election we can have what we call checkpoints, and what we call
mitigation.
mitigation, so that we can not allow people to steal election and walk around in this country saying they are president and yet they never won.
Mise, is this called local madness or international madness? Huh?
I don't know. Ben,
Yani, do
Kalenda,
you
you
have
can
even
respond.
words for this guy? I just don't know from which world these people come from. They still think that there is something called a server that will be open and they get the figures right without even looking at the laws of that particular company and IBC, without even looking at the laws regarding intellectual property. These guys are crazy. I'm telling you, it's like trying to negotiate with a lunatic. The madman or woman in your village. Unakaa chini unajaribu anakuambia yeye yuko mzima, and you are seeing huyu kweli ni wazimu. Anakuambia I'm okay. I'm very much okay. Call the whole village and the whole village knows that this is the mad woman in the village. Every market has a mad person. So for Maina, I think it is so unfortunate. Your point of argument is so narrow and so backward that you can only sell among people who are not knowledgeable at all. So it is unfortunate for you, somebody like you, to be selling this kind of propaganda. That the international community will see you as a mad person. They will not even give you time or listen to this kind of nonsense. Thank you.
I'm back, I think so, at least
Ben,
now.
yeah,
So,
yes,
as I
we
said,
will. Let's go to Ben. In the meantime, Minor, if you can see my screen, read what is CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Let me talk what confidentiality means: the safety of that information. Integrity, is it obtained in the manner which it's supposed to be obtained, without any intrusion, without any tampering with the information. And availability is that whenever you want it to access it, is it there in a easy and accessible way that you can access it at any time. Those are the three principles of of the server or security that has to be factored. Now, the question that the other gentleman posed here is that now that this one here, I think I want to bring it to the screen so that we can argue from a sober. Now we are talking about intellectual property rights. Now that our information is with the Venezuela government, so we are lacking a few things. It's not available for us to view it and access it the way we want it, right? Is there integrity in the manner that is handled? We don't know, right? Is it safe? We still don't know. So to a certain extent, you are right, but your argument is pegged is pegged on a ground that is not substantive, because this is after the information has been submitted to these people, after the information has left the polling station. And if indeed, like you said, that there were duplicate of same forms, with the same serial numbers that were being manipulated, why don't you go to the polling station and bring those paper ballot boxes from there and bring and say, look at this that is uploaded on the portal is different from what we obtained or that was submitted at the polling station. Why is Azimio not doing that? This way they can discredit the integrity and confidentiality of the information. Go ahead, Benson.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss. To me, I tend to disagree with all of you, and I tend also to agree with all of you with what you are saying. At the end of the day, there's some questions and answers we might give here or ask here that we might not find the real issues. For once, Maina is saying they are going with the Mandamano. It's your right to go with Mandamano. But eventually, what will happen? I'm just giving you what will happen. Give it a month. After a month, they will not go for government. I'm not supporting any side. I'm not from government or what, but I'm just giving you the scenario that will happen. When you will be coming from work, you will meet those boys or those young ladies there. They will take everything from you because they will have nothing, because this thing is throwing country into like whereby like we're not collecting tax and like what happens. So you can, as well as you're right, you can go for that maandamano, but eventually what are the repercussions? that even the innocent Kenyans who are not interested, not in government, not supporting Azimio or supporting Kenya Kwanza, but going on with their businesses, they are going to be affected. That is one. Then secondly, if all of us can just put on that patriotic in us as Kenyans, that where we put Kenya first, the things that I tell you here will not happen. Watu wataandamana, lakini hakuna siku yenye hata hiyo sava mnasema itafunguliwa. That is something yenye haitafanyika. The only thing yenye itafanyika, we will keep on losing our brothers, we will keep on losing our property. Eventually kitu itafanyika, utapata itaenda tribe by tribe, because at the end of the day, one day, sisemi hivyo, lakini Kenya is a tribal country. One day watu watasema, the Kalenjin will say, unasumbua kijana wetu sana. What will they do? And this is something that will come in the near future. Sisemi kwa baya, lakini hiyo ni kitu ambacho mimi nafikiria, kwa sababu kitu lazima tukubali, nchi yetu ni nchi ambayo iko na makabila mingi, na kila wakati watu wanasema watu wetu. Na kama ako hapo unaona hii kitu nasema, labda mtu atakuja kusema nyinyi mnasumbua kijana wetu. Sasa hata sisi hata pia tufanye nini? Tufanye hivyo, na that's where the country will go. You know. So what I'm just asking of everybody, if they can listen, even the leadership from Azimio, the leadership from the government, leadership from the police, let us apply wisdom here. Let us agree. This is our country. Yeah. This is our country, and there is no any other country that we will have. You know, ODM and Azimio, they will die soon. The KK government ita rule for even 10 years or how many years, itaisha tu, na bado Kenya itabaki. Yeah. So if all of them can just listen, that is my appeal. Kwa sababu mimi siwezi sema na nini na wakuja watatue jambo moja tu, hii Kenya. Wakitatua, watu watakuwa na amani. Hapo tu kwa IBC. Kwa sababu hata unaona hata saizi unasikia Azimio wanasema kwamba it's not constitution to the law. Hiyo si bado tu hao watu wenye watakuwa hapo ni wa Kenya, si ndio? Na labda wanaona au wenye watakuwa hapo ni wenye watakuwa na support the government. Unaona? So ikifika mali kama hapo, inakuwa watu waongee. Yeah? Tusikue kwamba tunaweka watu katika IBC, kwa IBC ambao wanatutetea. Na kwa hapo the same IBC, that's how still I'm talking of electoral injustice. Angalia hata some of the elections, unaweza pata, like when you look at some other counties, especially in the strongholds, you can find like a governor anapata even like around 100 votes more than president. Inakuambia ati kuna watu, alafu certain amount of people, like the majority of people that came and voted only for president, and that paper is won. You know, it's not all about in the presidency, it's about everywhere. When we are talking of electoral injustice, we are not talking about the presidential election. We are not talking, but we are talking about the entire process. You know, like right now, unajua kama IBC saizi imesimama, kuna kitu inaendelea, and the days zinaenda, unaona. Then by the time hizi fracas zitatulia, utapata tumebaki hata na miaka ngapi? 2. Na hizi miaka 2, do you think like even if these people they have given the mandate, will they fulfill what is required of them? And that's when election come and somebody will say this was not done the right way, you know. So that is my only appeal. Mimi pali nimefika siwezi sema nini, lakini nasema tu kama Wakenya tuangalie vitu ambazo zinaweza tusaidia. Hapa kuongozi watapigana tu, na tukipata electoral commission yenye watu wenye hawathamani their godfathers, ambapo Raila ama Kalonzo ama Martha Karua or Ruto or any other body or any other person will not have their people in the commission, then we will heal ourselves. Lakini kama hakuna, bado tu miaka 4 tutakuja kwa hii studio. Kama itakuwa maandamano, itakuwa jambo lingine. Itakuja tu hapa na mtakuja kusema ni ukweli.
Asante Bernard. Ashley, you wanted to respond, and then I'll bring in Black.
No, I'll wait for my turn to give my submission. Thank you.
Okay. Maina, after hii maneno yote.
Yeah, unajua tumefika mahali tukaanza kusema. Hello?
Ngoja kwanza Maina.
Can you hear me?
Yes. After hii maneno yote umesema dunia nchi yetu iende tu iende kama mbaya katambe.
Kama kaende because ni kama hatutaielewana. Everybody has his own point of view. Na ni kama vile mi naona ni watu wengine waoni hivyo. Mi naona hii nchi iende vizuri na tunaona ya kwamba hiyo mambo ya kutuambia sijui CIA wamesema sijui hii information ya Wakenya voters register yetu sijui ni siri yao ni nini, that is hogwash to me. What are you telling me? That we have given our sovereignty to other countries? That we cannot access the data that was I mean, what risk is there for me to know how I voted? And then you're telling people here, sijui is mad, sijui every soko has his madness, sijui has his mad person. What is the problem with Kenyans? Can't you see the danger? What does the Constitution say? The Constitution says that every election must be verifiable. Verifiable is a word that happens past. Yeah, it's like an accountability word. That after we have voted, we need to verify. So anybody bringing the story of CIA and FBI says what? That is hogwash. It's pure hogwash. You cannot tell us that a country in Venezuela, a country like Venezuela, can hold our data, and then they say that is their intellectual property. Intellectual of who? Of where? Of how? I mean, let's grow up for once, man. Let's grow up for once.
I really do have a question for you before I forget. You see, that is why I said, since Uhuru was the head of government, he should have looked at IBC documents to make sure that is a stipulation that was in the contract and said, no, if this company is insisting that they will hold the intellectual rights, then we cannot go with them. That is not interfering, because by him not looking, we ended up where we are now. So what you're not wanting to accept is the reality that we got a bad contract, whether it was through monkey business or not. The head of government, who is Uhuru, dropped the ball. So hiyo ni maziwa iliyomwagika na haiwezi zoleka, and it had nothing to do with Ruto. So I don't know why you should hold his government hostage for it, and that's why I called him a terrorist. Raila.
Thank you. I think Maina, I have been reminded to tell you, Maina, I have been
moderator.
Geoffrey, I'm giving you the chance. 1 minute.
Hebu niseme tu kitu kidogo tu, dakika moja, sitaongea sana. Actually nimebidi ninunue Bluetooth ambayo nitaweka after some few minutes. Sasa sijaweka bado. Na nitaweza kuwa nachagia hata kama niko kwa barabara. Nilikuwa tu nataka kuongea na Maina kidogo, sababu Maina nimesikia kulingana na Kiingereza ambacho unaongea wewe, ni mtu ambaye naamini ya kwamba umepata nafasi ya kusoma, umeenda shule, kuna mambo ambayo unaelewa yenye watu wengi wenye hawajapata nafasi kama yako hawawezi wakaelewa. About copyright, hiyo huwa iko kwa kampuni zote. Hata wewe mwenyewe ukiiba wimbo unaweka ile protection. Na hii kampuni ambayo ilikuwa inafanya uchaguzi wa Kenya, ningetaka mjue ndio kampuni yenye pia ilikuwa inafanya ama imepeana teknoloji ya kufanya uchaguzi wa Marekani, na mpangilio ni ule tu. Kwa hivyo sio kampuni ati unafikiria ni kitu ambayo ni kitu hivi. Ni kampuni ambayo imekuwa ikisimamia uchaguzi karibu dunia mzima, Smartmatic. So sijui ni nini ambacho mnajaribu kusema, kwa sababu kama ni hizo server mnasema data tunaweza kuaccess, lakini inaitwa partial access, ambayo kuna mambo mengine haufai kuenda zaidi, ili usiende kuchukua mambo ya vile mitambo imetengenezwa mkaenda kutengeneza yenu. Hiyo ndio mambo ya copyright. Jaribu tu kuongea Kiswahili kwa sababu kuna watu wengi hawezi wakaelewa hii mnyama anaitwa server ni nini. So sisi ndio tunastahili kuambia watu ya kwamba sio eti ya kwamba hatupati data. Data yote ya vile uchaguzi ulifanyika, server zingine ziko Kenya. Ile main ndio iko kule Venezuela. Na ile data iko kwa poto ndio bado iko kwa server. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu kingine ati unaenda kutafuta huko. Kitu ya pili, Raila Odinga ametuambia ya kwamba ati amefanya ile inaitwa ethical hacking. Sasa kusema ukweli, ethical hacking kama ameshafanya, mbona bado anatuambia tufugue server na ameshafugua? So hii ni mambo tu ya kuchanganya wananchi. So kampuni ambayo ilipewa hiyo kazi, nilisikia mtu akisema ati sijui Venezuela kuna vita, hiyo ni nchi ambayo hata haijasimama vizuri. Hiyo kampuni ni kampuni kubwa na ndio hata imepewa kandarasi ya kufanya uchaguzi wa hapa Marekani. Kitu kingine ambacho nimekuwa nikisikia mkiongea mambo ya IEBC. Kitu cha kwanza mjue Chebukati alikuwa mwanachama wa ODM. Na Chebukati alikuwa amesimama hata MP na chama cha ODM upande wa Sabaot. Na ningetaka kama tuko na nafasi, Messi unaweza angalia clip ambayo inaonyesha wakati Chebukati alikuwa anafanyiwa interview. Akaulizwa kama amewahi kuwa mwanachama member wa chama chochote. Akasema ndio, yeye hata alikuwa amesimama MP na chama cha ODM. Na wale walikuwa wanampigia debe achaguliwe akaweze kuwa kwa IEBC, mmoja wao ni Raila Odinga. Sasa mtu ambaye alikuwa kwa chama chako na ukampatia ticket na ukamsukuma aingie kwa kile kiti, anawezaje kuwa ati anakulig out? Sasa sasa hivi mnamuita maneno kwa sababu alikosa kuwasaidia kushinda uchaguzi. Na niwaambia ya kwamba kulingana na mpangilio ambao ulikuwa katika Kenya, ilikuwa gumu sana mtu yeyote kusema atabadilisha matokeo. Na ndiposa unaona wale wanne walikuwa wamewekwa na Rais Kenyatta walishindwa kumsaidia. Vyenye walishindwa kumsaidia ndivyo hata Chebukati angeshindwa kusaidia mtu yeyote. Maana pale Bomas kulikuwa na watu tofauti. Kulikuwa na foreigners, kulikuwa na observers. Ungebadilisha namna gani? Kwa hivyo huo uchaguzi, hata kama kuna wizi ingefanyika labda kule mashinani, na ujue bado mashinani kulikuwa na agents na bado kulikuwa na watu ambao wanasimamia hiyo mpangilio wote. Na ndivyo judiciary ikasema servers zinaweza zikahakiwa. Je, mnaweza kuhaki makaratasi ambayo imenakiliwa kwa karatasi ikaandikwa kwa kalamu? Kama agent wanasema hii ndio tulipata ndio matokeo, sasa mnatuambia nini? So sitaki kuongea sana, lakini baada ya dakika kidogo nikiweka YouTube, nikiweka Bluetooth, tutaweza kujadiliana zaidi. Asante.
Asante sana. So,
I have a
Maina,
correction. He said something inconsistent.
wait.
Mathematics is located in the UK.
Ashley,
it is not in Venezuela.
Ashley, do you mind that you are able to give us time so that we can give you time to
Sure.
yeah, go ahead. What did you want to say? Go ahead. You have the floor, Ashley.
I wanted to say that mathematics is located in the UK, not in Venezuela. They are working on automated system, either partially or fully, and then send it to the server. So the person
we can hardly hear you.
Because someone else is making noise, not me.
Okay, let me mute people here. Okay, Geoffrey, yeah, that was you. Go ahead, Ashley.
I was saying that Mburu said that the mathematics is in Venezuela, and that is incorrect. Their headquarters are in the UK, and what they do is automate the electoral system, so it's fully digital or partly digital, and then that information is sent to the server. So the server and the person doing mathematics does one thing, and then the servers are managed by a different company, and that is where Venezuela is coming in. That's the correction I wanted to make, that Mburu submitted, saying that I'm saying about Venezuela. Venezuela is a war-torn country, and they were managing the servers, which is different from what Smartmatics does, and Smartmatics is in the UK. That is where they're headquartered.
Correct. That has been taken into yeah, so I just wanted to remind Mburu, sorry, what is it called? Maina. Did Maina drop? I wanted to say something to him because let me see. I wanted to remind Maina that CIA is not the CIA that he thinks we were talking about. We were talking about an element of security or computer or application security at the server level. So we were talking about the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data that is either saved or that goes to the server or out of the server. So we just want to make sure that you do not mistake. That is not the CIA. Is it called Central Intelligence something? That's not the one that we are talking about. We are talking about the management of data at the server level, that it must have three elements: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. I explained, and there's a gentleman here, I wanted to invite him to come so that, and I want to agree with what he said. He said that Azimio, they are always using lawyers who are probably good constitutional lawyers like Orengo, but they don't have good lawyers who have good understanding and are well grounded on intellectual property. Intellectual property is not very old in the market. It's something that has now gained track from 2013 going forward, and many lawyers in many other countries have not taken keen interest to understand how intellectual properties and laws are governed and how they can prosecute it in court. So that's why we're saying when you come to court like Orengo might not know how a computer works. So he relies on someone to give him an understanding of how a computer works, how the server works, and puts an argument and brings it to court. That argument can be skewed, might not be substantial in itself, might not have grounding, and that's why tuliambiwa it's hot hair. So Black, I see your hand. Go ahead. And Zalendo Karibu back. Ashley, thank you for staying on. Geoffrey, thank you for staying on despite the fact that you are on the road. You are very determined for the love of your country to stay here and spend time so that you can give your contribution and can change the trajectory of our country. You are all appreciated to be here, and we thank you for staying here and giving your contribution. Let's go, Black.
Thank you again. I just want to make this short, okay? I mean, these fellows have been saying that they managed to do some ethical hacking into the server. I mean, point is hacking. So if they have hacked the server, the integrity of the data in that server has been compromised. It becomes it cannot be credible. I mean, whatever it is that's there right now, right? So how do we believe that what is there is the actual data as it were originally? The answer would be, we do not know. So I think the fallback plan will be if they could be talking about that Forms 34As and they want specific Form 34As to be gone in through and what to angalie, that would make sense. But of this one, no. So for them causing this terror among innocent Kenyans who don't want to be involved with all these shenanigans, wanavunjwa mabiashara and all this is just terror. That's why, I mean, again, like I said, the government should not negotiate with terrorists, because anyone who causes terror is a terrorist. So the government should not negotiate. Thank you. And actually, I think you came up with, I mean, that's a good slogan. I mean, we should turn it into a slogan. Since they cause terror, they're terrorists. So the government should not negotiate with terrorists.
That is true. There are three. I went and looked online, and it says, if you negotiate with terrorists, every time they have something they want done, then you have taught them that the only way to get from you is to demand by force. So that is one of the reasons you see, like now, because in 2017, he came with the same argument he has now, and he got a handshake. So they keep saying they need to talk. So you see, when they want to open the server, and then they say Ruto is refusing to talk. So what are they talking about? So they said there are three things: bad faith arguments. Bad faith agreements. So like antagonistic arguments, where somebody is just bringing an argument in order to stop you from doing something. Like now, when they bring these arguments, what they are stopping is the economy from picking up, and they're also stopping investors from coming into the country. That's one. Another reason you should not negotiate with terrorists is that some of them want to win, whatever the cost. Like this person say they will demonstrate until the end of time if the server is not open. They don't care how many people die. They don't care how the economy gets bad. They don't care how bad the security of the country gets. Also that Raila can be president. Is that a character becoming or work of a statesman? I don't think so. And then the third reason is where the person making the argument or the demand, they know it's wrong, but they make it anyway. If there is anybody who knows that Ruto has no access to the server, it is Raila and his people. Yet every day they say that Ruto needs to open the server. And they understand very well that he has no access to that server. So for those three reasons, they are acting as terrorists. They should be treated as such, and they should not be negotiated with. And if the MPs do not want to go to the house, I wish I was Ruto. I would just take out all those positions and use that money to reduce they want to do public participation, then they can go to the public and cease being elected officials, and that money that they are being paid can actually go to make give somebody a plate of food, or even be used to be diverted for food. So they can make those practical steps. So that's what I have.
Ashley, I have a question for you. Someone is saying, it's a question actually that has been asked. It says, what if the government is made of terrorists like we have in this case? What's your take on that?
So they have to tell us what they mean. You see, I've given you reasons. So they give us reasons. We are talking from facts. Let us, even when they say, in fact, I remember Babu Owino said that he had his people who are also tallying the government as the IBC was tallying, and he knows that Baba was winning. So he asked us, really? How much was he winning by? He said it was so tampered with that he cannot tell for a fact how much he won by. He just know he won. You know, when we want to talk about something, we have to talk about tangible things, like say he won by 50%, or he won in Embu, but they are saying he didn't specifically, so that we can even go and get those physical forms and check what is being announced on the portal, whether it is the actual amount. Do some reconciliation between what we have physically and what we have on the system. We can do that without even going to the server. And once we find fault, then we can request the server to confirm that someone did interfere with it. But we cannot do it like on a wild good stage. We don't have specific and say. And then during the petition, they actually chose some places where they were sure that they were rigged. And all of them, when they were counted, not one came back as rigged. The results, the physical result, tallied with the results that were on the portal.
Ashley, as you take a cup of water, I want you to reflect on what someone is saying. Someone thinks that you are delusioned, and he is just alluding that the fact that maandamano or protest started just 2 weeks ago, he is convinced beyond reasonable doubt that the KK government did not have any plan to revive the economy. I want you to come back after I've given Muzalendo. Is it Muzalendo or Black? But in the meantime, I just want to ask this question. Mina, Mina, try to put your camera on. I want to ask you a question. What do you think will happen? Raila has said he has 8.1 voters. Okay. Let us assume Ruto has 5.5 voters. What will happen if everyone called their vote what will happen if Ruto called upon his supporters to come and counter the supporters of Raila Amolo Odinga? Is that the kind of country that we want? I mean, I would like to hear from you, Mzalendo, and then we go to Black.
All right. Thank you, Mise. What I can tell you is that Ruto has been trying to restrain his supporters on the background, and for good reason. This is somebody who has gone to the ICC. He knows the repercussion. This other side, they really don't know the repercussion of whatever utterances that they are making. Like I saw them profile, they've already started profiling policemen, like that guy called Kiboy. I don't know whether they killed somebody, I have no idea. But Mise, Rwanda started like this. In was it in 1994, the genocide in Rwanda? It just started like this, just a simple hatred between the Hutu and the Tutsi. Some people felt like, I don't know whether it is the Hutu who look like Europeans with long pointed nose, and the Tutsis have got some broad kind of African look. So this other community felt like, you are representing us, but you are not Africans. And imagine these are black people telling another black person that, I think you are more of a European than an African. And you can't be leading us for this long. The other community was about 8.5 8.5% of the population. Why am I saying this? There could be some underlying hatred among communities in each and every election cycle. They come out, the underlying hatred among Kenyan communities. But now, what will happen in my prediction? I don't want to be the devil's advocate here. My prediction is that Azimio supporters, even if you go to where they are having their discussions, they want this thing to go on and on. So Raila is playing the script that he ought to have played in 2007. You understand? In 2007, when he called off the protest, so many people had died. Had they gone on with William Ruto and what they were advocating then in 2007, which was genuine, then they would be in power. So when they went to the negotiating table, Ruto also felt shortchanged later on. So there is some animosity between the two, going way back in 2007. And that could also be some underlying issues that we don't know as just normal people, supporting their political leader. But there are some underlying factors that we don't know. Now, when Raila wanted Ruto's support again, he decided to support Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017. That one again is some underlining factors that they are not really coming out and telling us, this is the reason why we did this. So I would say that the country is just a few hours. I will always say a few hours, a few minutes from distractions, from both ends, because we've seen clips going around where now gangsters, I wouldn't even call them protesters now. Gangsters have now taken over the streets. If they meet you anywhere, they are going to rob you. They are going to take everything that belongs to you. For people who are advocating for this thing to go on, remember, when these people are done with the rich people, they are going to come for the middle class in society. They are going to enter your houses. When they are done with robbing the supermarkets and all that, they'll come into your rooms, into that bedroom of yours, and take almost everything, which they feel that they're being told that, you have been stealing from us, the poor now. You have been stealing from us, you rich people. That is why you are seeing the destruction in some parts of Eastlands. You are seeing destructions in Kisumu. And who are they targeting? They are not targeting one of their own. They are only targeting the rich, the people they think that have got something. But if they meet you on the streets, they will definitely rob you. But on the issues that we've been discussing about the suburbs and all that, let's just wrap it. It is not something that we will achieve. It is not something that is attainable. It is just a goose chase. It is not like Ruto is going to open the server, or is called Chebukati going to open the server. That is something that can never happen. So what are they pushing for? A negotiating platform. So many people have died. The West are not talking about the deaths that are happening. They have said that elections in Kenya were transparent, fair, and credible. When Azimio needed to start the protest almost immediately at Bomas, they didn't do that because they didn't have enough evidence to start all protests. They started way too late. way too late when they had gathered some information that, these things, we think that we can go this direction. So I think the protests are uncalled for. There are ways of addressing the cost of living, and you can address it through the legislators in parliament. Even a bipartisan bill that can scrap off free primary, free secondary education has never been sponsored in parliament. So I don't know what they are talking about. These people, they need just to talk to their legislators so that some of these costs can come down. When we talk about the cost of living and the subsidies being removed, we have talked about this thing time and time again. What are the subsidies? How are the subsidies helping us? Yes, the cost of fuel will come down, but is it for free? This is money that has been borrowed and injected in the economy. You will pay for it. You will pay for it eventually. It is not free money. You can enjoy that the fuel has come down, but are you not going to pay for it? Yes, you are going to pay for it. Is it a good thing to inject money into the economy? Yes, it is good, but in the long run, it is not sustainable. In the long run, a country like Kenya that depends on taxes, it is not sustainable. That is why the president went to negotiate directly from the petroleum producing countries so that they can buy petrol in Kenya shillings and not use the dollar. And you know why? Because there will be no middlemen involved that will be hiking the prices. So we expect Kina Shell, who are in Kenya, Kina maybe Total, who are in Kenya, and Gulf Oil to start reducing the pump prices, because now there are no middlemen involved. So that those are some measures that will bring the cost of living down. But who will get credit when the fuel prices go down? Mise, that is the question for today. Who will get the credit when the fuel prices and the prices of unga, because since it is raining now, in the next 3 months we'll be having abundant maize all over Kenya, and the price of maize will come down. But who will get the credit?
I think it's gonna be Raila who is going to say he has forced, right? He has
The
forced.
script is well written.
Yeah. So
It
let
is. Hmm?
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead,
The
Mzalendo.
script is well written. So people who are asking for the end game, that is the end game. Whether we go on a negotiating table, whether government goes to a negotiating table with Raila, at the end of the day, is the one who is going to get credit that the cost of fuel has come down. You'll get the credit that the cost of fertilizer, he brought it down. He'll get credit that the cost of maize has come down. Yeah, but without looking at what the government is doing. So the government should also come out clearly and tell us through the government agencies what they are doing in order to bring the cost of living down. Otherwise, Raila will run out with everything. He will run riot that he is the one who has brought the cost of living down. He is the one who has brought the cost of petroleum down. He has forced the government to negotiate with him. So that is exactly what will happen in the next few months.
And that's where he thrives. Mzalendo, thank you for pointing out that. And I also wanted to ask you, and plus Minor and Black, there is a supermarket that was robbed in Kisumu, and someone was crying and said, why do you rob the supermarket? This is where your brothers and sisters work. At the end, when it's said and done, the owner of the supermarket, who is the investor within that region, can decide whether to stay or leave. And when he leaves, who loses? Who loses? Is it him or you? Perhaps, the owner has insurance and he can get compensated and, get on his way. But on the flip side, there has been profiling of police officers who are doing their job. The work of the police officer is has been caught between a hard and a hard place and the rock and a hard place. So what you see the police officers are trying to do, they are trying to deal with goons who are disguising themselves as protesters while they are destroying property and injuring life and threatening the people who have come peacefully to demonstrate. But at the same time, the police have a job to do to maintain law and order. So profiling police officers, I don't think calling them names and all that, I don't think is a good thing, because the same police officers are guarding Raila Amolo Odinga. Yes, security as well. And that's why the other day we saw that there was a communication of radio calls from, Raila Amolo's vehicle, and Raila Amolo had it. So how does Raila Amolo respect other institutions when he's not supposed to have access to the communication of the police? But we saw him having the radio and communicating through the radio. But the other thing I wanted to say, there is a vehicle that is the media, or rather the communication for Raila Amolo Odinga, which has the license plate of I think KBB or KDD. So the license plates have been altered, and the vehicle is abandoned that in the middle of the road. What do you want the police to do? And why would the journalists aren't the journalists supposed to be impartial and neutral and report what exactly that is on the ground? Why are the journalists then in Raila's vehicle? Are they going to be impartial in their reporting if they are housed by Raila's vehicle? So, I mean, these are some of the things that I would like you guys to as well try to look into as we continue. Black.
Me say,
First of all, to answer that question, I think if not all, at least many politicians or at least leaders, they usually travel with the members of their press. They have their own press people and they have their own media people under their own paycheck. That to mean they do not necessarily have to belong to these media houses. Wanakuanga na wao specific wa kupeperusha habari zao. So I want to believe that these must have been or could have been journalists or media persons that belong to Azimio, not to any media house. Unless otherwise, if there was any that belonged to a media house, I stand to be corrected. Secondly, I think there are some videos I've just posted at the private chat. Perhaps you can play them, Mise. I don't know if you've received them. And then
I can check.
thirdly, thirdly, I've seen Makiadi somewhere there, and I was hoping that perhaps he could join. I usually like us having the intellectual debate with him. I hope he can find time and join us. It would be great. I don't know if you can play those videos, Mise.
Yeah, Mburu, can you mute on your end? Makiadi ni mwoga, hawezi kuja.
No, he's able. He can.
Makiadi ni mwoga. I don't know.
And then
is not principal.
He's not.
No, he will. He can.
He is already
No, he
hii
can.
ndio ile hao ndio
He's
watu
an
wale
objective. Makiadi is very
on the
objective
other
minded.
side.
Makiadi is.
He's from the other side, but he's an Azimio guy, but he's a Kenyan. But I know him to be a very objective minded person. I mean, I know him personally. He's a great guy.
No, yeah, we used to love Makiadi's debates until they started they started propagating for a revolution which is not there and peddling lies to the Kenyan public about the elections that were stolen. You know,
I think I
sometimes
can vouch for him. Moving forward. moving forward, let's not personalize things. Moving forward, this issue of Article 37, yes, it's a
What we are saying without what we are simply saying is that we know he's content. No, there's no doubt about that. But the only challenge that we have is that he gives a blind eye when people come to a national television and start advocating for a revolution and hosting the president from State House, and Makiadi keeps quiet about it. So he's a good guy, and I admire him, and he was very accommodating whenever we had divergent opinion. But he went quiet as a soldier of democracy. He is quiet and silent. When you are silent to the so we want him to come back and make noise that he used to make. That's all we are saying.
Oh no, he used to say tick blue, tick blue. I told him you're going to tick blue until you reach the skies, but nothing green. He's still ticking blue.
No, he has no issues. He can come. But then Magiadi, it will be great, I mean, to have you in the show so that we can debate a few things here and there, get to hear things from different perspectives. Because especially this one that I'm about to bring on the Article 37, I mean, it's a constitutional, it's a
Can you mute,
constitutional
please?
right.
Hang on, Black. Mburu, can you mute, please? Mburu, if you
Geoffrey,
can hear us. Geoffrey.
just mute it for him, if you can.
I'm unable to do that.
Geoffrey.
Makiadi, Misa, you have dared Makiadi. He's saying he's coming on the show. Please tell him to come with the answer of the server. Tell us.
You rattled a
What.
snake.
Yeah,
You rattled a snake.
the end game.
Anyway, they say you rattle a snake. So anyway, the thing is this: in matters Article 37, I know it's a constitutional right, and as much as it's enshrined in our law, it takes precedence over everything. It's supreme. Okay, I don't know. You're about to play something. Okay, let me let you play this. Then
Yes,
you can come.
yes. I would love
Just
to
play
see
then. Play
Makiadi
then I can
coming here.
play. Just play it then.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm waiting to
speak
see
after.
Makiadi coming. Hang on.
Makiadi will come. He's just told you.
Kuna shida gani? Private property yangu hata ofisi moja imebaki hapo ndani, zote ndio hiyo imeenda. Inaenda wapi? Mimi naenda wapi sasa? Naenda wapi? Naenda wapi mimi? Nitaenda wapi? Niko na watoto, niko na family, nitaenda wapi mimi sasa? Nitaenda wapi? Nini? Napigia mara milioni moja simu, achukui simu, anasema nakuja mpaka inafika hivi. Wale wako hapa wanatoroka. Gari ya polisi wanakuja pale, wanapiga magoti, wanaibia huyo mzee. Wanakuja gari nasimama hapa wanaenda na wanavunja.
Oh my goodness. I mean, there's another one also.
So painful. I would like.
There's another one as well.
Makiadi will explain this.
There's another one as well. Another video. Just play them.
Okay.
Back to back.
He'll tell you.
I mean, I want someone. I need someone to justify. I need someone to justify all these things are happening. That is maandamano. I mean, how does someone's business or how does someone's shop got to do with maandamano? I mean, what you're protesting for? I mean, eti mmefukuzwa na polisi. So how do you end up breaking a shop or someone's supermarket or business? I mean, how? How do you justify that? And you want that to
unasema
happen?
unasema
You want that to
unasema so
happen? You want that to
mochari.
happen every Monday and Thursday? So in short, every Monday and Thursday, people will be terrorized. People are going to be robbed. I mean, every Monday and Thursday. That's what you are propagating. I mean, that is what you are telling us. You're going to cause terror. I mean, we ought to think better than that. We ought to think better than that. And if we already know that we cannot control these people, then why go ahead with this? And that's why I was saying, I was about to come to this submission of the Article 37. As much as the Constitution gives the right to any Kenyan to protest, but there's a public act that also gives guidelines. I do understand that the Constitution is supreme to the act, public act. Okay, just play. It's okay, play, and then I'll speak.
Black is Makiadi
Play.
joining, because Makiadi can answer these questions.
Just play. Play.
Business operators loss shops. The goons vandalized a number of businesses, leaving a trail of destruction. 2 cars were also torched during the night of mayhem at B Center area of Kayole. The story was produced by Ben Kirui.
Of savages, tens of goons who invaded business premises during Azimio la Umoja anti-government protest in Tasia area of Embakasi and Kayole on Thursday evening were clear in the daylight Friday. This is a fashion boutique along Muindi Mweusi in the area of Embakasi, being looted its knees by goons. Amateur and CCTV footage shows the loot, the locks and stole shoes. In this footage obtained by Citizen TV, looters are seen using all means to break in, at some point destroying the CCTV cameras after realizing the existence of it. In no time, they were inside scrambling for goods.
Kama kawaida venye tunasikia kuna maandamano, ilibidi tukafuga kazi tukaenda manyumbani. Sasa fika wakati wa saa 11 hivi nikapigiwa simu nikaambiwa duka imefuja.
When the looters left, the owners of VA Family Design 3.5 million shilling hole in their financial books. The owner, James Njuguna, says he set up the business in October last year with borrowed money.
Tulianza na 3.5 million. So na sasa tukiangalia tunaona ni kama walichukua kila kitu.
Hapa tulikuwa tunarauka kila asubuhi, jioni unaenda nyumbani. Sasa
one of the more affected This area of Nairobi, vandalized shops, bar and restaurants are evidence of the mayhem caused by looters.
Wale watu walikuja wakaanza kuiba iron huko kwa tungu na hiyo kwa yote hata siku mbili kwa zimeisha.
And 1 million shillings.
Ile kitu tumeweza kuokoa ni milioni moja. Miavuli imebebwa.
2 vehicles were also torched while another one was vandalized.
Hiyo ni yote hii ya Bicenta ama tutakuwa tunafanya nini?
Wa mama na wenye tunatafutia watoto hapa na kuna
The station was not said either. Protesters are a concerned lot seems not to guarantee stability.
Yes.
Friday night starts now.
Is it hanging from my end or is from your end?
The video is hanging. You guys trying to play it at the same time?
oh, oh dear, oh God.
Wait, how are your videos?
Just 1 minute.
And the devil appears.
Just give me 1 second.
And the devil appears. Sema Makiadi is there. Unaona Makiadi wameita
Mr.
wamelilia
Jambo.
wembe.
Mr. Jambo.
Wamelilia wembe ukaleta panga.
Jambo sana.
Nilikuwa
Black, do you still want Black,
Yes,
do you
as I
still
was
want me to
finishing.
play the second video? Okay.
No, as I was just finishing.
Karibu sana.
Yeah.
Umeishia mkaja.
Hizi videos aje zile wazichezi.
Haya. So mambo ndio hayo basi. Sasa karibu sana Rich Makiadi. It's good to see you. It's like a Christmas seeing you. Karibu sana Black. Go ahead.
Yes. Before I proceed, karibu sana ndugu yangu Makiadi. It's been a while. It's always great debating. Naona wameitana ukaitika mwito. Wamesema kuchokora nyuki. Anyway, I hope you're doing fine. Like I was saying, we have all seen the distractions that have come up with the so-called maandamanos, the so-called exercising of people's rights as per Article 37. This is the outcome. Now, as much as I want to believe and that every Kenyan citizen has the right to protest and ticket as per Article 37, but there's also a public pact which tries to give guidelines on how this can be done without infringing the rights of those that do not want to do the same, and at least to bring order, public order, as this event or activity is happening. As much as I do appreciate the fact that yes, the constitution takes, is supreme to all the laws, and in this case, supreme to the act. But all the same, at the same time, we cannot just tupilia kando hii act. It goes hand in hand. Sio. At some point, I think in 2020, there was an act that had been into the bill that had been introduced in Parliament to try and rectify this act, or rather add something to this act, Public Order Act, whereby the organizers of such events or such activities as the protests would be held responsible in the case of losses such as this. Now, this was ilikuwa imepelekwa second reading, and up to this point, I don't know what happened to it. So I don't know whether perhaps we should also have a discussion about this in relation to what has been happening. If perhaps it can bring some sanity to to Kenyans as they try to exercise this right of protesting. What do you think about this? I mean, should it sail through that the organizers of such activities like the protests should be held liable and responsible for such losses, if and when they occur?
Thank you. Black, actually, you want to respond? And then we have Zalendo, and then Mr. Makiadi is ready to respond to all allegations you've leveled against everyone.
Okay, I haven't written most down, but Makiadi said disillusioned. I didn't understand by who. And then he said about the demonstration having only gone up for 2 weeks, and the Kenya Kwanza government did not intend to revive the economy. So what I'm wondering, I haven't seen Azimio bring any suggestions that have been rejected in parliament or even on the streets. What they are saying is protecting the high cost of living. So how is that helping revive the economy? If they had gone to parliament and brought suggestions on how, or one, said we'll take a pay cut and we'll forfeit our benefit and tax in order to inject that money back into the economy or into giving people some money in their pocket so that they can afford to buy food, I can see them trying. And then if it doesn't work out, then they can go to the streets. But if Kenya Kwanza is not doing it, how is the answer going to the streets to exacerbate the problem? I don't understand that. Okay, now I was looking into Jose Camargo. I hadn't looked into him, and someone talked about Smartmatic, and even in court, I think a lot of people don't know. I've just found out that he works for Smartmatic, and we've learned Smartmatics is in UK. That's the headquarters. So, and he's just, I have friends who are applications engineer. You can't subpoena an individual in a company. If you have a problem with a product, you subpoena the company, not the individual. So I think when they went and subpoenaed, when they started asking Camargo to give them password to the server, he can't even do it because he would actually be fired from his job because he's not self-employed. So I don't know whether I am not very smart, but I believe Raila has smart people who should figure out that they should be able to subpoena Smartmatics because they are in the UK. That is something that is doable. He's just stationed in Venezuela. I looked online and I saw that even in the court, they say that Smartmatics is in Venezuela and it's not. So they have a lot of, I think even this thing of opening the server, a lot of people are just saying it without really going into detail to understand what is going on. Because when I look at this lawyer who went to court to say that this Jose had installed, he says, Camargo of Smartmatic accused of installing president. Then what was the proof? The proof they gave the court, what as his name was found on the papers. What if he was a little clumsy and the name was left there? How does that prove that he interfered with the election? And that's what we are saying. If you can say because of this and these specific, precise reasons, the election was interfered with, not thinking, not guessing, but precisely, you know that it was interfered with because we have reconciled the physical paper ballots with what is on the portal. And there is this discrepancy. So for that reason, this information was tampered with. Now, what information they went to give court that I'm finding, Miss Julie Soweto also unearthed 2 forms from 34B from Kim's kit with the same serial number. One was in Nyeri, the other was in Mount Elgon. So they were told that those 2 kits had a way to identify their address, so the 2 did not interfere, even though they were the same serial number. There is a way you could differentiate between the 2. The other reason that she used was his name being found on the on their ballots. And I don't see how that can interfere. But you know what they can do? Initially, Mother Karua had said that she would go to the East African court. I think if they are sure, instead of holding the country captive and causing even the people to die for something that may just be hot air, they need actual facts. So if they really believe that their case is valid, I think they should go to the East African court and follow the process and unearth all this information, all the evidence they have, and see if we can get to a resolution, because I personally would like them to get to a resolution. There's no benefit to any Kenyan when we have, if it was true that the election was interfered with. And imagine we are fighting for just one person to have a position. Is it even worth it? Because we're only fighting for Raila to be president. Will it then magically change the economy where it becomes better by him just becoming president? It won't. Why can't we do other things that can really make changes? I wish they were on the streets saying that we need free education for our children from kindergarten all the way to university. If they used to offer this free education even in the college level back in the 80s and the 90s, I think, and early 2000s, why can't they do it now? Shouldn't the economy have got better instead of worse? If that is the reason they were going to the streets, that's something we can support. But just because they want one person, to be given a position, it's worth fighting for. It's worth blackmailing the country to where our economy is getting worse, to where investors are afraid to come to our country. Is it really worth it at the end of the day as a patriot? That's my question.
Okay. I think who wants to go first? It was Mzalend and then Makiadi.
I think most of the questions we have been
okay.
I
So
mean, most of the questions have been directed to Makiadi, but maybe I know you'll answer that. Makiadi, karibu sana, long time, my friend. I've not seen you in quite a while.
Yeah.
You've been hiding in the background. But welcome back, Makiadi. My question to maybe the panelists is that, and maybe Makiadi would elaborate this, because when we started the issue of rigged elections, we didn't have a lot of information. Now, informations have been trickling in from all quarters. There came the whistleblower, there came the issue of the servers and the manipulation of, you remember the story of JPEG and PDF. You know, we were at one point on the stories of JPEG and PDF with Makiadi and the rest. But now we realize that we were not addressing the real issue. The issue was in the 290 constituencies in Kenya, the 290 constituencies plus one diaspora, 291. Where did Raila Odinga have a problem? In which constituency? So that he can tell his people that I had a problem in Dagoretti constituency, I had a problem in Nyeri town constituency. I had so much votes, but what was presented at Bomas was totally different without going to the server. Then now, Makedi can also tell us why, who is this guy who is going to open the server? Is it logical, or we are just chasing some hot air about the issue of opening the server? Is there anybody who can open the server at this particular point in time? I think that's all I have. I don't want to bombard Makiadi with a lot of questions, but I believe he's capable enough. He will answer the few questions that we put across. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Makiadi. Karibu sana. And Black, what again? Unataka kusema nini? Ama unataka nikupee nafasi ukaribishe, uweke red carpet kwa Makiadi ndio aingie? Haya,
Amezoea red
fursa.
carpet. No,
Karibu.
swali tu ni hiyo tu venye ilikuwa imesemekana, maybe the panel can also assist. And as I said before, if the server, as per the ethical hackers mentioned by Raila, wali hack server. Now, doesn't the server lose its credibility at this point in time? Because how do we know what has been done there?
Haya, karibisha Makiadi basi, tuambie, tupige makofi aje, alafu atuzungumzie
Karibu Makiadi.
Asante mise, wacha niwasalimie kwanza. Unajua mimi ninaweza piga siasa kila mahali kwa sababu I go with facts. I can come here and talk because I believe what I talk is based on facts. Number one, Ashley is talking about and it feels so good when all attention is on you. Unajua wakati ile tulikuwa nakuja pale mnatusumbua watu ya UDA na maswali, kila mtu anataka kukuuliza swali, you feel so good kwa sababu you get extra time. Ashley anasema opposition ipeleke bill kwa parliament ya kupunguza gharama ya chakula, and I would have wished Ashley akuwe hapa ndio nimjibu, because if a government is serious on helping people, it does not need to be pushed by the opposition. The minority MPs are not supposed to take a bill into parliament to push the government to help Mwananchi. I think we agree on that. If you promised Mwananchi that you're going to lower the price of food, then you do not need an MP to make you do your job. And I want to say this government of William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua has been a failure from day one. From day one. And that is why we are looking at almost 8 months, 9 months into their leadership with no concrete solution to the issues that are affecting common Mwananchi. So far, what we are doing is we are looking at a government that is politicking every day. Every day. Where are those plans that you told us you're going to implement to help common mwananchi? Show me one. Nionyeshe kitu moja ambayo serikali imefanya kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. Zero. There is nothing that these people promised they are going to do for the common mwananchi that they have done so far. And I can be held accountable for that. Niulize swali. You can ask me na nikuambie this is a failed experiment in the Republic of Kenya. That is number one. Number two.
Makiadi, 1 minute. Makiadi, this your camera. There's a little bit of can you adjust a light that kind of distorts your face? There's one light. If you turn it off, your face will be visible. But
Studio yangu inakuanga na mwangaza mingi sana. If I turn
ile ya
this,
nyuma.
hebu nione. I don't know if that's too dark.
Weka hii.
That's too dark. Which one?
Hii yenye umezima pande.
This one.
The front one, the one that is in front of it.
I don't have any other light. Mise, wacha mambo mingi. Wacha tuongee. Mimi najaribu kukusaidia unione ndio usiseme ni clone. I think nikimove light ina nini? Light ina.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So this is a clone of Makiadi. It's not the Makiadi.
So wacha niendelee. You guys are interfering with my time and I let you speak. So number two, mise unajua saa ingine ukikuja hapa kupea watu propaganda, unasikia it is the same thing that UDA speak everywhere on social media, you know, everywhere they have a meeting, mnatuambia mambo ya gari sijui number plate ilikuwa imeblokiwa sijui nini, you know. Let us look at the critical thing here. This is a person who breaks into a car, and shoots inside a vehicle ya mtu. So let us justify this. Tuseme okay, alivunja gari. Kwa nini watu wa media walikuwa kwa gari ya Azimio? Is that how we want to reason? Is that how we want to reason as Kenyans? If I know very well the way media stations do their work, at the time when we had campaigns, we had specific journalists that were assigned to specific political formations. And Black, unajua hiyo. Hii hata si kitu ya kuargue. Kuna journalist alikuwa na cover mambo ya Azimio. And you know that. Kuna journalist alikuwa na cover mambo ya UDA. So there are journalists right now as we speak, who are affiliated to NTV, who are affiliated to Citizen, who are sitting on top of that vehicle, wakikava maandamano, na walikuwa injured. So the way UDA want to paint it is, why were they in a vehicle that belongs to a political formation? That is how we want to justify this whole issue. And we want to show that ilikuwa ni makosa yao kupigwa na polisi. Let me say this. I do not advocate for violence. And Mzalendo, you said something here that I agree with you here. That the way this thing is going right now, the anarchy that we are witnessing in our country right now, when the government feels that they are in control, they cannot listen to anybody, like Rigathi Gachagua said. They said wakati tuliwashinda walikuwa na serikali and all that. And pictures and videos that we are seeing coming from the streets of Kenya that are not in any way relevant to the protests that are going on. Youths walking in the streets and robbing people, mugging people in daylight, in broad daylight. That should be a worry for us as Kenyans. It doesn't matter which political outfit you support, because this is an issue. If nobody takes concern right now and does something, we are going to have a country that will be ruled by thugs and marauding youths who have nothing to lose. People in Kenya right now are suffering because they do not have jobs, number one. Number two, they can take any opportunity available to feed themselves. Na hawa ni vijana ambao wako na familia zao, wanajaribu kuwatafutia chakula. So wakati wanapata opportunity kama hii, where the government sits for 24 hours without reacting, when people's properties are being broken down, looting is going on all over the country, and the government sits on its arms and says, you know what, we are in control. Hamtatutisha kwa sababu sisi tuko na serikali. This thing can escalate. It can move from what we call maandamano to something else that nobody can stop. And this is not about UDA. This is not about Azimio. If we don't put a stop to what is happening in our country right now, we are not going to have a country. Ukiangalia ile rika ambayo inafanya vitu kama hizi ni vijana wadogo. These are people who went to school. They have a university degree. Walimaliza high school. They have no source of income. It is a greater societal problem that we are having right now. And so, Mzalendo, hapo mimi nakubaliana na wewe. There are people who are out there kuandamana genuinely. And there are people who are out there to steal people's property, to rob people, to destroy property, and to take any opportunity possible to loot. Now, the problem with this is it comes to a time whereby it degenerates to a point whereby it becomes chaos. And if we are not careful moving forward, The videos are out there. People are telling the police these are the faces zenye wanafanya wanachoma magari, hawa ndio watu wanavunja biashara, and the police are doing nothing. The IG has become a person who is he looks like a comedian. He's not taking responsibility for anything. All he does is make political statements. And one side says IG yuko sawa, the other side says IG ana makosa. So, gentlemen, let us agree. If William Ruto needs to run a country, then he has to agree to make sure that the country is governable. The way we are descending right now, in the next few months, we are not going to have a country. And this is not about politics. This is about taking care of mali ya mtu. Kama mise uko na shamba ama uko na biashara ikivunjwa na mtu akurudishe siku ya zero, basi hapo ndio mahali tunaelekea. Mimi
I have a question for you. Did William Ruto call these young men and women, unemployed, employed, to the streets to come and destroy property and life? That's the first question. Before they were called, wasn't the country peaceful? Was there any damage of property, loss of life before this protest was called? And is this what you want to see going forward? That our country, the property that you have said, is destroyed, and we don't hold people accountable? What if the government asks those policemen not to go to the streets to do anything? Or what if they ask them to go and watch them destroy the properties that Raila Amolo Odinga asked them to come and destroy? I would like you to respond to that.
Please, have you ever heard Raila Odinga calling people to destroy property? I don't know what media you are watching or what you're drinking in that glass here right now. But let me tell you this. If the government cannot take care of property ya watu, then why is it called a government? Why is it there? Ni ya kazi gani? Hakuna mtu ameambiwa aende nje kuandamana avunje mali ya mtu. In fact, let me tell you something. When you see violence in the streets, it's because somebody somewhere has provoked the people. Right now, wakati tulikuwa tunaona mikutano ya Raila Odinga ikiendelea kila mahali, kwa nini mali ya watu haikuvunjwa? Kwa nini hizo mikutano zote Raila Odinga amefanya zinaitwa baraza na wananchi? Kwa nini hakuna mali, hakuna hata duka ya mtu imevunjwa? Then you should be asking yourself, wale watu wanapatikana sahi kuvunja mali ya watu ni akina nani? Na kama ni watu ambao wanajulikana, we have seen videos, we have seen pictures. Why has the government not taken responsibility? Why is the government leaving these people to roam around and break people's shops? Why is it a government? The government is supposed to instill order. The government is supposed to make sure that your property is protected. The government is supposed to make sure that when you ask for what, when you notify the government, when you notify the police that you're going to have a demonstration, that you as a demonstrator will be protected. The person who is doing business out there will also be protected, so that wewe ukiendelea na demonstration yako, yule mtu ambaye anafanya biashara pia biashara yake inachungwa. Why is the government not doing that if it's called a government? So we must agree here that somebody somewhere is not doing his job. It is either the police have decided to side with goons to make sure that there is no peace, or people have decided to take this opportunity to loot other people's property. It is as simple as that. But from where I stand, I believe that if William Ruto indeed believes in democracy, he should have done what he's supposed to be doing in real case scenario, and that is to make sure that even if we have demonstration, mtu ambaye anaendesha biashara atafanya biashara yake kwa amani. That is my idea. That is my point. But if they fail to do that, and we see a police that is biased, a police that is being used to settle political scores, then we are going to have chaos, and no one is going to prevent this chaos from happening. Nimekujibu ama nimeongea vitu zangu?
Umejibu vizuri sana. I think just to add on what Makiadi is saying, I mean, where we are heading, and I'm glad Makiadi you came to the show, and you speak a lot in so many platforms. We need to educate our people. If you are in Kenya in 2007, these things, they start just slowly. They progress very, very slowly. And the political class have, can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you.
Mzalendo, we
Oh,
can
nilikuwa
hear you.
nimepotea kidogo.
Eh,
The political class have formed the art of deceit. The art of deceit. What Raila and Azimio were advocating for in the beginning is to storm State House. You know, they have since then retracted from that. They are no longer going to occupy State House. And the message has been consistent on food insecurity or the cost of living. Now, who are they addressing on the cost of living? Are they are the MPs feeling the bite of the cost of living? The answer is no. They have not presented any bill in Parliament that can bring any change in the cost of living. Especially, Makiadi, what you said that I don't agree with is that you are telling the government to do its work. Why can't you tell your elected leader who is representing you at the constituency to do his work? The work of parliamentarians is to legislate, whether you come from the minority side or the majority side. We employed you to go and work for us, to bring laws that will help us reduce the cost of living. That is not the work of the President of the Republic of Kenya. It is the work of the elected leaders who represent you in Parliament. Those laws are the ones which are taken to the President, and they become part of our laws. So in issues like school fees, for example, secondary school fees education, this is something that cuts across both UDA and Azimio. Who is this legislator who has brought a bill in Parliament from the Azimio side saying that, we want school fees for secondary school scrapped completely because it's a burden? And tell me the legislators in UDA who are not going to support such a bill. So if these demonstrations were about the salaries of the MPs that are being our legislators are earning, then I would say, yeah, I'll join the mandamano. If it was about the 50 CSs that cabinet assistant secretary that Ruto has appointed, then we will think and say, this number is too big. Let us try and reduce it. But is Azimio talking about the salaries of the MPs? No. Is it talking about the 50 cabinet assistant secretaries? No. It is not talking about those issues, because these issues affect the legislators, the MPs. So that is where we are as a country. We must think and know that these people, they are representing their interest first. You saw when immediately when the former president lost his livestock in that farm, Raila was the first person to go to the farm. But when we lost a student in the Mandamano in Maseno, no legislator in Azimio has even condoled with the family. Zero. None. So they represent their interest. Where a poor man is dying, like that that lady who has lost an infant in Madare, nobody will represent her. That is gone. So let us be very, very careful with this Mandama on where it's going. Raila can stop it, can call upon his people to order. But the government should also look at the issues that the opposition leader is trying to raise. There are some which are attainable, but most of the issues, 99% of the issues, I believe are being addressed by the current government. The issue of cost of living is being addressed, Makiadi, and you know it. The issue of the fuel high pump prices is being addressed. He was in the Gulf just the other day, and we are going to buy fuel directly from them, cutting out the middlemen. That is already being addressed. So when you say that, what is the president doing about the cost of living? The president has done a lot in the cost of living. Now, Amazon is coming to Kenya to build, a factory or a distributing center. That is a plus. It will create modern jobs to so many youths. So why are we not talking about the positives that are happening in the government? There are some things that are happening to address the unemployment. There are things that are happening to address the high cost of living. There are things that are happening to address the inequality in government. I believe if these issues were brought up properly in a manner, they could have been addressed in parliament other than burning people's property. Because if they miss that shop, then they will come into your house. That is what we are saying, and that is what we should watch out. We should not be excited about this running around. I remember when I was in 2007, I was in a position where these youths are. I know how it is, how you can be influenced to go and, rob a particular store. It is so easy, peer pressure. You go do it. You like running the cat and mouse game with the police. It is exciting when you're a teenager, because your adrenaline is running very, very high, and you'd want to be in part of the game. We did it, Makiadi. Everybody else at this point can do it. But the end game, that is what we are asking. The end game, as we address that, please address the issue of the server. Who is going to open the server? Thank you.
Mzalendo, who is doing the moderation? Can I
Oh,
do
you
my
can
submission?
you can come in. You've been out there for a while. I think now
Yes.
you can come in and do your contribution. You
Thank
finish.
you.
Yeah, Karibu.
Thank you very much. I still have some hours remaining for me to get home. So I have taken a break, and I think as I relax, I'll be in a position to make my submission. Thank you very much. Richie, how are you? Welcome to the show. I first of all start by the issue of how the elections were conducted in Kenya, because that seems to be what is bringing a lot of problems. And according to my observation, what happened in Kenya in 2022 general election was very credible. And I don't think from the time we got independence, we have ever held another transparent, verifiable election than the one we had. And that is why we had people across the globe commending the work that was done by the IEBC. We had experts from all over. And before even the announcement, they had their conference and they gave their views. And they told Kenyans to be very careful with disinformation, distortion of information, and misleading information that comes from the politicians. Because to a larger extent, politicians know that their supporters, most of them, do not even verify the information that they receive. Not many of them are educated. So many of the supporters are able to be fooled around or to be deceived, and they buy the lies from the politicians. And that is the danger. That's why I think the best thing we should insist, because of the future generations, is we should insist that let people be educated for free if possible. At least everybody should have the basic O-level education. Most of these young people you see in the streets, if you sit down with them and ask them if they understand why they are out on the streets, they will tell you it is because Baba said it. They don't have information exactly what is going on. Even this animal called Sava, you ask them, what is the Sava? They don't know. And maybe to let people understand what happened and why we are where we are, and why even now the international community has continued to say, no, Kenya, we must uphold the rule of law, because we cannot continue setting bad precedents for our country. We have to subject all of us, under the rule of law. I just want to remind our viewers what happened in the Supreme Court. Just like I said, let me start with the IEBC. The IEBC, the composition of the IEBC, to a larger extent, it was favoring Baba, because the chairperson previously was a member of ODM, and actually Chebukati contested as a member of parliament through an ODM ticket. So it was an expectation of Baba that automatically Chebukati would favor him. And then there were the other 4 commissioners that were appointed by the president. And I just want to speculate, this is just my view. To me, they were appointed and they were given the job to ensure that Raila wins the election. But when that did not happen, they turned against Chebukati, because Chebukati, I believe, was just an honest man who decided, I'm going to be principled and do the right thing. When he did not do what they wanted him to do, now they have demonized him across the country, calling him names and showing that he didn't do a commendable job. But I'm just wondering, somebody who contested under your ticket, Raila Odinga, how can that person be against you? Somebody you have worked with, somebody that you lobbied to become the chairperson. I don't think it's that easy for that person to turn against you and actually decide to leave you out. To that extent, I can say that the election in Kenya was credible. Because what happened? The IEBC, after what happened in the year 2017, after Maraga and the entire judiciary decided to cancel the election and people to go back to the voting, they gave the IEBC some things that they told them they are these things you are supposed to do before the next general election. And if you will not have done them, and the case is brought here, we are going to nullify the election again. So the IEBC had done a lot of job, and that is why this time around we had the portal whereby everybody was able to see exactly what was happening on the polling stations. So when they went to the court, what the judiciary wanted to do is to answer the question, was it verifiable? Was it credible? Did you seal the gaps that were there? So the IEBC was able to prove to the Supreme Court that all the gaps that were there, they were able to seal them. And the bad thing for Azimio, they did something that if it was in any other country, some of their lawyers were going to be in jail. We saw the IEBC lawyer proving to the court that Jury Soweto produced a fake document, Photoshop, trying to prove her case. We saw in the court that Githongo who was defending the Azimio, had also taken to the court fake documents, trying to prove the case. If I were the judge, or if any of the panelists here, or any viewer who is listening to me, if you were the judge, what would you have done, even if you wanted to help Raila Odinga and the team? Then, these people who are telling us that the elections were rigged, they said that they had doubt in some areas. They said that they were not comfortable with how elections were conducted in several areas. And they said the only way we can be comfortable is if we are going to retally, open the ballot boxes, we count one by one, and they were granted that prayer. They counted, they counter-checked, they verified what was on the portal and what was on the ballot boxes, and everything tallied. To those who are listening to me, just a question. If you were the judge, what were you going to do? Mtu amekuambia ya kwamba uchaguzi imeibiwa, na ninaona sehemu fulani na fulani niko na shaka. Nataka hayo masaduku yarudiwe, tuangalie kama chenye wameweka kwa poto ndio iko kwa masaduku, na yote ikaligana. Sasa kama wewe hata ni judge na tuseme hata ulikuwa unataka kusaidia huyo mtu, ungemsaidia namna gani? And remember, this case, sio Wakenya tu walikuwa wanaangalia. International observers were there. International experts were there. Na diposa wote wakasema uchaguzi wa Kenya, it was credible. Kama Ruto wanataka kusaidia Kenya na hizi fujo zote ziishe, shida kubwa ambayo tuko nayo Kenya ni shida ya inequality. Unakuta ya kwamba kuna watu rich wanadhani wao wako juu sana kuliko wale wengine. They are untouchable. They can do anything and nobody should question them. Na hawa ni watu ambao wamecontrol economy ya Kenya from 1963. Na diposa siku moja nikasema, kama nchi hata tunastahili tufikirie, kama ingewezekana tufikirie turudi nyuma kidogo. Because what is ailing the nation of Kenya si mambo ya sahi. It is historical injustices. Unakuta ya kwamba waliopata serikali mara ya kwanza kutoka kwa mzungu, walidhani wamepewa serikali waende wakajitajirishe, wakajinyakulia nchi mzima, na saa hii ndio wanaamini ya kwamba hakustahili kuwa na mtu mwingine atoke na huko nje akuje awe kiongozi wa nchi. Wanaona ya kwamba tutamsubua kwa sababu tuko na uwezo, tuko na pesa, makampuni zote ni zetu, media yote ni yetu. Kama president na timu yake wangetaka kutusaidia, ni wafikirie how are we going to build an economy that is going to favor anybody. Atirichi ama mimi leo nikitaka kuenda kufungua kampuni Kenya, hata kama hiyo kampuni inaleta competition kwa watu wengine, treatment yangu iko sawa na hizo makampuni zingine zote zenye ziko huko. Ile kitu unaona watu wengi wanataka kukua kwa serikali ni waendelee kuenjoy monopoly. Wanajua venye huwa wanafanya ili makampuni zingine zisiweze kupata access to the market. Kufuga mirago, kufugilia kampuni zingine mirago. Ukiwa kwa serikali na ukiwa rais ama ukiwa karibu na uongozi, kuna venye unaweza fanya mambo kama yale. So ni lazima tuondoe mambo ya monopoly katika nchi ya Kenya. Unakuta ya kwamba kuna kama kampuni moja hivi huwa inajaribu sana ku make sure hakuna kampuni nyingine itauza kama mambo, na sitaki kusema, lakini vizuri tunaguza kidogo. Tuseme kama ni sekta ya maziwa, unakuta kuna kampuni moja tangu kitabo inahakikisha ya kwamba hakutawezekana, ama inafanya kwa sababu tayari imejijega vizuri, ina make sure hakutawezekana kuwa na makampuni zingine zenye zinafanya kazi kama ile. Na unakuta kwa sababu wao watu ndio wamekuwa kwa serikali, hata tulikuwa tunaita KCC ambayo ilikuwa inasaidia wakulima wengi, kampuni ya nchi inaagushwa. Wana make sure it will not continue, it will not succeed kwa sababu ya kampuni zao. Monopoly iangaliwe sana. Watu, serikali ifanye, let the government make it easy. Wacha niongee Kiingereza kidogo. The government should make it easy for other companies and for individuals who want to do businesses, whether international or local, to enter in the market and compete if they want to benefit the people of Kenya. Even in the banking sectors, even in the media, because that is how we are going to add what we call monopoly. Na Wakenya watafaidika sana. Tuseme Richi unataka kufungua benki. Ikikuwa kama ni rahisi, tutaweza kupata mikopo kwa njia rahisi. Lakini hawa viongozi unaona wakipigana wakisema ni sisi wanataka kusaidia. Angalia vile wamejishikia nchi vizuri. So kwa sababu sijui kama anaitwa Messi ama Misi ama kwa sababu umekuja Mise
ukiniita Messi unafanya Makiadi ana smile.
Yeah, let me first of all stop there. I still have some few minutes kabla niendelee. Lakini shida ya Kenya ni viongozi wetu ambao wanatupiganisha, wanaambia, na sio watu wote. Sisi tunaweza shida hapa tukiongea na tuna shida kwa sababu we are enlightened. Lakini wale watu wako huko chini mashinani, wakisikia hao viongozi wakiongea venye wanaongea, wanadhani hao watu ni maadui, na watu wanaanza kuchukiana na hata kupigana na kupora mali ya wale wengine. But in the real sense, hapa na nikasema na nikaambia Wakenya msikie. Dakika hii ukisikia Ruto, na haitakuwa hivyo, amelazwa kwa hospitali, mtu wa kwanza utaona kando ya kitanda hapo, amesimama hapo kuangalia Ruto, ni Raila Odinga akimwambia pole. And the reverse is true. Hata Ruto ama Uhuru akuwe mgonjwa, Ruto atakuwa wa kwanza kuenda pale. So usisikie viongozi wakiongea huku juu fikiri ati kuna shida kubwa. Shida ni mabiashara zao. Ni nani ataangalia nisifinywe na serikali? Ni nani ataangalia kama taxes? Uliona Uhuru akipea bank zao anasema wameondolea taxes kwa sababu yeye ndiye rais. Mambo kama yale. Nyinyi mtadanganywa at cost of living. Na kwani cost of living imekuwa saa hii ndio imekuwa. So we have to open our eyes, tujiulize, hao watu wanapigana hivi warudi kwa serikali. Ni nini walikuwa wamebakisha? Ni nini? What is going on? So let me just stop there. Maana naweza ongea ni hubiri.
Makiadi, go ahead.
Yeah, my friend Geoffrey, good to see you. You know, you should I like the way you say that most of us are enlightened here. You should be able also to distinguish between propaganda and the truth. When somebody sits and listens to a person who's enlightened, there should be a difference of opinion between you and the person who is down there in the villages. Number one, you know, Kenya has an opportunity for you to invest equally. because all you need to do is to seek for the document that is supposed to be given to you for you to invest. If you want to open a bank, you have to have the resources that are needed for you to open a bank. If you want to open a milk industry, sorry, milk processing industry, you also have to have the resources possible to open that milk processing industry. Where my departure with your opinion or your line of thinking is, you are trying to bring us back to history, which is incorrect. You're trying to, biasly advocate for the rights of people in a biased way. I have no problem with Uhuru Kenyatta owning the bank, whatever he owns. I have no problem with Uhuru Kenyatta owning a milk processing industry. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, if you as an investor, Geoffrey, want to open an industry or a milk processing plant, will you be able to beat the bureaucracies that exist in the system for you to, make sure that your business is well set up? If that is not the case, then we should be questioning what is wrong with our regulations. Uhuru Kenyatta and his family are investors, just like you and me. You cannot start blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for the property they have, knowing very well that some of these properties yenye unasema watu walinyang'anya wazungu or something, Uhuru Kenyatta was not there. When his father was acquiring all this property, Uhuru Kenyatta was not there. Na kuna
Can
mtu
I ask you a question before you proceed so
hold
that
on.
I don't...
Let me
Just a question.
no,
Just
let
a
me
question.
let me finish. Let me finish. I'll give
No,
you an
just a
opportunity to
question
respond.
as you proceed. Just a question. Was KCC working during Kebake's time? Did Kebake leave KCC as a company operating in Kenya and doing very well and helping the farmers?
Okay, I'll go ahead. I'll answer you. So what I was saying is this: for your industry, for your company to succeed in Kenya, you also have to do the right things at the right time. It's just like the way the government right now is trying to revive Mumias sugar. People in Western Province do not plant sugarcane anymore. They moved away from that because this was not something that was sustainable. Go to other places, go to other industry, Kikomi, all these industries, the cotton industry, people moved away from that. Why? Because that business or that kind of industry was not sustainable. It was not viable anymore. So people decided to move on from that. The issue of KCC, for KCC to survive, it has to give farmers a better rate. Kama kilo moja ya maziwa, nasikia wanaitaga kilo, inapimwa na kilo. Kama kilo moja ya maziwa for example inalipwa 50 bob kutoka KCC, na wewe Geoffrey kama investor ukuje upatiane na 60, and the government is not able to raise the 50 to 60 so that they can compete with you, and you end up crashing a company that is supported by the government, why should you be blamed? Why should you be blamed? It is this kind of thinking that we want to get, to get rid of in our country.
No, Richie, you see, it doesn't matter how strongly we speak. We have to look at the point. Who was to make KCC work? Who was to make it work?
You know, what I want to say is this, and I've given you examples of government owned companies that have failed. I don't know why you want to point specifically at KCC. Hold on.
I am pointing because you have said Geoffrey is being biased.
Hold on.
But now, Richie, wait a minute. Kebake was a president. He revived KCC, and we got the new KCC, which actually did very well because he had the goodwill to see it working. It doesn't mean it, you see, it doesn't mean that it cannot work. But why is it that it was operating, all the system, management system, we are still there by the time he was leaving the office, but during Uhuru's time, it died. The other thing I would like you to tell Kenyans, is it fair? Because this one is there because we talk through evidence. If you want to see it, you're going to see it. You can Google and you'll see it. Is it fair for the nation or the country to give some banks or some businesses tax reliefs, whereas that is not done to all others? Yet the companies or the banks that are given this tax relief belongs to the president. Isn't that impunity? Are we not supposed to question? When we question such things, does it mean we are biased? That is wrong management of the country.
Yeah, Geoffrey, now I want you to allow him to answer those two questions at a time.
Yes.
And so that he can also give his, argue his facts, so that he is not bombarded with a lot of questions at the same time that he might not end up answering anyways. So, Makiadi, go ahead. I will make sure that Geoffrey doesn't interrupt you anymore.
There's a bit of echo. Let's I don't know which. Okay, so let me answer my good friend here, Geoffrey, by saying this. Who are we going to blame for the failure of KQ to perform as it's supposed to be? Who are we going to blame for East Africa Portland Cement failing? As far as I understand, for example, let me go by your kind of argument, and let me say this. Mwai Kibaki has a cement industry. It's called Simba Cement, if you don't know that. And it was even adjacently located to East Africa Port Cement. And so many other industries have come up, and they have sustained their business even with the same conditions that face the government parastatals, and they've been able to succeed. So why are we specifically pointing out the issue of KCC? Is it because Uhuru Kenyatta has Brookside, and that's why we want to justify that Uhuru Kenyatta killed KCC so that Brookside can succeed? If you go to the farmer down there huko kijijini umuulize namna hii, kama nitakupatia 50 bob kwa maziwa lita moja na mwingine anipatie 60 shillings, who are you going to buy from? They'll definitely go for the higher price. If KCC was not competitive enough, even if it is backed by the government, it would have not succeeded. It would not have sustained business, because there are other competitors that came into the market that offered better rates. Geoffrey, you have been living in a country whereby I know unajua kuna basi zilikuwa zina exist. Kuna watu wanasema, you remember kuna basi zinaitwa Eldoret Express, for example. Eldoret Express was a common name a few years ago, because that time they were able to know the way they can sustain their business. But then right now, as you go down, uende uangalie mambo ya transportation, for example, hizo routes zenye Eldoret Express zilikuwa zinafanya kazi, other buses have taken over. You have to be competitive for you to sustain your business. You cannot continue advocating for KCC, saying that it is a government business, so it should be supported by all means possible, when it is not competitive enough. Hii mambo ya KCC kuanguka, Mumias Sugar kuanguka, na hizi kampuni zingine zote za serikali kuanguka, you cannot blame that on Uhuru Kenyatta. Those businesses or those parastatals or those companies needed to be competitive enough so that they could be able to sustain their business. If they didn't do that, it was just a matter of time before they failed. And the same thing applies to KQ. So who are we going to blame for the failure that we are seeing at KQ. Uhuru Kenyatta bailed out KQ so many times. So much money was spent on KQ to try and, make it a viable business. At this time, as we speak right now, you should look at the financial books of KQ. It is still making losses. In fact, this year, as we speak, KQ made the biggest loss, about 44 or 43 billion dollars, billion shillings loss. Are we still going to blame Uhuru Kenyatta? If you are not able to do business,
Makiadi,
yes,
who appoints the head of these parastatals? Who appoints like KPA, who appoints people to KQ and all that? I just wanted to just you keep going.
Mise, this is not about who appoints who. It is about a business that can be able to sustain itself in the market.
No,
Whether
but
utachukua ngoja Mise, ngoja. They took somebody called Michael Joseph, right? Michael Joseph had been able to make Safaricom the best performing company in Kenya. Wakamchukua wakampeleka KQ kujaribu kurevive KQ. Iliamka. Did it work? It failed. So you cannot come here and try to blame somebody, an individual, on a company. This is like flogging a dead horse.
No,
these companies that you guys are talking about, trying to blame Uhuru Kenyatta for their failure. At a saizi, even if the government pumps a lot of money into KCC, and they are not able to add value to the farmers, they'll still not be able to sustain the business.
Makiadi,
that is my point of argument.
Mr. Just a second.
I'll give you a time. Makiadi, you've not answered me. I just asked a question. I didn't tell you why I'm asking that question. Who appoints the CEOs to those parastatals? It's important that we know, we are learning in the process so that we can understand how it works.
That's what I would call a rhetoric question. Who is the CEO of the country?
So, in other words, you are agreeing that it is the person who appointed them had a competing interest, which has been Geoffrey's argument, that at the end of if you're talking about competitiveness, you are talking about competitiveness in the market, right? You talk about competitiveness. But if the same, how can an hyena appoint the goat to a certain position when the hyena will eat the goat anyways? Don't you think there is a problem there? Zalendo, go ahead.
What Makiadi is saying, you're all right. But what Makiadi is saying is that these parastatals are no longer competitive in the market, like KCC and KQ. But KQ is more of corruption. There is also the aspect of corruption. Misa, we know very well that parastatal heads are appointed by the president. So KQ, it is, if you read the story about KQ, it is very, very sad. The top management of KQ have been siphoning a lot of money from the airline. That is why it is on its knees and it can't compete with other airlines. If there is one corporation that should be privatized because we don't have a formula, and there is also politics involved in the issue of KQ. Most politicians have been earning a lot of money in KQ directly. So when you see those figures that Makedi is floating around, those are the bloated figures that are going to politicians' pocket. For KQ, it is not competitive. It is something that should be privatized. Kenya cannot hack it. If they had intention of making it a better airline, then they should have gone for a benchmarking session with the Ethiopian Airlines, so that they can see or employ an Ethiopian Airlines CEO and bring them to the country so that they can be shown this is how we do it. And I agree with Makiadi. At the same time, he agrees with William Ruto when he has decided now to privatize some of these companies that are doing so poorly. The government is not in the business of running a milk factory. Those are companies that should be left for private citizens to run, to inject their money there and create employment. So corporations like the postal and telecommunication, these are sectors that should be privatized so that we can have a variety of ways of delivering mail in modern Kenya. And that is where the world is moving. If you cannot be innovative, then you can just close shop. We bring in some people who are vibrant and who can inject some money to expand your business and create employment. I think Ruto is moving towards that direction. But there's a lot of pull and shove from the Azimio side saying that companies should not be privatized. We know the people who are going to buy these companies, but at the end of the day, that money that is being injected in these companies to revive them can be injected back in the economy to improve our life, to lower the health sector, to lower the high cost of medication, to lower school fees, to improve infrastructure in the schools, and so many other areas. So if we inject 380 billion in a corporation like KQ and the managers just eat that money, and then you go and inject another 100 billion in Mumia's sugar factory, where they don't even, where we don't have good managers and they don't have, a modern way of doing things. Invite a private. I think Mumia's has already been bought by Sarai. He's already running it. It is no longer in the hands of the government. The government can only have a percentage or maybe shares, but this is already gone. And so many other corporations that are not making profits. The government cannot continue wasting taxpayers on these corporations. Thank you.
Mzalendo, thank you for for your contribution. Makiadi, this is what I was saying. If you are appointed, if you appoint me for a job today, it is your duty to make sure that I meet the requirement, the qualifications of doing that job. And it's also your duty to make sure that you have given me an environment that will help me succeed in my job. So when you are hired at your workplace, you must be it is the work of the employer to provide you with the right tools for you to succeed in your job. So if the employer gives you a job and is less interested, there is no appraisal, performance appraisals to see how you are performing, just because you are there as a tool that the employer can manipulate, then that employer fails because there is no oversight of what you're doing. There's another thing that we are talking about, privatization. We can take the model of how private companies work and bring it to the government. I mean, look at other countries. The ministries are run as private organizations, the model of private organizations, yet they still remain to be government ministries. So I don't see any problem with that. So you cannot exonerate if a parastatal fails and the one who appointed the leaders in that parastatal is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, then the buck stops at him because he did not make sure that he has helped the person who has gone there with an environment that is free of coercion and microaggressions for them to perform. So back to you, and then Ashley, and then Black, if you want to contribute, and Geoffrey, if you have something that you want to say, let me know so that I can give you a chance to.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Let me say this, and we have to keep on repeating this. There is no way Kenyans can continue pumping money into a parastatal that is going to be a failure unless it does things differently. And that is my point. Where I don't agree with Mzalendo is here. We might decide to privatize some of these parastatal, sell them. But then there's one thing that I don't agree with the way it's being done. There's a bill that was it? I don't think it's a bill. It's a policy that was passed at the cabinet level, whereby right now there's not going to be any oversight in the selling of government owned companies, parastatals. It was passed juicy kwa cabinet level, which is going to sideline the selling of government assets, let me say companies. It's going to sideline MPs from oversight. That, to me, is a form of corruption, because now what we are trying to do is we are trying to make this process skewed and opaque, meaning that these companies might be sold to people that have vested interests, people that are connected to the government, people that are connected to the leadership of the day. That one, I don't agree with that. Number two, I want to talk about the issue of, I think you talked about the issue of the 50 CASs. I forgot, and I think Ashley is back here. You guys are telling us that the opposition or the MPs allied to Azimio should be bringing bills to parliament to try and correct things that are not going right. And one of the issues that I want to point out is the issue of the CAS. Impunity is seen when the president goes ahead to appoint 50 CSs. Somebody goes to court, says that these positions are not legal. And then the court goes ahead and blocks these people from assuming office. And what does these people do? They report to office on Monday in the morning. And the person that has appointed them does not come out to say, you know what, kama koti imekataa ya kwamba inyi msiingie kazini, basi mungoje kwanza tumalize hii shughuli kokotini, alafu koti kikubali ya kwamba muendelee na kazi, basi mtaripoti kazini. That is the beginning of impunity in our country. We cannot have a government that justifies people obeying law on one side, and then they themselves defy the law. This is a government that is built on impunity, Mise. This is a government that is built on impunity, and there's nothing that we can do to change this government. Ya William Ruto. What they are doing right now is carrying on with where they left. I don't think anything changed for the past 10 years, where we had Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. What we did is change the person who's top, and then the same impunity that we saw in the other government. And actually, I like the way you say the handshake government here. I've never had something called the handshake government. Maybe you should tell us who was the head of the handshake government then and who was the deputy then. And then tell us what is different from what we had then and what we have right now. It is the same government. It is the same operatives. It is Jubilee that has come together with UDA to form the Kenya Kwanza administration. So there's nothing new that you're going to expect from this government. It's the same people that were performing, all those scandals in the other government that have just changed name, have rebranded themselves and moved on to call themselves a new government. So let us be honest to ourselves. Hakuna kitu mtu anatarajia kutoka kwa hawa watu ambao wako kwa hii serikali. And that is why I'm saying here, Mise, when it comes to governance, I believe William Ruto was not ready. And he is never going to be ready. What we are going to be treated to is shenanigans, chest thumping, and a lot of impunity going forward. And that is why I'm saying, if Raila Odinga is going to make sure that this government is on its toes, then I support him. I am going to support Raila Odinga every day until he makes sure that this government fulfills the manifesto that he put on the table to Kenyans. Ile kitu yenye walikuwa naita plan, they had something called a plan, ambayo ilikuwa ni lower the cost of living, make sure that people have good education, sanitation, all these things. Why did they run away from that? Perhaps you can tell us that, Missy.
Yes.
So
Can
much.
I say something or respond?
Thank you. Black, do you want to come after Ashley, or Ashley, do you want to come after Black?
No, I just want to respond something quickly, and then I allow Ashley to speak.
Go right ahead, and then Honorable Bundi, karibu sana.
I think Makiadi,
the studio.
as much as the policy was passed by the cabinet, the parliament also passed a bill in regards to CS, or other cabinet secretaries, also coming to parliament to respond to questions or probes by the parliamentarians. So even though the parastatals are sold, the corresponding cabinet secretary can be summoned to appear in the parliament. What the policy that passed was, it's not about oversight, it's about authorizing. I mean, before it used to have to pass through parliament for any parastatal to be sold. So I don't think that it is about oversight. It's about authorizing the parastatals to be sold. The parliament's duty is part of it is to do oversight, and it will continue doing that. And the best part is this government, being led by none other by the president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, it's doing something that's different from what the other government did. Kwamba saizi cabinet secretaries watakuwa na kuwa summoned kutokea pale. So I believe, for example, in this case, KQ falls under Murkomen's docket, transport, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, for any matters pertaining to KQ, I believe Murkomen will be summoned in parliament to answer the questions. So that's what I wanted us to separate, or rather to put clear. It's not about oversight. It's just the go-ahead to sell them or not to sell them. The parastatals, that is, does not have to come through parliament. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Just in a minute, let me say this, Black, because I don't want to take much time. Black, let me say this. I don't know why we are trying to put this thing as in tunajaribu kurembesha kizungu here. The thing is straightforward, that the cabinet of William Samoei Ruto passed a policy that when the government wants to sell a parastatal, they are not going kutafuta idhini kutoka kwa bunge. Wacha niseme hivyo kwa Kiswahili.
Approval, yes.
And then we ask ourselves, sisi kama wa Kenyans, we give the mandate ya kutuulizia maswali kupitia kwa wabunge. What input do we have? What checks and balances do we have to make sure that these parastatals are not going to be sold at a throwaway price? They are not going to be sold to people who have vested interest. They are not going to be sold just for the sake of selling.
That's why we have the parliament, and that's why we have the new policy, which by the cabinet secretaries can be summoned.
No.
In this case, Murkomen can be summoned to answer this question of which you are talking about. I mean, how much was the KQ sold for, and who were the bidders, and what were the modalities that were used?
What will stop? One minute, Mr. Black. What will stop? What do you think will stop these MPs from agreeing with the cabinet secretary, since they are the majority, and since you have to take orders from the current president? So actually, whenever you are making an argument there, for me, it is just a talk. At the end of the day, whenever what Ruto want to happen, it will happen. And I know another day you have seen Raila have spoken something which never passed, like somebody somewhere have registered companies in Asia, and that is a strategy for them to come back in the country and buy those companies. So let us go through on that one.
Thank you. I think Honorable Bundi went
Let me
ahead of
ask you
your
a question.
time. Hang on, Black.
These questions, or rather, when the cabinet okay.
Black. Honorable Bundi, I wanted to give you time, but because you have spoken, let me recognize Yarakapeli.
Yes.
Yarakapel, so that you can also give your view as well as you come in. Did I lose him?
Ametoka anaendelea.
Sawa, vile tunamngoja basi njoo. Bwana Black, ulikuwa na jambo ulikuwa unataka kufuatilia kabla ya Bwana Bundi?
Yes. Unajua, to be honest with you, watu wengi wanasiasa wale wakubwa walikuwa wanapigania hii kitu isipitishwe, hizi parastatals zisiuzwe, because they used to trade with the government, especially, let's say, for example, in this case KQ. Unaona, so to them it was more of a loss. It is more of a loss to them. For instance, there are people that were selling jet fuels at highly exorbitant prices beyond market rates. Now unaona watu kama hao wataathirika, and those are big moneyed people. In matters management, ukiangalia kila serikali inakuja ina appoint some board members, kila mmoja anaingia pale na their own selfish interests. Do you think your airline itasonga mbele? No. The best thing is, just like my fellow panelists have said, Mzalendo and Makiadi, let's just sell it. But that's it.
Okay, so Bwana Bundi, what is wrong? Come on.
Hey, Ashley was next. What happened?
Oh, Ashley, you went quiet. Go right ahead. Go right.
I went. Black said he was saying something, and then he ended up giving his submission.
You know, Ashley, so, you have.
No, Ashley, I didn't submit. Sorry.
Wait, Black. You still umekasirisha Ashley, alafu tena unaleta Ashley.
Anyway,
you have since you are the I'm trying to choose my words, but the fact that you are in terms of gender balance, I'm giving you a little bit of leeway to contribute a little more time. Go right ahead.
So I wanted to talk about conflict of interests. Like when a leader like Uhuru is in government and he has businesses, there's that probability of conflict of interest. And I think even Trump faced that when he became president. And that is why he was being asked to divest or to put his businesses in a blind trust. What I'm not sure is if in Kenya they have the Office of Government Ethics, because that should come into play when leaders have big businesses which can conflict with their role as the president or as vice president and stuff like that. So to avoid those conflicts, I think in future we should be careful when we choose a leader who has businesses. Thinking that should be a disqualification just to avoid them having monopoly of businesses, because then they are able to get them. That's on that. So now again, when Makiadi was talking, he talked about MPs, and he said that the government, that the Azimio MP should not contribute a bill. Now, what I wondered was if he understood the role of an MP. First, I wanted to say that the government is made up of majority and minority sides, and that forms the government. And an MP, the duty of an MP is to represent, to legislate, and to oversight. So even if you're in the minority, you're actually not, it's not an opposition. You shouldn't always oppose. If the majority side, which is mostly sometimes the government, if they come up with not the government, the administrative that is making up the government or the executive, if they come up with a proposal that is good for you, you don't have to oppose it. You can agree with them and oppose sometimes, but you're not opposition. Your role is to oversight, to legislate, and to represent your people. So when Azimio MPs say that they will not do that, what they are telling us is that they will not do their job. And what is the work of an MP? It is to represent his constituents and also to deliberate on national issues that concern the people of Kenya that are in whatever constituency he's from. And they are also to enact and pass legislation. So when I said about them proposing bills that could be tabled in parliament that will help us lower the cost of living, that is what they're being paid for. By them negating that, they're actually refusing to do their job. So if they know of a way that Ruto has not suggested, they need to suggest it. And once they have done all that and failed because maybe the other side refused to listen to them, then they can hit the streets. But they cannot hit the streets before doing their job and then going to the street, because that is paramount to incitement. Okay, also the work of MP is to review the conduct of the office of the president, the DP, and other state offices, and also to exercise oversight over state organs, and if necessary, to declare declarations of war and extensions of the state of emergency, and appropriates funds for expenditure by the national review between and other national state organs. So this is work of whether you're in the minority or whether you're in the majority, which is the Kenya Kwanza side, or whether you're in Azimio. Those are the things that you're being paid to do. So when you say you won't do it because you're not in Kenya Kwanza, then you're not doing your job. So I just wanted, just in case he didn't know, I don't think he doesn't know, but a lot of the time I hear people saying the government. If Azimio MPs are not government, then who is paying their salary? Why is the government giving them salary? Why is it giving them state protection? Why is it giving them allowances? So they are part of the government, but they are not part of the Ruto administration. That is what I think we should be able to differentiate. Ruto complaining about, Raila complaining about the high cost of living. I think I've touched on that. I've written my points down. And then I think in regards to having demonstration in residential areas, that should be banned for obvious reasons that we have seen what they are doing. A child is dead because of those, the tear gas, and even baby Pendo, I think a bullet shot her, but still, because of the tear gas, I think they should ban demonstrations in residential areas. And then the government should take charge of those leaders inciting citizens on account of to the court of law. Lawyers like Mother Karua, Orengo, Mtua, Kalonzo should be held at a higher standard, and if found guilty, they should have their law licenses revoked and then disbarred as lawyers. Because when they start saying open the server, and they know the law, so they know that Ruto cannot open the server, then they are being they are inciting the people, knowing very well that that is something that is not possible. And because of that incitement, which forms the very basis of why they are demonstrating, people have died, people's businesses have been destroyed, and even we have lost money as a country. So the government should take a proactive step. Instead of threatening each time, they should take them to court to answer why they're asking Ruto to open, who they're asking to open the server. Let them say who they want to open the server and how them as lawyers think that person can open the server. So I think people should start being held to account. And I think that should bring it. I wish they were doing what we are saying. If they are going to the streets because of the cost of living, if they are going to the streets because of the 50 CSs, if they are going to the streets because of saying that they don't need the parastatals to be taken to parliament to get the approval of parliament for them to be sold, I can see where that can be a demonstration that is not frivolous. So, but when they start talking about the 4 IBC commissioners that Babu Owino said they were asked to bring 4 of their own, so they claim that their partisan is recorded on Babu Owino's interview. as a fact. So that should not be a point of contention. And also the server should not be a point of contention with all those lawyers in their camp. They know, even when that Jose Camargo said that he cannot open the server, what he did not do is give them information on who could open. It is true, he has no rights. That's intellectual property because he's an employee of Smartmatic. So he cannot give them the password. That would cost him his job. What he didn't tell them, because he thought they're smart enough, is that if they want anything to do with the server opening, they should apply to Smartmatic directly, because that intellectual property belongs to Smartmatic. It does not belong to that individual. And I would want to believe that they know that. That is common sense, especially to someone who is in law, I believe. Okay, the last point, let me look quickly. My last point, okay. My last point, to the extent that they are acting as terrorists and holding Ruto administration hostage until he caves in, agreeing to a truce with them would be a strategy that the terrorists would learn, that in order to get something from the government, they have to use force, they have to go to the streets in order to force them. So for that reason, they should not agree. But on the things that are valid, that the high cost of living, all these other things, I think they should take them up, but they should drop the server issue. There is another avenue which they can follow that, and the four Cherelas should be an issue that should be taken out from that list. I believe I've covered everything that I have in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Let me recognize others who have joined us. And Makiadi, I'll give you the right of reply. Do you want 1 minute? Isindu, as you prepare to come in as well. Let me give Honorable Bundi. I was gonna give you.
Yes,
don't worry, I have remembered. So let me give Rich Makiadi, because a lot of things that has been said by Ashley have he has the right of reply, and then you will come to you, and then we'll go to Isindu. Makiadi, 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Honorable Bundi, I'm not even going to take a minute. I know it's your time. I'm sorry. I just wanted to point out to Ashley, just to correct, to correct Ashley here. I think, Ashley, when you tell us that the MPs allied to Azimio are government, and then you are again in the same sentence telling us that the government should hold these MPs accountable. I don't know if you are contradicting yourself or it was a slip of the tongue, but you should know that there's a difference between government and the minority, and the minority cannot be in the government. It doesn't work like that. That's number one. So if you tell us that the government should hold these MPs who are inciting accountable, I don't know which government you are referring to. That's number one.
It's like saying the government should hold the people or the citizens of Kenya who are inciting. So even the government can hold its own. And
listen, what you are listen your interview, but sure. Hey.
Okay. Finally,
I
this
am
issue.
just for the record, I am the one who gives you time. So please let us be cordial to one another. And Honorable Bundi, we only have Ashley as the lady here. Treat her with a lot of with a lot of tenderness.
And Makiadi did ask me a question, and he kept quiet.
All right. So go ahead.
Okay, I was just finishing.
Are you done?
The last comment, number two, which is my final here. I want to say this, Ashley. You should know that there is a very, when you say that the government should ban demonstrations, I take that with a lot of reservations, because what we are encouraging the government to do hereby is to make its own rules that are against the constitution. The constitution gives people the right to picket. It does not say picket violently. But then you should be asking yourself, when you give the government too much leeway to ban protest and picketing, then what happens when it is misused? Who are you going to call, or who are you going to ask, to try and save you when you really need to demonstrate and show the government that you are not satisfied with what you're doing? or with what
Okay,
it's doing.
so actually, I'll give you back. Let me talk to Honorable Bundi. Honorable Bundi, you have burning issues. Why don't you take this time and share with us?
Yeah, mi nataka niongee Kiswahili polepole kwa dada yetu ambao ametoka hapa anaitwa Ashre. Ashre, ningakukumbusha kwamba upisani na serikali ni vitu mbili tofauti, na msahara ile ma MP au wapishani wanakula ni haki yao, kwa sababu wamechaguliwa kutoka kwa constituency zao. Hakuna vile hawana haki ya kunyimwa na serikali kuu msahara, kwa sababu they were chosen from their various constituencies. Wanafanya kazi yao inaitwa oversight. Mahali shida inatokea, oversight yao wao ni minority. They can propose something na iwezi ikasikizwa. Vipengele vimekuja pale, tunaelewa kwamba what is happening. Hata mambo ya hawa ma PS, kama kweli Kabila asili ungekuwa msarendo, hakuna vile serikali ingechagua PS 50 contrary to the constitution, na koti pia imekataa. You go ahead and give them office, they are waiting for the salaries. Na koti imesema wasilipwe na wasifanye chochote. We have seen some PSs already, they are in office, they are working, they are attending various meetings and na hapa ya kwamba pia wao unaona kila wakati Ruto akisema we are a country which follow the law, sisi tutafuata sheria. Sasa sheria hii inashindwa ni mara mbili, kuna ile utachusi kufanya na kuna ile utakataa kufanya. Secondly, as much as I don't support the violence, you have seen, I can give you the latest example. Kulikuwa na maandamano juzi. Raila ametoka Mukuru, ametoka Embakazi, amepita, amekuwa vizuri. I can assure you today, I was among them. Nilikuwa hapo. Sasa mpaka wakati wanafuka Outer Ring Road, askari wamewasuia na wameanza kuwapiga matia gas wananchi. Wananchi mahali wako wengi, mkianza kufuruga watu watakanyagana. You have even seen clips where police officer anapasua kioo gari ya journalism ambao ni moja ya ile imebeba vifaa vya Raila, akipiga tear gas ndani ya gari, na si mara moja, si mara mbili. The same officer have been masked in a lot of places. Wakati umekuwa ukakondemu hapa, sikia ukisema huyu askari anafanya makosa, askari wanafanya makosa. Kama mikutano imekuwa mingi kabla ya sasa, na tuchawahi sikia violence anywhere. Sasa between wananchi, mkutano ya Raila na askari, tuita askari wa Ruto because he's the president, ni nani unafikiria ana trigger hii violence? Kwa hivyo kama ni kuhagi, utafadhali wacha tuhagi kwa ukweli. Kitu kingine wamesema hapa ambao imenigusa kidogo na nimeshindwa kama ni sheria gani unataka tutumie, ni tafadhali nini, beat scam. Close your mic please. Kitu kingine nimeshindwa, nasema ati wale wakili wasitakiwe na wanyanganywe vipari vyao. Under which constitution does it mean wakiwa wakili they are not likely to come with any alternative ideas of our country? Na hawafai kusema chenye wanaona. Then you are talking of a server, atifai kufunguliwa, atitafanya nini, sio itafanya nini. This is our property, imenunuliwa na pesa yetu, our tax, imemaliza kazi ilikuwa inafanya. If that is the issue and Ruto won election, what do you think a issue of opening that and confirm whether hii kura nasema milioni 8 they are not here? What are they fearing? Ni nini wanaogopa ambao inafanya paka watu wakufe? If you are a president or you feel like mimi kiti na karia kweli nilishinda, yeah? Ni kama sasa mimi niingie kwangu, mtu aniambie kuna mwanaume kwa hiyo nyumba, yeah? Na mimi nienda nikisema kweli kuna mwanaume, si nitasema fungua mlango nione kama kweli yuko. Kama siwezi enda ni assume ati yuko na niendelee kumhukumu yuko na niambiwa yuko. I have to check because of many people, and the people are not going to stop. My sister, let me assure you this, it is going to be a big thing. It is going to be a big thing. We are not going to stop it soon. In fact, mimi leo naenda kunua rappers zingine zilipasuka. Tomorrow we are ready for that, and we shall be there. We are going to picket. We are to make noise. Afadhali tukufe wengine wachache, wengine wapaki, inchi paki salama, kwa sababu we cannot agree whereby you choose anything you want to do ndio utafanya as a president. Lastly, I hear you condemn what muna condemn sana Ruto Uhuru everywhere. I want to be honest, I'm not a Kikuyu, I was born in Kisii. But this Uhuru tried where he can. Wakati aliingia 2017, we all understand when he started naming corruption people. Najua ile vita alipiwa. Ndio hiyo corona ikaingia. And somebody somewhere when he was complaining, akaanza kusema, sisi hapa mwezi tuambia ati mfua ndio inafanya. Sisi hatuna hacha na mfua. Sijui mfua ndio inafanya nini, chakula ikose, ati corona ni kitu gani? And you are the president, uko na Anthony General, uko na Solicitor General, uko na machachi, unatueleza pesa ilipotea. Arrest somebody before you tell us to arrest this opposition MPs. Please, you should have started telling us, arrest Uhuru, arrest anybody, arrest Matiang'i, break evidence kotini ya asile mabilioni ya pesa munatoa. Uwezi tuambia leo umepata 92 million simeibiwa, na same month every worker in this country was paid. The same thing, you have asked 1.5 million to renovate your office yenye ilijengewa milioni 300, but you want to renovate it using 1.5 billion. The same month, around 3 months, you are here asking for, you have been given 802 for only 3 men to buy vehicles. And as it is here telling us, at those MPs to be arrested, waache kuongea mambo kama hiyo. So the issue here, lastly, I hear the argument. I'm not being asked to you, but I'm being honest. You cannot tell me today that we choose to arrest the Kinakarua and ask for them, telling Kenya the truth. Why can't you advocate this also? Because me I would like to hear Raila has been arrested kwa kuiba hii kitu, ama Raila has been arrested kwa kudanganya hii kitu. Because Raila tells us, I think Mr. Makianda said, Raila was not given a state machineries to steal election, was given, alikuwa na supportiwa because Uhuru believes between Ruto and Raila will take this country somewhere. Na akasema wacha chukue kura na haki. Hakutaka mambo ya ugongo, and nobody know kumbu na mpango fiche. Somebody from somewhere, a certain country can tell us that machine, that server cannot be opened because cannot give a server, and we are the people who are paying that server. That's nonsense, and that is where I pray Uhuru and Raila. They should have stormed that IPC and opened that server by fire, by force, and take evidence to Supreme Court before the Supreme announce themselves, so that you query Churikane. I don't know at what point they agreed to make judgment without having the clear picture of the server. And the Raila is not saying. Yes, 1 minute. 1 minute.
You need a glass of water, and
yes. Last, just 1 second.
All right.
Last second. No. Kindly, as we make argument, let us be sober. When you are telling us what hawezi enda atipenda atibedi what atiwezi enda kwa mitaa mahali watu wanaishi, that is the work of police to stand there and take care of property and every business around for us to pass and make noise. It's not the work of us. We are paying those police officers. Ile viatu wanafaa ni yetu, nguo ni yetu, socks ni yetu, kofia ni yetu, tiagas ni yetu, hata rungu, hata mahali wanakaa ni yetu, is our money. It is their duty to stand there to make sure that we are safe. In fact, other countries to kufanya violence, police are supposed to carry water. Wawapatie maji ya kunywa. Mwenye atakuwa amechoka kutembea apepwe na gari ya polisi. That is how it should be. But sio kukuja kuanza kupiga wale watu wanaandamana wasema ukweli. Ni nini wanaficha hawataki ijulikane. We are not going to stop. We are not going to stop. We are not going to stop. Thank you.
Asante sana Bundi. I think you have been very honest and balanced in your submission. Geoffrey, I'm giving you.
Messi, can I make a special request because I want to sorry. because I want to start moving and I won't be in a position to say anything when I start.
Okay,
Just
for sure.
briefly.
But give me 1 second. Give me 1
What,
second.
1 second is not possible.
Just a moment. Bwana Isindu and Pete's come. Geoffrey is on the road. He's driving. He's requesting that we give him a little bit of 1 or 2 minutes as he gets. Are you guys all right with that? Perfect. Geoffrey.
Thank you so much. And
Just a request here, moderator, tafadhali to mute mic kwa sababu ya nini feedback, eh?
Okay, perfect. If your mic is unmuted, please mute it.
yeah, thank you very much. And I like today's debate because we are a mixture of those who are supporting both sides, and that's a very healthy debate. As you can see, I don't have much time, but somebody is talking. So I just want to talk what I think about what is going on. As I said last time,
Pids, mute your mic. Pids, come.
Yeah, thank you. As I said last time, and I just want to thank those that are supporting Azimio, because sometimes you talk and you feel like you're talking to your own. I don't know if Richie, you still believe that Raila Odinga and Azimio team have viable reasons as to why people should be taken to the streets, why people should not go to work, why we should vandalize businesses and disorganize our country. I would really like that, Richie, when you get time, you talk about that. If you think, because I don't know your position, if you think really that they have good reason. Budi, you have said that we should be sober when we are making our submission. And when I was listening to you, I was wondering whether you are sober. I'm just saying that on a lighter note, because we have talked about this server, this animal called server, time and time again. And it's good sometimes to take a minute and think, and by the way, because we are saying servers to be opened, what is this server? How does it operate? Is it possible? When you answer that question, like for me now, I don't want, and in this group, I will not talk anymore about server, because it is not something that is going to help anyone. And also we ask ourselves, even if the servers are to be opened, how will that change the whole situation? It won't help anybody. Time has already elapsed. The president has already been sworn in. And even all other reasons that they are giving, they are not good enough to disorganize the country. I want to tell you people what I think about the cost of living and what was going on during the Uhuru time. They were so much obsessed with subsidies. Then when Ruto came, said, no, we can't continue subsidizing consumption. I don't know if many of you understand what that means. Tuseme kwa mfano, hapa kila mtu amewahi kopa loan ama ananuia kukopa loan. Inaweza kuwa makosa kubwa ama kuhatarisha maisha yako ya kifedha kama utakopa pesa ya kukula, ukope pesa ya kuweka gari yako mafuta na kununua nguo. Maana wakati wa kulipa utalipa na nini? You see? And that is the reason why the president sat down with the experts and they told him, if you want to help Kenya, stop this crazy level of borrowing money to buy food, to buy fuel. Start to buy or to subsidize production. Saidia wakulima, chakula ipatikane. Saidia vyovyote unaweza fanya watu wa biashara waweze kufanya biashara. In the long run wataanza kulipa taxes na utaona tutaanza kusaidia nchi yetu. There is a logic behind why the president said let us stop these subsidies. Maana nchi ilikuwa inaingia katika hali mbaya sana. Na hata IMF wale ambao huwa wanafuata ilikuwa imeanza kusema Kenya imefika ile tunaita peak ya mambo ya borrowing, iko pale juu kabisa, imefika mwisho. Na sasa president anatuambia tuanze kurudisha mambo ya kukopa pesa bila kutaka kujua hiyo pesa inaenda wapi. The other thing I want, ningetaka Budi na wale wengine wanaona kana kwamba Uhuru alikuwa anatupeleka vizuri. Ningetaka mjiulize, hizi subsidies zilikuwa zinapewa kampuni zipi? Ni kina nani walikuwa wanafaidika? If you do your research, you see also the issue of selfish interest. Hapo nasitaki kuongea sana kwa sababu hiyo ni mambo tumeongea sana. Na hapa nikasema na nikauliza Rich na hakunijibu. Is it fair for the president that we have given to ourselves to give himself or his companies or his family's businesses tax relief? Yani wanasema kwa sababu kuko na COVID na maisha ni gumu sana, hii kampuni isilipe taxes. Na ikiangaliwa inakutwa ya kwamba ile kampuni inahusikana na president. Na nikisema hivyo nasema hivyo nikisema hivi. Mimi ni mmoja wa wale wamechagua Uhuru, wamempigia kura. Na nikisema hivyo sisemi hivyo kwa sababu kuna chuki. Maana hata Ruto tukisikia anasema kuna subsidy, pesa ya serikali inachukuliwa, tukifuata tunakuta kumbe hii ilikuwa inaenda kwa kampuni zake ama za dada yake. Kweli, is it supposed to be like that? Mtu anasema kuna peano wa tax relief, ukiangalia wale walipewa either wako karibu sana ama ni kampuni yao. Just imagine. Kitu kingine ambayo
Geoffrey 1 minute. Geoffrey 1 minute. Pits come. Geoffrey, you can mute 1 minute. Ulikuwa unachangia, wacha nikupe nafasi ndio uchangia alafu mute kidogo.
Hello, ningesema hivi.
Yes.
Ni mambo ya nini, kama ni sava ndio inaleta shida, sifunguliwe hii mzozo hii kama inawezekana, na bei ya unga, common needs, watu wapunguziwe, maisha irudi kama mbele. Watu wanataabika huku kwa ground. Okay, sina mengi ni hapa.
Asante sana Pitscam. Alafu kwa sababu umeongea mambo mazuri Pitscam, unaweza mute ukiongea una unmute, alafu wakati ule uongee una mute. Sawa. Geoffrey, maliza ndio tumpatie dakika moja.
Wacha nimalize. Mumeona kuna pesa ambayo controller of budget mwenyewe na wale wote wanafanya kazi kwa treasury wanasema ya kwamba katika miezi 3, na hii inatoka kwa watu professionals, kwa miezi 3 ya uchaguzi kuna wizi mkubwa sana wa pesa, mali ya umma kutolewa bila process kufuatwa. Wakati mwingine unakuta ati president text message anasema toa pesa kiwango fulani, sijui iende kalipe wapi. Mambo kama yale, mimi kwa maoni yangu ndio yanafanya hawa watu waone wakiwa huko nje wanaweza wakafuatwa. Kwa hali yoyote ile, tujaribu venye tutafanya hii serikali isiendelee kufanya kazi, tuende tukajifunike. Tumeona Raila Odinga anatuambia mambo ya cost of living. Na juzi tu, miezi kadhaa kabla uchaguzi ufike, tumemuona kwa runinga akidefend cost of living, akiambia watu nyamazeni, mnajua shida sio serikali. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ni Ruto wako kwa serikali, mnasema sasa cost of living ni yeye amefanya ikue. Ile kitu ningekuwa na nasema, Raila Odinga, what solution do you have for the cost of living? Kwa sababu kama tungekuwa tukisikia anasema tunataka kufanya hivi na hivi tusaidie wa Kenya, tunasema by the way kuna kitu inasemekana. So what we are doing, tunaweka bad precedents for our country. Ati kama nimeshindwa lazima nikileta fujo nitaingia kwa serikali. And it has been like that against the rule of law. Ya mwisho nataka kuuliza tu swali kwa wale wote panelists wako hapa. Because I have heard people say about the sovereignty belongs to the people. Sijui kama mmejiuliza hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? Ati nguvu iko na wananchi, they can exercise it directly or indirectly. Na nasikia watu wakirudia hivyo sana, nikitaka tufafanuliwe vizuri ili tuelewe what does it mean. Yes, we have the right of picketing, we have the right of demonstrations. And Messi, unaweza rudia when we talked about the definition of peaceful demonstrations. What was the constitution aiming at achieving wakati tulikuwa tunaongea kwa mambo hayo mambo? So mimi sijaona sababu yoyote, hata kwa sahi hakuna mtu hapa ametuambia why we should keep our country on the street. Thank you. Kama kuna swali nitachukua. Alafu
1 minute. 1 minute, Mr. David, please.
Yeah, so
swali tu.
Swali na alafu tutashikilia hapo Isindu akuje pia. Tumpe nafasi pia.
Sasa Mr. Mburu, nataka nikuulize swali. Kama uelewi kitu kinaitwa subsidy, ungefanya more research before you complain. The way I understand myself, subsidy ni ile pesa serikali inalipia, inachangia kulipia gharama fulani ili mulipe kidogo. Nikupe example, school fees secondary schools mingi, for example national school at Alliance, pesa ya serikali ni 75,000. Serikali inalipa around 35,000, the rest musasi unalipa. Wakati umetoa subsidy, sasa umesema you are not awendi kuchangia, hiyo inamaanisha musasi wewe ndio utalipa yote. The same case to food. Hii chakula nasema ati umetoa subsidy, sasa inamaanisha mkulima ama mwananchi wa kawaida hatalipia yote. Uwezi sema ati umeenda kulima usalishe machakura. No, nilikuwa namcorrect.
Ilikuwa swali ama ulikuwa una make observation?
No, na murekebisha aelewe the reasoning of subsidy. Auwezi enda kushalisha vyakula watu wakikufa njaa. Ungeliwacha hiyo subsidy ikuwe retained, alafu ukisamaliza vyakula ikipatikana chakula ikikuwa mingi masao, then you remove the subsidy. Sasa swali, hii pesa ya subsidy imetolewa, imeenda wapi na imefanya nini?
Asante Geoffrey, I think we can hold on to that. I'm gonna bring you back, and because subsidy is a length discussion. Bwana Isindu, we've kept you waiting for a while. Welcome to the show, na changia, toa maoni yako, na asante kwa kuja kwa show leo.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to join. It's always good when community comes together to talk these things through. You know, sometimes at least sisi tuko hapa tunaongea, and so hopefully in the future our leaders will take that into consideration. What Honorable Bundi said, I think that's his name, right? I have to say I agree with him 100%. Now, siati kwa sababu, let me just put it this way, keep it simple. What is our GDP, saizi Kenya? About 300 million, 400 million, okay? What is the GDP? GDP ni basically services, goods, the amount of money to now produce as a productive society, right? That means goods and services. We're mostly a service industry economy, which is what, about 58% service industry economy, agriculture about 30%, industry about 18%. So in order to be prosperous, unataka tuna increase industry, tuna reduce service. But being a service industry, a service economy, you must have subsidies, and subsidies are not free money. It's a cost. The government may decide, okay, we're going to invest and put money here so that we can get more in return, more in productivity, and grow the GDP. A subsidy is not an evil. A subsidy is a tool government uses to generate the GDP. So it's not an evil. So I think before people throw aspersions around, they really need to understand what a subsidy is. Every advanced economy inapatiana subsidy. Kenya has been giving subsidies from back in the day. Ukienda university, boom walikuwa wanapeana, hata saizi wamepeana example ya shule wanapeana. Subsidies are everywhere, and you have to do that in order to grow the economy, and it ranges in scale because that's just how things are. But real quick, to me, it seems like there's two sets of laws for the opposition, one for the government and another one for the opposition. It seems as though Ruto speaks from both sides of the mouth. Mara anasema he wants a strong opposition. On the other hand, he gets a strong opposition, he beats them off the street. Mara anasema, he's for the rule of law, we need to abide by the law. He appoints 50 CSs and appoints Mudavadi. Unashinda, this guy is breaking the law, and anasema, okay, we need to follow the law. So which law is he talking about? I mean, Kenya imetoka mbali sana. People just don't understand. Umetoka mbali sana. And we've fought so many wars, street battles, the Constitution. Picketing is not a privilege, it's a right. It was intentionally put in the Constitution because back in the day, watu wakiprotest, ulikuwa unaenda town kidogo ni horseback, mapolisi unapigwa, unashinda tu, no, ama university inafungwa. I mean, they used to be chaotic. The whole reason picketing was put into the Constitution so that it's orderly. It becomes a situation where the government of the day does not abuse that privilege. People lost lives. So it's not a joke, because I think, let's just say the government was saying, okay, we'll give you security, people are under mandamano, maybe nothing might even happen, So people have said a lot of things, but Honorable Bundi said everything I wanted to say. So maybe I'm just curious to listen to see what people have to say. But I don't think, bottom line is, the law needs to apply equally to everyone, both to the president, the opposition, and he can't speak from both sides of his mouth. It just seems disingenuous. And if we have to grow the GDP, we have to come to the table. Subsidies have to go on. I mean, somebody just asked a very good question. So the cost of living is too high, and those subsidies were helping in order to generate more money. So that's my take. But thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. I see Makiadi, you are there. Is there, after Makiadi, let me see who have not.
I was attacked very much, and you've not given me the right reply.
All right, for sure, Makiadi, just hold on 1 minute. Go ahead, Ashley.
So on that guy, the person who attacked me, I will not repeat myself because he misunderstood me. But when he gets time, he can rewind, and listen to what I said, because what he said was not Ashley, what I said.
Let me ask you a question. Ashley, do you feel that you were attacked, or do you think that they rebutted your argument?
No, actually attacked me because what he rebutted was not opposite what I said. So either he didn't understand, not either, he didn't understand, because the things he was saying I said, I didn't say.
All right. And is it in order to say that he had divergent opinion from what you had earlier, given, so that we use a sober language?
he wasn't giving an opinion. He was accusing me of saying things I didn't say. He was taking what I said out of context. I don't want to repeat because time, but the only thing I wanted to say, because even you know that what he said is not what I said. I didn't say they shouldn't demonstrate. I just said when they tell Ruto to open the server, he can't because it belongs to Systematic. And Jose Camargo can also open the server because he's an employee. So I say that if not Raila and the other people, the attorneys in their midst know the right procedure that they need to follow to get that server opened, and it does not involve them going to the street. So if I was Ruto, I would actually go and charge them in court with incitement because they are giving falsehoods and using it to incite people to tell Ruto to open the server they know he cannot open. They know that that server, the rights of that server belong to Smartmatic, and if they want the server opened, they know how they can approach that issue to have to subpoena Smartmatic to open the server. So that's the reason I say they should be sued, not because they are demonstrating on those other issues, but on that issue of asking for the server to be opened, they are not being genuine. On the issue of the Cherera 4, they are not being genuine. But the one which I say they should be sued about for incitement is the one for the server. So he didn't understand me. I don't know whether now he understands me, but that is what I meant. But that is not what he answered me. So that I felt attacked because he wasn't giving an opinion. He was saying I said that, and I didn't say that. Now, Makiadi said that opposition, which they are not opposition because there is nothing like opposition in the constitution, is not part of government. The minority and the majority members are all part of the legislation, the legislature, which is one of there are three arms of government. There is the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, and the devolved government. So they are part of that government structure, but they are minority members of that government structure, and that is why they receive payments they receive a salary from the government, but they are not all. We call them opposition, but they are not opposition. They are just minority members. They have the same duties as the majority. Where they get to be different is that the people on the majority side tend to win more when they table bills because they have more numbers. That is why they are called majority, not because they're in government. There are places where the majority are the other side, not the people that have the executive. Like we've seen that happen in the US, where the minority is the people from the president's side. So what happens is that the president is not able to effect his policies because every time he brings table a bill in parliament, he doesn't have the numbers. So the advantage of the president having the majority members of parliament is because he is able to get his agenda and more of his agenda done, so that by the time he finishes, he can say, this is what I've done. He has no excuse. Ruto has no excuse not to perform because he has the backing of the majority members in parliament. But even the minority are part of government. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, actually, I have a question for you as you go, and then Makiadi, you're coming, and Dennis Oseko, thank you for coming on. I just wanted to ask you a question. Are politicians civil servants?
A civil servant, they are not.
Who is their employer?
The government. I think the people are their employer. They are employed by the people.
How do these people pay them salary, as opposed to someone who works in the treasury or finance or other places?
Coming to think about it again, they are civil servants in per se because they serve the public. Because I think in that regard, we can call them civil servants. But it's like federal. Like in the US, they are federal employees. Only that in Kenya, we don't call them that. So it is a term in Kenya. Those who work for the government are called civil servants. But in actual literal word, even politicians can be regarded as civil servants. But like In the US, they are called federal employees. In Kenya, they are called civil servants, those people who work for the government.
Thank you, Ashley. Isindu.
If I may ask the same question, Bwana Mise, if I can request.
Hang on, Black.
What are public officers?
Can I just correct that for the record?
Yeah, for sure. Isindu, I wanted you to come in because
What are public officers, if I may ask?
Okay, so you can answer that too, and then really quick, and then Makiadi, you come in, and then we go to Dennis Oseko so that we can try and balance. Go ahead, Isindu.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Just to clarify, ma'am, civil servants are civil servants. They work for the government. We have civil servants in the US, we have civil servants in Kenya. Politicians are elected. Civil servants are not. Those are career people. Those are people who work. If you go to an office, they stay with different administrations. As different governments come and go, civil servants remain. They're the engine that runs the government. It doesn't matter, Kenya, US, it's the same thing. Civil servants are never elected, so they're not politicians. And the minority government, minority politicians in parliament cannot table a bill. They cannot bring a bill to the floor. The only person who can bring a bill to the floor is generally the majority leader, in conjunction with the minority leader. So the minority has to go through the majority in order for a bill to be brought, just to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Makiadi, I needed you to as well talk about what is in. I feel like there's something in relation to the Kenyan government. How is a bill drafted? How is a bill brought to Parliament, and what is the procedure? You will add on that alongside what you wanted to add. Go ahead, Makiadi.
No, let me just say this. I want to agree with what my brother Isindu here is saying. And Ashley, one thing that I want to make it clear here is politicians, and I think it's been explained very clearly, politicians are not civil servants. Civil servants basically is maybe a term used to refer to employees of the government. Politicians are public officers, and there's a different code of standard that they are held up to, or they are held upon. So I want to say this regarding the issue of subsidies here. The subsidies that were put by the Uhuru Kenyatta administration, the purpose of the subsidies was to make sure that the unga you buy from the shop is at a relatively affordable price to the common mwananchi. So when you come here and tell us that you cannot subsidize food, and then you remove the subsidies, tell us that you're going to subsidize production, and then mwananchi wa kawaida anashindwa kununua chakula. And I think Kim came here and said very clearly that if at all subsidies ndio ilikuwa inafanya unga bei yake ikuwe chini na wewe ukakuja kutoa, then hausaidii mwananchi, and mwananchi is suffering right now. In the long run, wewe unasema you're going to subsidize production and not bei ya unga in mafuta. Mwananchi wa kawaida pale wa chini pale akienda kununua chakula ama akienda kununua mafuta pale kwa duka anapata iko bei ya juu, anajiuliza hizi subsidies zenye zilikuwa zilienda wapi? And these people cannot explain what they did with the subsidies. It's the common mwananchi who is suffering. Whether you liked the approach that Uhuru Kenyatta used or not is not an issue. The thing is, the end effect is the price of food was affordable. Right now, the price of food is not affordable. It's as simple as that. The administration of William Ruto decided to go a different route. And that route they took has made life unbearable in Kenya right now. People can no longer afford to put food on the table. And people are saying, if subsidies can be reinstated, as you look for another plan to help, address this issue, then we have no problem. Now, what we are seeing right now with this administration is they decided not to subsidize food. They decided to take another route. The fertilizer that they are subsidizing. Can you tell us that the people who are receiving these subsidies through the fertilizer subsidies program, are these people not cartels as the one that they are blaming the Uhuru Kenyatta administration for doing? It's the same thing. What we are doing is we are changing crowns. It's the same cartels that have been rebranded and put in the market there. And so the government is giving the people the same cronies that were being given subsidies in the previous regime have changed forest. It's the same monkeys who have just changed forest. So the William Ruto administration is no better than what we had. That's an issue about the subsidies. Now let's come to the double speak. William Ruto, a few months after being sworn in, told us he wants a stronger opposition. He said he wants the opposition to put him in check. Raila Odinga was not doing anything. In fact, people said, why is Raila Odinga so quiet when we are suffering? And then Raila Odinga came out. He said, you wanted us to put you in check, we'll put you in check. So at that particular moment when William Ruto was disintegrating, trying as much as possible to kill the opposition in the parliament, the minority, the so-called minority, all these MPs that were allied to Azimio were being, I don't want to say bought, but you see they were changing allegiance, beginning with the UDM party that took 12 members to the other side. So it was a matter of time before Azimio changed tact. And that is why they said, if at all we cannot hold you accountable in parliament, then we are looking for other constitutional means to make sure that we hold you accountable. Now, the constitution itself provides for you to go to the streets to say that whatever the government is doing right now is not something that we agree with. And that is what Raila Odinga is doing right now. So when the likes of Ashley come here and tell us that we should ban maandamano, and I'll repeat again what I said earlier. Kama saa hizi unaona kwa sababu haikuhusu unataka maandamano izuiwe na serikali. What will happen when you as a Kenyan are affected by an issue and you have no channel to express dissatisfaction to the government? You cannot go through the parliament because you do not have numbers. You cannot go through the Senate for that matter because you do not have numbers. There's no other form of you expressing dissatisfaction with the government. What are you going to do? Because this avenue was created in the constitution. It is very easy for you to use this. And it was made very easy because all you need to do is tell the security forces that you're planning to have a demonstration. It's as simple as that. So, Ashley, let me tell you here, if you are against maandamano at this moment because you believe that...
I say it in residential areas only.
But you should read the constitution. The constitution is very clear. Bise kwa nini umenianika peke yangu hapa? The constitution is very clear, Ashley. It does not tell you where to assemble. It does not limit your place of assembly. It tells you you have the right to picket.
But Makiadi,
even if you want to go on top of buildings and picket, the constitution allows you to do that.
You're being selective.
Makeni, you are selecting the law. You are not saying the truth.
Because I think
you cannot picket
if I may be
anywhere.
allowed, let's not heckle, guys. Let's not heckle. Let's try to do this. Let's try to do this order.
Let's go one by one, Black, Mzalendo. Let's start with you, Black. Quickly, 1 second.
Okay. I think I mentioned it earlier on, Bwana Makiadi, and I know you know this because I know you're a smart fellow. As much as we have that right, but there is an existence of a Public Order Act. So as much as, yes, I agree that the Constitution is supreme to all, but this Public Order Act was put there purposely to ensure that as people exercise this right,
Black, what is the
there's some order. Huh?
Black, when you mention a public order, can you tell us so that they can refer, so that they don't think that you are misleading?
Just a minute.
Yeah.
No, they know that. So now as people want to exercise their rights as per Article 37, this Public Order Act dictates or at least gives guidelines on how this can be exercised. Among those that are part of the Public Order Act is they have to notify the police. They also have to state the location or the region where they want to practice this, to exercise this right, and the time which they want to do this. Because hata hizi protests zinafaa kuwa zinapeanangwa kutoka, kwa mfano mnasema you want to do this for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8. It's not something that is continuous, right? And if it's in regards to location, for example, unaweza sema mnataka kufanya protest zenu Moi Avenue Street, mkielekea sijui wapi wapi wapi. Now you see now these roads would be barricaded and police officers would be there to protect you. Unaona? Now the sad thing that has happened is, maybe this is one thing that I want us to discuss, but I don't want to say it now, manake nikiongea sasa nitaonekana kama hapo nimeintroduce kitu nyingine na muda wangu wa kusubmit bado. So point yangu tu nilikuwa nataka kukuambia tu kwamba ni hivi Makiadi. Why are we insisting so much on that Article 37 na tunasahau kuhusu the Public Order Act? These two go hand in hand. Thanks.
Can I finish, Bwana Mise? You are muted.
You know, I want people to substantiate when they reference some documents. Mzalendo, I want you add something that was burning so that you can ask reach. So, but
just on the same.
On
the
flip side,
people,
public
can you hear me?
order.
Okay. Mise, on the Public Order Act, just like Black has explained, you know, when you read
Mzalendo, allow me to acknowledge people who have joined us, please. Allow me to acknowledge Dennis Oseko, Simbanetaya, and as you guys come in, because you've been here for some time, please let us be brief so that we can also give them a chance so that they can contribute. Otherwise, it might sound like it's monologue between back and forth between us.
All right, thank you, Mr. You've seen Makiadi reading just one article of the Constitution, that the Constitution allows us to picket, but you see where your right stops is where mine begins. All right, somebody who doesn't want to picket with you, that is where my right begins. In the Public Order Act, the Azimio troop have been going round and round and round the residential areas where they didn't even mention that they are going to have a procession there. Those processions are actually illegal because they needed to have written to the OCS or OCPD commanding that particular station that we will have a procession here. But when they find a road blocked here, they go to Kasarani, that area that they are going, they are not allowed to be there. That is why you are seeing these running battles. They are supposed to be in a defined manner to go in a particular place. And as you read the Constitution, also read Article 25 of the Kenyan Constitution, what it says. Don't just read one, just read what the other articles, what they are saying. Read Article 25, chapter, I think Section D of the Constitution of Kenya, so that you get to understand these issues. There's a gentleman here who came up telling us that the server needs to be opened. What people are not saying clearly is that this server does not belong to the Kenyan government, my friend. The copyright does not belong to the Kenyan government. When I sell for you a product, kuna mahali nimekuzia na mahali unafikisha. Yeah, how I configure my server, that is not your business. And that is what mathematics is telling you. It is not going to give you. And you have got no right over that. And you didn't buy that. And you didn't write that in your agreement that you will also own the copyright of that particular company. All right. So when you are telling people that you will open the server, don't lie to them. It's good that Azimio supporters are here. Let me explain to you na Kiswahili ndio uelewe vizuri. Ndio musiende huko mkidanganya watu server ni nini. Server ni kama kwa nyumba yako. Nyumba yako ile unaishi, ukiingi hapo ni kwako. Si ni nyumba yako. Nyumba yako kuna sitting room, kuna jikoni, kuna bedroom. Bedroom ni mahali mama na baba wanalala. Mahali wewe na bibi yako mnalala. Hiyo mahali wageni wafai kuingia. Hiyo mahali, unanielewa? Hiyo mahali wageni wafai kuingia, ni wewe na bibi yako ndio mnafaa kuingia. Na hapo ndio kila kitu inatengenezwa. Watoto wanatengenezwa hapo, na watengenezwe mchana saa zile watu wanaona, wanatengenezwa na wewe na bibi yako. Sasa ile kitu unapakuliwa iko hapa kwa meza. Kama ni chakula, wageni wanafika hapo. Hapo ndio mliambiwa, hapo ndio mnaweza fika peke yake. Pande hii ingine ni ya kampuni, amwezi fika hapo. So muache kupotosha wananchi. The copyright is embedded on the server, so they cannot give you the legal rights to uangalie ni nini nafanyika huko. So hata mjaribu mara ngapi. And then Ashley brought up an issue, but I think she didn't bring it up very, very clearly. If you are a lawyer and you are lying in public, unawadanganya watu juu mambo ya server. Kama hapa Marekani unaambiwa you will be struck off the bar. Wewe ni wakili na unadanganya kotini, unaambiwa hiyo leseni yako ya kupractice utanyang'anywa kwa sababu unapotosha wananchi. So hizi mambo zote unaona inaelekea mahali ingine, mahali hatutakuwa na answer hata kidogo. And then the issue of subsidies that somebody was saying there, that subsidies are very, very important. Yes, subsidies are very, very important if the economy is doing very, very badly. But listen, this is now where the catch is. There's no subsidies in Kenya right now. Hakuna subsidies. Si Ruto amezitoa. Haya, bei ya unga ni pesa ngapi? Zimetolewa ndio. Bei ya unga ni pesa ngapi? Imerudi chini ama imerudi juu? Tangu Uhuru wake hiyo subsidies yake, na sasa hivi vile Ruto ametoa subsidies, bei ya unga ni nini? Haya, bei ya mafuta, tangu Uhuru aweke subsidies na Ruto atoe subsidies, bei imeenda juu ama imeenda chini? Kama imeenda juu na imeenda chini, what Ruto's government was saying that these things are not sustainable in the economy. Yes, we agree as economists that you have to inject money into the economy so that watu wapate nafuu kidogo. But is it sustainable? Kama bei ya mafuta inakontroliwa na individuals, wale ujui kesho wataweka bei ya mafuta pesa ngapi? So how many?
Mzalendo, those are really good points. I just want to take you. I just want you to take a glass of water, and then we bring in Simbaneta. Makiadi, I know you're going to respond. Let's give these guys about three minutes, and then we come back to you, Makiadi, and we go on that cycle, and then we come to you, Honorable Bundi. Simbaneta, I think you came first. Go ahead, 3 minutes, then we come to the other one, and then we go on that cycle. You're on mute, Simba.
Yes, Mr. Kwanza habari wote. Niko na mama kidogo lakini kusame.
Unaweza weka mic yako karibu na your mouthpiece, or if you take it out it would be nice.
Okay. Nafikiri sasa unaweza nipata.
Yeah.
Mambo ya subsidy. In fact, wa Kenya wafanya thorn. When the government put on subsidies, unga ilikuwa inauzwa pia. Lakini when Ruto administration I'm sorry. Yenye walifanya kubadilisha wale cartels kwenda kwa upande wa serikali. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kufanyika peke yake. It's just only to exchange cartels na kunufaisha wale watu ambao na wakasema wana invest long-term solutions, kwa sababu at the end of the day wale watu ambao wangeendelea kufaika ni wale walifikiria watu wa I'm sorry, sitaweza kuendelea mtoto kwa sababu nasikia roho yangu inashughulika kidogo. Thank you.
Netaya, for being brief, but hang around. I think it will be nice. Dennis, as you give your contribution as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. My network is not very nice, but I'll just try. I've listened to the argument that we're having here. I could say this argument is not necessary, is not important. It could be, for the moment, it may suit either party, but it is not necessary. It is not important to us as Kenyans. What is important at the moment, because the rains are here, issues to do with subsidies and such kind of things are issues of the past. Kenyans ought to have a conducive environment, I mean peaceful, so that they can go about, they can go to their farms and plant to ensure that there is enough supply of unga, maize, and such kind of things, so that unga prices can come down. Otherwise, the rest, maandamano and such kind of things are sideshows. Because if Raila and Ruto sit down and agree today, does it mean the economy will instantly improve or become better? It is a lie. We have seen this before. During the Handshake, before the Handshake, that is, we had the Maandamano Mondays. Raila finally shook hands with the then president, Uhuru Kenyatta. After that, they came out of Arambe office and they called each other brothers. So what if we demonstrate as Kenyans, people continue losing property, destruction of ordinary people's property? There are people who wake up in the morning to go, they are not employed. They live hand to mouth. When we have mandamanos, they are not able to put food on the table for their families. Their businesses have been affected. So what if the two leaders sit down and agree and shake hands and such kind of things? There is nothing for an ordinary Kenyan that will change. The situation continues. And as it is right now, we are actually making the situation worse. So the issue is the two leaders need to be called to order. Yes, if they can talk, so be it, but not much is expected from whatever talk or handshake they may have that will change the economy. The only thing that will be of importance to us as Kenyans is that if they talk and we have peace and that we are able to go about our day-to-day business for a living, then that is it. So what we need at the moment as Kenyans, and this is the conversation that I would like us, if it is possible, though I'm not at a position to dictate what people want to think and what people would discuss, is the plight of the people, the plight of the masses. Because even the president that is elected, or the leader that we have, is the father of the nation. When Kenyans are going through problems, he needs to put his ego, his personal interest and such kind of, it could be right. He's the president, he was sworn in. But there are times that he has to do something extraordinary just to make sure that Kenyans do not continue suffering. Because yes, there is in the constitution demonstrations, picketing and such kind of things are allowed, and therefore, but it now requires the leadership to ensure that Kenyans, have peace and that they are able to do what they are doing peacefully without further suffering or without any further destruction of property. Otherwise, let me just leave it there. I hope maybe we will find it important as Kenyans, because the one that is demonstrating and the one that has decided not to demonstrate are sailing on the same boat. none of us is safe, because it is the other Kenyan today, it is me that is not demonstrating tomorrow. If roads are blocked, I'm not able to continue with whatever that I have to do. And then even you that are out there have dependents back at home. If things are not well here, it is not equally well for you, because you have to support people here. So we are all in shit. In as much as, yes, demonstrations are in certain parts of this country, Kisumu, Nairobi, and such kind of things, we are all affected, and therefore this is something that concerns all of us. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much. Makiadi, I'm coming back to you, but I think Black came here and didn't have the document ready. I've looked for the document that he was referencing, and I just want to put it to you, Makiadi. When you look at Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution, there are things I had asked you to tell me, but we don't. You didn't get to tell me. But when you look at Article 37, which is under Chapter 4 of the Bill of Rights, Article 37. I want to make sure that I read it back to you. So it says assembly, demonstration, picketing, petition. Every person has the right peaceably and unarmed to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to the public authorities. Now you said there is nowhere that was your argument, and if I misrepresent your argument, I need you to call me out. You said there is nowhere the Constitution says place and time, right? This Constitution is read alongside other rules and regulations of public orders of the Republic of Kenya. So if you look at Public Order, chapter 56, part 3, actually says that public gatherings, it says that no person shall hold a public meeting or public procession except in accordance with the provisions of this section. Okay? Any person intending to convene a public meeting or public procession shall notify the regulating officer of such intent at least 3 days, but not more than 14 days before the proposed date of the public meeting or procession. A notice under subsection 2 shall be in the prescribed form and shall specify A, the full name and the physical address of the organizer of the proposed public meeting, or B, or public procession. B, the proposed date of the meeting or procession and the time thereof, which shall be between 6 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, so I want you, as you come back and see, says that the proposed site of the public meeting or the proposed route in the case of public procession. Okay, now it goes down explaining that just in case, Makiad, you want to hold a public meeting and I want to hold a public meeting, whoever came first, or if it's the same venue, whoever came first should be given that priority, and it is the incumbent it is the responsibility of the organizer to be notified. It's the right of the organizer to be notified that there is another meeting that is going to happen, so that does not contradict or bring commotion. So there is a clear guideline which is called Public Order, chapter 56. You can read that, and public gathering, that is part 5 of it, which is read alongside chapter 30, chapter 4 of the Bill of Rights, Article 37, and Mzalendo also told you of Article 24 and Article 25, which equally highlights the limitations of your rights of assembly, picketing, and demonstration. Now, I wanted to ask you, Makiadi, when you say that you have a right, do you know also that that right has a limitation? when we talk about when the Constitution is telling you that in Article 37, when it says that you must come peaceably and unarmed. What is your understanding of peaceably and unarmed? So if you come or contrary to those two words, which is a limitation in that Article 37, then that means you're in violation of that very same Constitution. So what is your understanding? I would like to get your contribution on that.
And can I add, also it should not infringe on the rights of others.
Exactly. So what is the balance? Where do we strike a balance? Where your right ends and is protected, and where my right begins is equally protected. Where do you strike the balance?
Thank you, Missy. I was reading the public order before you spoke about it, and there's one thing I think you missed. When you read part 3, that's part 3, 5, you just read 2 only. That says any person intending to convene a public meeting or a public procession shall notify the regulating officer of such intent at least 3 days, but not more than 14 days before the proposed date of the public meeting or procession. Now, there's one thing here we want to agree, that the Constitution talks about notifying, sorry, the public order talks about notifying the regulating officer, just notification. So in Swahili unamjulisha ya kwamba nitakuwa na mkutano. Now if you go back to the Constitution, it talks about peacefully and unarmed. My question would be to you guys that are here condemning picketing and demonstrations. Where do you draw the line when it comes to the word unarmed? When police officers turn out with rungus, are they armed? Are they there to cause harm to the demonstrators? Are they there to try and, I'm looking for the best word, provoke violence? So you should also look at this issue from both sides. It is not just a matter of the person that is going to demonstrate. It is also a matter of the person that is supposed to provide security showing up armed. Police officers are not secluded from the Constitution in terms of protection of mwananchi ambaye anaenda kudemonstrate. And what we are seeing in our country right now is the police officers present themselves with rungus. If me say today I am going to do my demonstration and you, the person who is supposed to provide security, unakuja na rungu, what message are you showing? What message are you passing to us? So we should allow ourselves as a country, as much as we say that we want to demonstrate, most of these demonstrators come out peacefully. And then somewhere along the way, like Honorable Bundi said here, they are provoked by the police. Unfortunately, and I have to say this, hold on. Unfortunately, and I have to repeat this, unfortunately, the person that anaumia ni ule mwananchi wa kawaida, because at that moment wakati polisi wanapigana na demonstrators, biashara za watu zinavunjwa, magari ya watu inavunjwa, vitu za watu zinaibiwa. And so when we do this, we condemn the people who are demonstrating peacefully. But in the first instance, it is the police that provoked those demonstrators. So hii kitu ya kusema ati unarmed, alafu unasema people showed up with stones, and the people that showed up with arms ni police officers. I don't agree with it.
Makid, let me ask you, when a mechanic goes to work, all right, or electrician, they show up with the tools to perform their jobs, right? Right? So you are asking the police to come unarmed to the like seriously
with the rope with the rope.
What do you want them to show up? I just want first of all, who is licensed?
Hold
wait
on,
a
hold
moment.
on.
Wait a moment.
Let's agree here. Let's agree here. Let's agree here,
I'm
Missy.
asking your question and then
Hold
you
on,
respond.
I'm answering your question here. Let's agree
No,
here.
I haven't asked.
This
So I'm
was
asking
supposed
you a question.
this was supposed to be a peaceful peaceful procession, right? Do we agree? Do we agree there? This was supposed to be a peaceful procession. Then kama wewe ni mtu ambaye unakuja kuprovide security na unakuja na rungu already, what are you trying? What information? What message are you trying to send? Where are police supposed to be attending these meetings of peaceful demonstrators na rungu? Nionyeshe kwa hiyo public order yenye ulikuwa unasoma hapo. And I'll read you what the
what is the work of the police? Okay, so what is the work of the police?
I'll read to you what the
public. You see,
hold on.
Hang on. You can't read the public order in isolation of either the constitution or other corroborating documents that govern our state agencies or our country. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. When at the Capitol, when the police show up, when people were demonstrating, did the police show up unarmed?
Before achieve Mr. Steven, nataka nikuulize pia swali. Kwa nini askari wa traffic haruhusiwi kuenda na bunduki kwa barabara, anaenda na uniform peke yake?
Askari wa traffic anakuwa wawili. Mmoja anakuwa na bunduki, mmoja is unarmed. Let us be honest when we are saying these things. But
anyway, hiyo swali wanauliza is so irrelevant. Ati askari wa traffic mbona anaenda ati bila bunduki?
Can I ask a question? The moderator will give both of you. I want to give every one of you.
Can I ask a question?
Makiadi, this is embarrassing. You could ask such a question. This is so embarrassing. I can't believe that question came from you. Makiadi, please withdraw that kind of silly question.
No,
what kind of question is that? Seriously, Makiadi, no way.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, let me ask.
Okay. Let's have order. Let's have order.
Which question did I ask that Mzalendo is saying is silly?
I'm going to mute all of you.
Which question did I ask that Mzalendo is saying is silly, Bwana Mise?
Hang on. I think you are being mistaken. Hang on. Can you guys allow me to give you the chance to respond? I think Mzalendo, it is done. It's Mr. Bundi who asked that question, so it is not Makiadi. But I want to give you 1 or 2 minutes to respond and be objective. Don't be subjective. Just be objective. Let us be honest when we are having this debate. You know, we have to be. If we want to progress as a country, we must be able to criticize both those who are in government and those who are on the other side, where they go wrong and where they are wronged. I think this way, that is an honest discussion. Makiadi, now respond and then Geoffrey, you will ask the question, and Mr. Isindu.
Maybe he can answer. I can ask so that he may answer both of them because they are similar. Maybe, probably. I just wanted to ask Makiadi if he knows that the police are in the category of the armed forces and what it means to be armed forces. Thank you.
Makiadi, go ahead and answer this question.
Before Makende answer, moderator, I would like to ask you if it's in order for somebody to be accused. Moderator, is it in order you agree somebody to abuse and call somebody silly, whichever way somebody has asked the question? How do you support that?
Anyway, let me retrieve my whatever I'd said.
Mzalendo, I'm muting you. Hold on. Let us have order. Listen, Bwana Bundi, sometimes we take words such as nonsense, such as silly, as words that are meaning provoking, but words such as nonsense means words of no importance, silly, the same thing. So don't take it personal. It is the context in which it has been used. Makiadi, do you want to respond quickly?
I don't know what I'm responding to. Whose question? The one that asked, "Do I know what armed means?" Is that the question that
Go
I'm
ahead,
supposed
whatever that you had. You have time to respond.
My friend Geoffrey, I don't think I can respond to that. When I say you should take what I said in context, you should take what I said in context. I did not talk about police being armed or whatever in that context that you want to point out. My issue was this was supposed to be a peaceful procession. And so what the public order that you guys are talking about here is saying is that you are supposed to notify the police of your intended date, your intended route or route, wherever you're going to hold these, just notifying. That's it. And so when you guys tell me here that it is essential for police officers to show up with rungus so that they can escort demonstrators to protect them from what? You have somebody
from bad characters in their midst that may show up. The police is not included in those people that cannot come with arms.
Makiadi.
No, you guys are interrupting me.
Sorry.
I was given time to speak.
Oh, finished or not yet? Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, I was still in the middle of that.
Okay, sorry. My apologies.
So when you guys want to tell me here that the police are showing up with batons and rungus to protect,
we are wasting time interrupting Makiadi. Everyone must speak through the moderator, please. Thank you.
To protect the demonstrators from what? From whom? You should understand that the public order also gives authority with which the regulator, who is the police in this instance, can stop such demonstrations. It is very clear. Missy, I think you read that. It says, let me just read that before I forget.
Yeah, it's in number 8, number 7.
Yeah, number 8, correct.
8.
Number 8, thank you.
But again, we have seen police stopping these protesters getting to areas. What happens?
Missy, hold on. So it says the regulating officer, and who is the police officer in this case, or any police officer of or above the rank of inspector, may stop or prevent the holding of any public meeting or public procession held contrary to the provisions. And which provisions are we talking about? The notification that we mentioned earlier. So if at all you want to have a procession without notifying the police, the law allows them to stop that. That is number 1. Number 2, it says any public gathering or other meetings or procession which, having regard to the rights and interests of persons participating in such gatherings, meetings, or procession, there is clear, present, or imminent danger of a breach of peace or public order. Now, look at the instances that we have seen in the past few days in our country. The people have been proceeding peacefully. Watu wamekuwa wakiandamana bila kuleta madhara yoyote. Now, who are the people that are causing violence? It is the police officers themselves. And Honorable Bundi alikuja hapa na akawaambia, and we saw it. When Raila Odinga was going around in the estates, which Ashley doesn't want people to do, it was peaceful. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anavunjiwa kiosk, hakuna tear gas ilikuwa inarushwa. But the moment sijui alikuwa anataka kuingia barabara gani, that is when chaos broke out. And who are the instigators of chaos? It is the police themselves. So we should be asking ourselves, if the police are supposed to provide security, then why are the police officers in the Republic of Kenya being the instigators of violence? Are they there to provide security, or are they there to provoke the demonstrators? That is my question to you.
When I want to bring you as a voice of reason. I think you're very neutral here from my observation. So what help us understand, from what we are discussing here. Do you think that the police should not show up armed, and whenever there is an issue that will need them to be armed, they should run back to the station and get armed to come back and address it? So please help us understand that.
Well, I'm not any specialist in any way. So for me, it's just it is a balance, right? Public safety versus the need to take advantage of the Constitution. So, for instance, demonstrations are enshrined in the Constitution, or rather picketing, unarmed picketing. It is a legal avenue to be a peaceful nuisance, whether somebody likes it or not. It is a legal avenue to be a peaceful nuisance, right? And you're supposed to be protected. Well, you also have to balance the public interest of safety. So to me, it doesn't make any sense why the police should be unarmed. They're coming to work. They'll come to with their tools of their trade. The problem here is, what is their intent, right? Their intent was clearly not to protect property or make sure the demonstrations are peaceful. Their intent was to provoke. And that is the issue. I mean, we know that. We can see that. So for those who don't like the demonstrations and are saying, well, we need to stop, what is the end game? Come Monday, they'll demonstrate. Come Thursday, they'll demonstrate again. What is the end game? What if we keep going? Then what? They can keep going. It's in the Constitution. You know, we're allowed to be a nuisance because it's in the Constitution, as long as you do it peacefully. So the point is, somebody said that you have to have mechanisms to express yourself to the government. In the past, we never had those options in the Constitution. You know, whether you're a university student, whether you're a professor, whether you're a trade unionist, whether it's maendeleo ya wanawake. If you remember when they were clobbered one time at Uhuru Park, and they had to undress, so that the police had to stop beating them. I mean, those were the types of embarrassment we were trying to save ourselves from, and give ourselves a civilized way to, not necessarily a civilized way, but a legal way to express ourselves. So if you can't do it in court, if you can't do it in parliament, if you can't access your politicians, well, yeah, you can go to the street and it's legal. So I mean, it's a balance, but we can't say we can't do it. We can do it.
Okay.
We can be a nuisance.
We can be but equally, when lawyers go to court, they carry with them either the Constitution or some sort of documents that they will use as their tools of work. So it is first time in history that I've heard Makiadi saying that before citizens turn to be robbers, then you have to make sure that you come unarmed until they turn around against you. That's when you run and get the get the weapons to deal with them. That was my understanding, Makiadi. But the same public order you read, you didn't read number 9. Number 9 says any person who neglects or refuses to obey any order given or issued under subsection 7 shall be guilty of an offense. right? So I go back to the functions of the police service. They provide provision of assistance to the public when in need, maintenance of law and order, preservation of peace, protection of life and property, investigation of crime, collection of criminal intelligence, prevention and detection of crime, apprehension of offenders. So let us be fair that sometimes police are caught between, because police have to take orders. The order, if they have been told shoot, they will shoot. That's what they learn. They take orders. So this, this extent that we are profiling officers who are dispensing their obligations and duties is actually uncalled for. I don't know, Bundi, you've been raising your hand, and I want us to, maybe we should prepare ourselves to winding up. Bundi, and then we come to Geoffrey, and then we come to Ashley, and then there was Black, and then there is Mzalendo, and then is Sindu, and then Makiadi we finish.
Yeah,
I think
I just want to be very honest here. Wakati wa maandamano, vile mmesazungumza kwa undani kwamba ni haki ya mwananchi wa kawaida kuandamana, na pia ni haki ya mwananchi huyo kulindwa na polisi ambao ni jukumu ya serikali iliyo mamlakani kuchunga mwananchi wake. I want to speak on the issue of being armed. I want to confirm here that I went to police force, as much as I'm not a police officer at the moment. I'm a civil servant, but there is what we call six-pack in the police. Wanakuwa grupu ya askari sita, mmoja anachunga hawa ambao kwa rangi ya chini anakuwa ni senior sergeant. Wakiwa 12 wanachungwa na inspector. Wakifika 18 wanakuwa na chief inspector. Sasa hawa sita wanakuwa kwa grupu kadhaa, lakini ile grupu ya askari watatu wanakuwa na sergeant, lakini wawili, mmoja anakuwa na corporal ambao atateka orders kutoka kwa ita corporal, inspector, sergeant ama chief inspector up to assistant commissioner mpaka kwa commissioner. Now pia kwa hiyo kipengele pia ningekubali kwamba katika uandamanaji kuna mtu anaweza kuja achunge na ile uandamanaji ambao wako na nia mbaya. Hiyo haitakuwa ni yule ambaye aliandaa hii maandamano ya kufanya nini, ya kukosolewa ama kuambiwa yeye ndiye amekosa, lakini pia ni haki ya yule askari yako pale kwa kuangalia yule mmoja ambaye ameleta rapsa ama ameipia mwananchi kukamatwa na kustakiwa kwa sababu amegeuka kile kitu ambao alikuwa anaomba. Ndio maana nimeleta hii paki ya polisi. Sasa mmoja kwa hawa ambao kwa rangi ya juu anakubaliwa kuwa armed, na hawa wengine wanakubaliwa kupepa bengu. Hili yule moja akikosa anaweza stakiwa. Pia hiyo sheria iko kwa polisi. Yule polisi ambao atageuka sheria ya yule muandamanaji bado anaweza pia funguliwa mashtaka na yule ambaye alikuwa mkubwa yake kwa sababu ako na yeye kuandika statement kulingana na vile alimisbehave. Kama sasa yule askari alikuwa Mombasa para, alikuwa mrevi wakati wa kazi. Unajua urevi unaweza fitua risasi ovyo bila kusudia na uwe watu bila kujua kwa sababu uko mrefu. Ndio maana yule ambao ni mkubwa wako kwa ile rangi ambayo alikupatiwa akuchunge anafaa kutoa ama kukurudisha station ama kukunyang'anya ile bunduki kwa sababu unaweza ukaincha watu. So hilo haichakataza sana polisi kuwa armed, lakini kwa nia gani? Lakini sasa mimi nataka niseme ukweli na nataka sana kuangazia dada yangu Ashley. Mimi ni msupporter wa Azimio na mimi ni mwanasiasa. Sichaona
hata siku moja polisi wakikucha kutumisa amani wanakucha kuchokoza. Hiyo ndio ukweli. Hata kabla ya kesho, kama sasa wamefanya notification ya maandamano kwamba siku fulani tunafaa kuwa na maandamano, unapata wanasiasa ambao wana mrengo ya serikali ichi Mchungwa and others and Marara wakisema hii Monday tumekupangia Raila ili mtu akuambie usitokeleze. Tayari huyu mtu acharibu chochote cha mtu na achakosea mtu, lakini he is already warned, don't do that, ambao right yako kipengee imekuruhusu ufanye, lakini tayari umesaelezwa kwamba tumekupangia utakutana polisi wetu. Haya, sababu nyingine Madam Asin umesema ni ile kwa ile parapara ambao unafaa kupita, amufai kupita mahali watu wanakaa. Ndio, umesema leo tunapita Thika Road, tutapita CPD na tutakutana KICC ili tukue na mazungumzo hapo. Lakini unapata polisi badala ya kucha wawachunge na wawapatie ulindaji, wanasuia barabara na magari kubwa kubwa na mapunduki na vile mnataka kupita wanawaruhusia tear gas. Sasa inabidi mtafute njia mbadala, mnaenda mkachipata mmepita katika ile makazi ya wengine kwa sababu mahali mlikuwa mnapita umesuiliwa. So ndio maana nilikuwa nasema kama sisi tuna argue kama Wakenya wa Sarando, wacha tuseme ukweli, na mimi sidanganyi na sina uoga kusema hawa waaskari wetu wangeacha wananchi waandamane vile walikuwa wanaandamana, hatungekuwa na maisha hata ya mtu mmoja amepoteza. Leo hii tumeona wananchi kadhaa wako seri, lakini hatuchaona askari hata moja amestakiwa ama ameonywa, ama hatuchaona statement kutoka kwa yule ambao ni commissioner wa polisi akikosoa wale askari kwamba msitumie nguvu zaidi. Lakini sisi tunaelewa ni kitu kwa public domain, mumeona kwamba ni kama kila mtu anachukua orders kutoka mahali tofauti. Lakini mimi naeko pia bwana Interior Minister kwamba amekuwa very careful kwa ile mambo ambao anatoa, kwa sababu anajua ni wananchi wa Kenya anadeal nao. I think it's very selective, is not really uttering a lot of words, lakini kabisa tunaona ukikucha unasema askari wetu waliumizwa na mliumiza mali ya wananchi. Hakuna maana unasema yule askari mwenye anafanya hivi bado kupatikana utachukuliwa sheria, ili hata muandamanaji aone kweli hata yule mkubwa wa polisi ako katikati, achatetea pande ile ama pande hii. So ya mwisho mimi ningeomba hivi kwa wale watu tuko hapa na wale wengine wanasikia na wale ambao tunakutana na wanasiasa mbalimbali, ndio hii mambo Raila apiganii mambo ambao itamsaidia yeye. Nimewaambia Raila kama ni property yako naye, nimewaambia hata saa hii unga ikifika 10,000 Raila atanunua. Alafu sisi ndiye anapigania wala watu ambao tuko hapa maisha ya chini, ambao ni hatuna uwezo ya kununua unga kwa ile bei ambao ni ya juu. Ya mwisho kabisa, sijui ndugu yangu aliongea hapa akatoka akasema ile kifaa ambao ni server haiko hapa, hatuna uwezo. Hiyo ni prep the bedroom ya mtu. Tafadhali, that is I don't want to use the same word alitumia, simu alitumia nonsense word. Actually, let us try to think outside the box, like this is our tax, this is our document. Hii ni chombo yetu, ilinunuliwa paka mimi ile kura yangu moja niko na haki ya kuuliza kama kweli ilifika kwa ile server. Uwezi niambia ati vile nilifika na tukalipa na hiyo ni pesa yetu, ati sina uwezo ya kujua kama iko pale. If that thing can bring a solution, we better go for it. Ati hatutashinda kuuliza. Hata hii unasikia maumau, vita ilipiganiwa Kenya, watu walikufa, mali iliharibika until tukapata uhuru wa Kenya, wasungu wakaondoka. Wakati tulikuwa tunapigania constitution wakati wa Moi, kila mtu anajua ile mambo watu walipitia. Watu waliwekwa jela, watu walikula nyayo, wengine walikufa, wengi walikufa, ndio tukapata constitution. Sasa tuko kwa constitution. But what we are seeing, everybody can see, we are going back to that where chini ya mwaka 2010 wakati tulikuwa tuchapata constitution. Sasa tukianza tena kupigania kwamba we should not go there, then some people are telling us we are making noise. We are disturbing the president. Kindly let the president listen. Or nuisance we are talking for him to make a determination. Let's listen for everybody. Is the face of Kenya. Ni yeye ako na sword ya Kenya hii. We cannot disagree that is the president of the Republic of Kenya. And he has your purpose of saying kama niyo sava fungua, kama kura siipigwa, yeye ako na namba ya simu ya Raila, mwambie makosa ilifanyika, wacha tuendelee mbele, but we should not go that. Wacha tutengeneza kibengera kwamba hii sava ikuwe moja ya ile karatasi, isiwe ni kitu ya kuficha. Mtu fulani ama nchi fulani inakuwa na uwezo ya kufungua, watafute suluhisho. Lakini kila mtu akifanya test chambing, hakuna kitu utafanyiwa, hatutafungua. Sio Raila, sio Uhuru atafungua, sio Ruto atafungua. Is the president of Republic of Kenya. Akiamuka leo asema kesho hakuna kazi, lazima tusikize kwa sababu ni president of Republic of Kenya. Ako na uwezo ya kufanya hivyo. So let him try to let people try, and I see from my end that Ruto is coming sober, but we have a problem actually. Is the deputy president. Let him see the people who are surrounding him. Let him not listen a lot. Let him make his own decision for a better Kenya. Otherwise, we are losing this country. Thanks.
Asante sana Bwana Bundi. I think you are a very honest man. You're very fair. I think you're not a delusional man. You've touched both. You've been fair. You've had fair criticism, and that's all we want. No one, Ruto is not perfect. Raila is not perfect. No one is perfect. We should put these individuals aside and focus on the prosperity and progress of our country. So let me come to, is it you, Ashley, or who should go next?
Geoffrey.
Geoffrey, let's go.
Yeah, asante sana. Nitachukua tu muda kidogo. Kwanza nitaje, I want to touch on what Makiandi had said about police and provocation. First of all, I don't want to deny maybe sometimes the police can be provocative, maybe basing on the order they have been given, maybe they maybe have been having instructions to ensure that people don't come out to go for demonstrations, and they might try to follow those orders. I don't know how accurate I am, but I think that's how politics go. But about being armed, just like I told Makiandi, the police are called armed forces, and the arms are their tools of work. And the good thing is that, Makiandi, you live or you have stayed in America, and America is taken as the citadel of democracy in the world. I don't know if you have ever observed the policemen and policewomen of America, how much armed they are every time, 24/7. They have their 2 guns, they have knife, they have the pepper spray, they have electrical shocks, they have bulletproofs every time, 24/7. Actually, one of them was making fun to me, and he was telling me, I wish you can try to wear my jacket, and you see how many kilos that we carry every day. So the police are supposed to be armed 24/7, not to harm the demonstrators, but to protect the public. In case, like now, if in case the terrorists appear when people are demonstrating, the same police we are criticizing, they are the ones who are to use those arms to protect the demonstrators and everybody else. That is their work. Away from that, tumeongea sana na my brother amesema, ambaye tunaita Bundi, amesema ya kwamba Raila Odinga is protecting or is fighting for our rights. Just like you have said, I want you and the other people who are demonstrating to think also outside the box and to see that what he is talking about is just hypocritical, because the cost of living started way back when they were still in the Handshake government, or when they were still calling each other brother with Uhuru Kenyatta. So saying right now that he is fighting for us. He's just taking us for a ride, taking us like people who are ignorant. We are aware that the cost of living, we have the videos where he actually, Raila Odinga himself, explained to Kenyans the problems we are facing. So please don't tell us that he is fighting for us. Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, they are only fighting for their personal businesses. And I want to say that right now, according to my observation, Raila Odinga is almost being left to fight this battle alone. Every critical and every wise leader, most of them have left Raila Odinga. And the question he should be asking himself, why are these leaders leaving me? Especially leaders from central Kenya. They have already left. They have already gone. And that's why he's saying, I don't have numbers in parliament. I don't have numbers in Senate. And here we are coming to tell people they have been bought. Does it mean Uhuru and Raila don't have money? They have money. Those guys are very rich. Nobody is buying anybody. They are only using their logic and their reasons. And they are looking at the future of their politics. Maybe this is something that most people that support Raila Odinga may not like or want to hear. Raila Odinga is reaching a point of expiry politically. And we have to accept that. And that is nature. They are looking at, oh, this man is already very old. At that age, the political future is not there. What he is supposed to do, if you don't want these people to keep on going, he is supposed to nurture another leader and start now handing over the political baton to another younger person. At that age, tell us you are fighting for us. No, 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 no. It is time for Raila Odinga to know that the point he is in, he is supposed to be retiring from politics, and people are looking at that. And also there are so many other problems in Azimio, using force, a lot of force against the leaders, trying to coerce, to force them to do things that they don't want. It is a problem in the house of Azimio, which has actually forced Raila Odinga to go on the streets because he has felt, oh, leaders are leaving me. The next people to leave him are his supporters. I'm telling you. And you know, last time I told you, he is not going to win. I was here in this Motebei TV, and I told you, according to my analysis, Raila Odinga is going to lose. You blocked me. And that happened. Now I'm telling you, the next group of people, because the leaders have already left, and they will continue leaving. The next, if he does not change his strategies, the next group of people to leave him will be now the supporters. And I'm telling you, this is what is going to happen. So a good visionary leader looks beyond the current situation and thinks about tomorrow. He should accept that he has been defeated. What next? How will these demonstrations help Kenyans? They will not help Kenyans in any way. Remember the same police we are criticizing here. Just a few months ago, they were fighting Ruto, tear gassing Ruto, doing all kinds of things. Yani tunasema mkuki kwa nguruwe ni mchungu, ni mtamu sana. Kwa mwanadamu mchungu. Sasa hawa polisi hata hakuna kitu mtu amebadilisha.
As you wind up, Geoffrey.
Yes, nimemaliza hata.
Yes, I think we go to who is that? Go to Ashley.
Yes, I'm here.
Ashley, your submission as we wind.
Yeah, police take orders.
Go right ahead.
To shoot. And I don't believe it is legal for excessive use of force, and they should take orders, but they shouldn't agree to be forced or to take orders that are not legal. And when they do, they should be held to account, because their work is to provide and maintain law and order. So when they are told to shoot, they should not shoot. unless their life is in danger. That's what I understand. Now, the other thing is that our leaders, I listened to Raila today and even Ruto, and what I've noticed with our leaders is they talk to us. He said, oh, tulikuwa tunaenda tukisalimia watu, talking na kuongelesha. But I haven't seen where they listen to us. Like in this case where the people are complaining about the high cost of living, Ruto is not hearing them. When they are saying they don't want more, he's not hearing them. So we have a very big problem where the leaders we elect do not listen to us. Even during the BBI, they introduced the BBI. They told us what is wrong with the BBI. They told us what needs to be fixed. And then they make that to be what we want. What they tell us we want is what becomes what we want. This Andamano, the people didn't go and tell Raila leaders. He came and told us, now it is time. And these are the issues we are going to talk about. And this one of cost of living was just added. Someone earlier said that Raila steals people's points. Before they were talking about the Cherela 4, and then they noticed it was not famous. And the server, someone is saying that Ruto has no access. I don't know how you explain to somebody, and they keep insisting of something that is that is not there. It's like there is an intelligence, like something is like the server belongs to Statmatic. Ruto cannot tell them to open. He cannot force them to open. The problem was made when that contract was signed, and Uhuru was in government. Raila was his handshake partner. So if there was a problem with the way the contract the contract is binding. So if there is a problem that makes the server not be opened, Uhuru and Raila are the ones we should be blaming. So Raila needs to look in the mirror and say, I made a mistake. Where did I go wrong? So since we lost this one because of my negligence, he needs to take responsibility. What can we do? That in 2027, whether I'll be there, whether I'll be running, that we can change now. So going forward, this is not a loophole. This is not a problem. But he can't go back on a thing that he had a say. He could have had a say, but because he was negligent or busy celebrating and eating, he did not. He can't now start coming and telling Ruto to provide access to the server that does not belong to Ruto, that Ruto has no rights to. It does not stay in the State House.